Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-shrouded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter manipulated fate to protect his brother. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When destiny crowns his twin the boy who lived, Harry discovers he alone remembers the truth of that night. Gifted with a forbidden power to bend fate itself, he works from the shadows, rewriting destiny, manipulating events, and sacrificing everything to protect the brother who never knew the danger stalking him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The first time Harry ever heard his daddy raise his voice was when Harry was little, not a big boy, like he was now, and fell off his broomstick. It was one of those toy models that his uncle Sirius gave him for his first birthday. It didn't go up like daddy's did, but it was fast and he had loads of fun dodging around obstacles in the house. On this particular occasion, he was zooming around the back garden in hot pursuit of the family cat, a fuzzy old tortoiseshell with a tail just begging to be pulled. He chased her past Mummy, who was attempting to feed a crying John. Around the cherry tree that stood at the edge of the property. And weaving between Daddy's legs, who stood talking with Uncle Sirius and Uncle Peter, discussing boring adult things. The cat, having enough of his antics, spun around and hissed, her hair standing on end. Harry managed to swerve her claws at the last moment, but in doing so, lost his balance and fell. In reality, it was only a few feet, but to little Harry, it might as well have been 1,000. It didn't help that he landed in Mummy's rose bushes either. Daddy shouted then, and Uncle Sirius had explained later that it was because he had been very scared. So when the sound of Daddy's voice yelling woke him up, Harry knew that something was very, very wrong. Lily, take the boys and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. Daddy was making a lot of noise downstairs. There was a boom that shook the entire house, causing a picture frame to fall to the floor, glass shattering into 100 pieces. Mummy burst into his room, John in her arms, just as another blast went off downstairs. Daddy shouted even louder, and Harry could just make out the glow of spells dancing on the wall in the hallway. Mummy? Harry asked, sitting up in his bed and rubbing his eyes. He didn't have his glasses on, but he could still see Mummy dashing around the room, the furniture sliding to block the door when she waved her wand. What? Mummy scooped him up out of bed and sat him on her hip, John cradled in her other arm. She spun around, eyes squeezed shut. Nothing happened. No, 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 she muttered, spinning around again, faster. Again, faster. A fourth time she spun around so quickly, she stumbled and almost dropped Harry. Harry grabbed a fistful of Mummy's hair to keep himself upright. Mummy didn't even say anything when Harry did so, even though she didn't like it when he pulled her hair. What was happening? And why was her face was wet like John's was when he cried? Was she hungry? Why you cry, Mummy? Harry asked, reaching up to pat Mummy's face. A scary, shrill voice that Harry had never heard before laughed down below. Avada Kedavra. It grew silent downstairs, and Mummy sobbed so hard that her body shook. She placed Harry on his bed and dropped down to kneel before him. John squirmed in her arms, letting out a wail when his mother hugged him too tightly. Where is Daddy? Harry asked, looking over Mummy's shoulder. Was this some game that they were playing? But no, Daddy never shouted when they played games, and a game wouldn't make Mummy look so sad. What was happening? Shish, Mummy said before kissing his forehead. Daddy loves you. Where? Mummy shushed him again. Mummy loves you, Harry. I love you too, Mummy, Harry replied. Mummy always smiled when Harry told her that he loved her. Why wasn't she smiling? She kissed John on the forehead and placed him on the bed next to Harry before pulling him into a bone-crushing hug. Mummy and Daddy love you so much, Harry, she breathed. We love you both so much. But Harry didn't get the chance to respond because someone was banging outside of his bedroom. There was a moment of silence before the door burst open, sending all the furniture Mummy had put there flying. It wasn't his daddy that stood in the doorway, but a tall, thin man with waxy, bone-white skin and bloodshot eyes. He was dressed in black robes and twirled a long stick between his fingers. Harry didn't know who this stranger was, but the sight of him caused an icky feeling in Harry's stomach, the hair on his arms standing on end. This man, Harry decided, was very, very bad. Mummy stood up to face the stranger. Not my babies, not my boys. Please, not my babies. She pleaded, throwing her arms out to her sides as if doing so would shield the children behind her. The scary man sighed as if he were annoyed. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside, now. But Mummy didn't move. She shook her head, her long red hair catching the moonlight that filtered through the window. Not them. Please no, take me. Kill me instead. I said stand aside. Not my babies. Please, have mercy. Have mercy. Avada Kedavra. There was a bright flash of green light, and Mummy crumpled to the ground. Mummy? Harry asked, crawling to the edge of his bed and peering down over the side. Mummy didn't respond, just stared blankly up at him, her green eyes dull and unfocused. Are you okay? She's dead, the stranger said, his high-pitched voice hurting Harry's ears. Mummy, wake up, please, Harry said in his most polite voice. Mummy usually gave him what he asked for if he said it nicely. But she didn't move, didn't blink, didn't even breathe. She's dead, the stranger said again, this time a little more forcefully, an annoyed bite coloring his tone. Dead, Harry repeated. Yes, dead, the man snapped. Harry had a vague understanding of what that meant. After all, his granddad and Granny Potter were dead too. Daddy said that meant that Harry wouldn't see them for a long, long time. Gone. The man ignored Harry and instead stepped over Mummy to crouch down before him. The man was even scarier up close and had a sickly sweet smell that made Harry's nose itch. Harry tried to scoot away, but his back hit the wall behind him, trapping him in. Tears welled in his eyes as the scary man continued to watch him. John let out a wail and Harry pulled his brother into his lap. What is your name? Harry Potter, he replied. I'm 3. 3 years old was the reason why Daddy transfigured his cot into a big boy bed. 3 years old meant he could hold John without Mummy or Daddy's help. And your brother. But which one? The man muttered, the tip of his wand wavering between Harry and John. No matter. You'll both be dead in a moment. Like Mummy. Your father too. Daddy is dead. Time to die. Harry Potter, the man whispered, his voice hissing and dry like autumn leaves on a windy day. He raised the stick, his wand, Harry realized, and pointed it at his face. Avada Kedavra. There was another bright flash of green light, and Harry knew nothing more. For the patrons of King's Cross Station, the only thing pleasant about the morning of September the 1st was the weather. Every year without fail, families dressed in odd clothes, pushing trolleys laden with old steamer trunks and caged animals converged on platforms 9 and 10, and 1989 was proving to be no different. One group in particular, a messy-haired father with his equally scruffy sons wound their way through the late-morning commuters at a leisurely pace, eliciting disapproving looks from the businessmen and women who were forced to dodge around them. Their tattered friend even had the audacity to let his bear-like black dog run free off of a lead. But 11-year-old Harry Potter couldn't bring himself to care too much about the spectacle his family made, for one very thrilling reason: he was finally going to Hogwarts. From its ever-changing floor plan to its magnificent library, Harry had listened with rapt attention to the tales his father and uncles had told him of their school days. Stories of scouring the ancient corridors for secret passages, adventures, and misadventures around the moonlit castle grounds, and quiet moments spent lounging in their cozy common room. It was where his father met his 3 best friends, the men Harry grew to know as uncles. It was where Harry's mother and father met and fell in love. Hogwarts was not just a school for magic, but a magical school. His father came to a stop and pointed at a brick wall. It's right through there. Harry shot his father a suspicious look, trying to decide if he was having him on. It would be rather like his father to tell Harry to run at a solid barrier for a laugh. Then again, magic was odd and wizards didn't always put entrances in convenient locations. Harry shuddered and tried not to think about the time he had to step into the toilet to get to the ministry. He glanced over at his uncle. Remus nodded, a kind smile on his lips. Deciding that the worst that could happen was that his family teased him for falling for such a silly prank, he was certain somebody would cast a softening charm if his judgment turned out to be wrong. Harry angled his trolley at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and took off at a brisk walk. Hedwig, his new snowy owl, hooted in alarm as they approached the seemingly solid wall, and Harry found his body tensing as it braced for impact. He had worried for no reason, though, because moments later Harry found himself standing before a.s. Arlette steam engine, the words Hogwarts Express embossed in glittering gold on the front. All around him, students raced back and forth, calling out to their friends. Owls hooted in their cages. One particularly disgruntled cat yelled in anger when its owner managed to stop an escape attempt. A red-faced man shouted at his son, who soared soaring above the station on his sister's stolen broom, cackling in glee. The station was absolute chaos, and Harry wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Noisy, isn't it? Uncle Sirius asked, appearing beside him, a nostalgic expression on his face. He wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, giving him a small squeeze. You're going to love it. Harry let out a shaky breath and nodded. True, he would be learning loads of magic and make lifelong friends, but he would be leaving the familiar surroundings of home behind. He'd be away from the safety of his father and uncles. There would be no familiar faces at the breakfast table to ask him how he slept, no house elves to sneak him snacks between meals. He wasn't even permitted to bring his broomstick with him. His heart pounded against his rib cage, and Harry wasn't quite sure if it was because of anxiety or excitement. You'll be brilliant, love, his godfather said in a low voice before pressing a kiss to his temple. Don't let people talk over you. You have a voice. Don't be afraid to use it. Harry nodded again. Uncle Sirius levitated Harry's trunk with a wave of his wand, and the two clambered aboard the train. The carriages were less crowded than the platform, but it still took several minutes of searching to find an empty compartment, Hedwig nipping at Harry's fingers whenever he jostled her cage too much. When they finally stepped back onto the platform and rejoined the rest of the Potter family, they found John in the midst of whinging to his father. The topic was one that John had complained about since the arrival of Harry's Hogwarts acceptance letter in early July. Why can't I go? You're not old enough, James responded in an even tone. It will be your time soon enough. 2 years. John replied. That's ages away. All right, Harry promised, his voice just loud enough to be heard over the din of the platform. A nasty feeling rose up in his stomach, and he had to swallow several times to force it down. Harry had never been separated from his younger brother for any real length of time before, and the idea made his stomach ache. I'll tell you all about the castle and what I'm learning in classes. John was only slightly appeased by this promise, but threw himself at his brother anyway, winding his arms around his waist. I don't want you to leave, John said, his voice muffled by Harry's robes. Harry carted his fingers through his brother's unruly black hair and said nothing. It was only when the warning whistle blew that the brothers were forced to separate. John stumbled over to Uncle Remus, who scooped him up and rested him on his hip, and Harry had to look away to avoid meeting John's doleful gaze. Remember, his father said, kneeling before him to straighten his robes. Keep your head down around Professor Snape. Don't give him any reasons to antagonize you. Talk to Professor McGonagall if you are having any problems. What if she isn't my head of house? Harry whispered. The, what if I'm not in Gryffindor, was left unspoken between them. Harry didn't know how new students were sorted into the different houses, but he highly doubted that he would be selected for Gryffindor as his parents and uncles had been. They were brave and Harry was just Harry. He was bookish and cautious and didn't fill the boisterous Gryffindor stereotype as his father and Uncle Sirius seemed to. And then there was his voice. Physically, there was nothing wrong with his throat, the healers at St. Mungo's Hospital had explained. His vocal cords were all in working order, and diagnostic charms showed that there was nothing wrong with his brain. And yet, for reasons nobody could quite explain, Harry's voice had the unfortunate habit of abandoning him when he needed it most. Strangers were the most difficult to communicate with, but sometimes when Uncle Remus asked him a question during magic lessons, or when his father scolded him for some wrongdoing, the words Harry desperately wanted to say would get lodged in his throat, and no amount of coughing could clear it. It was difficult to be brave and chivalrous when you couldn't even speak. His father raised his wand to tap the frame of Harry's glasses, leaving them shiny and clean. She will still be one of your teachers, he pointed out. Houses are just support systems. They don't define you. Harry wanted to point out that his father must be one of the only people to actually believe it, but he couldn't force the words out. He settled for a nod and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around his neck. His father's arms encircled him, and Harry let himself sink into his father's warm embrace, inhaling the warm scent of his cologne. I love you, Harry, his father murmured in his ear. We'll see you at Christmas. Harry nodded in understanding, clinging to his father for a moment longer. I love you too, he replied. If his father heard Harry's voice wavering, he was kind enough not to point it out. The train's whistle sounded once more, and his father nudged him towards the train, closing the carriage door behind him when he was safely aboard. The train belched more steam into the air and Harry could barely make out John as he ran alongside the train, waving. The ride to Hogwarts was uneventful. Harry sat alone in his compartment, annotating his charms book with questions he wanted to ask and dog-earing pages with spells he wanted to try once he got to school. When he got up to fetch a new book from his trunk, he noticed that he had been joined by an older student, a boy with curly red hair, horn-rimmed glasses, and red-lined robes that were slightly too short for him. You missed the food trolley, the boy said in a bossy sort of voice. Harry nodded and buried himself in magical drafts and potions. He wasn't very hungry anyway. The next thing he knew, he was standing in front of the Sorting Hat, which had concluded its song, and Professor McGonagall was reading off names. One by one, the crowd of first years around him thinned, the students sitting at the long tables on either side of him applauding for those who joined their ranks. Finally, Potter, Harry, was called, and he floated forward as if in a dream and climbed onto the wooden stool. The thick fabric obscured his vision of the great hall but did little to muffle the sibilant whispers Potter. As in John Potter. Of the other students. Harry had to resist the urge to jump at the quiet voice that wormed its way into his head. Very interesting. Very interesting. A good mind I see. Yes, very interesting, indeed. Ravenclaw. Please, Harry thought at the hat. The hat gave him what could only be described as a chuckle. My friend, it wheezed, you are the least suited for Ravenclaw than any other house. Harry balked at that. He liked to think he was rather intelligent. Tell me, what do you know about Ravenclaw? Uncle Sirius described them as a bunch of swatty bookworms. Uncle Remus had glared at Uncle Sirius' response and told Harry in a stern voice that the brightest students often came from Ravenclaw. They prefer learning knowledge for knowledge's sake, the hat chided. They learn to satisfy their own curiosity. They don't seek to use their knowledge as a means to an end. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. No comment. Well then, it better be Slytherin. There were no cheers from the table beneath the green and silver banner, no polite claps from any other students. Just silence. A Potter in Slytherin. It almost sounded like the setup to a cruel joke. But no, the Sorting Hat was removed from his head and Professor McGonagall nudged him off the little wooden stool. He took his place at the end of the Slytherin table and perched on the edge of the bench, his back ramrod straight, waiting for the sorting to conclude. Professor Dumbledore stood and addressed the school. Food appeared on the gold platters in front of him and conversations sprang up around him. Harry might need glasses to see, but he wasn't blind to the fact the closest student sat several seats away from him. That was fine. He wasn't sure he would be able to speak anyway, his throat was too dry. When the welcoming feast was over, he followed a fifth-year prefect down to the dungeons. The common room was dim and cold and the roaring fire did little besides casting eerie shadows against the walls. Older students had already claimed the elegant furniture by the time first years arrived and paid no attention to the new Slytherins as they filtered up the stone steps to their respective dormitories. Harry was the last one up and the other boys turned towards him when he entered. He swallowed hard and tried to force something out of his mouth, anything that could be construed as an introduction, some sort of greeting to assure them that he came in peace. Silence. Well, Harry was no stranger to silence. He hoped that his new dorm mates wouldn't be either. It started off harmless enough. Whispers, asking what the brother of the boy who lived is doing in the House of Snakes. Some asked if they had heard Harry Potter speak yet and wondered what his voice sounded like. In Potions, Professor Snape's oily voice asked him difficult questions that Harry would have had no way of knowing if he hadn't already read the book. Harry had, of course, read the text and knew the answers, but when he opened his mouth to reply, no sound came out. The other students giggled behind their hands and Professor Snape fixed him with a calculating glare. Harry's cheeks burned with shame and he had the inexplicable feeling that he had failed a test. The next week, Atticus Nettles sat next to him in Transfiguration and asked to borrow a quill. Surprised that someone from his house was speaking to him, Harry nodded and handed the item over. When the bell rang at the end of the class, Atticus bolted out the door before Harry had the chance to face him. On the table rested Harry's quill, mangled and broken beyond repair. "Is everything all right, Mr. Potter?" Professor McGonagall asked when he didn't move, her stern voice belying her concern. Harry glanced out the door where he could still see Nettles, standing with the other first-year Slytherins. They were watching him with narrowed eyes, waiting to see how he would react. Harry didn't understand the purpose of destroying his property. He wondered if it was a Slytherin thing, a power play, perhaps. Or maybe it was an 11-year-old boy thing. Aside from his brother, Harry never spent much time with boys his age before his arrival at Hogwarts, so it was difficult to know what was normal behavior. In the end, he shook his head and gathered his belongings, broken quill and all, and fled the room. Harry skipped dinner that night. He told himself it was because he wanted to finish a charms essay and not because he didn't want to interact with the boys in his dorm. He tucked himself away in the farthest recesses of the library and surrounded himself with textbooks, his fingers growing stained with ink as he painstakingly copied the diagrams and illustrations the authors provided. He practiced wand movements with a quill, unwilling to pull out his wand and attract the ire of the sour-looking librarian, Madame Pants. She still scowled at him when she stumbled across him a few hours later and shooed him out of the library, claiming it was time to close. Harry made it back to the Slytherin common room before curfew with only moments to spare. He ducked behind a group of older students to avoid his year mates, who were huddled around a table in the corner, laughing raucously. He sneaked up to the dormitory, and the source of the other first year's laughter soon became apparent. The entire contents on his trunk had been dumped on the floor. "Oops," Edmund Sparrow said, not sounding very sorry at all when he kicked Harry's copy of Hogwarts, A History under Adrian Pusey's bed. It only got worse from there. The next morning, Harry found his shoes spelled to the floor, causing him to miss breakfast. A week later, he was hit with no less than 19 stinging hexes in a single day. By the time October rolled around, the other first-year Slytherins had graduated from minor annoyances to nasty jinxes, including one spell that switched his knees backwards and required an overnight stay in the hospital wing. Harry tried to not let it bother him. "It says far more about their character than it does your own, Harry," Uncle Remus wrote him in one letter. His father encouraged him to speak with Professor McGonagall about the bullying. "I'd tell you to talk to your head of house about it, but, well." Uncle Sirius sent him a spellbook called Saucy Tricks for Tricky Sorts, which Harry shoved in his bag after opening. Later that night, he stayed up far past midnight, the curtains on his four-poster drawn tightly as he studied the book by wand light. Unsure of what to do, Harry kept his head down and ignored the other Slytherin first years, hoping that they would get bored of him if he didn't react. He became rather adept at dodging leg locker curses and ducking under jinxes that otherwise would have caused leaks to sprout from his ears. He learned to sit by the fire in the common room and ignore the hissed conversations about him. He focused on memorizing dates for goblin rebellions and how to recognize vampires, and he excelled in his classes. When he overheard that Cordelia Gamp received a 20% for her herbology essay about puffapods, he held on to the knowledge that he had received an 84% when she later taunted him for being a dummy. Of course, it was much easier to do well in classes when they were only studying magical theory. By the end of October, however, this changed. It started out with a rumor that the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws got to perform real magic in charms. It was confirmed the next day by Fred and George Weasley, who took advantage of their new knowledge and used Wingardium Leviosa to pelt the Slytherins with dragon dung during herbology. The Slytherins, who didn't have charms until the end of the week, scowled at the two red-headed menaces and grumbled under their breath as they tended to their wormwood. The announcement sent alternating thrills of excitement and fear through Harry's veins. On one hand, he had practiced Wingardium Leviosa during the many hours he spent in the library. He knew the incantation, the wand movement, the purpose of the spell and how intent factored into casting it. He knew he could cast it and was eager to prove to everyone that he could do it. On the other hand, Harry was terrified that his voice would leave him again, as it had done hundreds of times since the start of term. He sent his father a letter expressing his concerns and asked for his opinion on the matter. His father had been sympathetic to Harry's plight and offered him advice to the best of his abilities, though he admitted that the advice could only go so far if Harry was unable to speak in public. A calming draft would work, I suppose, James had written in his most recent letter. Though it would be a short-term solution at best. Calming drafts aren't made for repeated doses, taking more than a few a month causes sluggish movement and ravenous hunger. Harry sighed and refolded the letter before sticking it between the pages of the whistling syllabus, spells and enchantments that cause a ruckus. If only there were a way to cast spells without speaking, Harry froze in realization, and Hedwig, whom he had been petting, ruffled her wings and nipped at his fingers. Harry had seen his father and Uncle Remus do magic silently before, and Uncle Sirius rarely ever used incantations. It had to be possible to do magic without speaking. Tossing Hedwig a piece of bacon, Harry rose from the Slytherin table and raced out of the Great Hall. Without making a conscious decision, he found himself outside the Transfiguration classroom, where Professor McGonagall was setting out teapots for her first class of the day. After catching his breath and gathering his nerve, Harry knocked on the door and slid into the room at the deputy headmistress' invitation. "Potter," she greeted, tapping her wand against the tray she had been carrying, sending it zooming back to her desk. "What can I do for you?" Harry grinned, pointing at her wand, then motioning to her mouth. Minerva had heard of Harry's proclivity for miming things, both from her fellow professors and from the letters she had exchanged with James, though she had yet to experience it firsthand. It was just as vague and frustrating as the others had described, and Minerva had to remind herself not to become impatient with the shy 11-year-old. "You would like to know which spell I used?" she guessed. Harry shook his head, frustration flashing across his face. Minerva could relate. "You didn't use an incantation," Harry said, and it took everything in Minerva not to jump like a spooked cat at the unexpected noise. It was deeper than she imagined it would be, yet less rough. None of her colleagues had heard his voice, and many of them had a bet running to see who could get him to speak first. Severus would be furious to learn that he lost. How? Minerva considered the boy in front of her. His green eyes sparkled with curiosity, much like his mother's used to, and the sight made her smile. "It's called non-verbal spell casting," she explained patiently. As the name suggests, it allows the witch or wizard to cast spells without the need to speak an incantation. It requires a great deal of mental discipline and practice to be able to do it. "Can you teach me?" he asked, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Mr. Potter," she said, reaching out to place a hand on his arm. "I understand why non-verbal spell casting would appeal to you. But it is difficult magic and something we only expect from new students. It would be beyond the capabilities of a first year, I'm afraid to say." He nodded slowly, his eyes dimming. Minerva felt her heart jolt in pain at the sight. Still, it would be no use trying to get the boy's hopes up in learning a magical feat many grown wizards had difficulties with. Harry retreated from the classroom soon after, his head hanging low in defeat, and Minerva was left with that hot, shameful knowledge that she had failed her student. Harry wandered dejectedly to Charms, the corridors still empty with the rest of the school finishing up breakfast. He tried to remind himself that he already knew how to perform the levitation charm, so there was no need to be nervous about performing it. Besides, the Charms classroom was often noisy, so nobody would be paying him much attention anyway. He just needed to focus on the spell and relax. "Honestly, I don't know why he's even still here." The unmistakable drawl of Atticus Nettles reached his ears, and Harry had just enough time to slip behind a suit of armor as his dorm mates passed by. Nettles appeared to be holding court amongst the first years, not only surrounded by his usual posse of boys, but several of the girls had joined him as well. "He can't even cast spells," Mulciber agreed. What sort of a wizard can't cast spells? Is he even a wizard? Beatrice Trouche pondered aloud. Nettles snorted. Potter's as good as a squib if you ask me. They continued around the corner, but the sound of their laughter continued to ring in Harry's ears long after they had drifted out of earshot. When he finally emerged from his hiding spot, Harry did so in an almost dissociated state that left his brain feeling hazy and his fingers cold. It was only when an older student bumped into him, grumbling about dumb firsties blocking the corridor, did Harry begin to move. He dragged himself to the charms classroom, sliding into a seat near the back at the last possible moment. The dark-haired Hufflepuff in the chair next to him gave him a nod, but Harry couldn't bring himself to reciprocate. Harry tried to remind himself that their words weren't true, that he was a proper wizard, who knew how to cast proper spells, and his inability to always speak didn't make him any less deserving of an education. If Uncle Remus were with him, he would say that the other students teased him because they didn't understand him. Uncle Sirius would say that the Slytherins were dull and had nothing better to do with their time than to gossip about someone they didn't know. His father would say that the bullies were mean because they felt like they were missing something in their own lives, and it had nothing to do with Harry. Still, it didn't stop Harry from feeling mortified that his peers saw him in such a negative light. It was quite fortunate that Harry had already studied the levitation charm because he didn't hear a word of Professor Flitwick's lecture. When Harry didn't move, the Hufflepuff nudged him and repeated Flitwick's order to practice Wingardium Leviosa on their quills. Withdrawing his wand, Harry glared at his quill, which lay in deceptive innocence on top of his unopened spellbook as if it were mocking him. Wingardium Leviosa. 2 words. Just 2 simple, blooming words. His lips formed the syllables, he could almost taste the incantation on his tongue. Only, to absolutely nobody's surprise, no sound came out of his mouth. He glared harder at the quill and tried again. And again. All around him, quills were beginning to take off. A girl squealed in delight when her turkey feather quill did an elegant loop-de-loop at her command. Harry felt dizzy from the effort, but the feather remained stubbornly on the table. It wasn't fair. Why couldn't he say the words? He knew them. He could pronounce them just fine. So why couldn't he make the stupid feather move now like he had every other time he had practiced it? Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Nothing. Harry cast a dark look at the feather and considered setting it on fire. Words shouldn't matter, he thought. He was still a wizard whether he used his voice or not. His father didn't need words to make things float in the air, so why should Harry? What was the difference between his magic and his father's? 17 more years of experience, Harry supposed. Harry glared at the feather, imagined the feather shooting 2, 5, 10 feet up into the air. He pointed his holly wand at it and in his head screamed the incantation. Screamed it as loud as possible, with all the desperation he felt and the power he knew his voice could possess if only sound would just come out of his mouth when he needed it. This feather would move. He wasn't stupid. He wasn't worthless. There was a bang and the next thing Harry knew, his quill was embedded in the ceiling. Well done, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick cheered, bustling over to him. He summoned Harry's errant quill with a flick of his wand and handed it back to Harry, a large smile on his face. 10 points to Slytherin. Keep practicing, but perhaps with less gusto this time. Harry couldn't keep the blush or the grin off his face. The Hufflepuff sitting next to him watched him, his gray eyes wide with shock. How did you do that? Harry shrugged and pointed his copy of Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. The boy shook his head. No, I mean, without speaking. How did you do that? I can't even make it move with the incantation. To prove his point, he swished and flicked his wand and intoned, Wingardium Leviosa. Harry watched several more failed attempts by the boy, who was indeed saying the incantation and executing the movements correctly except, Harry grabbed his partner's quill, his own being too bent to write with after its encounter with the ceiling, and scribbled a note in the corner of the Hufflepuff's textbook. You're left-handed. What's that got to do with anything? It's backwards, I think. Harry couldn't be certain, of course, but his father was left-handed, and he had noticed that most of his spells looked different than Uncle Sirius. The Hufflepuff glanced between Harry and the notes, a dubious expression on his face. After a moment, He must have figured he had nothing to lose by following Harry's suggestion and pointed his wand at Harry's crumpled feather. He reversed the movements of the spell, taking extra care to pronounce the words. Then, as if an invisible string was attached to the quill, it lifted a few inches off the desk and hovered between the two boys. Potter, isn't it? When Harry nodded, the Hufflepuff stuck out his hand for him to shake, a grin splitting across his face. Cedric Diggory, it's nice to meet you. Harry's newfound friendship didn't stop his dorm mates from harassing him and damaging his belongings. It didn't stop Professor Snape from singling Harry out and asking him difficult questions that were unrelated to the potion they were learning that day or belittling him when he was unable to respond. It didn't stop him from eating alone at the Slytherin table every meal or from that awful third-year Terrence Higgs from casting switching spells on the salt shaker and the sugar bowl whenever Harry reached for one. But that was okay. Because when the weather was nice, they would walk around the Black Lake and Cedric would chatter for hours about whatever crossed his mind. And when they had classes together, Cedric would read Harry's written questions and ask the professor for him. After dinner, the two would sit together in the library and do their homework together. Cedric never asked Harry why he didn't speak or pressure him to talk. Cedric talked enough for the two people, anyway. He appreciated Harry for his silence and his intellect instead. And for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry didn't feel so alone. Before he knew it, had winter arrived and with it came the Christmas holidays. The first-year boys' dormitory was a hive of activity with the boys scrambling to locate misplaced textbooks and track down wayward shoes. He was quite looking forward to a week away from the dreary dungeon dormitories, and even more excited to be free from the nasty pranks the other boys played on him. Though, the day they were to leave for the Christmas holidays wasn't so bad. For once, his dorm mates were ignoring Harry, though this was mostly because Edmund Sparrow was boasting about his family's holiday to Bulgaria, as he had been doing for weeks. Atticus Nettles, finally having enough, tossed Sparrow's trunk in the bath, ruining most of its contents. Harry slipped out of the dormitory to the dulcet sounds of Sparrow's screeches, not wanting to stick around and witness the fallout. Shrugging his bag over his shoulder, he wondered if there was a charm he could learn to make it weigh less. Harry joined the throngs of other Slytherins as they filtered out of the common room, winding their way through the dungeons and up onto the grounds. Cedric was already waiting for Harry in the entrance hall and surrounded by a large group of friends. When he saw Harry, Cedric broke away from the Hufflepuff horde and fell into step beside him, slinging his arm over Harry's shoulder. Harry listened patiently to his friend regale him with a colorful account of Hufflepuff's annual Christmas party. The highlights included Professor Sprout catching Benji Hardwick snogging one of Filch's mops and 4 sixth years being treated for alcohol poisoning. Harry wondered if non-Hufflepuffs could be invited. The boys fastened their winter cloaks and donned their gloves, joining the long line of eager students filtering out onto the school grounds. Harry and Cedric shielded their heads with their bags against stray snowballs Fred and George Weasley were tossing at each other and waded through the knee-deep snow to the carriages that were to take them to Hogsmeade Station. Cedric's Hufflepuff friends followed after, cramming far more bodies into the space than the carriage allowed. Harry even managed to trade a few words with the girl sitting across from him about transfiguration. One cramped cozy, Cedric corrected. Carriage ride later, the first years found themselves at Hogsmeade Station, the Hogwarts Express barely visible behind the thick plumes of smoke. Despite the fact that the train wouldn't leave for half an hour, Cedric ran ahead to claim a compartment. Harry followed at a more leisurely pace, sneaking glances at snow-capped Hogsmeade Village, which he wasn't permitted to visit until this third year. Well, he did have a few minutes before the train left. He glanced over his shoulder to see if anyone was watching him, locking eyes with only a nearby horse. Perhaps one quick trip to Honeydukes. Wait, a horse. Harry did a double take, and sure enough, a horse was standing less than 3 meters from him, hitched to the closest carriage. Though Harry had to admit that the term, horse, was being rather generous. It looked more like an animated Abraxan corpse, in his opinion. His eyes darted over the skeletal horse, taking in its leathery, bat-like wings and milky eyes. It stood so still it might have been carved from obsidian, the effect betrayed only by its dark mane which blew in the wind. The creature was almost beautiful, in a macabre sort of way. A single thought popped into his head, so clear and so strong, all other thoughts were silenced. He needed to pet the horse. Before he was aware of what he was doing, Harry stepped closer to the beast and raised a hand, placing it on the creature's neck. The skeleton horse tossed its head and gave him a suspicious look, but when it didn't try to take a bite out of him, Harry gave its neck a slow stroke. Petting the beast wasn't like petting an Abraxan, or even a normal horse. It didn't have a coat, but rather a velvety kind of skin that was stretched tight over its bones, reminding Harry of the hairless cats he had seen at the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. No, not a beast, Harry thought, running his fingers through the horse's mane. The creature let out a shrill, haunting, bird-like shriek, its white eyes flickering shut. The sight reminded him of Uncle Sirius when he was in his animagus form, and Harry couldn't keep a small grin off his face. Reaching into his rucksack, he extracted an apple and offered it to the horse. It opened a pupil-less eye, giving the proffered apple a critical look before turning its sharp beak-like nose up at it. That was for lunch, anyway, Harry explained with a giggle before tucking the apple away. The horse tracked his movements before lowering its head and nosing Harry's bag. I don't have much, he explained, pulling out the roast beef sandwich he had asked a house elf to prepare for him. In a flash, the horse reached forward, snatching up the meat, and left Harry holding a handful of bread. Carnivore, he asked. The horse shrieked in response. I'll see what I can do when I get back, he promised. Giving the horse a final pat, Harry turned and boarded the train. It didn't take too long to find Cedric. All he had to do was find the loudest compartment filled with kids wearing yellow. His friend patted the vacant seat next to him, and Harry's heart warmed as he wiggled into the tight spot. What took you so long? Cedric asked, his voice dropping down to a softer, less boisterous tone. Was it your dorm mates again? Harry shook his head and pointed out the window. I was petting a horse. What horse? A girl asked, breaking off her conversation with her friend to look out the window. I didn't see any horses. Where were they? Harry thought the girl would have to be blind to miss the mass of animals. Besides, what did she think had pulled the carriages? He pointed out the window in response. She rolled her eyes. Really? I thought they were in our compartment. That's enough, Niobe, Cedric said, cutting her off. Lay off him, all right. Yes, Niobe's friend chimed in, a smile playing at his lips. We all know how sensitive snakes are, don't we? It took a moment for Harry to realize that he was teasing him, rather than mocking him, though his confusion was understandable. He had, after all, spent the last 4 months trying to decipher the tone of his dorm mates' words, which were always laced with insults. But having a go at someone didn't always equate to malice, and his father and uncles were often sarcastic with each other without being mean. That's what friends did, right? Heart pounding, Harry let out a hiss and flicked his tongue like a snake. Niobe's friend cackled with glee and tossed a chocolate frog at his head. The rest of the train ride pasted in an uneventful, sugar-filled rush. Harry was more than content to sit back and watch the proceedings of the compartment. He had rarely witnessed his friend with other students outside of class, but it was clear that Cedric was the leader of the group, though he wasn't a heavy-handed dictator, like Nettles. He exuded a kind of charisma, even at 12 years old, that drew every eye towards him. He played peacekeeper when Niobe and Keith Whitmore broke out into an argument about the usefulness of divination, and knew when to best draw Harry into the conversation. Kind and fair, Cedric seemed to embody the very definition of Hufflepuff, and after months of watching Slytherin power plays, it was refreshing to witness. All too soon, the Hogwarts Express pulled into platform 9 3/4, and after promising to write, Harry exited the train. Almost immediately, a tiny black-haired figure collided with him, and if it weren't for Cedric catching him, Harry would have toppled over. John, James said, appearing only to grab Harry's little brother by the scruff of the neck and pull him away. How many times do I have to tell you? We don't run off in public. James crossed his arms and looked down his long nose at his youngest son and began to lecture him on the dangers of disappearing into crowds. Uncle Remus hovered a few feet away, torn between looking stern and laughing at his friend's plight. Hello, Harry, Uncle Sirius said, sauntering past James, a smile quirking at his lips. He pulled his godson into a hug and pressed a kiss to the top of his head. Did you have a good term? But before Harry got the opportunity to respond, Uncle Sirius was elbowed out of the way. Get off my kid, you mangy mutt, James snapped, leaning down to embrace Harry. For a moment, Harry leaned into his father's arms, inhaling the woody scent that clung to his clothes and soaking in the warmth that radiated from James's body. His father's wool cloak was soft against his cheek and the steady thudding of his heart was a familiar and comforting beat in his ear. He was surrounded by a feeling of warmth and safety that only his father could provide, and even though they hadn't even arrived at Potter Manor, Harry felt like he was already home. When Harry pulled away, he looked up into his father's smiling face, his hazel eyes dancing behind his glasses. How was your trip? Harry shrugged before gesturing to Cedric, who was still standing behind him, looking amused. You must be Mr. Diggory. I've heard much about you, James said, reaching forward to shake the Hufflepuff's hand. You're the one who keeps my son from becoming a hermit. I try, but he's quite determined, Cedric said, laughing when Harry stuck out his tongue. A shame, Uncle Sirius chimed in with a solemn nod, ignoring Harry's indignant splutters. Don't let him corrupt you. I'll do my best, Cedric said. In the end, I suppose that's all we can ask for, James agreed. Now, where are your parents? Your father is Amos, yes. Cedric nodded and shouldered his bag before leading Harry and his family through the throngs of students and parents. John's attention was divided between welcoming home his older brother and pestering Cedric about Hogwarts. Cedric took the questions in stride, patiently answering John's questions about the castle. No, I haven't encountered a jaguar on the grounds yet, but there's still time. Whilst scouring the platform for signs of his parents. There he is. A man who could only be Mr. Diggory exclaimed, brushing past the bored-looking woman and sweeping Cedric up into a hug. My boy. Cedric, for his part, didn't look embarrassed by his father's actions, even though his feet were dangling several inches off the ground. He greeted his father with the same warm tone he used with everybody, and when his father set him back on his feet, wandered over to his mother to kiss her cheek. Cedric turned back around, his mouth open in what Harry assumed to be an introduction of the Potters, but was cut off by his father. By Jove, it can't be, Mr. Diggory said, his eyes widening so the whites were visible. It can't be. But is this John Potter? There was a hush that fell over the platform, and it felt like every head turned in their direction, hoping to catch a glimpse of the famous boy who lived. Unaware, Mr. Diggory leaned forward to shake John's hand, all the while exclaiming what an honor it was to meet him. Emboldened by Mr. Diggory's approach of the boy who lived, children and grown adults alike flocked towards Harry's little brother, clamoring to meet him. John squeaked in panic and buried his face in Uncle Remus's robes. This reaction was nothing new to the Potters. Ever since that fateful Halloween night 8 years ago, the wizarding population of magical Britain heralded John Potter their savior. Wherever the family went, people demanded John's attention, asking him for autographs or interviews. There was even the odd marriage proposal. And those were the nice ones. There were people who weren't happy with John's defeat of Lord Voldemort and weren't always the most subtle about showing it. Harry had a vivid memory of taking a bone breaker curse for his brother when he was 9 by a man in a black robe, cutting their trip to Diagon Alley short in favor of a visit to St. Mungo's. In response, his father seldom ventured out of the family manor, and even more rarely let Harry or his brother off the grounds. The fact that John was even standing on platform 9 3/4 meant that his brother had had to beg for several days to come pick him up. And now that Mr. Diggory had drawn the attention of everyone on the platform, it was probably the last time John would be allowed out in public for quite some time. Sure enough, Uncle Remus extracted John out of the clutches of a particularly handsy middle-aged witch and disapparated with a loud crack. Harry let out a heavy sigh and gave a weak smile to Cedric, who was watching the whole fiasco with wide eyes. Is he going to be okay? Cedric shouted so he could be heard over all the voices. Sure, Harry had described the bedlam that seemed to follow his little brother around, but it was another thing to experience it for yourself. Harry nodded and rolled his eyes. Giving his friend a parting wave, he grabbed onto his father's arm and braced himself for the uncomfortable sensation of disapparition. After he had finished retching and the sick was vanished away, Harry followed his father up the steps of Potter Manor. The front entryway had already been decorated with garland and holly, giving the usually cold and intimidating marble room a festive cheer. Someone, Harry suspected Uncle Sirius, had even placed reindeer antlers on an ancestor's bust. Following his nose, Harry wandered to the kitchen where the scent of gingerbread was strongest. There he found his brother and uncles wearing aprons, a streak of icing across Uncle Remus' cheek. John was complaining loudly and could be heard over the Christmas carols playing on the wireless, which was an impressive feat considering Uncle Sirius kept pointing his wand at it and increasing the volume. The Potter's house elf scurried around, collecting up dirty bowls and pans, pausing only to sink into a low bow when he saw Harry and James. "What do you have in this bag, love?" his father asked, following him into the kitchen and placing Harry's bag down on the table. "The entire Hogwarts library. Madam Pants only allows first years to borrow out 8 books at a time," Harry said with barely concealed annoyance. Harry had learned that the hard way after Professor Snape had assigned a 3-foot essay on the uses of fungi in antifungal tinctures. Not only had he gotten banned from the library for a week, but he only received a 23 on the essay. He was still annoyed about that. Uncle Remus raised his eyebrow, though the effect was somewhat ruined by the frosting still smeared across his cheek. "She also doesn't allow them to be removed from school grounds." "Then the lending period shouldn't be longer than the winter holidays," Harry retorted. He slid into the seat next to John, who offered him a mug of hot chocolate. "Prongs," Uncle Sirius said in mock horror. "The Slytherins have already corrupted your son." "No," James replied, swiping a gingerbread man from the wire cooling racks. "You corrupted my son. Several years ago." "Oh, yes," Uncle Sirius said, shaking his long hair out of his eyes and shooting a playful wink at Harry. "I do recall something like that happening. Innocence corrupted or no, the family spent the next several hours catching up." Sure, they had exchanged letters and Harry received the odd care package or two, but it wasn't quite the same. Letters didn't light up like John did when he described the herd of fairies that had taken up residence in the flower garden, nor could they quite convey Uncle Remus' embarrassment when Harry passed along Nymphadora Tonks' love. Even Uncle Sirius' announcement that he had obtained 2 whole weeks off work for the Christmas holidays was more exciting coming from the man's mouth. Harry described his exploration of the castle, and how Cedric had managed to locate the school's kitchen, though they still had yet to figure out how to access it. John, in particular, was excited to hear about the house Quidditch teams, and Harry admitted he was considering trying out for the Slytherin team come September. Classes were interesting, he reassured Uncle Remus, who had tutored both him and John before Harry had left for Hogwarts, though some of the professor's teaching methods left much to be desired, and he wouldn't mind fewer essays. "Speaking of," James said, interrupting his eldest son's story, "how have your practical lessons been? You wrote that you were having trouble casting spells in class." "I say them in my head," Harry responded with a shrug. The 3 adults in the room exchanged confused looks. "In your head." Harry nodded and took a sip of his hot cocoa, a bit of foam sticking to the tip of his nose. "So I don't have to talk. It takes a few tries, but it's getting a lot easier." "Harry," Uncle Remus said in his best teacher voice. "There is no way you can do that." Harry peered over the top of his mug, his glasses fogging over from the steam. "I asked Professor McGonagall about it. She called it nonverbal spell casting," he said. "Uncle Sirius does it all the time." "Yes, but you're 11. Harry pointed his wand at the half-eaten gingerbread man in his father's hand and silently cast a silent Tarantalagra at it. The gingerbread man jumped onto the table and began to perform a lively jig despite only having one leg. John whooped in delight and offered his own gingerbread man for Harry to charm next. "Harry James, you know better than to use magic outside of school. Do you want to get expelled?" his father said, looking torn between praising Harry for the impressive display of magic and scolding him for breaking the rules. "An underage wizard can use magic outside of school in life-threatening situations as per the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery," Harry recited. He had checked. "Yes, but the only danger you are currently in is being grounded. Besides, it's not like they will know it was me," Harry continued, pushing back the sleeves of his robes and resting his elbows on the table. The trace is activated by magic being performed around an underage child, not by an underage child. Damn, James muttered under his breath. He fixed Harry with an annoyed expression. You weren't supposed to know that. I picked up a few tricks in Slytherin, Harry replied with a shrug. It's not all murdering kittens and ritual sacrifices. Regardless, James said, it's up to parents to enforce the no magic outside of school rule. So, I'm confiscating your wand until the end of the holidays. With great reluctance, Harry placed his holly and phoenix feather wand in his father's outstretched hand, feeling BPD without it on his person. Fat lot of good that will be, I reckon, if he's anything like Lily, Uncle Sirius chimed in from his seat at the table, pretending to read the Evening Prophet. She didn't always need a wand. Mum could do wandless magic. Harry asked in surprise. James shot his best friend an irritated look. Limited amounts. She could make things fly. His father shot a stinging hex and Uncle Sirius yelped in surprise. Stop giving him ideas. Uncle Remus finally recovered from his shock and fixed him with a calculating stare. How did you do that, Harry? Harry shrugged his shoulders. I practiced, he said in a small voice. He toed the table leg, trying to avoid his uncle's intense gaze. It reminded him a little of how some of the professors watched him at school, and it made him feel uneasy. I mean, it wasn't easy, but neither is getting out of the fireplace without tripping, and you managed that all right. Nonverbal magic at 12 is different than flow travel, Uncle Remus pointed out. Thankfully, Harry was saved from having to answer when Uncle Sirius let out a bark-like laugh and reached over to muse Harry's already untidy hair. Moony, you're talking to the child of the man who became an animagus at 15 and managed to create a map of Hogwarts, he said before planting a kiss to Harry's temple. The Potters don't do anything in half measure. Whether it was intentional or not, the distraction worked, and Uncle Remus's focus was redirected to reminiscing about their school days. Harry and John listened with rapt attention as their father and uncles described the mischief they managed to cause and the pranks they had liked to pull. Stories of Harry's mother would pop up occasionally, and James would only look slightly sad as he told them. Whatever happened to the map? John asked after a particularly fanciful story about divination, nose-biting teacups, and several kilos of honeydukes, peanut butter fudge. Filch confiscated it, James said with a shrug. He said he wanted to destroy it. A damn shame if he did, Uncle Sirius said. It was a work of art. It was written on the back of a spare bit of parchment. Dorcas Meadows even used it to spit out her chewing gum once, Uncle Remus pointed out. She was also a work of art, Uncle Sirius replied, wiggling his eyebrows. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and when Harry turned into bed that evening, he had a content smile on his face. He had missed his family's antics and noise, and his father's liberal gifting of hugs stood in stark contrast to the Slytherins' cool attitudes. And when John crawled into bed with him, Harry realized he had missed that too. Home was warm and lively, whereas the common room at school was cold and sterile. While he didn't want to leave Hogwarts, Harry sometimes wanted to get away from it all. The stares of the other students, the mean-spirited pranks, and his dorm mates, cruelty had started to weigh heavily on his shoulders. If only he could find a way to sneak off to be alone, perhaps his time at Hogwarts wouldn't be so arduous. The answer came to him at once, and he felt stupid for not thinking of it sooner: the Marauder's map. That would make it so much easier to avoid his tormentors. Sure, Filch had over a decade to destroy it. But what if he hadn't? Filch was a squib and the Marauder's map was a magical object. Who's to say that he had been able to? For all Harry knew, the map could still be in the caretaker's office. It wouldn't be hard to sneak in and search for the map, though he would need a lookout. He didn't relish the idea of being caught rummaging in Filch's office. He'd have to send a letter in the morning. Cedric would no doubt view the heist as a grand adventure. He fell asleep that night with plans of mischief and magic, his brother's head heavy on his shoulder. Christmas morning started in the early hours of dawn for Harry when a large black dog jumped on his chest, knocking the air out of him. From there he was herded down to the lounge, the dog nipping at his bum when he moved too slowly. He stumbled into his brother on the staircase, who was looking far too chipper for so early in the morning. The brothers entered the lounge together and were greeted with the sight of a massive tinsel-covered tree, beneath which sat dozens of colorfully wrapped gifts. John squealed with delight and raced forward to inspect the presents, sorting them out for the intended recipient. Harry followed at a more sedate pace, slumping into one of the chairs next to the roaring fire. "You know, Sirius," James said, shuffling into the room and clutching a large mug of coffee. "Christmas doesn't need to be celebrated at 4 in the morning." The large dog gave an indignant bark before transforming back into Harry's godfather. "Bite your tongue, you filthy heathen." Grumbles and drowsiness aside, the Potter family tore into the presents with an ardent ferocity. By the time Uncle Remus arrived for breakfast, nothing was left but empty boxes and shredded wrapping paper. From his father, Harry received new clothes while Uncle Remus opted to get him several books. Fundamentals of spell creation looked particularly interesting. Uncle Sirius' gift, though, garnered the most attention: tickets to the 421st Quidditch World Cup, which would be held in June. "You're spoiling them, Sirius," James said with a heavy, resigned sigh. Uncle Sirius gave an unconcerned shrug. "What's the point of being fabulously wealthy if I can't spoil my nephews?" he asked before picking up a dancing John and spinning him in a circle. "Besides, you and Remus are coming too." "Oh, are we?" Uncle Remus looked vaguely annoyed with this assumption. He never was the biggest fan of Quidditch. Sirius nodded, setting John back on the ground. "I checked the calendar, and it's going to be a new moon." Harry missed Uncle Remus' retort, a tap on the window catching his attention. A proud-looking barn owl was perched outside with a neatly wrapped package tied to its leg. Harry crossed the kitchen and allowed the bird inside, offering it a piece of bacon as he freed it from its load. He was stopped from opening the parcel by his father, who fixed him with a concerned look. "Who is that from?" James asked, drawing his wand and moving to join his eldest son at the window. Harry could understand his father's hesitance. After all, it wouldn't have been the first time someone had sent them cursed mail. "It's the Diggory's owl," Harry replied quietly. At least he thought it was. Most owls looked the same to him if he were honest. His father cast a few detection charms on the package before deeming it safe enough to open. The owl gave his father a dirty look as if offended that he thought it was carrying anything dangerous. It took off with an indignant hoot, landing on top of one of the kitchen cupboards, turning its back towards them. Harry rolled his eyes at the dramatic owl before returning his attention back to the package. Taking off the paper, he was met with the sight of a woolly jumper and a book titled Maya the Mute. He reached for the jumper first, finding a note pinned to it when he tried to pull it over his head. It was punctuated with an alarming number of exclamation points and written in Cedric's messy scrawl. "Harry, Happy Christmas. You mentioned that your common room has been chilly lately, and I can't have my favorite snake freezing. I apologize for the Slytherin green, but Mum said the color brought out your eyes. I feel weird telling you that, so consider the jumper from her. Anyway, I found this book at Flourish and Blots a few days ago and I couldn't not get it for you. I think you'll find it interesting. She reminds me of you. Your friend, Cedric." Harry blinked rapidly, hoping his family wouldn't see the tears that were forming in his eyes. He had sent a present to Cedric, of course, a beautiful glass globe that was charmed to project the night sky. Cedric had mentioned that he missed being able to see the night sky in the Hufflepuff dormitories, so when Harry had seen the little trinket in Diagon Alley, he hadn't hesitated to buy it. It hadn't been cheap, but then again, it wasn't like Harry had a lot of friends to buy Christmas gifts for. The lonely and insecure part of Harry's brain had nearly convinced him that Cedric hadn't thought of him as a friend. But now, not only did he have physical proof that Cedric was his friend, but he had it in writing too. The thought filled him with so much warmth, he wondered if he was blushing. Tucking the note into the pages of his new book, Harry rejoined his family at the breakfast table. The rest of the holidays continued in a similar merry vein, with equal amounts of time spent wrestling on the snow-covered manor grounds and reading his new books by the fire. He exchanged a few letters with Cedric, thanking him for the gifts and making plans to search Filch's office for the Marauders map. Cedric also cheerfully proposed searching for secret passages after they learned how to gain access to the school's kitchen's knowledge none of the former Marauders would divulge, much to Harry's annoyance. But his last, and perhaps his most special gift, came to him towards the end of the Christmas holiday. Harry had been walking down the hallway to his room, flipping through a book on detection charms that he had found in the library when his father called him into his study. Harry's mind reviewed all the things he had done since returning for the holidays. Was he in trouble? Other than using his wand, he hadn't done anything wrong. Well, he had pushed his carrots onto his brother's plate during dinner, but that was hardly something to be punished for. Besides, his father hadn't even seen him do it. Nervous, Harry marked the page and closed his book, clutching it to his chest as if it were a goblin-forged shield, and tiptoed towards his father's office. He peeked through the crack between the door and the frame, surveying his father. He didn't look angry, but then his father was staring into the fire next to the desk, so Harry couldn't see all of his face. Summoning his courage, Harry slipped into the room, stopping a foot away. His father didn't say anything for a long time, though Harry didn't mind the silence. If he were in trouble, he much preferred silence over a lecture. Finally, his father turned to look at him, the firelight reflecting off his glasses lenses and obscuring his eyes. He reached out towards Harry and pulled him closer, scooping him up and settling him into his lap. Harry rested his head on his father's shoulder and his hand reaching up to play with the buttons on his robes. My father, James began at last, was older when I was born. He was in his 70s by the time I left for my first year at Hogwarts. I'm not 70, James clarified at Harry's confused look. Your mother and I had you when we were much younger. Harry's brow furrowed, trying to follow where this conversation was going. Was his father trying to explain where babies came from? Because Uncle Sirius had already done that. Harry opened his mouth to tell his father, but he was already speaking again. When I left for Hogwarts, my father gave me a gift. It was something his father gave to him, as his father did before him. He reached around Harry to open a drawer and pulled a squashy-looking parcel wrapped in silver tissue. This has been passed down for generations in our family, going to the oldest child. I think it's time I gave it to you. Harry wasn't sure what caused his hair stand on end. It could have been the gravity of the moment or perhaps the insane amount of ancient magic radiating from the gift. With trembling fingers, he pulled the ribbon that tied the present together, lifting the paper up to sneak a peek. Inside was a silvery bundle of cloth that slipped through his fingers when he attempted to pick it up. No, it didn't slip through his fingers at all. His fingers disappeared. Harry quickly withdrew his hand, craning his neck to look up at his father with wide eyes. James chuckled and carted his fingers through his son's messy black hair, his thumb brushing against the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. It's called an invisibility cloak. It aided me with many a prank and jaunts to the school kitchen after hours, his father explained. He fixed Harry with a serious stare that couldn't quite hide the humor in his eyes. Not that you should do that. Harry wanted to laugh, but no sound came out. Hesitantly, he reached out and stroked the cloak, which felt cool to the touch. It was as thin and diaphanous like fairy wings and the fabric shimmered as if it were woven from unicorn hair. Dad, Harry said, his throat tight. I can't take this. His father pressed a kiss to his cheek. You're not taking anything, love. I'm giving it to you. But what if you need it? Then I can ask to borrow it, he said. Harry remained quiet for some time, trying to collect his racing thoughts. But what about John? James's brow furrowed in confusion, the hand in Harry's hair stilling. What about him? Shouldn't he get it? The question only seemed to confuse his father further. Why would he? Harry fiddled with the edge of the cloak, watching his hands disappear. Well, he's the boy who lived, isn't he? Doesn't he deserve it more than me? You listen to me, Harry, his father said, slipping his fingers beneath Harry's chin and forcing him to meet his eyes. John might be the boy who lived, but that doesn't make you any less important. You are my firstborn and my heir. This cloak is your birthright. If John needs to borrow it, he may ask you, and you are free to say no. The only person who you would ever have to give it to is your oldest child when you feel they are ready for the responsibility. Much to his embarrassment, tears flooded his eyes at his father's words. Whilst his father and uncles had always been very careful to treat both boys the same, it was easy to feel unimportant when your brother was heralded as the savior of the wizarding world. Everywhere the family went, people wanted to meet John, shake his hand, or give him gifts. Harry often found himself pushed to the side, and though he never really wanted the attention John got, at least John got noticed. People only ever talked to Harry because he was John Potter's brother. But there, sitting in his father's lap, he was receiving something that not even John could have. A priceless family heirloom that not even the boy who lived could claim, and all because he was Harry. Not the older brother of Boy Who Lived, or the son of Lily and James Potter, or even that weird quiet kid who sat at the back of the class. He was Harry, and just Harry. Nothing more, nothing less. And to his father, that was more than enough. There was something so precious about the knowledge that you mattered to someone, Harry decided. Especially for a lonely, insecure soul like his. When the tears began to fall, his father brushed them away with the pads of his thumbs and pulled Harry to his chest, holding him close. Harry buried his face in his father's robes, the warm scent of his father's cologne consuming him. He wasn't sure why he was crying, really, not when he felt so happy. Or maybe it was because he was so happy, that his body could only hold so much of it at once. Either way, he clung to his father and allowed himself to be cuddled even though he was 11 years old, soaking up the love that only his father could give. Harry returned from the Christmas holidays with a small degree of trepidation. Whilst he was excited for classes to resume, he had enjoyed the 2-week break from his dorm mates, and as such, was reluctant to resume sharing a living space with them once more. It was rather nice to not wake up covered in itchy boils or find spiders in his shoes. Leaving home meant abandoning the safety his family had created, but the magical allure of Hogwarts beckoned, and Harry felt powerless to resist. There were still so many places to explore, spells to learn, and that strange skeletal horse to befriend. Besides, he still had to return his library books. His first night back, the other first-year Slytherins ignored him, which suited Harry just fine. He ate alone at dinner, sitting at the end of the Slytherin table and prodded his cottage pie with his fork. Every so often, he would catch a glimpse of Cedric over at the Hufflepuff table, surrounded by a horde of friends, and Harry tried not to let the scene bother him. Cedric couldn't help it that he was well liked by their peers. When Harry left dinner early that night, nobody noticed. Harry wasn't sure why he woke up so early the next morning. The dormitory was still dark and Harry guessed there were still several hours before breakfast. He rolled over and watched the sun's rays refract on the surface of the black lake far above, casting faint, greenish ripples of light across the stone floor of the dormitory. A school of silvery fish darted by, followed closely by a hungry-looking mermaid with a spear. Harry closed his eyes, listening to her hauntingly beautiful voice as she called out to her friends. If he focused hard enough, he could hear the sound of water, pulsing, just on the other side of the walls. There was a faint rustling from somewhere nearby, which Harry presumed to be one of his dorm mates shifting in their sleep. A soft whisper caught his attention and Harry's eyes snapped open. He lay in bed, ears straining. Were his dorm mates preparing a prank? He was surprised it took them so long. He had expected it the night before. Another hissed whisper, this time more distinct. Cold. That didn't sound at all like one of his dorm mates. He propped himself up on his elbows and squinted in the direction of the voice, which seemed to be coming from the end of his bed. Only, there was nobody there. At least not that he could see. Perhaps they were using an invisibility cloak. Or, he thought, a sickening feeling spread through his chest. What if the stranger had his invisibility cloak? Harry sat up so quickly his head spun, and he dove for the little table next to his four-poster, searching for his wand and glasses. What his fingers closed around wasn't the familiar holly wand, but a firm coil of rope. Only, to his surprise, the coil shifted in his grip and something sharp pierced the skin of his hand. Jamming his glasses on his face and grabbing his wand, he lit the tip just in time to catch a glimpse of a long brown snake as it fell off the table with a heavy thunk. You bit me. Harry gasped in surprise. He fumbled to hold his wand but the pain in his right hand caused him to drop it several times. Frustrated, he gripped his wand between his teeth and cradled his hand against his chest, hissing when his fingers brushed against the two puncture wounds. When the scent of his blood reached his nose, he swallowed down the panic that bubbled up in his chest. His surprise again when he heard the same voice whisper, "Sorry." Eyes widening in surprise, Harry leaned over the side of his bed and peered underneath. The snake was coiled around a stray pair of socks, its dark red eyes glinting in the wandlight. If he wasn't so irritated with the reptile, he might have thought it was cute. It flicked its tongue out at him as if it were mocking him. "You can talk?" Harry asked the snake, feeling very silly. While he had never seen a snake in person before, he knew that they shouldn't be able to talk. Naturally, it replied, and Harry startled at its dry voice. "You can too." Harry ignored this. "Are you venomous?" "Oh yes," it said, sounding smug. "I can kill many mice. 3 a week. That's it." He was hallucinating. He hopped out of bed and threw on a pair of robes before crouching down next to his bed. Grabbing his school bag, he opened it up and instructed the snake to get inside. If it was possible for a snake to look suspicious, this one managed it. "Is it warm?" Harry crammed a scarf into his bag with a huff before commanding the snake once again. He crept out of the dormitory and made his way through the vacant common room. Even the most ambitious of Slytherins, and panicked fifth years studying for their owls, seemed to still be in bed. Harry checked his watch before stepping out into the dungeons. Although it wasn't against the rules to be out of the common room so early, he wouldn't put it past Snape to give him detention anyway. The bite on his hand was becoming too painful to ignore, however, and if he had any hope of holding a wand by his first lesson of the morning, he would need to get the swelling down. Madame Pomfrey was already awake and tending to a girl with a beak for a nose when he entered, so Harry deposited himself on his usual bed to wait. After the other student was discharged, the Medowitch turned her attention towards Harry with a heavy sigh and began to cast a series of diagnostic tests on him. "I wasn't expecting to see you until at least next week, Mr. Potter." Harry shrugged and allowed her to fuss over his hand. She summoned over a jar of leaves and instructed him to stick one in his mouth. It had a nutty, asparagus-like taste, and had an odd spring to it when he chewed on it. He watched with interest as summoned a little pot of glittering purple paste, which she rubbed the inflamed skin, quickly numbing the stabbing pain in his hand. "This is a snake bite, Mr. Potter," she commented. Harry nodded and spit the chewed-up leaf mush into a small dish Madame Pomfrey held out for him. She waved her wand and the mush glowed for a moment before she scooped it out of the bowl and began to slather it over the puncture wounds. "This will draw out the venom," she explained, noticing his interest. She tapped his hand with her wand, and skin knitted itself back together, leaving only 2 small impressions where the holes used to be. "Though I'd like to know how you managed to get a snake bite in January." Harry gestured towards his school bag and lifted the flap with his good hand. The snake poked its head out, its tongue tasting the air. Madame Pomfrey gasped and whipped her wand towards the creature. "No," he said, hiding the bag behind him, taking care not to jostle the snake too much. He didn't want another bite, after all. "Don't." The Medowitch gave him an incredulous look. "Mr. Potter, a venomous snake has no place in a school full of children, and I certainly do not allow them in my hospital wing. It's done enough damage already." Harry shook his head so fiercely, his glasses slid down his nose. "It wasn't its fault. I scared it when I grabbed it." Madame Pomfrey looked even less impressed by this. "And why were you grabbing an adder at 6 in the morning?" Harry elected to ignore this question. "You can't kill it. It's a smart snake. It can talk." Harry had no idea why he was defending the creature that bit him, but his heart clenched with panic at the idea that the woman before him might kill it. "It can talk," Madame Pomfrey repeated, raising a single eyebrow at this. Harry nodded before reaching into his bag and lifted the snake out, holding it between himself and the woman. "Ask it a question." Madame Pomfrey's face contorted with confusion and she stood in silence for an awkwardly long amount of time. Only when Harry pushed the reptile towards her, nodding his head, did she roll her eyes and clear her throat. "Hello," she said, sounding like she wanted nothing more than to eject both him and his snake from the hospital wing. The snake lifted its head and let out a single, unintelligible hiss before tucking its nose under its tail. Harry stared at the coiled-up creature in his hands in confusion. Had it been a venom-induced hallucination that made him think that the snake was talking? He glanced back up at the unimpressed look on Madame Pomfrey's face and gave her a nervous smile. Well? She asked, raising a single eyebrow. Harry stuttered for a moment before giving up and booking it, bag and reptile in hand. Why didn't you say anything? Harry hissed when the doors to the hospital wing closed behind him. You made me look like an idiot. Was I supposed to? It asked. Yes, he snapped. She was talking to you. That's what she was doing. It didn't sound like talking. When Harry pointed out that the snake seemed to have no problem understanding him, it huffed. If that's what you'd like to call her grunts, it replied, flicking its tongue. Do I look like an ape to you? Harry let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. What's your name? After explaining the concept of a name to the snake and determining that it was actually a she, he began listing potential names for his new friend. The conversation carried them to the Great Hall, which was deserted save for a red-headed Gryffindor reading the Daily Prophet. By the time the rest of the school began to trickle in, Harry had already finished his breakfast and slipped out of the Great Hall so that he and the snake could continue their conversation somewhere without prying ears. The snake was surprisingly chatty and Harry found himself sprinting to his first lesson. Professor McGonagall was not amused when he slid into his seat seconds before class began. While he was pulling out his homework, the chair next to him squeaked as someone slid into it. Harry didn't have to look over to guess who it was. How are you feeling, Potter? Atticus Nettles asked, handing over their essays to McGonagall with a charming smile. She gave Nettles a thin-lipped nod and moved on. We didn't see you this morning. Harry frowned in confusion. Was Nettles making small talk with him? He shrugged in response, not entirely sure where the conversation was going. No nasty surprises then? He asked, a malicious grin spreading across his face. You were gone before any of us woke up. Nasty surprises. Oh, Harry had never questioned the appearance of the snake, though in hindsight he probably should have. Harry felt silly for not realizing that Nettles or one of his cohorts must have placed it there sometime during the night. Although he was no stranger to Nettles' mean-spirited pranks, placing a venomous snake somewhere for him to find seemed to be an unnecessary escalation. True, adder bites were rarely fatal, but did Nettles know that? Well, Harry wasn't about to give Nettles the satisfaction of knowing that his prank had been successful. Schooling his features into a suitably confused look, he shook his head. Nettles gave Harry a wide-eye look, further confirming Harry's suspicions. Nothing happened to you this morning. When Harry shook his head once more and tilted his head in confusion, Nettles glanced back at his friends, who were watching from several rows back. You didn't go to the hospital wing. Another head shake. Where did you go then? There was a small amount of panic in Nettles' voice, which brought Harry a small measure of glee. Harry gestured towards his copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and subtly nudged his bag further under his desk. Nettles opened his mouth to ask another question but was cut off by Professor McGonagall, who cleared her throat and fixed Nettles with an unimpressed stare. If you have finished your conversation, Mr. Nettles, I would like to begin my lesson. Harry bit his tongue to stop himself from laughing. At the end of the lesson, Nettles took off to rejoin his friends. Harry couldn't hear their hushed conversation, but they looked rather panicked, and he assumed it was because of the venomous snake that may or may not be roaming their dormitory. Harry couldn't help but let out a giggle before trotting off towards the library for his free period. He had a lot to learn about snake care, it would seem. It wasn't until the next day when Harry and Cedric finally got a chance to meet up. After charms, Cedric had a free period and Harry elected to skip History of Magic, so the two boys set off to explore the castle before lunch. After several unsuccessful attempts at gaining access to the kitchens and being chased off by Mrs. Norris when she caught them scouting out Filch's office, Cedric suggested they take a break and walk along the Black Lake. Harry peeked inside his bag where the snake was snoozing in his scarf, whom he had taken to carrying around. But even wrapped up, the snake complained about the cold, and that was inside the castle. Harry had a feeling that she wouldn't appreciate a stroll around the grounds in January. Cedric noticed his hesitance. Or we could go to the library, he said, though Harry could hear the reluctance in the suggestion. Although Cedric was a good student, he avoided the library if he could help it. Harry didn't know the full story, but he had heard it had something to do with Madame Pants and Cedric's proclivity for talking. Glancing around and seeing that they were alone, Harry extended his bag towards his friend and gestured for him to look inside. Cedric did so, brow furrowed, only to jump back with a strangled yelp when he caught sight of the sleeping reptile. Harry hushed him and quietly explained what had transpired the day before, hoping it would calm Cedric's nerves. It did not. In fact, it only served to rile him up further. Cedric's chest swelled with indignation, his gray eyes narrowing. You need to tell a teacher. Snape's your head of house. Isn't he supposed to stop these sort of things? Harry huffed and rolled his eyes. Snape hates me. I bet he's inviting them around for tea and discussing how to prank me. He's a teacher. He's not out to get you, Cedric said. When Harry opened his mouth to disagree, Cedric continued on. Have you talked to any of the teachers about this? A shuddered look crossed Harry's face, and he drew away, reaching into his bag to run his fingers along the snake's back. She gave a contented hiss before burrowing deeper into her scarf. What's the point? It's not like they've done anything to help me so far. I'm fine. Because fine means you end up bitten by a snake, Cedric snapped. He watched Harry's shoulders collapse at his words, and guilt flooded through his veins. Making his friend feel worse about the situation wasn't going to make it any better. He heaved a great sigh and reached out to place a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry twitched at the contact, but didn't push him off, which Cedric supposed was a good sign. They're not mind readers, Harry, Cedric pointed out in a gentle voice. They can't do anything if you don't ask for help. He didn't reply, but that was normal when it came to Harry. Cedric had long accepted that Harry didn't talk for a variety of reasons, even if those reasons made little sense to him. He shot his friend a smile before pulling away and starting off down the corridor again. Harry followed after him, though it was obvious his attention was elsewhere. It hasn't been all that bad, Harry said after a particularly long stretch of silence. She's actually pretty nice. Cedric stopped and stared at his friend, confused by the non sequitur. She. Harry nodded, a grin lighting up his face that Cedric had never seen before. He tried not to back away when Harry extracted the adder from his bag, but it wasn't easy. Especially when Harry presented the reptile to him. She can talk, Harry explained. Can she? He asked in a strangled voice. Harry nodded and looked at the snake, whose head tilted sideways like a curious dog. You know, if dogs were scaly and had red eyes. But as bizarre as the sight was, nothing was as surprising as the snake opening up its mouth and hissing at Harry. At least until, to his horror, Harry let out his own string of hisses in response. Goose flesh erupted over his skin at the sound. Oblivious to his discomfort, Harry looked up at him, a small grin on his face. You see, she's a clever girl. Is she? Cedric said, feeling rather faint. Harry frowned. You just heard her. She can talk. Cedric watched his friend, wondering if he was having a go at him. But the confused look on his friend's face all but confirmed Cedric's suspicions. Harry was a Parselmouth, and he had no clue. I heard you talking to the snake, Cedric agreed slowly, trying to figure out to break the revelation to the Slytherin. But I couldn't understand it. Harry's mouth opened and shut as he tried to process what Cedric was saying. I was speaking another language. He asked in a small voice. It didn't take long for his face to crumple as he realized what Cedric was implying. Harry was quite clever, after all. I can talk to snakes. Hey, it doesn't mean anything, Cedric said, summoning all of his courage and placing a hand on Harry's shoulder again. The snake watched him with what might have been suspicion, but at least it didn't bite him. Not if you don't want it to. I'm a Parselmouth, Harry stated in such a quiet voice, Cedric had to strain to hear him. It looks like it. Harry's eyes darted between him and the snake, who was still sitting in his outstretched hands. Am I evil? Do you feel evil? Would I know if I was? I suppose not, Cedric agreed. But Harry, he waited for Harry to look back up at him, and gave him a comforting smile. You've managed not to murder your bullying dorm mates so far. So you must be an okay bloke. Harry's face shone with gratitude at his words, and he let out a watery laugh. Bolstered by his friend's reaction, Cedric grinned and took a steadying breath. So, what's your friend's name? She doesn't have one yet, Harry explained. I keep suggesting them, but she hasn't found one she likes. They spent the rest of their morning trying to come up with a suitable name for Harry's new Ophidian companion. She finally settled on Medusa after Harry hissed the meaning behind the name. Apparently, she quite liked the idea of being fearsome enough to petrify people. I bet I could catch even more mice. They parted ways when they arrived at the Great Hall, with the promise that Harry would talk to Professor Snape if the other first-year Slytherins were still harassing him. Over the next month, Harry watched with amusement as the other boys tiptoed around the dormitory, flinging off bedsheets before they got in bed, and checking their bags before they stuck their hands inside. They seemed to be so worried about finding a snake that they forgot all about their hobby of harassing Harry. Though, whenever they relaxed for too long and turned their attention back to him, he made sure that Medusa was seen slithering around the baths or curled up on top of his pillow. On one memorable occasion, Peregrine Mulciber caught sight of her hanging from an emerald-encrusted chandelier in the common room and had to be taken to Madame Pomfrey for a calming draught. School became much more enjoyable after he found a way to keep the other boys in check. He still didn't say anything in classes, but his professors commented on his improvement in his practical and written work. Even Snape had stopped bullying Harry, though he began to watch him with an analytical eye. By the time the March rolled around, the abuse he suffered at the hands of his classmates was nothing more than a terrible memory. Finally, it would seem, things were starting to look up at Hogwarts, and Harry couldn't have been more relieved. The stares began just before the Easter holidays. It wasn't much at first. Glances out of the corners of their eyes, furtive peeks at the book he was reading in the Great Hall, and calculating looks when he wandered too close to a group of older Slytherins. Harry, who was used to people staring at him for his association with the boy who lived, didn't notice until Cedric pointed it out. He told himself that, as long as he wasn't hexed while he walked to class, he didn't really care if people watched him. He could deal with the gawking. Merlin knew he had had enough practice. Then came the whispers. Sure, it was annoying when he could hear them hissing to each other, watching him from their table across the library. Of course he didn't like it when he walked into a room and the other Slytherins stopped talking, their pursed lips twitching as they tried to contain their gossip. This was also nothing new to Harry. People talked about him and his family all the time. Sure, it didn't feel good when the first years abandoned their table in the common room when he sat too close. Harry tried to remind himself that their avoidance was better than the outright hostility he had experienced the previous term. He had never been welcomed by the other members of his house, so it should hardly bother him that they wanted nothing to do with him now. And at least he got a table to himself, right? Harry knew he shouldn't complain. Harry felt safe at school, which he couldn't have said 6 months ago. Who cared if the other Slytherins avoided him like he had dragon pox? Why should it matter to him when the other boys gathered on Adrian Pusey's bed with the curtains drawn shut, not even trying to hide the fact that they were discussing him? Maybe that was why Harry found himself sneaking off to empty corners of the common room when he was supposed to be in bed. Late at night, when everyone else had long since retired, he would let Medusa slither around freely, and they shared hissed conversations. With Cedric floors above in the Hufflepuff dormitories, Medusa became Harry's chief reliance in starving off the ever-growing loneliness. Harry taught her how to fetch him small objects, and how to hide in the event that she might be discovered in his bag. They were even working on teaching her English, which was how Snape nearly discovered them just past midnight on the night before they were to return home for Easter. Hide, he commanded the moment he heard the entrance to the common room grind open. Harry snatched up the book he had been reading to Medusa and scrambled to his feet, casting a furtive look at his snake, who grumbled about leaving the warmth of the hearth. She slipped off into the darkness just as Snape emerged, the light from the dying fire casting grotesque shadows across his face. The professor watched Harry with his usual calculating gaze for a moment before swooping towards him. Harry couldn't stop himself from taking a step back. Whether it was the billowing black robes or the tall, borderline skeletal figure, Severus Snape cut an intimidating figure. And Hogwarts professor or not, Harry didn't trust Snape not to chop him up and use him as potion ingredients. And what? He began in a low voice that sent unpleasant shivers down Harry's spine. Are you doing out of bed? Heart pounding in his throat, Harry raised his book for his professor to see. Snape leaned forward and plucked the book out of his grasp, and turned it over in his hands. A compendium of snakes of the British Isles, he read aloud in a dangerously silky voice. His long, spider-like fingers began to flick through the pages before landing on the one Harry had marked. Common European adder. Harry felt his stomach clench and he resisted the urge to glance back at where he had last seen Medusa. Snape's thin lips pursed and he fixed Harry with a penetrating look. "I think you should come with me, Potter." It wasn't an invitation, and Harry had to jog to keep up with the tall man when he spun around and took off into the dungeons. They arrived at Snape's office far too quickly for Harry's liking. He was ushered inside and instructed to sit in the lone stiff-backed chair in front of Snape's desk. Snape swept past and sat behind his desk, arranging his robes in a way that made Harry keenly aware that he was in his pajamas and dressing gown. The potions master watched him through narrowed black eyes and Harry had to resist the urge to look away, lest his teacher thought he was guilty of something. "Do you know why you are here?" Even if he did, Harry wasn't about to incriminate himself. He shook his head and pushed his glass up his nose. Snape hummed again, his face somehow pensive and irritated at the same time. "There have been," he paused for dramatic effect, pinning Harry to his chair with a piercing gaze. "Rumors, Mr. Potter. About yourself, naturally." Harry mentally kicked himself for not paying a bit more attention to the gossip of his peers. It must have been bad if even Snape, who harbored an intense dislike for Harry, was getting involved. Even more so if the matter had to be addressed past midnight. Harry attempted a nonchalant shrug, though the motion felt awkward and jerky. Snape rolled his eyes before leaning forward, resting his elbows atop his desk. "I have received several complaints that you have been setting a snake upon your housemates," Snape began. "I assumed at first that these accusations stemmed from nothing more than petty, childish feuds. So, imagine my surprise when I learned from Madame Pomfrey this evening that you saw her for a snake bite 3 months ago." He paused and watched Harry, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. It would be just like the other first-year boys to blame him for the snake they let loose in their dormitory, Harry realized, setting his jaw in annoyance. He almost wished he had asked Medusa to bite the other boys. She would have greatly enjoyed taking a snap at Nettles. Well, there would be time for that later. For now, Harry straightened in his chair and fixed Snape with an annoyed, albeit far less intimidating, look of his own, and waited for the man to ask the question that caused him to seek out Harry in the middle of the night. But Snape thought Harry was going to rat himself out. He was sorely mistaken. If there was one thing that Harry was good at, it was holding his tongue. They sat in silence for 15 minutes, waiting, daring the other to speak first. When a clock chimed 1 from somewhere in Snape's private chambers, the potions master let out a snarl and stood up, towering over him. "Where is the snake, Potter? I know you have one." Harry blinked. "Potter, you seem to be operating under the delusion that I relish being in your presence more than what is strictly necessary. I assure you this is not the case. You will tell me where you are keeping this snake or I will see to it personally that you are expelled before breakfast." Harry had to refrain from rolling his eyes at that. Having a pet snake was hardly grounds for expulsion, venomous or no. Professor Snape's sallow face turned bone white as a look of pure loathing marred his already unattractive face. "Have you lost the ability to hear as well as your ability to speak? Or perhaps, do you have any proof?" Harry found himself saying. Professor Snape watched him with a cold, unreadable expression. Harry shifted in his seat, unsure if the man before him was annoyed at being interrupted, or caught off guard after hearing his student's voice for the very first time. At least he wasn't shouting. "Proof." Harry nodded and something that was a mixture of panic and nervous laughter bubbled up in his chest. "It's the Slytherin common room. Why would anyone be surprised to find a snake there?" Harry cursed himself, knowing this was exactly the wrong thing to say the moment he said it. Professor Snape was not the sort of man to tolerate cheek. If it was possible, Snape looked more enraged. "Is this a joke to you, Potter?" Harry shook his head and shrank back into his seat. Snape leaned forward so that his hooked nose nearly touched Harry's own. "You have a book about adders," he snapped. "Why else would you have it if you didn't have an adder of your own?" Harry tried not to wince. That book was a bit damning. I like animals, he whispered. Do you? His tone was mocking rather than a genuine inquiry. He considered telling him about the skeleton horses he had befriended, but knowing Snape, the man would invent a rule that made interacting with the animals an expellable offense. He settled for a firm nod instead. The potion's master glowered at him so fiercely Harry had to bite his tongue to stop himself from confessing. If anyone was at fault in this situation, it was Nettles and his friends for setting a snake on Harry, not Harry, for befriending the snake. A book on adders and a bit of gossip wasn't proof that something was amiss in the Slytherin dormitories. And that was the crux of the matter. Snape didn't have any proof, and he knew it. Get out of my sight, he snarled, tossing the book at Harry. Harry didn't need to be told twice and scampered from Snape's office. He didn't stop running until he was back to the common room, pausing only to scoop up an impatient Medusa before tucking himself into the safety of his four-poster bed. His pulse fluttered and for a few terrifying moments, he thought his heart might burst. Harry wasn't entirely sure what had transpired in Snape's office, but he wasn't keen to repeat it anytime soon. Did the smelly man hurt you? She asked, bopping her snout against his nose. I will bite him for you. No, Harry breathed, stroking her smooth scales. But thank you. After explaining what had transpired to the best of his abilities, clever as Medusa was, she was still a snake. He asked what she had done in his absence. You didn't try to eat Hera Urquhart's pet rat again, did you? Not this time. The vermin was in its metal nest again, she explained with a sigh. Harry listened with half an ear as she detailed her exploits, too strung out with his encounter with Snape to comprehend what Medusa was saying. It wasn't until she described a room full of books that he was able to give her his full attention. Like a library. Medusa gave a little wriggle that Harry liked to interpret as a shrug. It was behind the heat pit, she explained. It was warm. We should nest there instead. That did sound appealing, but for vastly different reasons. We can look into tomorrow. What was one more secret for them to discover? Tomorrow, however, turned out to be several months later. Between the Easter holidays, homework, finally locating the kitchens, preparations for exams, dodging his dorm mates, exams, and several dozen chunks of meat for the skeleton horses, the secret library behind the wall had more or less slipped his mind. It wasn't until June, after Madame Pants banned him from the library for an entire day. It's much too sunny out for you to be in here, she had snapped, ushering him into the corridor. Harry couldn't be sure, but he thought he had seen her smile. That he even remembered the possibility of a secret library hidden in the Slytherin common room. Cedric, who was torn between being bored by the prospect of finding another library and the excitement of discovering another of the castle's secrets, was enlisted to help him locate the entrance. They began by lurking in the corridors outside of the Slytherin common room, hoping to find a hidden door or secret passageway that might lead to the hidden library. All they found was a dusty broom cupboard and two older students in a compromising position. After that particularly scaring incident, it became clear that they would need to focus their attention on the common room itself. So at nights, after everyone had gone to bed, Harry would sneak down and let Cedric into the common room. The two spent countless hours scouring every nook and cranny, trying to find the secret entrance Medusa had used. The snake herself was remarkably unhelpful in their search. When she wasn't sleeping on the hearth, she would disappear through tiny cracks they had no hope in fitting through, only to return hours later, covered in dust and with a full belly. Try as they might, there were no marks on the stone walls or trick books that led into a hidden room to be found. On the eve of their separation, the two friends decided to forego their investigation and enjoy each other's company one last time. Despite having to be up in a few hours to catch the Hogwarts Express, neither boy felt inclined to retire to their respective beds. They sprawled out on their stomachs in front of the crackling fire in the Slytherin common room, surrounded by sweets and snacks they had pilfered from the kitchens, and debated the merits of whose home would be the easiest to visit. Cedric, who had warmed up considerably to Medusa, demanded visitation rights for the adder. Dad doesn't like it when we leave the manor, Harry explained after Cedric proposed exploring the small Muggle village near his house in Devon. Even if he allowed me to come round to yours, he wouldn't allow me to wander around a village unsupervised. Cedric hummed, chewing on a Bertie Bott's every flavored bean pensively. Potter Manor sounds dead boring though, he replied. No offense. Harry shrugged. He wasn't wrong. I suppose we could always. But what the two boys could do, he never said. Instead, Harry pushed himself up and crawled towards the fire, the light glinting off his glasses. Curious, Cedric followed suit, squinting as he tried to find what had piqued his friend's interest. It took him a moment to find it, and Cedric marveled at Harry's keen eye. Because at the back of the fireplace, buried under thick layers of soot, was a small carving of a snake. Harry reached forward, as if in a trance, and Cedric had to dive for his friend's wrist before he could stick his hand in the flames. Medusa said that the room was on the other side of the heat pit, Harry whispered, shooting his snake a considering look. He spat out something in Parseltongue that Cedric couldn't follow, but assumed was a question of some sort. But before he could ask for a translation, there was a quiet whoosh, and the back of the fireplace disappeared. What did you say? Cedric asked, a wide grin splitting his face. I asked her if she could find a way to open it, he replied, his voice dazed. Wicked, he breathed. Do you think you have to ask it in Parseltongue? The question took Harry by surprise. It would make sense, he agreed slowly. Especially if Slytherin built it. We're in the Slytherin common room. I doubt Helga Hufflepuff put it here. He ducked Harry's swat to the head and crawled closer to the fireplace. But how do we get through the fire? Harry glanced around the room before his eyes landed on the pitcher of pumpkin juice a house elf had provided them. He tossed the remaining beverage on the fur, which hissed and spluttered out, leaving the two first years in semi-darkness. Ignoring Cedric's pouts that his solution wasn't nearly dramatic enough, Harry inched towards the smoldering remains of the fire and squinted through the darkened opening. Wands out, do you reckon? Cedric asked, his shoulder brushing up against Harry's. Together, they lit their wands and hopped over the steaming grate, hearts pounding with anticipation. They were not disappointed. They stepped out of a marble fireplace that was even grander than the one in the Slytherin common room. Towering bookcases lined the walls, their tops disappearing into the dark, cavernous ceiling. A magnificent desk with carved snakes for legs stood at the center of the room, upon which neatly aligned silver instruments glittered in the wandlight. Even the floor they stood on was a work of art, comprised of thousands of tiles arranged to look like the night sky. It was elegant and ostentatious in a way only something associated with Slytherin could be. I think this was Slytherin's private study, Harry murmured, gravitating towards the bookshelf, which was lined with thick leather-bound tomes and ornate scrolls. Fascinated, Harry slid a scroll out of its spot and settled into a nearby settee. Cedric peered over his shoulder and frowned. Can you read that? It's written in ancient Greek, Harry replied, sounding out the foreign runes. It's a different dialect, though. Western, I think. You know Greek. Dad's half, Harry explained absent-mindedly. We speak it at home. He would have pored over the scroll all night if Cedric had let him, only rising after Cedric reminded him that they still had to catch the train in a few hours. They made their way back towards the fireplace, and a hissed command opened the doorway once more. Harry cast a final, longing glance towards the study before stepping back into the Slytherin common room, where Cedric was already waiting, the invisibility cloak in his hands. We shouldn't tell anybody about this, Harry said, not sure how to articulate his thoughts. By all accounts, he should march straight up to Dumbledore's office and share their find. The books could be moved to the school library where generations to come could learn from Slytherin's resources. It would be selfish not to share, to hoard the knowledge he had no real claim over other than being a Parseltongue and a Slytherin. But he didn't. Because it was theirs. It was a secret that had forged a bond between the two boys, intertwining their lives and cementing their friendship. From it rose a brotherhood, and to let anyone in on that felt like a momentous betrayal. Harry wished he could say what was on his mind, but the words escaped him, dying on his tongue before they even had the chance to form. But words weren't necessary with Cedric, who gave him a toothy grin, his dark gray eyes dancing with delight, because he understood. It will still be here next term, Cedric reminded him. He tossed the cloak over the two of them and together they set off towards the Hufflepuff common room. Either his father was extraordinarily observant or Professor Snape was woefully inattentive because Mr. Potter discovered Medusa within hours of Harry's return home for the summer. To say that his father was displeased with Harry's new pet was a vast understatement. It took a fair amount of begging before Mr. Potter agreed to let her stay, provided that she didn't bite anyone. Harry didn't dare tell his father how she came into his life and went about unpacking the rest of his belongings. Medusa quickly claimed a sunny patch on the window sill in his room, much to the ire of Hedwig. The snowy owl watched the snoozing snake with a predatory look that made Harry nervous for both of his pets. He would have to buy a cage of some sort for Medusa, sooner rather than later. Although his father and Owl were less than ecstatic about Medusa's presence, John seemed to think the snake was an excellent addition to the household. By the end of the first week of the summer holidays, it wasn't uncommon to find John wandering around the manor with Medusa draped over his shoulders. Although neither could understand each other, Medusa quite enjoyed the attention John lavished on her. Not that he told John this. Other than Cedric, Harry hadn't told anybody that he could speak with snakes. Whilst his little brother would have thought that Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue was cool, he knew the majority of the wizarding world didn't share the sentiment. And John was incapable of keeping secrets, especially from their father. Their father, who hated anything remotely tied to dark magic, including things like the ability to talk to snakes. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to hide this from his father, but as it was, Harry barely saw him for the entire month of June. It wasn't because James was even busy. John merely commandeered that much of Harry's free time. When his little brother wasn't interrogating him about Hogwarts, he demanded that they fly together in the grassy field behind Potter Manor. When they weren't flying, John was sprawled out on the floor of Harry's bedroom, flipping through the first year's textbooks and asking Harry to decipher his class notes. In fact, John kept him so busy, Harry barely had time to write to Cedric. It was only after John came down with a cold that Harry found any reprieve. With his brother laid up in bed, Harry found himself with an abundance of free time, though that didn't last too long either. After discovering their stock of pepper-up potion was low, James convinced Harry to help him replenish their supply. Under normal circumstances, Harry would have grumbled about having to help brew over the summer holiday potions, after all, was far from his favorite class. But James, who had confiscated Harry's wand the moment he stepped off the Hogwarts Express, had promised that Harry could cast any spells the potion needed if he helped. After a month of no magic, Harry jumped at the chance. James caught Harry as he stumbled out of the grate, cleaning off his soot-covered robes with a flick of his wand. Harry offered him an embarrassed grin before taking his hand and following him through the leaky cauldron. A few people greeted his father, but nobody stopped them, a stark contrast to how it would have been had John accompanied them. They made their way through the pub unharassed and found themselves standing in the dingy alleyway behind the leaky cauldron. His father nodded towards the brick wall. Harry beamed and skipped forward, drawing his wand and tapping the bricks like he had seen his father do so many times before. The wall melted away and exposed the vibrant street, which was already bustling with witches and wizards completing early morning shopping. The air was full of noisy street vendors, shouting and hawking their wares. A snooty-looking man proclaimed in a booming voice that 2 sickles for a scoop of flow powder was far too expensive, and accused the owner of Wiseacre's wizarding equipment of committing highway robbery. A herd of children ran amok between food stalls as their mother tried to buy groceries. A shopkeeper tossed a cat out the front door of Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions, yelling at it for knocking over a vial of expensive cold cream. On and on it went. The vivaciousness that defined Diagon Alley's genius loci surrounded him, filling him with a sense of both wonder and, well, magic. "What do you want for your birthday?" his father asked as they passed quality Quidditch supplies. "Besides books," he added when Harry opened his mouth. Harry shut his mouth and gave his father an embarrassed grin. "I like books." "I know you do," his father replied. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to the top of Harry's head before musing his hair. "If you get any more, your bookshelf is going to explode." "You could get me a book on expansion charms," Harry suggested. James let out a chuckle and pulled Harry closer, tucking him under his arm. They continued on towards their destination, a little apothecary towards the back of Diagon Alley. Greengrass Apothecary wasn't as well known as the larger Slug and Jiggers Apothecary, which catered to the casual brewer and potion student. But what it lacked in size and name recognition, Greengrass made up for in a wide array of odd ingredients, amassing a loyal customer base over the years. If Greengrass didn't have the ingredient you were looking for, especially if you were willing to pay, it probably didn't exist. The bell above the door tinkled when they entered. They were greeted by the earthy, pungent scent of the hundreds of dried herbs, hanging in bundles from the ceiling. James made his way towards the counter, leaving Harry to peer into the barrels of ingredients scattered around the floor. He resisted the urge to stick his hand in a display of Flitterby chrysalises and wandered deeper into the shop. He shuddered when he stumbled across a display of Adder's fork, glad he had decided to leave Medusa in the loving care of John. She would have found the shelves of sliced-up snake parts quite distasteful. He was reading a plaque beneath a bottle of Gaboon viper venom, which claimed the venom to be particularly useful for curing stomach ulcers, when his father stopped beside him. "Why would you use a snake venom in a healing potion?" he asked, picking up the bottle to inspect it. "Isn't that counterintuitive?" "Snakes have long been associated with the healing arts," his father explained. "Though I can't say I know why. We can find a book about it if you'd like." Only his father's voice didn't come from beside him. By the sound of it, he was still haggling with the sales clerk. Heart pounding, Harry's gaze traced up the dark billowing robes of the man beside him, only to lock eyes with none other than Professor Snape. The two stared at each other, one with abject loathing, and the other in absolute terror. Harry felt his throat seize up and the gasp he would have let out spasmed in his chest. He was so stunned, he couldn't even run back to his father, let alone place the vial of venom back on the shelf. Instead, he remained crouched on the dusty wooden floor of the apothecary, looking every bit the simpleton he knew Professor Snape took him for. "Harry, darling, are you ready to?" His father's words died as he rounded the corner, taking in the pitiful tableau. He cleared his throat. "Professor Snape, how are you?" If Harry thought his potions professor hated him, it was nothing compared to how he felt about James Potter. The glare Snape sent his father could have curdled dragon blood. His father gave no indication that he noticed Snape's hostility and gave him a serene smile, waiting for a reply. Snape responded by glaring even harder. With the absence of his professor's heavy gaze, Harry shoved the bottle back on the shelf and rose, scurrying to stand behind his father. The movement drew Professor Snape's attention, who scowled down at him. "Having your son brew for you now, Potter?" He sneered in the venomous tone he usually reserved for Harry alone. "I always knew you were incompetent at potions, but this is pathetic." James looked down at Harry and placed a hand on his shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Well, after how well he did in your class this term, I would be foolish not to." Despite the tense atmosphere and the general untruthfulness of the statement, Harry couldn't help but beam under the praise. When the results of his final exams had been passed out, he had been pleased to see that his studying had paid off. Not only had he passed with high marks for all his classes, but he had also scored higher than Cedric in every subject but Transfiguration. Nettles had called him a swot when he found out, but Harry was certain he was just jealous. His primary bully hadn't done nearly as well on his exams. Though, considering how much effort the other boy put into tormenting Harry, it wasn't much of a surprise he had little time to devote to revision. "Yes," Professor Snape drawled, ruining the moment. "A surprise to us all." "He gets it from his mother," James replied in that same nonchalant way. Harry would have even believed it, had his fingers not dug into his shoulder. "She was quite skilled at potions if you remember." Professor Snape's jaw tightened and Harry swore he heard his teeth grinding. Before Snape had the chance to respond, James bid the professor a polite farewell and ushered Harry out the door. His father didn't volunteer any explanation for what had transpired in the apothecary and Harry didn't pry. Professor Snape often left him in an untalkative mood too. They spent the rest of the afternoon shopping in the alley and trying to forget about their encounter with the potions master. Later that evening, with Medusa safely nestled in her brand new glass terrarium, Harry penned another letter to Cedric. He detailed the odd encounter with their potions master, though Cedric was largely uninterested in drama between the adults. In fact, he was more interested that Snape could find his way out of the dungeons, and most of his reply centered on a compelling argument about how Snape was actually a bad animagus. Cedric ended the letter by extending an invitation to visit his home in Devon, which Harry quickly accepted. Potter Manor, though vast, could be dead boring. The protective charms that surrounded the property rivaled even Hogwarts, keeping all but his father's most trusted friends out. A list did not include Harry's friends. His father was reluctant to let him go, citing numerous safety concerns. Harry pleaded for days, trying to convince him otherwise, but his father remained steadfast in his decision. When he complained to Uncle Remus, his father's longtime friend patted him on the head and refused to get involved, even if he did sympathize with Harry. His godfather, on the other hand, was more willing to intercede on Harry's behalf. "You can't keep them locked up forever, James," Uncle Sirius murmured one evening after Harry was supposed to be in bed. "I can damn well try. Harry won't see that you are doing this to keep him safe. He'll see you as a jailer who keeps him from his friend. I'd rather him resent me than be dead. He might not be dead, but how can he be truly alive if you don't let him live? I have to protect them, Pads," his father said after a long bout of silence. His voice was wobbly and scratchy like he was trying to hold back tears. "I can't lose them too." Harry drew away from the door to his father's office and slipped down the hall. It was a long time before he was able to push the sound of his father's sobs out of his mind and fall into an uneasy sleep. When he stepped out of the fireplace of Cedric's house several days later, there was little triumph in getting what he wanted. He didn't complain that his father followed closely after, and he couldn't find it in himself to feel embarrassed when his father interrogated Mr. Diggory about safety precautions. If anything, he felt annoyed when Mr. Diggory dismissed James's worries with a jovial laugh and a wave of the hand. The Weasley family lives on the other side of the town and the Lovegoods live just over the hill. They'll be fine. James looked like he disagreed with Mr. Diggory's assessment, and was even considering taking Harry home with him. He turned and fixed Harry with a stern look that did nothing to conceal his unease. "What will you do if something goes wrong?" "Find a competent adult and hide," Harry responded. James pursed his lips and gave him a stiff nod. He pulled Harry into a brief, yet tight hug, before disappearing back through the fireplace. Harry wondered just how brave his father had to be, in order to let him go. "Good Lord," Mr. Diggory said with an astonished laugh. "Is he always like that?" Since Mum was murdered, Harry wanted to snap. Mr. Diggory, oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, began questioning Harry about his term at school. Harry answered as best he could, though he never had been very good at speaking to new people. Cedric noticed this and took pity on him by redirecting his father's attention, asking for permission to explore the nearby Muggle village of Ottery Street, Catchpole. It was a warm, sunny day in Devon and, not wanting to chaperone two preteen boys, Mr. Diggory waved them off and instructed them to be home for tea. "You look like a prat," Cedric commented as they slipped out of the house. Harry glanced down at his white-collared shirt and sensible dark trousers in confusion. "This is what my dad wears when he has to work with Muggles." At least he had had the foresight not to wear a set of robes. He knew Muggles didn't wear those. "Yeah, your dad," Cedric emphasized, his gray eyes crinkling with mirth. "Haven't you ever met a Muggle our age before?" Harry had rarely met wizards his age before starting at Hogwarts. Where on earth was he supposed to find a Muggle? "My dad is a bit overprotective," he admitted finally. Cedric laughed at the understatement. "Ah well," he said before extending his hands towards the bag Harry had brought along. "My God, Snake better be in there." He rolled his eyes but flipped open the flap of his bag, allowing Medusa to rise up and poke her head out. Upon seeing Cedric, she hissed with delight and launched herself into his waiting hands. Cedric cooed over how big she had gotten in their month apart, and Medusa twisted so that he could better appreciate her scales in the sunlight. Harry spent the rest of the walk into town acting as a translator between his two friends. When they got close to town, even he knew Muggles would have been alarmed to see two boys playing with a venomous snake. Harry was forced to return her back to his bag. Medusa hissed and let him know that Cedric was her favorite human. Ottery Street, Catchpole was a small but bustling town, and the boys had a grand time exploring it together. Harry marveled in particular at the paper shop, and whilst it didn't carry any parchment, Cedric showed him something called a fountain pen, which seemed much more convenient than a quill. The Muggle bookshop they found was filled with a dizzying variety of fiction and nonfiction alike, full of knowledge he hadn't known had existed. They purchased lunch at a stand Cedric called a chippy, and ate their fried fish on the grassy banks of River Otter, tossing their chips at each other to see who could catch more in their mouth. The day possessed its own unique brand of magic, despite having a Muggle town as its backdrop, creating a bubble of idyllic serenity that was uniquely theirs. Their peace was ruined by a large group of children that Harry assumed were related, if their identical shade of flaming red hair was any indication. 4 of the children in the river wading towards them, their trousers rolled up to their knees as they caught frogs along the river banks, whilst another boy walked along the bank, his nose stuck in a book. The children in the river were a rambunctious lot, their shouts piercing the hot summer air, only to grow louder when the other boy asked them to settle down. One of the taller boys called out a greeting when they saw Cedric and the horde descended upon them. "The Weasleys," Cedric explained at Harry's alarmed expression. Harry felt the overwhelming urge to sink into the grassy bank beneath him and hide. Fred and George Weasley were well known amongst the Slytherins for their proclivity for pranking, and not all of their tricks were funny. Some were innocuous enough, like the time they spelled Cordelia Gamp's hair lime green or set off a dung bomb under the Slytherin table. Other pranks were less amusing and more dangerous, like when they swapped out valerian sprigs for lavender in potions class, causing Adrian Pusey's forgetfulness potion to explode. Harry was one of the 9 students sent to the hospital wing that day and he was still rather upset about it. "This is Harry," Cedric said after pleasantries were exchanged. Percy, a Gryffindor Harry had seen around Hogwarts but never had known the name of, nodded at him before withdrawing from the group and continuing his book. Harry felt a small degree of envy at the sight. Reading seemed like a much more attractive way to pass the time than talking to the Weasley twins. He didn't even have the option to read as Cedric had threatened to burn any book Harry brought along. Instead, he was forced to loiter awkwardly next to his friend as he talked to the neighbors about people and events Harry had never heard of. "What house are you in?" Ron, the youngest of the brothers, asked. He looked up at Harry in wonder, though not by much. At 10, Ron was already long and gangly, and his oversized hands and feet foretold another imminent growth spurt. The other Weasley siblings turned their attention to him and Harry felt his throat tighten. "Slytherin," he managed to choke out. Ron's nose wrinkled. "Why would you want to go there?" "My favorite color is green," Harry replied for lack of a better thing to say. This seemed to be a valid response for Ginny, the only girl of the brood, who nodded sagely. Harry had the brief mental image of Ginny with a long gray beard like Professor Dumbledore, which was ridiculous, considering she was 8. Harry had to fight to keep the grin off his face. "Wait," Fred said, eyeing Harry with suspicion. "You're a Slytherin." The twins had never targeted Harry himself, but it was obvious now that it had less to do with tolerance and more with his own anonymity. Harry wondered where the twin menaces had been all year. They had, after all, shared several classes with the Slytherins. When he nodded, the two bowed their heads together and began to converse in low tones. A sick feeling settled in the pit of his stomach when the twins shot him identical, calculating looks. He had the feeling that he might no longer be safe from their torment, come September. Ginny didn't seem to share her brother's wariness and plopped down next to Harry. "Do you like Quidditch?" Relieved at a more neutral topic, Harry nodded. "What team do you go for?" "The Holyhead Harpies, of course," she said before launching into a sermon about why they were the best Quidditch team ever. Ron was able to forget his distrust of Harry long enough to join his sister and loudly explain that she was stupid for not supporting the Chudley Cannons. Harry admitted that he was rather partial to Puddlemere United, but agreed with Ginny that her team was an excellent choice. "The Cannons, though," he sighed in mock disappointment. "You could do much better, Ron." Ron's chest swelled with indignation. "They're having a bad season, that's all," he proclaimed. "Who wants to support a team that wins all the time anyway?" While the Weasley twins left much to be desired in the way of company, Harry found that the 2 youngest were rather pleasant. Harry could see John getting on well with Ron, which wouldn't be a bad thing considering they would be going to Hogwarts together. Perhaps he should introduce them. Merlin knew how badly John needed a friend. Ginny, on the other hand, was, well, Ginny. Harry didn't know a person who was comparable to her. The other girls he knew from school tended to hold him at arm's length, either because he was a Slytherin or because he was the brother of the boy who lived. But Ginny didn't have any of those reservations. She didn't know who Harry was, or who his brother was, nor did she seem to care to find out. All she cared about was that Harry let her crawl into his lap and told her stories about Hogwarts. Harry could tell that the Weasley twins weren't happy with how friendly their little sister was with him. When Ginny pleaded for him to write to her, he thought their heads would explode. He could feel the weight of their glares, boring holes into his back. He knew the smart decision would be to refuse. She was 8 years old. She had 6 older brothers. 6 older, protective brothers. But when she looked up at him, her brown eyes blazing like the sun, he was powerless to resist her request. He knew that he would surely pay for it when classes resumed, if the twins didn't find a way to prank him beforehand. But the smile on her face was worth it. Harry wouldn't know what that agreement would entail. He didn't know that he would have to provide play-by-plays of the 5-day final match of the Quidditch World Cup later that summer. He didn't know that she would tell him about sneaking flights on her brother's brooms in the dead of night. That she would confide in him her desire to play Quidditch professionally. He didn't realize he would have to console the 8, almost 9-year-old when her brothers bullied her. He didn't know he would help her devise ways to exact revenge. Harry hadn't learned how easy it was to talk to Ginny. He could tell her things he couldn't tell his father or his uncles or his best friend, like how lonely he felt sometimes, even when he was with them. He would eventually tell her that he was the elder brother of the boy who lived. And considering her crush on his brother, it was as awkward as one might think. He told her about his desire for people to recognize him for what he had accomplished, rather than his connection to John. She knew what it was like to live in the shadow of a sibling, after all. She had 6 of them. But he didn't know any of this yet. All he had wanted was to make her happy. And then she beamed at him, and his chest burned with joy. He might not have made the wisest decision that day on the grassy bank of River Otter. But he knew, deep down in his soul, that it was the right one. On the 31st of July, Harry awoke to John bouncing on his bed. His brother squealed with incomprehensible delight and dragged him down to the kitchen where a feast was waiting. It was the end of the table, however, that caught Harry's eye. A dozen brightly wrapped birthday presents sat, begging to be opened. He knew that only half of them were his, but the sight sent a childlike thrill through his body nonetheless. By some stroke of fate, or perhaps the wild Halloween parties Uncle Sirius used to throw, both Harry and John had been born on the same day, exactly 2 years apart. Harry vaguely remembered the day John was born. He had been less than pleased to learn he would have to share his mummy and daddy. After promising that there had been no shortage of cuddles, Harry had accepted the squalling alien his parents claimed was his new brother, and that was that. Birthdays in the Potter home were always filled with love, and Harry knew his father took special care to make sure they were both treated equally, right down to the number of presents they received. "Eat first," James admonished his sons with a laugh. Harry nodded and tucked into his sausage and eggs with only slightly less gusto than John. Only after Uncle Remus and Uncle Sirius arrived, were the brothers permitted to tear into their presents. Harry received several fascinating books from his father, who rolled his eyes at Harry's delighted cheers. Practical as always, Uncle Remus gifted him a handsome leather planner for school. Uncle Sirius gifted him a puzzle box he had found on his most recent trip to China and had filled it with enough sweets to last until Halloween. Cedric had sent one of the funny pens from the paper shop with a bottle of ink and instructions on how to care for it, whilst Ginny sent a howler extolling his virtues. That last one earned him relentless teasing from his family. After presents, the family gathered their broomsticks and went to play Quidditch in the back garden, with Uncle Remus playing referee. The greatest gift he received, however, was the afternoon spent with his father. True, they only went to Diagon Alley to pick up supplies for the coming school year, but an afternoon with his father's undivided attention was still a precious gift. John had volunteered to remain behind with their uncles. Flying, he had proclaimed, was more exciting than restocking potions kits, after all. And if he hadn't wanted to venture into Diagon Alley, which would surely be packed with families completing their back-to-school shopping, no one could blame him. Picking up Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 and being mobbed by well-wishers wasn't an ideal way to spend a birthday. Fortunately for Harry, he had anonymity on his side, and he happily departed for the shopping district. Whilst he hadn't been allowed to buy additional books from Flourish and Blotts, his father made up for it by buying them ice cream at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Although, he suspected the strawberry and peanut butter ice cream was his father's way of bribing him into shopping for new school robes. Harry refused to admit that the bribe was effective, but allowed his father to usher him into Madame Malkin's with little grumbling. A flustered-looking sales clerk directed him towards a podium before shooing off a rowdy group of loitering teens. His father fell into a conversation with another parent, leaving him to the mercy of the harried seamstress. Harry tried not to fidget as the seamstress pinned the hem of his robes. He glanced over at the girl on the podium next to him, who also looked highly uncomfortable in her robes, though she managed to stay still for her own seamstress. Despite her pinched expression, Harry could tell that she was a very pretty girl. She had long, glossy black hair and smattering of freckles across her tiny nose. She was short, even compared to Harry, who was amongst the smallest in his year. But whilst his height made him look scrawny, the girl somehow managed to make it look delicate. "First year at Hogwarts?" he asked. She gave him a shy smile. "Is it that obvious?" she asked, her bell-like voice emphasizing her lilting Scottish accent. He offered her a small smile of his own. "A little," he replied. "Are you excited?" She nodded vigorously and launched into what felt like her life story, starting with her birth to a witch and muggle, and concluding with receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts. "I'm hoping for Ravenclaw," she finished. "Like Mum." Harry hummed for lack of a better thing to say. "Nobody truly knows where they'll end up," he said. The girl nodded to concede his point and began to reply, only to be cut off. "Ravenclaw is fine, I suppose," a boy said from behind them. Harry startled before hissing in pain when the seamstress jabbed a pin in his arm. He craned his neck around, dismayed to find both Fred and George Weasley sliding over to the girl. They wound their lanky arms around her tiny shoulders, trapping her in place. "But Gryffindor is the best house," said the one on the left. "More fun than the dull bookworms in Ravenclaw," continued the one on the right. "Are those duffers in Hufflepuff?" "Certainly better than the future Dark Lords you find in Slytherin," the right one said with a shudder. "I think I'd leave if I was sorted there. Wouldn't you, George?" Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes as the twins continued to spew heavy-handed insults about Slytherin. Even if Harry liked his house, he wouldn't have been offended. There was nothing clever or original about calling Slytherins baby blood purists, after all. And calling them slimy snakes lacked any sort of logical impact, considering snakes had dry skin. After dealing with Atticus Nettles and his silver tongue for the better part of a year, Harry found himself unimpressed with the twins' juvenile taunts. That was until they called him a junior Death Eater. Neither Fred nor George Weasley had been the first to hiss that particular epithet in his direction. He had heard it countless times, whispered in the corridors, shouted across Quidditch pitches, written in notes tossed at his head. But for some reason, hearing it fall out of one of the twin menaces' lips, in the presence of this girl who had looked at him without fear or disgust, caused something to explode in his chest. It was personal here, he supposed. None of those people had known who he was beyond the color of his robes. But Fred and George did. They knew his name, saw him trying to befriend someone, and decided that was something that could not happen. It was a familiar, bruising feeling he was all too accustomed to. They were just like Atticus Nettles and Edmund Sparrow and Terence Higgs, and all of the other Slytherins who gave him hell. Like Adrian Pusey and Peregrine Mulciber, who saw his loneliness and relished even more in excluding him. Like Cordelia Gamp and Beatrice Trouche and the other first-year girls who shrieked with laughter when they saw Harry humiliated. Just like Professor Snape, who asked Harry a question in class, knowing full well that he physically could not answer it. They were bullies, Harry realized in an instant. And Harry hated bullies. His blood was pounding in his ears, his heart about to leap out of his chest. He wanted to open his mouth and disparage their character like they were doing to his. He wanted to make them hurt, embarrass them as they did him. He could feel his tongue twitching in his mouth, ready to spew vitriol that could come so easily. He would let them hear what a real, well-crafted, Slytherin insult sounded like. For once, his throat felt clear, free, at the ready. All he had to do was open his mouth and he knew his voice wouldn't fail him. Then he glanced at the little first-year girl, who watched him with curiosity, waiting to see how he would react. That's when he realized something. There was nothing to gain in this situation. Insulting Fred and George might feel good at that moment, but there was no long-term benefit. They would only have more reason to dislike him, and he, in turn, would look cruel to the first year, tainting her fledgling opinions of him. He would look every bit the cruel, stereotypical Slytherin. She would lump him together with all the peers that he disliked, which was a greater insult than anything the twins could come up with. So he tramped down on his anger, quelled his quivering tongue. He was better than his housemates and he was better than the bullying twins, he reminded himself. He rolled his eyes and shot the girl a playful wink before shifting his gaze away, feigning boredom with whatever the twins had to say. He would let them think him haughty. He would show them that they were nothing more than inconsequential nuisances to him. But most of all, he would never let them think that they had power over him. I'm not sure leaving would make any difference, she said in her bell-like voice, cutting off one of the twins. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see her brow furrowed in confusion as she raised a contemplative hand to her chin. When the twins paused their diatribe against Slytherins to ask her what she was talking about, she gave them a pitying look. You said you would leave if you were sorted into Slytherin, she explained in a patient tone. But what good would that do? I mean, if all Slytherins are evil like you claim, then whether you decide to leave Hogwarts or not wouldn't make a difference. You'd already be evil. The twin on the right's face twisted with annoyance. Slytherin turns people evil, he huffed. So Slytherins aren't inherently evil? She asked. Then why not befriend them, and protect them from falling into wickedness? The right twin was losing his patience. Why would I want to befriend an evil person? You just said that it was the house, not the person, that induces evilness, the girl pointed out. So befriending them would be the best course of action at diverting future Dark Lords. Unless, of course, you do believe that only the wicked are sorted into Slytherin. In which case, you are already evil and leaving Hogwarts would be a waste of time. You might as well stay and take advantage of a full education and an impressive library. That's not. Look, the girl said, fixing him with an unimpressed look. Either the people are evil or the house corrupts them. You can't have both. Besides, if Slytherin House was such a bad influence, I doubt the school would have allowed it to exist for so long. She shrugged and hopped off her podium. I don't know, your argument seems a bit silly, doesn't it? Supremely, Harry replied, unable to keep the grin off his face. Enjoy your time in Ravenclaw. Chong, she said, granting him a friendly nod. Cho Chong. I'll see you around, he said before stepping off his own pedestal. He gathered his new sets of robes and moved to join his father, who was waiting for him at the till. He could hear the twins grumbling behind him, jumping onto the newly vacated pedestals, ready for their own robe fittings. Oh no, he heard one of the seamstresses say. He turned his head in time to see the woman collect her tools with a flick of her wand and stand. You don't want me to fit you. I'm a duffer Hufflepuff. I'd mess it up. The door to Madame Malkin's swung shut behind him before he could hear their reply. Still, he couldn't quite keep the smile off his face for the rest of the day. The rest of the summer continued in a way that somehow both flew by and dragged on. Before he knew it, summer assignments were completed, trunks were packed, and Harry was standing on platform 9 3/4, ready to begin his second year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Much like the previous year, Harry found himself in the company of his father, brother, and 2 uncles, who had come to see him off on the train. Much like the previous year, John was complaining to anyone who would listen about the injustice of not being able to start Hogwarts, despite being only 10 years old. But unlike before, Harry didn't feel overwhelming dread like he had in the days leading up to the previous autumn term. This time, he knew where he would be sleeping, he knew his way around the castle, and he knew he had at least one friend. Bolstered by the knowledge that he belonged there, Harry hopped on the Hogwarts Express and claimed a compartment for himself and Cedric. Medusa slithered out of his bag and onto one of the seats, letting out a content hiss as she settled into a patch of sunlight. His snake hadn't been pleased when he had asked her to get in, and it had taken several mice to bribe her. She had grown over the summer, and while she was only about a foot in length, all his books said that she would get bigger. He would need to figure out a better solution for his reptilian friend. It was already becoming difficult to hide her in his school bag, and he could hardly walk around with an adder draped over his shoulders. His mind wandered towards Extension's charms as he hefted his trunk up onto the luggage rack. He doubted he would be able to cast one himself, but perhaps he could persuade Professor Flitwick to help him. The charms professor had always been kind to him, and he was a Ravenclaw to boot. He would probably be thrilled to help him if he phrased it correctly. Maybe if he said he wanted to learn how to fit more books in his bag. Two sets of rough hands interrupted his musing, and Harry found himself pulled him into a compartment. A scuffle ensued while Harry scrambled out of their grip and fumbled for his wand, stomping on one of their feet in the process. His assailant swore colorfully and let him go whilst the other shot off a stinging hex. Harry ducked and spun to face his attackers, wand held aloft, only to find himself face to face with the Weasley twins. This revelation did nothing to calm him. He planted his feet and glared up at the boys, a defiant set to his jaw. He had expected a confrontation sooner or later, but he was surprised by the boys' initiative to harass him before the train had even left for the station. "Don't you dare even think about talking to her, Potter," the one on the left said, stepping closer, towering over him. Whatever he had been expecting, it hadn't been that. His wand dipped a fraction of an inch as he considered the boys in front of him. "Our sister," the right one clarified. "We know you've been talking to her. This is your only warning. Leave her alone. She doesn't need you corrupting her." Harry managed to not roll his eyes. It would be so like the Weasley twins to think that he was a bad influence on Ginny. As if Ginny did anything she didn't want to do. If anything, he should worry about being corrupted by her. Not that he said this, of course. His lack of a response only seemed to irritate the twins further. The one on the left took another step forward, and Harry was forced to crane his neck to look him in the eye. "You'll keep your snaky self away from her if you know what's good for you. Got it?" Harry gave them a sharp nod. The twins watched him for a moment longer. When it became apparent that this was the only confirmation they were going to receive, they shouldered past him, almost knocking him to the ground as they exited the compartment. Harry gave them a moment's head start before following after. He hopped off the train and rejoined his family, getting last-minute hugs from his father and uncles. "Make sure to write and stay out of trouble," his father said before rapping Harry on the head with his wand in a desperate attempt to fix his hair. He sighed and declared it a lost cause. 12 years old already. When did that happen? "I think we're getting old," Uncle Remus teased while he pressed a kiss to Harry's still messy hair. "Have a good term, love. We'll see you at Christmas." His uncle slipped a battered book into his arms before nudging him towards Uncle Sirius. "Speak for yourself," Uncle Sirius said, pulling Harry in for a hug. "Don't stay out of too much trouble," he whispered in his ear. "You should have a little fun at school." Harry nodded at his godfather, and the two shared a brief conspiratorial grin. He turned towards the last remaining member of his family with a sigh. John gave him a pathetic look, his hazel eyes brimming with unshed tears. Harry knew his brother was lonely at Potter Manor, even if he did have the undivided attention of their father and uncles. Familial love could only get you so far, and without Harry around, John wouldn't be around people his own age until Harry came home for Christmas. It was an isolating feeling that Harry was all too familiar with, and his heart broke for his younger brother. "It's only one more year," he said, pulling him in for a hug when it became clear that he was content to mope at their father's side. John glared at Harry's attempt to comfort him. "I'll send you my class notes," Harry promised. "And I'll make study guides for you." "Yay," John said, his voice watery. "More school. As if I won't be studying enough with Uncle Remus." Harry sighed in defeat, knowing there was no consoling his brother when he was determined to remain morose. Nevertheless, he pressed a swift kiss to his brother's temple before stepping away to bid his family a final farewell. Unlike the previous year, it was much easier to hop aboard the Hogwarts Express when it blew its warning whistle. A tiny hand grabbed a hold of him, and for a moment, he thought John was trying to stop him from catching the train. He spun around, ready to shove him towards their father, only to stop when he realized that it wasn't John, but Ginny. You promised you'd write to me, she snapped, her eyes blazing. The sound of carriage doors slamming shut, and Harry felt his heart leap to his chest. He knew he didn't have time to spare, that he should shake off her hands and dash off. He knew that Fred and George could be watching him at that very moment, ready to hex him into oblivion for breaking his promise to stay away from their little sister. But Ginny was his friend, and even if his common sense was screaming at him to run in the other direction, he would make time for her. Of course I will, Harry whispered, crouching down so that they were at eye level. But Fred said, not to speak to you, he said, reaching forward to tap her nose. He didn't say anything about writing letters. So you'll still write to me, she confirmed, hugging her skinny arms around her middle, looking confused. Harry laughed and tugged on a lock of her fiery hair. Expect Hedwig sometime next week. The train's brakes squealed and the engine roared to life. He was out of time. Without waiting for her response, he spun around and leapt onto the moving train, swinging the door shut behind him. He waved to his family, who blew him kisses, and to Ginny, who chased after the train, something between a sob and a smile on her face. He watched with a mixture of sadness and excitement as they got smaller and smaller as the train pulled away from the platform until they were out of sight altogether. Cedric was already waiting for him in the compartment. His other Hufflepuff friends hadn't arrived yet, which was the only reason Medusa was curled up in his lap. He was hissing at her like one might meow at a cat, though the sounds held little meaning. Every once in a while, he'd let out a hiss that would resemble a word in Parseltongue, such as kettle or oak tree, and Medusa would give him a confused look at the disjointed nonsense. Is he broken? She asked when she noticed Harry's presence. Harry laughed and shook his head. No more than usual. Cedric, who had become rather accustomed to their hissed conversations, ignored them completely. What do you have? He asked, nodding at Harry's book. Harry glanced down at the faded cover. Into the Ether. A Theory of Expansion, the title proclaimed, its gold foiling long since peeled off. A grin split over his face at Uncle Remus, foresight. A new project. Cedric began to fidget in anticipation, an excited gleam in his eye. What time shall I be at the Slytherin common room? Harry shook his head. Not the first night back. The older students will be up late tonight and we have class tomorrow. Bah, Cedric exclaimed. You're no fun. Wouldn't you agree, Medusa? The snake nodded in agreement. Harry rolled his eyes at their antics. In the meantime, I found a charm that might be useful. Would you like to learn it? They spent the majority of the journey to Hogsmeade Station practicing the flame-freezing charm. Harry explained it was so that they could enter Slytherin's study without having to douse the fire in the common room. It'll be more dramatic, you see, Harry teased. Cedric's friends wandered in and out, inquiring about their summer and discussing the upcoming term. Harry stayed quiet for the most part, speaking only when spoken to. He was surprised to find them less exhausting than he had the previous year. The carriages were already waiting for them when they stepped off the Hogwarts Express that evening, pulled by the same skeleton horses that he had seen the previous year. The creature pulling their carriage shrieked with what might have been delight when Harry offered it a hunk of meat he had smuggled from home. He'd have to seek out the horses this year, he decided as he clambered into the carriage after Cedric and his friends. He hadn't had the time to research them last year and they had completely slipped his mind over the summer. Tuning out of the noisy conversation around him, he reached into his bag and extracted his copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and began to search for references to carnivorous skeletons. His reading carried him all the way up to the castle, pausing only so he could move into the Great Hall. Waving goodbye to Cedric, he took his place at the Slytherin table and buried his nose in his book once more. He was aware of the seats around him filling up. He was also aware that his housemates were careful not to sit too close to him. That suited him fine. In fact, the only one to interact with him was a seventh-year prefect, who snapped at him to put away his book before the sorting ceremony started. He complied and settled for surveying the Great Hall, his face a mask of polite disinterest. Then the doors opened and Professor McGonagall was leading in the nervous first years. It was a different experience, watching rather than participating in the sorting. He remembered the dissociative feeling of walking up, the horror after being declared a Slytherin, and the terror when he realized he had no clue what to do next. The first student went to Gryffindor, who cheered as they greeted their newest housemate. Chong got her wish and skipped off towards the Eagles after a moment of deliberation on the hat's part. He didn't catch the next student's name, but it was hard to miss the girl as she bounded forward, her strawberry blonde curls bouncing along with her. It took less than a minute for the sorting hat to declare her a Slytherin. The prospect seemed to excite her, a wide grin splitting her face. That was until the Weasley twins started to boo her and the unbridled enthusiasm melted into confusion. That was the first tip-off that something was wrong about Grace Cooper. She hopped off the wooden stool and picked her way towards the silver and green adorned table. As she approached, Harry noticed the colorful little clips in her hair, shaped like butterflies. They were made of the shiny, hard material that Muggles like to use. Plastic, he thought it was called. Witches don't put plastic in their hair. They used strips of ribbon or leather thongs, stick wood rods through their buns or hold it back with magic. But never plastic. His heart clenched at the sight. It wouldn't take long for the other Slytherins to spot what he noticed. They are a shrewd lot, after all. Grace Cooper was a Muggle born, and she'd been inducted into the House of Snakes. Her dark hazel eyes scanned the table, searching for a place to sit. As the first Slytherin of the year, she didn't have any other peers to sit with yet. A small blessing. He caught her eye and waved her over, motioning for her to take the vacant seat next to him. Relief softened her face, and Harry wanted to tell her not to thank him yet. She had a long year ahead of her, and the sorting hat had done her no favors. Take the clips out of your hair, he whispered into her ear the second she slid onto the bench next to him. She looked up at him, her brow furrowing in confusion. He didn't give her a chance to ask why. My name is Harry, and if you want to survive, you need to listen to me. To anyone else, his statement would have been the epitome of melodrama. But those people hadn't walked through the hellscape that was the Slytherin common room. Do not mention to anyone that your parents are non-magical, he hissed, giving an apathetic clap when Kapoor, Anjali, went to Gryffindor. Cooper paused, her hands tangled in her hair. How did you know? Her question confirmed what he already knew and his heart squeezed in his chest. He glanced over at the other Slytherins, who were still watching the sorting, paying him no mind. I'll explain everything later, he replied. But Slytherin has a bad reputation. Muggleborns aren't always well received. He hoped he was wrong, of course. He hoped that people had learned from the Great Wizarding War. He desperately wished that he was wrong, that Slytherins weren't all blood purists, spouting off hate they had learned from their parents. They weren't their parents, after all. Maybe they could think for themselves. Maybe they hated Harry for reasons other than being related to the boy who lived. Maybe Cooper would be safe and their house would embrace her and protect her in a way they never had with him. Is it really such a bad thing? She whispered, pretending to listen to Dumbledore's start of term announcements. I regret to inform you, Professor Dumbledore began, that Professor Quirrell has decided to take a year-long sabbatical. In his absence, Professor Burbage will be taking over his Muggle Studies classes. I hope you will do all you can to make her feel welcome. Another mudblood lover. Just what this school needs, Nettles jeered, his voice carrying enough so that even several feet away, Harry had no trouble hearing it. Next to him, Cooper tensed. Houses are just support systems, his father had promised. They don't define you. If only it were that easy. Harry was already waiting outside the Hufflepuff common room when Cedric exited the next morning. This by itself wasn't an unusual occurrence. Harry tended to be an early riser and could usually be found loitering around the first floor of the castle before breakfast. What was different was that he wasn't alone. A willowy girl wearing green-lined robes hovered at his side, speaking to him in a low tone. This is Grace Cooper, Harry said in lieu of a greeting. She's our new friend. That brought Cedric up short. Harry didn't have friends, himself excluded. Especially not one in his own house. And is she okay with that? He asked, shooting a wary glance at the newcomer. Cooper gave him an appraising look and Cedric had to fight the urge to fidget in place under her scrutiny. That depends. Will you call me a mudblood? She asked in a posh accent, her words clipped and precise. Cedric startled at the BPT and opened his mouth to chastise her, only to pause when he registered her words. She was a Muggle born in Slytherin. Her presence suddenly made a lot more sense. Harry had a bleeding heart and a compulsive need to make friends. He had, after all, befriended a venomous snake after it bit him. I should think not. That's not a word you use in polite conversation. Cooper scrutinized him for a moment longer before giving a sharp nod. Spinning on her heel, she floated down the corridor in the direction of the Great Hall, her robe swishing in a dramatic fashion. Cedric and Harry exchanged a look before following after her. Will you bring her to the study tonight? He murmured, hoping Cooper was too far to hear their conversation. Harry looked surprised as if the idea hadn't occurred to him. You think I should? His first instinct was to say no. Slytherin's study was their secret, and he had no desire to let somebody new in on it. Plus, they didn't need another friend, especially not a girl, to intrude on their dyad. But then he reminded himself that the room wasn't his, and it wouldn't be fair of him to dictate who had access. If anything, it was Harry's room, seeing as he was the only Parselmouth in the school who could open it. And it wouldn't be fair to reject the girl, simply because Cedric didn't want to share Harry. After all, he had other friends, even if Harry was his favorite. Besides, Harry needed an ally in Slytherin. And by the sounds of it, Cooper would too. Yes, he said at last. I think you'd better. If the two of you have finished gossiping back there, Cooper called back. I'd like to attend breakfast at some point this morning. Cedric fixed a charming grin onto his face and caught up to the girl, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Anything the lady wishes. Harry trailed behind the pair, his stomach writhing as if it were filled with snakes. He had been up since the crack of dawn, giving Cooper a crash course on the wizarding world. There was only so much you could learn in 3 hours though, and Harry wasn't sure Cooper had understood the magnitude of her situation. All it would take was one reaction for their housemates to realize what she was. Harry had advised her not to react to anything if she could help it, and he'd answer her questions later, but he wasn't sure how much good it would do. Cooper seemed annoyingly headstrong. He worries too much, she said in response to something Cedric had said. It didn't take much brainpower to deduce that he was the subject of their conversation. You'll get used to it, Cedric promised, shooting Harry a wink. Harry scowled at the two of them. You should be worried too, Cooper. Grace, she corrected. If we're to be best friends now, you should call me by my name. It's only right. Cedric laughed and tugged on a lock of her hair. Who said anything about being best friends? Me, she replied, raising an eyebrow and daring one of them to challenge her. When neither of them did, though it could have been because of their stunned disbelief, her face melted into a sweet smile. Threading her arms through both boys, she allowed them to escort her to breakfast, chatting amicably to them the entire way. They settled onto the same bench, Cooper sheltered between them, with Cedric going so far as to fill up her plate. She played the part of a simpering pure-blood princess with remarkable ease. Had Harry not known the truth of her heritage, even he would have been convinced. Their breakfast was disturbed when Marcus Flint stomped into the Great Hall and threw himself down a few seats away. The scowl on his face sent a first-year sprinting away in terror, abandoning his half-eaten bowl of porridge. Harry could understand why. The burly 14-year-old already towered over 6 feet tall and possessed an infamous temper. Despite this, he was easily one of the more popular students in Slytherin, though his Quidditch prowess might have been to thank for that. In fact, it came as no surprise to anyone that he had been named captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, despite being only a 4th year. You'll never guess who's been named Gryffindor's captain, he growled to his friends. Charlie Weasley. One of them replied, his voice still heavy with sleep. I heard him bragging about it on the train. Flint shot off a hex at his friend, who yelped and appended a jug of pumpkin juice. I thought for sure it would be Wood. I spent all summer devising plays and now I'll have to rethink my entire strategy. Will you be retrying the entire team? Harry found himself asking. Flint turned and glared at him. Though considering Flint was always angry, Harry wasn't too concerned. Hadn't thought about it, he growled. Harry hummed into his tea and went back to eating his toast. What's it to you? It took a moment for Harry to realize that Flint was still talking to him. Even with his attention divided as captain, Weasley as a devil on the broom, he said, managing not to stumble over his words. You'll need a better seeker at the least. And at most. Harry couldn't tell if Flint was actually interested or was about to punch his lights out. He took a sip from his teacup to calm himself. He hoped the fourth year didn't notice that his hands were shaking. Wood won't have to worry about captaining, so the defense will be tighter. I heard he spent all summer practicing, too. You'll want better scores. He was thankful Flint didn't ask him for his sources. He could hardly tell him that Ginny had been complaining about Wood's presence at the Burrow, after all. Flint's eyes narrowed even further. Potter, isn't it? When Harry nodded, Flint gave him a feral grin. Harry swallowed and resisted the urge to vomit. Interested in joining the team. It was Cooper who answered for him. He'd love to, she said in her clipped, precise voice. The fact that Harry hadn't said anything didn't seem to bother Flint, who gave him a sharp nod. Excellent. I'll see you at tryouts. Harry spluttered in surprise, but Flint had already disengaged by the time he managed to formulate a reply. Why would you do that? He hissed at the girl at his side, ignoring Cedric's guffaws. She shrugged. You wanted to try out or you wouldn't have asked. I saved you the trouble of having to do it. Do you even know what you volunteered him for? Cedric asked. Well, I assume it has something to do with flying, she replied. What did I sign you up for? Quidditch, Harry said, only somewhat grumpily. She hadn't been wrong in her assumption, after all. He was interested in trying out. He just rather she didn't speak for him. She gave him a questioning look, but before he could reply, Hera Urquhart, a girl in Harry's year, inserted herself into their conversation. Urquhart was an average-looking girl, with dark hair, large doe-brown eyes, and aristocratic features that were hidden under a layer of baby fat. Harry also knew that she owned a pet rat, if only because he often had to convince Medusa not to eat it. She was one of the more tame second-year Slytherins, though the title wasn't difficult to claim. Just because Urquhart didn't partake in the violent harassment of Harry, she was far from harmless. What she lacked in physical prowess she made up with her poisoned tongue. She could often be found following Nettles around, tittering at jokes made at Harry's expense. Are you a fan, Cooper? She asked, surveying Cooper through narrowed eyes. Ice filled his veins at Urquhart's question. He hadn't explained Quidditch, he realized. He should have known that it would come up. It was only the largest sport in the wizarding world. How could he have been so stupid? Holding his breath, he turned to face Cooper, waiting for her reply. Cooper paused for the briefest of seconds before the serene mask was back over her face. No, I should think not. Mother says it isn't ladylike. Urquhart nodded in agreement. Mother won't even let me fly, she said, somewhat wistfully. She says it's too dangerous. Crisis averted, Harry sunk back into his breakfast, keeping an ear on the two girls' conversation, ready to cut in if needed. His worries were unfounded, however, as Cooper gracefully nudged the conversation away from the topic with practiced ease. Her manners were impeccable and spoke of years of etiquette training that all wealthy pure-bloods could identify with. And what she didn't know, she was excellent at faking. Cooper might have come from a Muggle family, but it quickly became clear that she felt right at home in the upper echelon of society. For the first time since her sorting, Harry felt hope flare in his chest. Maybe they could make this work after all. A shadow fell over them in the form of Professor Snape, who sneered down his hooked nose at them. Every student within a 5-foot radius fell silent as he loomed over the Slytherin table. Even first years knew better than to draw the potions master's ire so early in the morning. A large stack of parchment was cradled in his arms, which Harry assumed to be their class schedules. Mr. Diggory, Professor Snape drawled. I don't recall you being resorted into my house. Cedric was either very brave or a lunatic because he looked up at their potions master with a cheeky smile. I don't recall that happening either, Professor. There was a beat of silence where they stared at each other for an uncomfortably long amount of time. Professor Snape raised a pointed eyebrow. Why are you still here? Cedric gave a chagrined grin before rising. I'll see you around, Harry, he said. Then, before anyone could react, he swooped down and planted a kiss on Cooper's cheek. Good luck today, Gracie. He called, sprinting off. Hera Urquhart giggled, only to stop when Snape sneered at her. Harry, who keenly recalled his last encounter with Snape, shrunk into himself and tried to draw as little attention as possible. With no further disruptions, Snape began to pass out their class schedules, stopping only to scowl at a brave first year that asked for a map of the castle. Harry read over his schedule after it was thrust into his hands by his taciturn head of house. He had an easy morning, with charms first thing with the Hufflepuffs followed by an all-Slytherin lesson of history of magic. He debated whether or not he should sneak out after Binns took attendance. He could use the hour to do his homework, though he doubted Flitwick would assign any on the first day, or read the book Uncle Remus has given him. Then again, the ghostly professor's droning voice was more likely to lull him to sleep, rather than allow him to read in peace. His mind still not made up, he turned back towards Cooper, who was studying her own schedule. He caught the tail end of Urquhart giving her advice about her classes for the day. McGonagall is strict, she said. I won't say she hates Slytherins, but you'll really have to impress her if you want to get points in her class. Harry had to roll his eyes at Urquhart's assessment. Just because McGonagall didn't share Snape's blatant favoritism, didn't mean she hated Slytherins. If anything, Harry thought McGonagall was one of the fairest of all the professors. Even Sprout and Flitwick had their favorite students. Besides, Urquhart was notoriously bad at transfiguration. She never missed an opportunity to malign their professor. Grace nodded in appreciation of Urquhart's wisdom before glancing over at Harry. Where is the defense against the dark arts classroom? Urquhart butt into their conversation once more with as much delicacy as a rampaging erumpent. I can show her around, Potter. Harry leveled a stare at Urquhart, considering her offer. The girl had been nothing but polite to both him and Cooper since she had joined them at the breakfast table. Sure, she came off as a bit nosy, but being curious about a new housemate was hardly a crime. Perhaps she was genuinely interested in befriending Cooper. But what if she wasn't? Whilst the girl wasn't one of his main tormentors, she was still friends with the likes of Atticus Nettles. He wouldn't put it past any of the second-year Slytherins to try to get to him through Cooper. They might try to separate them, which could prove dangerous for her. Or turn her against him, which could prove dangerous for him. He didn't need another enemy in his house. And besides, he kind of liked Cooper. She was almost funny when she wasn't disregarding her own safety or signing him up for extracurricular activities. What? Don't you trust me? She asked, voicing his inner thoughts. His skin prickled as if hundreds of eyes were scrutinizing his every move. He pursed his lips, his mind scrambling to find ulterior motives and hidden plots within those plots. Maybe Urquhart was being polite. Maybe the other second years were curious about Harry's interest in Cooper and wanted to see what the fuss was about. Or maybe they already guessed that she was a Muggle born, and wanted to get her alone to confirm their suspicions. If that was the case, they'd have to try harder. Cooper had said it herself. They were best friends now, and he wasn't about to give that up. He rose from his seat, taking Cooper's schedule out of her hands and memorized it. After a moment, he turned and offered his elbow to her, nodding towards the direction of the exit. Grace smiled and threaded her arm through his. And together, they walked out of Great Hall. Despite being the one to suggest it, Cedric was more worried about showing Grace the study than Harry was. Even if she did dob them in, it wasn't like she could prove anything, considering Harry was the only person who could open it. Besides, Harry knew her secret. Even if he never would reveal it, Grace didn't know that. She had far more to lose if that secret was revealed than Harry's secret room. Cedric looked disturbed and pointed out that that was a very Slytherin sentiment. In the end, his fretting had all been for naught. Grace was far too enchanted with the study to risk losing it. It's like something out of a fairy tale, she breathed after stepping through the grand fireplace for the first time. Her eyes were wide with wonder as she took in the dimly lit room and she wandered along the tall book stacks, her fingers running over the book spines. The cool mask she fixed to her face melted away, making her look several years younger than she was. She extracted a book at random and settled into one of the settees by the fire, dangling her feet over its arm. I knew it was a good idea to befriend you. Grace quickly cemented herself into Harry and Cedric's lives after that. It was difficult to go anywhere without her curly bee owned head close by. Cedric appreciated the new conversation partner, a role Harry was only too willing to relinquish. She was brimming with curiosity and full of questions, which she saved up for their evenings spent in Slytherin's study. She was like a sponge, soaking up anything and everything that Harry and Cedric threw at her, and had the uncanny ability to know what to do with the information. The boys were surprised to learn that the posh, rich girl attitude they were accustomed to was an act to fit in with her snooty neighbors back home. "I'm from Surrey," she explained with a laugh. "But if you grew up in Little Whinging, you'd learn to act like this too." She brought an interesting dynamic to their group, as well. Where Harry was often meek and Cedric played mediator, Grace was bold and almost Gryffindor-like with her brashness. Her impulsiveness led to midnight raids on the kitchens, sneaking into the library after hours for no other reason than to say that they did, and on one warm night, swimming in the Black Lake. She introduced a certain brand of chaos into their lives, and for the first time in years, Harry found himself having fun rather than settling for content. 3 weeks later, Harry stood amongst the other prospective Quidditch players, clutching his clean sweep 7 so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Grace, who had no interest in Quidditch, had elected to wander the grounds with Cedric, who, as a Hufflepuff, wouldn't have been welcomed at tryouts. Harry tried not to be disappointed, but it would have been nice to have friends cheer him on like the other students. All he had was Nettles hurling insults from the stands, and that didn't instill much confidence in him. One by one, Flint sent them up into the air and watched them with a critical eye as they circled the pitch. Some Slytherins barely made it halfway before being kicked out of tryouts by Flint. One unfortunate third year crashed into a goal post and had to be taken to the hospital wing on a stretcher. Harry's own flight was less than stellar, and Harry had to swerve like a maniac to avoid Nettles' jinxes. He landed roughly on the pitch after a well-aimed sting hex hit him square in the back. Despite Nettles' best efforts, Harry found himself pushed through increasingly grueling trials as the crowd around him got thinner until only a handful of students were left. Then it devolved into what could only be described as a bloodbath. All prospective team members were sent up into the air and a scrimmage that vaguely resembled a Quidditch game commenced. By that point, the tryouts had been going on for hours and it took all of Harry's skill to stay on his broom. He spent the majority of his time rolling out the way of bludgers and attempting to steal the quaffle from the older and heavier players. He managed to score a respectable 3 goals before Flint called them down. Though compared to Adrian Pusey, who scored a staggering 28 times, Harry wasn't all that confident with his performance. He waited, battered and bruised, for Flint to finish making his final decision. His ribs smarted where they took a nasty hit from Graham Montague's elbow and daydreamed about taking a hot bath when he got back to the dormitory. Miles Bletchley reclaimed his position of keeper to a chorus of thunderous applause. The reedy-looking third year was nothing but limbs and walked with the grace of a newborn giraffe. Despite his gangly stature, or perhaps because of it, he was adept at defending the goalposts and the obvious choice for the position. He didn't even bother listening to the names of the new beaters, knowing there was no chance of being chosen for the position. The 2 boys who were selected were so big that Harry wondered if they took swelling solutions with their morning tea. It didn't seem possible to be that muscular. Peregrine Mulciber and Adrian Pusey joined Flint for the chaser position. Pusey, despite being a second year, was agile in the air and had a wicked accuracy when it came to scoring. Mulciber was an interesting choice for a chaser, as his massive frame was better suited for beater, but Harry couldn't deny that the lumbering 5th year had one hell of a throwing arm. He refrained from sighing. Chaser was the only position he had any hope of earning. He should have known that there was no hope in making it on the team. The other boys were bigger than he was and infinitely more aggressive. In fact, it was probably a good thing he hadn't been chosen. He made enough trips to the infirmary on a weekly basis due to bullying. Madame Pomfrey would tie him to a bed for the rest of the year if he added Quidditch injuries to the long list of ailments she needed to fix up. Besides, if he wasn't on the Quidditch team, he would have more time to study. "Potter," Flint called, holding a set of green robes emblazoned with the number 7. "Seeker." The air left Harry's lungs and he had to pinch himself. Surely he had misheard. There was no way he was Seeker, not as a second year. Not when the Seeker from the previous year, Terrence Higgs, was standing feet away from him. Higgs seemed to have the same line of thought. What? He yelped. He shot an incredulous look between Flint and Harry, certain he had misheard. Harry understood the sentiment. Potter, Flint repeated, looking more surly than usual. Seeker. You want him? Higgs asked. This time, his look of disbelief was marred by disgust, and Harry fought the urge to shrink in on himself. Why? I don't need to explain my choices to you, Flint growled, stepping forward and shoving the robes into Harry's arms when it became clear he wasn't going to take it himself. He doesn't even speak, Higgs said, gesturing at Harry. He doesn't need to speak to catch the snitch, Flint snarled in reply. In fact, it's better if he doesn't. I've been on the team for 2 years. Higgs shouted, looking very much like he wanted to punch Flint in the face. And in 2 years, how many times have you caught the snitch? Flint asked, his voice icy. He sneered down at Higgs in distaste. Higgs' mouth opened and shut, but he didn't answer. That's right. None. I'm building a winning team here, Terrence, and it doesn't include you. Now, get off my pitch before I hex you. Higgs' face turned puce. He snapped his jaw shut, spun on his heel, and left the field, though not before leveling a murderous glare at Harry. I better not regret this, Potter, Flint grunted before shoving past Harry and disappearing into the changing room. His new teammates watched him leave in silence before turning their eyes on Harry. No one spoke and Harry tried not to fidget under their calculating stares. Then, one by one, they turned and followed after Flint, until Harry was left standing alone in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. He was elated to have made the team, but that didn't stop his stomach from writhing like snakes. Higgs wouldn't take the loss of his position lightly, and he had always been willing to aid Nettles in his quest of tormenting Harry. What would happen now that he had a motive to harass him? He wasn't sure how long he stood there, but the shadows began to creep across the field, and he knew that dinner would be starting soon. Cedric would be worried. Grace would be insufferable, no doubt, when she heard the news. He could hear her taking credit for his spot already. His spot, on the Quidditch team. Slytherin's Seeker. He couldn't keep the broad grin off his face. He'd have to write to his family with the news. They'd be thrilled. Uncle Sirius might even show up to a match wearing green. Life changed, as it so often did, but this time, for the better. Joining the Quidditch team afforded Harry a new status in Slytherin that he hadn't had before. Namely, the majority of his housemates weren't trying to send him to the hospital wing. That wasn't to say everyone was happy with his appointment. Higgs, in particular, seemed to take his replacement as a personal slight. He took to making snide comments whenever Harry was in hearing range and starting rumors about how he bought his way onto the team. Fortunately, it never escalated into anything physical, though that could have been due to Flint's uncanny ability to always be in the general vicinity when an altercation was imminent. His dorm mates had even called a ceasefire, much to Nettles' disappointment. They settled for pretending like he wasn't there when they could, and quiet contempt when they couldn't. Pusey even talked to him on occasion, and whilst it was always about Quidditch, Harry would take whatever friendly interaction he could get. Of course, he still found himself dodging hexes from Gryffindor as the first Quidditch match of the season approached, but that was to be expected. Especially since the Weasley Terrors had both made the team. Like a poorly choreographed dance, it became routine to avoid their jinxes in the corridors between classes. And on the first Saturday in November, Harry took great pleasure in snatching the snitch from under Charlie Weasley's nose and securing a win for Slytherin. The after party lasted throughout the night, and Harry didn't stop smiling the entire time. The weather started to deteriorate and soon sunny days were nothing but a distant memory. Each gust of wind found its way through wool cloaks and the air felt damp in a way that promised snowfall. The poor weather did little to deter Flint, however, who trained them with an alarming fervor. One would think he was captaining the English national team, rather than a group of school children. It wasn't uncommon for Harry to return to the common room minutes before curfew in desperate need of a shower, his muscles quivering from overexertion. Flint would fix him with a critical look at the end of every practice and point all the mistakes he had made. Then he would demand that Harry, fix it before I do. Harry wasn't sure what that meant, but he took the corrections to heart. Marcus Flint was not someone you wanted to disappoint. On top of his rigorous Quidditch practices, classes increased in difficulty. Now that they were second years, the professors didn't feel the need to coddle them as much. The amount of homework had increased and Harry spent countless hours cooped up in the library, trying to stay ahead of it. Cedric and Grace joined him, more often than not, though the latter had much less schoolwork to do than the boys. Whilst they toiled away at transfiguring buttons into beetles and writing tedious essays on the movements of Uranus, Grace could often be found with her feet propped up on their table as she lounged beside them. "What are you reading?" A bossy voice interrupted his concentration one afternoon in mid-December. It wasn't often others intruded on their study time. Madame Pants was far too strict to allow much conversation. Even his most devoted bullies knew not to cause trouble in the library. Harry glanced up from his potions text in surprise, taking a second to recognize the bespectacled before them. "Hello, Percy," Cedric greeted the tall redhead before them. Weasley nodded before refocusing his attention back on Grace, or rather, the tome in her lap. It was a heavy, leather-bound thing, written entirely in classical Latin. She had found in the study the week prior and had been trying to decipher it ever since. Cedric had rolled his eyes and lamented being surrounded by overeducated swats. Grace had admitted to Harry that she didn't know Latin, and was only pretending to read it just to spite Cedric. Harry helped her find and apply a translation charm that night. "Where did you get that book?" Weasley demanded, a pinched look on his face. Grace bristled at his tone. "I found it on a shelf." "Which shelf?" "The one with the books on it." Weasley let out a scoff. "You stole it from the restricted section, no doubt." Cedric and Harry shared an uneasy look. "Percy, lay off her, all right," Cedric said, laying down his quill. Neither the Gryffindor nor the first year paid him any mind. Grace let out a cold, derisive laugh. "What, because I'm a Slytherin?" Weasley pinched his lips together, looking very much like he wanted to agree with her statement but didn't want to sound prejudiced. "Give me that. You have no business with it. You'll ruin it." "Stop," Grace snapped, hugging the book to her chest and shielding it from Weasley's grabbing hands. "It's mine." "Leave her alone, Percy," Cedric said, standing up and trying to intervene. "It's not a library book." Weasley ignored him once again and dove for the book, only to let out a strangled yelp. "You bit me. You asked for it," Grace snarled, curling into herself. "It's bleeding." Harry stood as well. Madame Pants was descending on the squabble with a fierce look in her eye, and he was in no mood to be banned from the library for eternity. Flicking his wand, their belongings packed themselves into their bags, which he slung over his shoulder. Nobody tried to stop them as they beat their hasty retreat, though the whispers from the other students could still be heard even after the heavy library doors swung shut behind them. He wrapped an arm around Grace and steered her down the corridor. "I'm not going to apologize," she said. Harry hugged her shoulders a little tighter. They retreated to the study, where a new rule was established. No books were permitted to leave. Other than that, neither he nor Cedric mentioned the incident again, and Grace seemed rather keen on forgetting the entire ordeal. Unfortunately for her, Professor Snape didn't share the same mindset. He descended on her at breakfast the next morning, a burning look in his eyes. "Why has it come to my attention that you have been biting other students like a rabid cur?" he asked, sneering down his long hooked nose at Grace. "Someone should remind him that snitches get stitches," she grumbled. Harry choked on his tea. He didn't know whether to be impressed or worried about her cavalier attitude. Even Cedric wasn't so bold to give Snape such cheek. Snape certainly wasn't impressed. "I have half a mind." "What?" "Snitches get stitches," she repeated. "It means that people who tattle will wind up in trouble. I heard it in New York last summer." Snape's lips went bone white and his voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Harry, who had been on the end of that voice on more than one occasion, slipped further into his seat and tried to make himself as small as possible. "I have half a mind to put you in detention for the rest of the year. Assaulting another student like a common muggle." "Well, what was I supposed to do?" she asked, putting her hands on her hips. "It's not like I know any spells. I'm a first year." "Do you think the headmaster will care?" Snape asked. Harry was so focused on the argument, he belatedly realized a sleek eagle owl had landed in front of him. It nipped at his knuckles when he didn't remove the package from its extended leg. He frowned at the strange owl but offered some of his bacon to appease it. He didn't recognize the owl to belong to any of his family members, but that didn't mean much. His father was a busy man who worked on some transfiguration project Harry wasn't allowed to know about, and his barn owl was often gone for days on end. Uncle Remus didn't even have an owl and had to visit the owl post office every time he wanted to send a letter. Curious, he reached forward and untangled the package from the owl's leg. Freed from its burden, the owl let out a disgruntled hoot and took off, though not before clipping him in the head with one of its wings. He fumbled with the parcel, trying to open it while he watched the argument with a mixture of horror and fascination. Snape's face had turned an odd puce color and looked seconds away from strangling her. Grace, meanwhile, was determined to showcase all of her chutzpah and lack of self-preservation. It was decidedly un-Slytherin. Or perhaps it was very Slytherin because her nerve and determination were rewarded when she managed to talk her way out of detention. Harry tried not to laugh at Grace's theatrics, "I'm just a little girl." What was he thinking? Coming at me like that, knowing it would only draw Snape's attention. Unlike his friend, he did not have the skill to talk his way out of trouble. Why were his friends all lunatics? He wondered as he finally managed to open the package. A high-pitched scream tore through the great hall, drawing the attention of everybody in it. Harry jumped, falling off the back of the bench, the package landing on the stone floor beside him. Students clutched at their ears and shouted at him to shut the package up. Red-faced, Harry dove for the shrieking package, but a voice rose out of it, halting him in his tracks. "Not my babies, not my boys. Please, not my babies." The air left his lungs. He knew that voice. It didn't matter that he hadn't heard it in 9 years. It was as beautiful and haunting as he remembered. Not them. Please no, take me. Kill me instead. He knew what would come next. He covered his ears, having no desire to hear his mother beg for mercy. Then came those words. Chilling, hateful, evil. A literal death sentence for anyone on the wrong end of them. They haunted his nightmares just as much as his mother's last words. Avada Kedavra. There was a flash of acid green light and a thud as his mother fell unseen to the floor. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. Because he stepped out, rising out of the box, expanding like an alchemy, until he stood before Harry. Unlike the last time the two came face to face, Harry had his glasses on. He had no trouble seeing his pale, terrible face. He squatted down before him, his head twisting at an unnatural, inhuman angle. "Time to die, Harry Potter," Lord Voldemort said, his voice even, cool, hissing. He raised his wand towards his face. Harry shut his eyes. Ridiculous. It was Professor Snape who cast the spell, not Voldemort. His voice was grating, heated, and full of fury. It was nothing but a boggart, a small part of Harry's consciousness pointed out. Of course it was. Lord Voldemort was dead, just like his mother. Your father too. It was a whisper, nothing more than a memory he had forgotten about. Potter, Professor Snape said. He was nearby, crouching beside him by the sound of it. Just as Voldemort had done. He bit down on his lip so hard that he tasted blood. Harry couldn't force his eyes to open, though he wished he could have. If he had, he wouldn't have had to relive the way his mother's body fell to the ground, or how Voldemort's crimson eyes surveyed him like a bug he wanted to squash. If he could open his eyes, he would be able to see the Great Hall, not his old bedroom in Godric's Hollow, its walls painted navy and decorated with gold stars. He wouldn't feel like he was sitting on his bed, John squirming and screaming in his lap. Potter, Snape said again. Harry wanted to respond more than any time he had in his life. He wanted to open his eyes and look his head of house in the eye. He wanted to laugh, because wasn't that how you finished off Bogarts? And say that he was fine. Because of course he was. He wasn't the sniveling, pathetic boy Snape thought he was. But his jaw was locked, proving that he was pathetic. His eyes were screwed shut just like a scared child. He was useless. He shut down when presented with a boggart like a pathetic child. For the first time in his life, Harry understood the term self-loathing. Mr. Potter, Snape whispered. Fury like he had never known welled up in his body. How dare he speak to him like that? He had no right to sound so gentle, like he cared. Harry's muscles spasmed, desperate to lash out and destroy. He wanted his damned limbs to move, to grab his wand, and hex Snape into a million pieces. His skin itched and crawled as if lightning was dancing across the surface. A cold hand rested on his arm and long, spider-like fingers wrapped around his wrist. There was a great boom, and Harry knew nothing more. He awoke to his father shouting. His father had shouted that night, too. Harry repressed a shiver and opened his eyes. He'd been moved to the infirmary and someone had removed his glasses. He could see the vague outline of his father ranting at someone across the room, and beside him were the blurry faces of Cedric and Grace. Cedric helped him sit up before handing Harry his glasses from the nearby table. When the room came into focus, he could see that his father was having a shouting match with Snape, of all people. The potions master was glaring at him with a look of malice he usually reserved for Harry. Oh, so a boggart decided to mail itself? James asked. Snape looked like he swallowed a lemo. You have no proof of who did it. We can start with those terrors he shares a dormitory with. Feeling better? Cedric asked, drawing his attention away from the feuding adults. I should hope so, Grace replied. After what he did. Harry wanted to ask her what had happened, but no sound came out. You blew up the Great Hall, she explained, ignoring Cedric's demands for her to shut up. We had to have lunch in the common room. Lunch. But they were eating breakfast. How long was he asleep for? Blew up is a strong and accurate way of phrasing it, Cedric continued, ignoring her interruptions. And it was only half of the hall. He blew out the window and the ceiling, Grace said, her hazel eyes wide and glittering with excitement. Professor Flitwick cancelled class today so he could piece it back together. Cedric stopped trying to fluff Harry's pillows and glared down at her. You could try being a bit more sensitive, he snapped. Relax. Madame Pomfrey said he was fine, she said, leaning back in her chair and kicking her feet up onto his bed. She somehow managed to make it look cool, despite being so short. There wasn't even a scratch on him. And I thought Harry was the worrier. In all the time Harry had known Cedric, he had never heard him take a nasty tone with anyone. If he could feel anything other than the dull emptiness in his chest, he might have been surprised when Cedric lurched to his feet and glared at her. Do you know what happened? Do you even know who that was? Harry thought this was a little unfair. As a Muggleborn, Grace wouldn't understand who Voldemort was or why people feared him. Sure, Harry had explained the basics, but there was only so much he knew and felt comfortable sharing. His brow furrowed as a spark of concern wove its way through his body. Harry sat up a little further, wanting to diffuse the impending argument but finding himself able to open his mouth. All the muscles in his face felt frozen. Grace seemed to realize she was treading on thin ice. She righted herself and watched Cedric. I can only guess it was the Voldemort bloke you all seem afraid of. I was trying not to bring it up, but since you want to discuss him so much. Red eyes, skin stretched tight over his skull, that awful, awful voice. A flash of green and pain. Harry shivered and his voice retreated further down in his chest. Cedric, like so many wizards, flinched at the Dark Lord's name. Don't say that name. Why? He's dead, she snapped, rising to her feet. What's there to be scared of? An astute observation, Miss Cooper. It was Professor Dumbledore who spoke, standing behind her in leaf green robes embroidered with violets. Fear of the name increases fear in the thing itself. 5 points to Slytherin for your wisdom. Grace looked like she was torn between beaming up at the headmaster and sticking her tongue out at Cedric. She settled for tossing a triumphant look at her friend instead. Cedric rolled his eyes before returning to fussing over Harry, moving to allow Mr. Potter to sit on the edge of the bed. James pulled his son into a fierce hug before he pressed a kiss to his brow and tucked Harry under his arm. He wasn't sure if he was shaking more or Harry. He had been enjoying a quiet breakfast with John when he received the message that Harry had been in an accident. When he'd arrived at his former school 20 minutes later, smoke was billowing out of the Great Hall. Dumbledore himself had escorted James to the hospital wing, where his son lay unconscious. The worry had turned to anger when Snape, Merlin he loathed that man, had described what had transpired over breakfast. Someone had thought it funny to send Harry a boggart. Their attempts at humiliating him had backfired, however, after Lord freaking Voldemort appeared. The students, understandably, were sent into a panic at the sight of the long-dead Dark Lord. Then, to make it worse, Harry managed to blow up the Great Hall in a fit of accidental magic. Harry's dorm mates were the obvious culprits to the crime, though Snape seemed content to ignore this. He was relishing in James's frustration, no doubt. When he sought justice through Professor Dumbledore, however, he found nothing but indifference. Whilst Harry was upset by what had occurred, no real harm had come to the boy. Besides, there was simply no evidence to implicate anyone. Even if they knew who the likely culprits were, they couldn't prove it. James realized that Dumbledore hadn't said this in such a patronizing tone, but he was at the end of his rope by that point. He focused his attention on his son, who looked well, all things considered. At least in the physical sense. Madame Pomfrey was a world-class healer. She wouldn't be working at Hogwarts if she wasn't the best of the best, but there were only so many things healing spells and potions could do. The shock of seeing your mother's murderer at breakfast wasn't something that could be fixed with the wave of a wand. Harry was quiet at the best of times, but his reaction to stress was a whole different basket of measles. After Lily had died, something James was almost positive Harry could remember, his son fell silent. He didn't speak, he didn't cry, he didn't hum or laugh or any of the things little boys were supposed to do. Just unnatural and traumatized silence. The healers he took him to had assured James that his son would speak when he was good and ready. Good and ready turned out to be 6 years later. He just hoped the silence wouldn't last so long this time. It seems Madame Pomfrey missed a spot, Dumbledore said, taking the seat next to the little Slytherin girl. He gestured to the scar on Harry's forehead with a sympathetic smile. That looks painful. Cedric shook his head. That's always been there, Professor. Truly? He asked, surprise gracing his features. Well, I suppose it must have been. I should know better than to doubt dear Poppy's healing abilities. Might I inquire how you got it? Harry pursed his lips but didn't say anything. James would have been more surprised if he had. He reached up and brushed his fingers across the lightning bolt shape that marred his son's brow before covering it over with his fringe. It's from the attack. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the room. Nobody asked him which attack he was referring to. Well, the girl, Grace, he thought she was called, seemed to want to, but Cedric shook his head. Harry tensed in his arms and James ran a comforting hand through his scruffy hair. Despite this, Dumbledore pushed on, much to James's annoyance. You seem to have a good idea of what Voldemort, Cedric flinched and Snape hissed. Looked like, Professor Dumbledore said, his tone sad. Again, Harry offered no response. His fingers worried the crisp white sheets, stopping only when Cedric reached out to squeeze his hand. He was in the room that night, James responded in a terse tone when it became clear Harry wasn't about to. He kissed his temple and pulled him a little closer. Harry leaned into his father's embrace, unable to feel embarrassed by it, despite the presence of his friends and professors. He closed his eyes and inhaled the woodsy musk that clung to his father's clothes, willing it to chase away the images of his mother's lifeless body. James Potter was very much alive, despite what Voldemort had told him all those years ago. His father was warm and his arms were strong around him. In his father's arms, he was safe. The twinkle in the headmaster's eye died at the pronouncement, his face growing hard. He leaned forward and tried to catch Harry's eye, which he resolutely ignored. That must have been quite frightening for you, Harry, he said. Was the boggart a memory of what happened to your brother? A hysterical laugh managed to bubble out of his chest before it too was squashed by this throat, like all the words he wanted to say. He wanted to shout at the headmaster to bugger off, for one. Who did he think he was, asking him to relive the worst day of his life? He had never even met the man, and even if he had, Dumbledore had no right to his story. Fortunately, his father seemed to be thinking along the same lines. Enough, his father snapped, his voice vibrating in his chest. He's had enough for today. Of course, Dumbledore said, bowing his head in apology. Forgive me, Harry. I forgot myself. You're distracting us from the real problem, Snape said in a pointed voice. Dumbledore nodded, continuing to watch Harry through sad blue eyes. Indeed. Dreadful events. The boy can't stay in the dormitory, Snape said, turning his dark eyes from Harry to the headmaster. I agree, James replied, looking rather shocked at the fact. There's no way he's going back there. At least until whoever sent him the package is punished. It wouldn't be safe. I'm more concerned with my other students, Snape growled. After his little display in the Great Hall. Oh, right. He'd forgotten he'd blown that up. They won't be safe around him. Not if his magic is so unstable. His father rose to his feet, his face flushing with rage. This isn't Harry's fault. Snape's dark eyes landed back on Harry. For once, they weren't full of hatred, but cold and detached. By comparison, his gaze was almost kind. They're terrified of the boy, he drawled. More so than they were before. For a bit of accidental magic. James said with a disbelieving laugh. That was more than a bit of accidental magic. Snape snapped. Cedric, bless him, leapt to Harry's defense. It wasn't even his fault. You can't control accidental magic. It's not fair to punish him for it. It might have escaped your notice, Mr. Diggory, Snape drawled. But life isn't fair. Harry found himself agreeing with the potion's master, loath as he was to admit it. Most kids made things levitate or change colors, not explode. They certainly didn't damage a millennium-old castle in the process. Plus, he was 12. What 12-year-old still had bursts of accidental magic? Maybe he was dangerous and unstable. I set the barn on fire once, Cedric said, interrupting Harry's dark thoughts. Mum said it was like I called a bolt of lightning from the heavens, and the barn erupted in flames. All because I didn't want to help shear the sheep. Cedric, ever the loyal Hufflepuff, was willing to toss himself in front of the hippogriff if it meant to make Harry feel better. Harry felt a rush of gratitude for his friend, which chased away the icy numbness in his limbs. He glanced up at his friend, his lips trying to twitch into an appreciative smile. Cedric seemed to understand and reached forward to give his hand another comforting squeeze. I vomited over my teacher in year 3 out of spite, Grace admitted. Cedric's face twisted in disgust, an expression that echoed on Snape's. That's not accidental magic. Well, no, but since we were sharing our accomplishments, I didn't want to be left out. And there was Grace. She might not be the most comforting presence, but she seemed to pick up on Harry's desire to be distracted. And whether her story was true or not, it had the intended effect of drawing the attention off of him, if only for a moment. It was nice having such loyal friends, Harry decided. And a father who was willing to fight for him. Peace, Professor Dumbledore said, holding up a hand and rising from his seat. There will be no punishment. That was how Harry found himself being moved into a private room. His father had managed to convince Snape to move him out of the second-year's boys' dormitory, citing that Harry would be safe away from the bullies. Having a private room as a second year was unheard of in Slytherin. It was a privilege granted only to prefects and head students. The change didn't please him as much as it once would have. Where he once would have rejoiced at the idea of escaping his tormentors, now he felt as if he was being punished, no matter what Dumbledore said. He was already ostracized enough by the other Slytherins, why did he have to be banished as well? The adults said it was for his safety, but if that was true, why didn't they look for the person who sent the ruddy boggart? They, not Harry, were the danger. Snape hadn't been exaggerating when he said the other Slytherins were afraid of him. He felt their eyes watching him warily as he crossed the common room that evening. Warrington actually flinched when Harry showed up to collect his belongings. Loneliness crept through him as he folded up his robes and placed them in his trunk. He'd rather they ignore him than fear him. Christmas came and went. His family was used to morose moods that they weren't surprised that he didn't speak for the entire holiday. Still, they included him in their holiday cheer and festivities, for which Harry was incredibly grateful. It was isolating enough not being able to tell John all about his term at Hogwarts. Presents were exchanged and opened, with Harry receiving what Uncle Sirius called an alarming amount of books. Grace sent a large box of Muggle sweets, which the brothers had great joy in sampling. Cedric gave him a new school bag to replace the one Harry had blown up when he tried to charm it to better accommodate a growing Medusa. By contrast, New Year's was a quiet affair at the Potter household. With the full moon having been the night before, Uncle Remus spent the following days recovering whilst his father and Uncle Sirius kept him company. Harry and John were left in the care of the family house elf, Acorn, who graciously allowed them to help her make cookies. She also turned a blind eye to the boys devouring the entire batch in the time it took for her to whip up another one. When classes resumed 2 weeks later, it was with a heavy heart Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express. The only bright spot was the presence of his friends, who exchanged excited chatter about their holidays. Cedric visited his family mainly, whilst Grace was well tanned after 2 weeks in India with her mother. Harry listened and pet Medusa, who spent most of the time asleep, waking only to catch the frog-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that Cedric tossed her way. "How can you even eat those things?" Grace asked, her nose wrinkling in disgust. "They're revolting." Cedric gave her a conspiratorial grin. "That's half the fun. Back me up on this, Harry." Harry shook his head and gave him a fond smile. "See, he agrees with me." "No, he doesn't." He tried to remember how they included him in their conversations when he lay in bed that night, hoping to keep the loneliness at bay. His room was smaller than his former dormitory, but it was more than adequate for a single occupant. All of the necessities were covered, with a spacious bed and a private bath. There was an empty shelf for his books and a handsome wood desk in the corner with a matching wardrobe. There was even a luxurious wingback armchair standing in front of a marble fireplace. It was all his, and he resented it. It was a symbol of his alienation and his inability to fit in with the other Slytherins. At least Medusa was pleased with the arrangement. She was getting too large to comfortably hide from the other boys and was pleased with the ability to slither around freely. She especially appreciated the fireplace, deeming it an acceptable addition to their nest. Harry spent the first evening back at school charming the hearth so that she couldn't make a real nest in the flames. Harry tried to spend the least amount of time in his chambers as possible. He spent so much time in the library that even Madame Pants had started to notice and would greet him by name every time he visited. At first, Grace complained bitterly about having to trudge up several floors to do her homework when there was a perfectly good library steps away from the Slytherin common room. That was until Cedric pointed out that the only Parselmouth in England was out of commission. It took all of 3 weeks for Grace to come up with a solution. After classes on the first Friday of February, Grace had demanded them to meet her in the entrance hall for an adventure. "Where are we going?" Cedric asked, drawing his wool cloak over his shoulders. It had snowed the previous day and neither boy was keen on stomping across the grounds. Grace ignored their protests well, Cedric's at least, and led them through the oak doors and into the chilly afternoon air. "Well, my mum's a doctor. You know, a Muggle healer. And well, I wrote to her about Harry," she began, shooting Harry an apologetic look. "And she told me that there have been studies that show that animals help with trauma. Especially horses. I thought we might try and find some," she said in a tiny voice, looking more uncertain of herself by the minute. She reached into her knapsack and pulled out a handful of raw meat wrapped in butcher paper. She offered it to Harry. "You mentioned they're carnivores." Cedric gave her a bemused smile. "But there aren't any horses at Hogwarts." Grace and Harry gave Cedric a confused look of their own. "I mean, there are those winged ones," she pointed out. "Is that not what they're called?" Harry frowned and shrugged. They certainly looked like horses, though he never had figured out what they were. Cedric grinned. "You're having me on," he declared with a chuckle. But when neither of them joined in, the smile melted off his face. "Seriously, what are you talking about?" The two Slytherins shared a look, trying to gauge their sanity. If both of them saw it, it must exist, right? "They're these big black horses. With wings and fangs," Grace explained, flapping her arms before miming fangs with her fingers. "You must have seen them. They pull the carriages to and from Hogsmeade." Harry nodded emphatically when Cedric cast them a dubious look. "Right," he drawled. Grace drew her wand and shot off a sting hex, hitting Cedric in the arm. "I'm not mad. I didn't say you were. You were thinking it." There was one person who Harry could think of that would put that matter to rest. Harry huffed in frustration at his friends bickering before spinning on his heels and taking off in the other direction. They scrambled after him, their argument already long forgotten. Harry! Hagrid bellowed as he approached. The groundskeeper was out front of his hut, alternating between chopping firewood and tossing sticks for his massive boarhound to chase. "How's father doin'?" He shot Hagrid a smile and a thumbs up. Hagrid let out a guffaw and ruffled Harry's hair, nearly knocking him to the ground in the process. "What can I do for ye?" Grace took it upon herself to explain their situation, if not a tad abrasively, leaving Cedric huffing and rolling his eyes. Hagrid took it in stride, despite never having met either of Harry's friends before, and patiently listened to Grace's description of the skeletal horses they had seen. Hagrid nodded in understanding, his dark eyes sad. "Ye'll be talkin' about the Thestrals, then," he said. "Dead useful, they are." "So they do exist?" Cedric asked. "They pull the carriages." Hagrid nodded again. "I take it ye want to meet 'em." Harry nodded, a grin breaking out on his face. He took the offering of meat from Grace and showed it to Hagrid. "He mentioned they like meat," Cedric translated. "You're a good lad, Harry," Hagrid said. "I suppose there's no harm in showin' 'em to ye. They live in the forest, mind ye, so stick with me." The three students nodded eagerly and trotted after Hagrid, who patiently answered their questions. When they stopped in a large clearing, Hagrid cupped his hands around his mouth and let out a shrieking cry, reminiscent of the one Harry had heard the Thestrals make. He grinned over at Cedric, who was bouncing with excitement. Several minutes and another shriek later, a single Thestral emerged from the dense forest. Heart leaping in his chest, Harry pulled out a strip of meat from Grace's stash and approached the beast. It watched him for a minute through those blank white eyes, trying to decide if he was trustworthy. Harry extended the meat. It shrieked in delight, almost knocking him over in its desperation to get to the food. When it had finished gobbling up its snack, the Thestral began nudging his pockets, looking for more. He huffed in amusement before offering the Thestral another piece of meat. "I don't get it," Harry heard Cedric say. "What's he doing?" "He's feedin' the Thestral," Hagrid explained. "But there isn't. He doesn't." Whereas, Cedric's splutters of confusion had Harry turning around. Hagrid gave them a kind smile. "I'd be surprised if ye could see 'em, Cedric," he said. "You're awfully young. What's that got to do anything?" "Thestrals can only be seen by someone who's witnessed death," Hagrid explained. Grace let out a soft little, "Oh," and drew closer to Hagrid, hiding behind his moleskin overcoat. Harry turned around and surveyed the skeletal creature in front of him. Suddenly, the Thestrals weren't so exciting anymore. They're clever creatures, and dead useful. Amazin' sense o' direction and capable o' flyin' over great distances. They've got a bad reputation 'cause o' the death thin, but they're peaceful enough, Hagrid continued as if this was a care of magical creatures class. After a moment of hesitation, Grace stepped out from Hagrid's shadow, approaching the Thestral with a look of determination. "What's its name?" "This one's called Ebony," said Hagrid. "Named after a former student. She was a bit off her rocker. Nowda, I think about it, thought she was a vampire, oh all things." He shook his head as if to clear it of the thought. "She's got a colt around here, somewhere." Darkness. And sure enough, a spindly-legged Thestral trotted into the clearing, its high-pitched shrieks echoing through the trees. "It's so ugly it's almost cute," said Grace, offering the newcomer a piece of meat. "I wish I could see it," Cedric said in a wistful voice. "Well, when you watch one of your parents die, you can join the club." There was an awkward silence for a moment. "I'm sorry, that was rude of me," she said, not meeting anyone's eye. Cedric stepped forward and pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Was it your dad?" She nodded before bending forward and tickling the baby Thestral under the chin. It squealed and collapsed to the ground, presenting its side for her to scratch. "He was a firefighter. One day his luck ran out. I was 8. Her voice wobbled at the end and she drew away from Cedric, trying and failing to surreptitiously wipe her tears. The baby Thestral scrambled after her and head-butted the back of her knees with its head. "Lost my dad too, when I was about her age," said Hagrid, patting her back. "There's no shame in cryin', Gracie. No shame at all. Ebony the Thestral let out a soft, haunting cry and nudged Harry again. He lifted his hand and stroked her soft, leathery neck. When he noticed Cedric watching, he held out his hand and helped Cedric place a hand on the Thestral's muzzle. His dark gray eyes widened in shock at the sensation. They didn't stay long after that. They trudged out the forest and bid Hagrid a gloomy farewell before making their way up to the castle. It was too early for dinner but too late to make it back to their respective common rooms, so the three friends loitered in the entrance hall, shuffling their feet against the stone floor and avoiding eye contact with each other. That was a good idea, Cedric said at last. His tone was genuine and free from sarcasm. Thank you for thinking of it. Even if I couldn't see them. Grace shot Cedric a watery smile before tucking herself under his arm. What did you think, Harry? Did you like them? Harry pursed his lips as he considered the question. Until Hagrid had dropped the whole, can only be seen if you've seen death, Dungbomb, he had enjoyed himself immensely. Perhaps that was unfair of him, to judge the Thestrals. Before, he thought they were cute, in their own ghastly way, and they were no different after Hagrid had explained why Cedric couldn't see them. Harry gave his friend a nod and a shy smile. Then something happened, shocking the three students. Harry giggled. It wasn't particularly loud and it almost sounded like he was choking. It wasn't even the progress that they had hoped for. He wasn't ready to speak yet, but one day he would. When he was ready, and on his own terms. After months of silence, a giggle was progress. And for now, that was enough. Seconds later, Cedric and Grace pounced on him, enveloping him in a tight hug. When students stumbled across the scene later, they rolled their eyes at the puppy puddle and stepped over them to get to dinner. Even the cold-hearted Professor Snape didn't deduct house points from them. Though that might have had something to do with the broad grin and peals of laughter coming from a certain dark-haired Slytherin trapped at the very bottom of the pile. As the spring term commenced, it became clear that Harry's silent spell wouldn't be ending soon. Naturally, the professors of Hogwarts reacted in a variety of ways. Professor Sprout was as cheerful as ever, and while disappointed with Harry's lack of participation in class, didn't penalize him for never partaking in discussions. Professor Flitwick was delighted to see that Harry could cast charms nonverbally and even went so far as to award house points for every spell he was able to perform. Professor Snape had been content to ignore Harry since the start of his second year and seemed to find it easier to do so. Binns, who couldn't remember their names on a good day, didn't even notice. But it was Professor McGonagall's reaction that surprised Harry the most. She would give him a stern look over the top of her glasses whenever he failed to respond to one of her questions and deduct points. When that failed to garner a reaction, she began assigning oral presentations for homework and failing him when he stood in front of the class, blinking like a unicorn startled by wandlight. She even went so far as to assign him his first detention in March after he was unable to explain how he transfigured his turtle into bongos. "You were in a school, Mr. Potter," she explained to a surprised Harry after class. "We do not hoard knowledge. Perhaps this will remind you to speak when you are spoken to." Harry thought this was particularly unfair. It was as frustrating to him as it was to those around him. Even Medusa suffered from his lack of communication when she emerged from her brumation. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. He wasn't trying to come off as rude or haughty. He didn't like it when his throat burned and constricted around his words. It wasn't like he wasn't trying. Some days were worse than others, but sometimes he managed to laugh at a joke Cedric told, or hum when Grace demanded his attention. After that first detention, Professor McGonagall assigned him one for every Transfiguration class he didn't speak in. It was an unfair punishment, and part of Harry wanted to speak in every class but hers to spite her. But 2 months later, the punishments were just as ineffective as they had been when they first started. If anything, it only made things worse. Harry dreaded going to Transfiguration. He even began skipping meals to avoid seeing his professor in the Great Hall. His palms would sweat and his stomach would clench so tightly at the thought of encountering her that it wasn't uncommon for him to make himself sick. As the months dragged on, he found himself in the hospital wing for stomach soothers before every class. Madame Pomfrey was not impressed when she found out why he required her ministrations on a biweekly basis. He was not privy to the argument, but according to the Hogwarts rumor mill, the Medowitch handed out a tongue lashing so severe, it had even Professor Snape cowering in fear. It also may or may not have included a Muggle fistfight, unlikely, an epic duel, less unlikely but from a dodgy source, a pocket-sized dragon, told to him by a wistful-looking Hagrid, and a handful of catnip. He thought Grace was messing with him at that point. Either way, the result was that Harry no longer had to attend detention with McGonagall. Instead, he would be required to meet with Madame Pomfrey several times a week for mind-healing sessions. It was an interesting experience, to say the least. Whilst she never pushed him to talk, Madame Pomfrey never employed the same engaging techniques the mind healers at St. Mungo's had. She never asked him to draw her pictures or spell out his feelings with little blocks. She didn't even try to get him to do deep breathing exercises in the hope that he might relax. Instead, Madame Pomfrey spent most of their sessions teaching him spells. Some were helpful, like teaching him how to magic his words into the air in front of him like a placard on a painting. Others were amusing, such as learning to transfigure old potion bottles into hedgehogs and letting them race across the hospital wing. But the most interesting spells, he learned by watching. Receiving mind healing from the infirmary's only matron meant that it wasn't uncommon for Harry sessions to be interrupted by the odd, ailing student. Harry watched, enraptured, every time a student was prescribed a pepper-up potion or had radishes removed from their nostrils. It was always something different coming through the infirmary doors, and somehow, Madame Pomfrey always knew how to fix it. Harry found his throat burning with unasked questions like, why did dosages matter for some potions, but not others? Or, what was going on underneath the skin of someone with middlemites? Or, how long did it take for regrown bones to return to original hardness? He soon found himself waiting for the next patient to come in, just to see how they could be healed. It didn't take long for Madame Pomfrey to notice his divided attention. Do you have an interest in healing? She asked after sending off a boy who required his thumbs to be reattached. Harry gave her a shy smile at having been caught watching but nodded. From that day on, Madame Pomfrey let him shadow her in the hospital wing. She never let him actually treat a patient, he was 12, after all, but she always explained what he was seeing and walked him through the healing process. She lent him books on healing, and when he devoured those, began teaching him basic healing spells that he could use on himself. Where Professor Flitwick might have squealed in delight when Harry cast a spell silently, he got a firm nod of approval from Madame Pomfrey. When he learned to cast the summing charm, she didn't give him a considering look as Uncle Remus might have but set him to work gathering supplies for him whilst she tended to patients. She cast spells verbally so that he could learn them, then explained what they did as they worked their magic. It was nice, Harry decided, to have an adult that was invested in him. He had his father and his uncles, of course, but it wasn't quite the same. They were his family, and it only made sense for them to love and support him. Madame Pomfrey, even if it was technically her job to help Harry, didn't have to teach him anything that fell outside of the purview of mind healing. She didn't have to walk Harry through charms that would knit small cuts together or reduce swelling in a sprained ankle. But she did because she saw that it made him happy. Harry found that he looked forward to his sessions with Madame Pomfrey. Every spare moment was spent in the school library, researching healing. So much so, that Madame Pants reserved a table just for him. Slytherin's study would have been more ideal, but seeing as he was the only one who could open it, he had to make do. Many of the healing texts he found were too advanced, but he didn't let it discourage him. So what if he was only a second year? Every healer had to start somewhere. Harry studied with a ferocity that consumed him. His mind inhaled every scrap of knowledge and tucked it away until his brain was bloated with information. Then he would go to sleep and start again the next day. The other professors noticed Harry's change in focus. He had always been a good student, but after starting his sessions with Madame Pomfrey, there was a fire in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He looked so passionate, so alive, that it didn't even matter that he still wasn't speaking. No longer was he the gloomy, silent boy who was content to go unnoticed, but a young man who was confident in his abilities. Whilst his participation in class discussions didn't increase, his spellwork and theoretical knowledge had, and soon he was excelling so fast through the curriculum, his classmates couldn't keep up. Not everyone was impressed with Harry's new attitude. His confidence, which for so long had made him a target, grated on his former dorm mates. Atticus Nettles, in particular, took exception to it. Despite losing his easy access to his favorite victim, Nettles was persistent in his goal to bully Harry. The problem, however, is that it soon became apparent that he was alone in his endeavors. A majority of the girls lost interest when it became clear Harry wasn't going to react to their taunts. Terence Higgs, the fourth year Harry had replaced as Seeker, started giving Harry a wide berth after returning from his suspension for his role in the Boggart incident. The vast majority of the older Slytherins were either too busy with school to care about Harry, were acclimated to his presence in the house, or knew Flint would hex them 7 ways to Sunday if they messed with him. Pusey even went so far as to stop Nettles from hexing Harry in the middle of the crowded common room. "Do you want to explain to Flint why his Seeker is missing practice tonight?" Pusey asked one Tuesday in April, before hauling Harry out of the common room. Harry shot Pusey a shy smile, who shrugged in response. They walked towards the Quidditch pitch in companionable silence. The peaceful evening didn't last, because it soon became evident that Flint was in a foul mood. Gryffindor had flattened Hufflepuff in their previous game with an embarrassing score of 955-10, putting them in lead for the Quidditch Cup. The only way Slytherin could win would be for them to beat Ravenclaw by over 600 points. Let it be said that Slytherins were nothing if not ambitious, and Flint was determined to prove this stereotype. What commenced next was what would be the most tough practice Flint had put them through. From the moment they took to the sky, the team flew through a series of dangerous obstacle courses that left them battered and bruised. They flew well into the night, even after it became impossible to see. It was only after Mulciber reminded him that some of them had owls to study for did Flint finally release them. Harry dragged himself, shivering and muddy, towards the castle, his mind dreaming of a nice hot bath in his room. He should have known that his good luck wouldn't last. A tripping jinx hit him square in the back the moment he descended into the dungeons, sending his sprawling across the damp stone floor. Harry scrambled to his feet as fast as he could, but his attacker was faster. They grabbed him by the collar of his robes and shoved him face first into a wall, breaking his glasses on impact. When Harry tried to wiggle free, a wand tip pressed into the back of his neck, forcing him to still. "What I don't understand," his attacker began. "As what is so special about you?" Harry was unsurprised to hear Nettles' voice hissing in his ear. He was merely surprised it had taken him so long to finally snap. Harry managed to spin around and face his bully. He tried to give him an unimpressed stare worthy of Professor Snape, but with his glasses dangling from his ears, it was less effective than he had hoped. "You think, now that you're Flint's pet, that you own the school?" Nettles snapped, leaning in so close that Harry could count every freckle on his face. "You think making the house team makes you special? And don't even get me started on Snape. One little prank and his golden boy gets a private room." Harry was hardly Snape's favorite student, but even if he could tell that to Nettles, there was no point. The bully was out for blood, and by the looks of it, nothing could dissuade him from getting it. The best thing to do would be to escape and lie low whilst Nettles cooled off. But when Harry tried to duck around the taller boy, he was shoved against the wall so hard, he was afraid his spine would snap. Nettles raised his wand again and pointed it in Harry's face. "Oh no, I'm starting to have fun. Furnunculus." Harry winced as boils erupted across his skin. It was easy to counter it with a boil cure potion, he reminded himself. So as long as that was all Nettles did, he wouldn't have to make a visit to Madame Pomfrey. He waited for Nettles to get bored and wander off like he usually did when Harry failed to react. Only this time, his silence seemed to enrage Nettles further. "You think you're better than the rest of us, Potter?" he snarled, spittle flying from his mouth and landing on Harry's face. "You with your money and famous brother and perfect grades." He ranted for another minute or so. These were common complaints from Nettles and his friends, and Harry found his mind wandering. Though he shouldn't have, otherwise he would have known to duck when Nettles punched him in the face. There was a sickening crunch as his nose broke and hot blood began to flow down his face. Harry's head jerked back, smacking into the stone wall. The violence took him by surprise. The other Slytherins preferred to use magic to harass him. They had never resorted to something so mugglish as fisticuffs. He looked up at Nettles in confusion and tried to stem the flow of blood with the sleeve of his robe. He didn't get a chance to respond, because as quickly as the assault had begun, it was over. A large meaty hand landed on Nettles' shoulder, gripping it so tightly that the knuckles blanched. Harry followed the hand up the arm, his gaze landing on a furious Marcus Flint. His dark eyes flicked between Nettles and Harry, and his scowl deepened at the sight of Harry's blood-covered face. "What the hell are you doing?" he growled. Nettles had the common sense to look petrified. He stuttered for a moment and looked around, hoping to find an excuse or an ally. All he found was the grave faces of the entire Slytherin Quidditch team. Not even Adrian Pusey, his friend, stepped forward to help him. "Pemberley, take him to Snape," Flint barked, tossing Nettles towards the burly beater by the scruff of his neck. Pemberley gave a solemn nod before dragging Nettles off down the dark corridor. The rest of the team trudged after, and soon, only Harry and Flint were left. When the last echo of footsteps faded, Flint turned his attention back to Harry, surveying the damage Nettles had wrought. "You'll need to see Madame Pomfrey," he said in a gentle tone. "You know, if grunts could be gentle." Harry shrugged before extracting his wand, which was still in the pocket of his robes, and tapped his throbbing nose. There was another sickening crack and Harry's nose straightened. When the stinging subsided, Harry managed a half-hearted grin to a vaguely impressed Flint. "Nice try," he said, reaching down and placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "You're still seeing her." He steered Harry towards the hospital wing without another word. Madame Pomfrey was even less impressed with Harry than Flint had been, though she did agree that his healing spell had been effective. "I didn't teach you that spell so that you could avoid getting help, Potter," she snapped before slathering a boil cure on his face. Flint shot him an annoying "I told you so" sort of look but didn't say anything. He didn't say anything when they walked back to the Slytherin common room either. Or the next morning when he took a seat across from him at breakfast. Grace took his presence in stride and asked the fourth year to pass the pumpkin juice before inviting him to see the Thestrals with them that afternoon. He grunted in what must have been agreement because he lumbered after them on their journey into the Forbidden Forest. From that day on, Flint became a looming presence in their little group. He was always nearby when Harry needed help with something, even if it wasn't Quidditch or bully related. It wasn't uncommon for Harry to find Flint's third-year school books tucked into his bag or handwritten study guides tucked inside their pages. If Harry was out around curfew, Flint would materialize nearby to drag him back to the common room. He tolerated Harry's friends, even Cedric at his chattiest, and didn't push him in the Black Lake on one of their many walks around the school grounds. Harry wouldn't go so far as to say that Flint was their friend, but he was more than a Quidditch captain concerned about his player. In return, Harry found that he was being pushed harder than anyone else on the team during practice. If they had to fly 10 laps around the Quidditch pitch, Harry had to do 20. If Flint demanded that they show up at a certain time, Harry needed to be there 15 minutes early, warmed up and ready to play. During games, Harry would have to note the seekers, strategy and turn in a detailed report afterwards. In Flint's eyes, Harry shouldn't just be an excellent player, but the best on the team. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. Harry had the protection of an older, more popular student and Flint got an undefeatable seeker. With Flint's approval, the vast majority of Slytherins accepted Harry's presence in the house. The fact that Harry helped secure the Quidditch Cup for Slytherin also had something to do with their acceptance. Those that didn't were smart enough to keep their distaste private. Whether for one reason or another, the bullying had ceased, and Harry finally, after 2 long years, felt safe. In the weeks leading up to final exams, tensions were running high. There was a dramatic uptick in the amount of calming drafts administered to Harry Dowell and Newt students. So many, in fact, that the hospital wing ran out several times. Professor Snape worked overtime to keep up with the demand, and Harry had the task of retrieving the replenished supply several times a week. It was on one of these trips that Harry found himself striding down an empty corridor on the first floor, levitating a crate full of potions behind him. Ah, has the Whittle Snaky lost his wand? If the mocking words hadn't drawn Harry's attention, the raucous laughter that followed did. Harry frowned and made his way towards the commotion, his fingers wrapping around the end of his wand. He located the noise easily enough and peered into what should have been an abandoned classroom. Inside, he found a group of 4 older students with their wands out. Gryffindors, he thought, though he couldn't be sure as they weren't wearing their school robes. They were jeering and shooting off hexes at their victim, who was strung up by his ankles and hanging from a chandelier. It was Atticus Nettles. "Come on, Atty," a tall boy that looked a good deal like Nettles jeered. "Do something clever for us." Nettles let out a string of foul oaths and spat at the boys. The boy who looked like Nettles tsked in mock disappointment. "Mummy raised us better than that. Scourgify." Nettles' face turned puce as bubbles began to foam out of his mouth. The other boys cheered at this and shot off a round of stinging hexes. By the time they were done, Nettles' face looked as if he had been stung by 100 bees. Harry watched for a moment, unsure how to feel. On one hand, there was a small amount of schadenfreude at seeing his biggest bully be tormented. What he was experiencing was a small sample of what Harry himself had experienced, often by Nettles' own hand. But maybe, that was why Harry's stomach clenched. Watching older students attack Nettles wasn't gratifying, it was sad. Not one of the older students stepped in to stop the bullying. There was no Marcus Flint lurking around the corner, ready to rescue Nettles. In fact, Nettles' own brother seemed to be joining in on the fun. No one, not even a bully like Nettles, deserved to be humiliated as Harry had been. No one should suffer like that. Nothing would ever erase the torment that Harry had experienced. Spells couldn't be uncast, and the suffering he felt would always be with him. He couldn't go back and change Nettles' actions. But Harry could control his own actions. He didn't have to be mean or cruel or blind to pain. He could stop the suffering. A Ravenclaw would have questioned the wisdom of stepping in and facing a group of older students who were hell-bent on harassing a 12-year-old. A Hufflepuff would have commented on how utterly nice it was, if not a bit rash. After all, a teacher would have been able to sort it out more efficiently. No. A Gryffindor would have commended him for being brave, and standing up against his adversaries. Harry didn't know how a Slytherin would react. Once upon a time, he would have thought that they would use the situation as a power play. They would step in, not out of loyalty or kindness, but knowing that they held power over him. They would use the knowledge to torment him, or perhaps they would join in on the fun. But then he thought of Flint. He was gruff and coarse and intimidating as hell. And sure, maybe he did have ulterior motives for helping Harry, but that didn't negate all that he did for him. Helping someone didn't have to be entirely altruistic. Whether to be nice or to gain favor, Flint still had helped him. Harry was no less thankful for all that Flint had done, after all. And if Harry was wrong about Slytherin's poster boy, maybe he was wrong about the majority of them as well. Maybe being a Slytherin wasn't all about power plays and politicking and baby Death Eaters. Maybe it was watching out for the weakest link so they didn't poorly represent the rest of the house. Maybe it was being loyal to those under your care. Maybe it was a burning passion that drove you to extreme measures to get the results you wanted. Or maybe it wasn't. Harry had no clue. All he knew was that he wanted to be a Slytherin like Flint, and not one like Atticus. And Flint would never let him be bullied by a group of older students. He hexed 3 of the older students before they even had the chance to draw their wands. Their limbs snapped together, bodies rigid, and they fell back onto the dusty stone floor. Nettles' brother spun around to face him, shooting a stunning spell at him in the process. Harry swatted it away and fixed the boy with an unimpressed look. Nettles' brother, and he had to be his brother because they had the same sneer, growled and stalked towards him. Ah, has Addie's boyfriend come to rescue him? Harry rolled his eyes before firing off a stinging hex of his own. If it was a little stronger than the average, well, that was hardly his problem, was it? When Nettles' SR yelped in surprise, Harry jerked his chin at his dangling housemate in a silent demand that he be released. Make me, he challenged, having no difficulty interpreting Harry's unspoken demand. Well, Harry had been wanting to try out the stunning spell he had read about in one of Flint's books. The jet of red light hit the Nettles the Elder square in the chest, and he crumpled. This had the unfortunate side effect of releasing the still floating Nettles. He landed next to his brother with a painful sounding thud. Harry hastened to his fallen housemate, beginning to cast diagnostic charms over him before he realized what he was doing. Finding Nettles to be in good health for someone who fell 3 meters, Harry rose to his feet and reached out with a slow, deliberate hand. The 2 second years stared at each other, unwilling to blink or be the first to look away. Nettles continued to gawk at him, pale-faced and unmoving, unable to comprehend why Harry would come to his aid. He was looking for ulterior motives, no doubt, wondering how, not if, Harry would use this against him. At his feet, one of the older boys was rousing from his imposed slumber. They had perhaps a minute before the bullies regained consciousness. Harry didn't want to be there for when that happened. Harry shrugged, withdrew his hand, and walked away. He completed his errand for Madame Pomfrey and spent the rest of the afternoon helping her roll bandages. He kept an ear out for an irate professor that would drag him to detention, but it never came. Instead, he was greeted by Grace and Cedric, who were bickering about which of them was Medusa's favorite human. It was John, but he wasn't about to tell them that. They seemed unaware of what had happened. Nettles and the others must have had the sense to keep their mouths shut. In fact, there was no sign of anyone knowing, which was impressive given the Hogwarts rumor mill's proficiency. Harry enjoyed a quiet, uninterrupted meal. As a result, where the most dramatic thing he had to deal with was Grace feeding Medusa eggs from the table. Harry found himself in his room that night, unable to sleep. Instead, he sat in the wingback chair in front of the fireplace, relishing in Medusa's heavy weight across his shoulders. He stroked the soft scales on her head, listening with half an ear as she described the stash of doxy eggs she had discovered. From Snape's supply closet, no less. Harry had to sigh at that. It was fortunate Snape didn't know about Medusa, or he might actually cut her up to use as potions ingredients. At least it wasn't the rat girl's rat, she said with a defensive hiss. I'm hungry. You never feed me enough. That's because my friends are always feeding you, he wanted to say. He settled for bopping her on the nose and chuckling when she snapped playfully at his fingers. They engaged in a mock fight, with her winding around his leg as Harry tried to snag her tail. It ended with Harry sprawled on the floor, having tripped after narrowly avoiding stepping on his reptilian friend. Medusa let out a huff of amusement and slithered off to bask next to the fire. Harry watched her roll around on the hearth, trying to find the warmest spot, when something caught his eye. Heart pounding, he rose from his place on the ground and crossed the short distance to the fireplace. He kneeled on the hearth, ignoring the borderline painful heat that radiated from the flames, and stuck his head in as far as he dared. Because there, just at the back, hidden under a thick layer of soot, was a carving of a snake. The same exact carving that was in the fireplace in the common room and led to the study. Open, he commanded. The words were out of his mouth before he realized he had wanted to say them. His voice was deeper than he remembered it being, which made sense. He was nearly 13 and all of the other boys' voices were changing. The fact that he rarely used his made little difference to things like puberty. Still, the sound startled him more than the fact that he had finally said something after months of silence. The secret passageway also didn't care what Harry's voice sounded like. It recognized the hiss of Parseltongue, the demand that it open. And it obeyed. There was a gentle grinding sound as the back of the fireplace gave way, opening up into a dark hole. Medusa hissed with delight and zoomed through the opening, leaving Harry with no other choice but to chase after her. After casting a quick flame-freezing charm, he waded through the remnants of the fire and stepped into an all-too-familiar cavernous room. The study was just how he remembered it. Dim, imposing, and oppressive. He wandered further into the study, spying Cedric's unfinished transfiguration essay on a nearby table, his quill still standing in a bottle of ink. The Latin book that Grace had been pretending to read, the one she had bit Percy Weasley for, was discarded one of the luxurious leather couches, a bookmark poking out a little more than halfway through. A green and silver woolly blanket was draped over the back of a chair and a box of half-eaten Bertie Bott's was spilt on the end table next to it. A letter he had started to Ginny but had never completed lay abandoned, dated nearly 6 months prior. All around him, there was a collection of sundry, proof that people had been there, had lived and breathed in this very room. At some point, he and his friends had turned the dark and spooky study into their home. The musty smell of old books and scrolls was a soothing perfume, and the dull, pulsing sound of water against the walls was like a lullaby. The darkness was comforting rather than scary, and the looming bookcase covered wall offered safety. He had missed the study, and he was sure his friends had too. They hadn't pressed him to open it, not even to retrieve their belongings. They would be ecstatic to learn that he had been able to enter, and Harry was excited to tell them. Final exams came and went without any issues. Harry passed his classes with full marks, surpassed only by Cedric in their transfiguration exam. His friends too did well, though it was only through his and Cedric's extensive tutoring that Grace managed to pass her herbology exam. Grace was good at many things, but getting her hands dirty was not among them. On the last day of term, Harry found himself strolling around the Black Lake. The sky was a brilliant azure with nary a cloud in sight, and Harry was content to be alone with his thoughts for company. Cedric and Grace were off packing their luggage before the closing feast but had promised to meet him after they were done. Harry himself had risen early to pack to maximize the amount of time he could spend wandering the grounds. Above him, Hedwig circled, diving every so often to grab at Medusa, who slithered at his feet. Medusa would let out a hiss of delight every time she rolled out of Hedwig's talons, though Harry didn't think his owl was trying too hard to catch her. His two pets had long since learned to coexist, even if Hedwig preferred to act otherwise. The day was peaceful, and save for the group of sixth years swimming in the lake, and no, none of them wore swim costumes, he didn't encounter another person until Cedric made an appearance. "Remember last year?" Cedric began. "How you sneaked me into the Slytherin common room and we gorged ourselves on sweets." "I remember how you gorged yourself on sweets," Harry replied. "You hardly left any for me." Cedric waved away the technicality. "We should do it again," he declared. "We can set it up in the study and be as loud as we want." "And will Grace be invited to this party?" the girl in question asked, materializing by Cedric's elbow. Cedric startled before wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Naturally. Who else would provide the snacks?" Grace hummed and nodded. "I do enjoy raiding the kitchen." With their plans set, all that was left was to sit through the closing feast, where Professor Dumbledore presented the house cup to a smug Snape. They ate light meals and skipped dessert, earning confused looks from their peers. After Cedric departed from the feast, Grace and Harry slipped away as well, ducking under Harry's invisibility cloak once they exited the Great Hall. They made their way to the kitchens, which were in a flurry of activity as the elves cleaned up from the feast. Despite their workload, the elves eagerly pressed food into their arms. Especially after Grace mentioned how much she would miss their food over the holidays. "It's such a shame Miss Gracie doesn't have an elf to take care of her," one particularly distressed elf said, looking up at Grace with tears in his eyes. "Does she not get to eat?" "No," Grace replied in a solemn voice. "I have to cook food for myself." Every elf within earshot wailed in pity before adding more food to their already obscene pile. One food-laden hamper later, they were attempting to extract themselves from the overexcited elves when the hair on the back of Harry's neck stood on end. With reflexes honed after a year under Flint's tutelage, Harry whipped out the invisibility cloak and covered them with it just as the entrance swung open. His paranoia proved fortuitous when none other than the Weasley twins waltzed in. The brothers scanned the room with identical looks of triumphs, which melted into confusion as they took in the occupants. In a single, fluid motion, they bowed their heads and looked down at a grubby piece of parchment one of them was holding. "I don't get it," the one on the left said. "Fred," Harry thought. "They should be right there." He jabbed his finger to the exact spot where Harry and Gracie stood invisible. George frowned and squinted at the parchment. "Dunno, mate," he said, bringing the parchment closer to his face. "Maybe it's broken." "It can't be broken. You must not be reading it right," Fred said, pulling the parchment out of his hands. He stepped farther into the room until he was close enough that Harry could reach out and touch him. Harry found himself holding his breath. See, Harry Potter and Grace Cooper. Ice flooded Harry's veins. How on earth could they know that they were standing there? Did they have some sort of tracking spell on them? But that didn't make sense. Whilst the twins were clever, there was no denying that, even if Harry did dislike them, there was no way that they would be able to cast such advanced magic. And besides, All of the tracking spells Harry knew of required a sizable lock of hair or several drops of blood, something Harry was positive the twins didn't have access to. Besides, you didn't read tracking charms off a piece of parchment. He supposed they could have used the homunculus charm. That was what his father and uncles had done when they created the Marauders map. A sense of lightheadedness washed over him at the thought. The map, but surely not. His father said Filch had confiscated it back in 1978. It was supposed to have been destroyed by the cantankerous caretaker years ago. It couldn't be in Fred Weasley's hands. Harry craned his neck, trying to see over the top of the parchment. Sure enough, Uncle Sirius's tidy handwriting covered the page. Without thinking, Harry raised his wand, ready to summon the map to him. It should be his, after all. His father had made it, and had it not been stolen, he no doubt would have passed it on to him with the invisibility cloak. A cold hand wrapped around his wrist, jerking his wand down to his side. Grace looked up at him with a confused expression. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, her hazel eyes darting between the twins and the portrait hole. Ever since Grace had bitten Percy Weasley, the twins had taken a personal interest in tormenting her. Although she would never admit to being afraid of them, she was reluctant to be in their presence without a teacher in the general vicinity. Well, maybe they were here, but they aren't now. Maybe it hasn't updated. But we're here. As the twins devolved into bickers, Harry grabbed Grace by the elbow and they slipped out of the portrait hole. They didn't stop running until they bumped into Cedric, who was loitering out front of the barrels that hid the Hufflepuff common room. He let out a strangled yelp when Harry and Grace materialized out of thin air, all but shoving the food hamper into his arms. Harry tossed the invisibility cloak over Cedric's head before taking off, once more, this time towards the dungeons. He stopped to acknowledge Flint before ushering Grace up towards his private chambers. He sighed in relief when the door was closed behind them. Cedric rematerialized after yanking off the cloak, his hair standing on end. He shook his head like a dog with waterlogged ears before setting the food hamper on Harry's desk. What's happened? Harry ignored him and hissed at the unlit fireplace in the corner of his room, opening up the secret passageway to the study. He shoved a scowling Grace through before offering a wan smile to Cedric and gesturing him to follow after their friend. Cedric did so with an eye roll and a mutter about, "Stupid, secretive Slytherins." He disappeared as well after making sure that Harry noticed he had left the heavy food hamper behind. After shooting several locking spells at his bedroom door, Harry hefted up the hamper and followed after his friends. What the hell was that all about? Grace snapped, already sprawled out on a fainting couch she had claimed as her own. What was what about? Cedric asked, pausing in his mission to light the lamps in the study. Grace stared Harry down with a fierce expression. Genius over here almost got us caught. Harry shifted and busied himself by extracting a flagon of pumpkin juice from the hamper. He poured himself a glass, but the drink did little to soothe the burning in his throat. The Weasley twins, he said after taking a moment to compose himself. They had something. Something of my father's. Like a Potter family heirloom? Cedric asked, his brow furrowed. Did they steal it from you? Harry could understand Cedric's concern. Family heirlooms were a big deal in the wizarding world. Depending on the object, stealing one carried a punishment of up to a year in Azkaban. Not exactly, he admitted, before explaining the history of the Marauders map. Dad said that Filch confiscated it in his 7th year. Cedric let out a low whistle. I knew your dad was brilliant, Harry. But a map that is able to plot Hogwarts. He had help, Harry agreed, his chest swelling with pride for his father. But yeah. Grace, fed up with being left in the dark, waved a sarcastic hand. Care to explain for the mudblood? Don't call yourself that, Cedric snapped. But Hogwarts is unplottable. He paused to rifle through the hamper and pulled out a bowl of squashy marshmallows. He tossed one into the air and caught it in his mouth. It's supposed to be impossible to make a map of it, isn't it? The fact that they managed to do it at all is an accomplishment. And it's able to track every person in the castle. Humans, ghosts, doesn't matter, Harry elaborated. It was the basis of his CROWN work. Optional coursework after your NEWTs, Cedric explained before Grace had the chance to ask. Essentially, you become an expert in 2 or more areas of magic. They're damn near impossible to get. There's only been 14 awarded in this century. The fail rate is around 99%. If you pass, you become a lord or a lady. Like Lord Voldemort? Grace asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Cedric startled and upended a side table, sending a bowl of birdie bots flying. Harry shook his head. He was a dark wizard. His followers used Lord as a show of respect. Sort of like addressing a king. Which the wizarding world doesn't have, Cedric said. It was an insult to the people who actually earned the title. Grace pursed her lips as she digested this information. So it's like a doctoral program, I suppose. Does that mean I should address your dad as Lord Potter? Absolutely, Harry said. It would be rude not to. Grace hummed, her face pensive. This map sounds useful, she said, catching one of Cedric's marshmallows as he threw it into the air. She ignored his splutters and curled up on a nearby Chesterfield like an overgrown cat. When do we steal it back? Steal. The boys repeated. Reclaim. Grace replied with an eye roll. You said your dad made it. It's rightfully his. We'd just be getting it back for him. That's rather altruistic of you, Cedric replied, looking impressed. Well, she continued, after we used it for ourselves. There's that Slytherin pragmatism, Cedric sighed before dropping down next to her on the couch. He stretched out lengthwise, placing his head in her lap, and looked up at her through lidded eyes. Always an ulterior motive with you lot. Grace flicked his nose before turning her attention back to Harry. So, when will we be committing petty theft? Harry perched on the edge of a chair, fiddling with a licorice wand, his mind buzzing. We know they are in possession of it at the moment, but who knows how long that will be for. He mused, his fingers pulling the candy into long strips. Yeah, someone could steal it from them, Cedric said with a chuckle. Wouldn't that be a shame? So, tonight, is what I'm hearing, Grace said. A devious smile quirked at her lips, and Harry was struck with the realization that her penchant for thievery wasn't limited to kitchen raids. It was fortunate that she was a friend and not an enemy. He could only imagine what would have happened if she had befriended the likes of Nettles. Harry nodded and took a bite out of his licorice. Later, though, we can have Medusa scope out their common area first. She's good at things like that. Hearing her name, the snake in question slithered out of the fireplace and stopped before his chair. She reared up as if to strike, and launched herself into the air, smacking him in the chest with a heavy thump. I smell the cold rodents. Harry rolled his eyes but fished out a pack of ice mice from the hamper. These are bad for you. Good. Give them to me. Despite his better judgment, Harry tossed the pure sugar to her, who snatched it up and swallowed it whole. Her body convulsed in a reptilian version of a shiver. Harry gave her head a fond stroke and let her burrow up one of his sleeves. Grace pulled out her wand and levitated the hamper over to where she sat. I doubt all of us will fit under your cloak, though, she said, pulling out a vegetable platter and grimacing in disgust. She shoved it to the side and dove back into the hamper, shouting in triumph when she located a massive jar of jelly slugs. Harry nodded in thought. I'll have to go as none of you can talk to Medusa. Cedric might be too tall to join you under the cloak, Grace said. The two of us still fit. But we don't know if the boys' dormitories allow girls up them, Harry pointed out. Slytherin House didn't permit students to access the opposite gender's dormitory. The only reason Grace was allowed in Harry's was because he had a private room. He racked his brain, trying to remember what his father and uncles had said about their time in the Gryffindor dorms. There was something in there about his mother and father in the boys' dormitory after a Halloween party in their 7th year, so it must be possible. Hold on. Do you even know where the Gryffindor common room is? Cedric asked, bringing their plotting to a halt. Gryffindor Tower, Harry stated confidently. Which is where? Cedric asked, his expression torn between amusement and exasperation. The 7th floor, Harry replied with less confidence. And how do you get in? Cedric prompted. Harry's lips pursed in frustration. There's a portrait. The fat lady, he replied. You give her the password and she swings open. Cedric hummed in agreement. And do you know that password? When Harry shook his head, Cedric sighed and sat up. I'm not saying don't go for it, mate. But it's the last night of term. There's no way you're getting into that common room tonight, let alone the dorms. That's assuming everyone is asleep, too, Grace agreed, her tone glum. Somehow, she looked even more disappointed than Harry at the realization that there would be no larceny taking place. I heard from Katie Bell that the Gryffindors are throwing a party tonight. With their plans to plunder Gryffindor Tower put on hold, the three friends spent the rest of the night discussing their summer plans. Cedric offered to have them over for a week, though that wouldn't happen until after Grace returned from holiday in Vietnam. Harry and Cedric, who had never left Britain before, were fascinated by the prospect. Though Harry was torn between hearing about Grace's adventures with foreign cultures or hearing about Dr. Cooper's work. Dr. Cooper was a Muggle healer that traveled the world offering aid to impoverished and war-torn countries as part of an organization called Doctors Without Borders. As a result, she was rarely in England, especially now that Grace was at Hogwarts 9 months of the year. Each holiday, however, her mother would get off of work and take Grace off on some sort of adventure. Grace didn't seem to mind the arrangement, claiming she much preferred gallivanting through weird and wonderful cities over being trapped in Surrey. And now that she knew about the magical world, Grace was particularly keen to experience those cultures as well. "I'll bring you back something," she promised. "Your birthday is at the end of July, isn't it?" By the time they had finished devouring their food, the clock on the mantel had long since passed 3 in the morning. It was only after Cedric, ever the responsible one, reminded them that they had a train to catch in a matter of hours did they rise from seats. Grace let out an almighty yawn and demanded that someone carry her, a demand that Cedric met, albeit with much grumbling. Harry rolled his eyes at their antics and led them over to the fireplace. With a flick of his wand, he snuffed out the lamps and crouched down over the ashes of the fire that had long since burned out. He stooped to search for the little snake carving in the fireplace, his mind preoccupied with the thought of having to trek all the way to the Hufflepuff common room and back. He would be a terrible friend, after all, if he allowed Cedric to wander back alone. It was unlikely he would be caught, given how late it was, but it was the principle of the matter. He supposed he could lend him the invisibility cloak for the night, but he was reluctant to part with the heirloom, even to his best friend. Resigning himself for a long walk, Harry hissed the password and stepped through the secret passageway. And froze. "Oh," he muttered, taking in the empty room he had wandered into. A room that was very much not his bedroom or the Slytherin common room. This room was round, with a low ceiling, from which hundreds of plants were hung. Squashy armchairs and soft couches surrounded him, arranged to give the room a cramped yet cozy feeling. In one corner, there were bookshelves crammed full of books and board games, most magical, though some seemed to be of Muggle origin. Despite being the dead of night, the room still managed to look warm and inviting. It was as if the polished wood tables and furniture somehow collected sunlight and released it throughout the night. Harry turned slowly, gaping as he took in the room. He was nearly plowed down by Cedric, who stepped over the grate of glowing embers. "Where are we?" Grace asked in a sleepy voice, still on Cedric's back. "The Hufflepuff common room," Cedric replied, looking around in confusion. "But how did we get here?" He directed this question to Harry, with a look that was somehow fascinated and accusatory. "One of Slytherin's heirs, I presume?" a woman asked in a soft, amused tone. He jumped in the air and spun towards the sound, his wand in the palm of his hand before he made the conscious decision to draw it. But the voice didn't belong to a professor or an older student, or even a real human. Instead, it came from an elaborate oil painting that hung above the mantelpiece. The sitter was a plump woman in her mid-50s, with dark hair woven into 2 rope-like plaits and vivid blue eyes. She wore sensible brown robes and in her hands was a small golden cup. "Hi Helga," Cedric said before setting Grace down on her feet. Helga Hufflepuff nodded in greeting before focusing back on Harry. "It's all right, dear. You aren't in trouble. I dare say it wouldn't be the first time one of Slytherin's boys wandered through my common room." It took a moment before Harry was able to find his voice. "I'm descended from the Peverell line," he corrected quietly. "We have no relations to Salazar Slytherin." Helga leaned forward in her chair to stare more closely at him. Harry tried not to shift under her scrutiny. "And yet you are a Parselmouth." The Peverels are renowned for their transfiguration abilities, not their affinity for serpents. She rose from her chair and stepped as far forward as her portrait would allow, humming in thought. Were you adopted? Harry shot a confused look at his friends before shaking his head. Cedric shrugged and offered him an apologetic smile. No, madam. My family tree is well documented. A curiosity, she said at last, sitting back with a sweet smile. These things do run in the family, you know. They were wasting time. With the invisibility cloak still in his bedroom, Harry had no way to sneak him and Grace back to their common room. Every moment they spent debating Harry's genealogy was another moment they could be discovered. Unfortunately, portraits had no sense of urgency or time, and Helga Hufflepuff had launched into a rather long-winded story about her home cooking and healing magic. Excuse me, madam, Harry interrupted. But how did we get here? Helga looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Through the fireplace, of course. Too flustered to formulate a reply, Cedric took over the conversation for him. Yes, but how? Helga waved a hand through the air and gave a dramatic eye roll. Salazar always loved his secrets, popping in and out of fireplaces at will. I say, one time he even caught Godric in the bath. There were suds leaking out of Gryffindor's tower for months. A shrewd glint appeared in Grace's eye, and she leapt forward before Helga could go off on another tangent. So it's possible to gain access to the Gryffindor common room. Helga looked taken aback at the interruption. I suppose so. Salazar never seemed to have an issue. He never did explain how he managed it. Always popping in and out, that one. He was too crafty for his own good, drove the rest of us up the wall. Like the time Harry tuned out the next tale of Slytherin's antics and focused his attention back on the fireplace they had stepped out of. Sure enough, there was a small snake engraved at the back of the hearth. How many more fireplaces were connected to Slytherin's study? Did they all lead directly there? Or could Harry travel through any fireplace he chose? Grace seemed to be thinking along the same lines and had begun to bounce on the balls of her feet, her previous exhaustion all but forgotten. We'll see you on the train, Cedric, she chirped, standing on her tiptoes and pecking Cedric's cheek. Where are you going? He asked, looking bewildered. To cause mayhem. Grace cackled with delight and grabbed hold of Harry's hand. Good night. Harry and Grace met Cedric on the Hogwarts Express later, exhausted but pleased with themselves. After returning to his bedroom, Harry collected his invisibility cloak and tossed it over himself and Grace. From there, it was simple to gain access to the Gryffindor common room and the second-year boys' dormitory. They made short work of raiding Fred's trunk, which hadn't even been packed yet, making it that much easier, and absconding with the Marauders' map. Harry and Grace were back in their beds before dawn, with no one the wiser. If all went well, the Weasley twins wouldn't even notice that the map was missing until the start of next term. The three friends spent the journey to London in relative peace. Cedric's Hufflepuff friends filtered in and out to chat, as did a few girls Grace had befriended throughout the year. Around lunch, Flint skulked in and grunted that he was invited to practice with the rest of the team of the summer holidays. Harry was so surprised by the offer, Grace had to accept on his behalf. In fact, the only trouble Harry did experience happened after he had already stepped off the train. It came in the form of two sets of hands grabbing him by the back of his robes. Harry felt a sense of déjà vu when he turned around to face the glowering Weasley twins. He raised an eyebrow in an attempt to appear nonchalant as he worked his arm out of George's tight grip. Privately, his mind was whirling in panic, wondering if the brothers had somehow figured out that Harry had nicked the map. Harry was trying to decide how much trouble he would get in if he hexed them whilst Fred leaned down and shoved his face in Harry's. We know what you did, Fred snarled. Heart pounding, Harry managed a soft, oh, of polite curiosity, hoping they couldn't see the fear in his eyes. I thought we told you to leave Ginny alone, George continued. Harry's shoulders sagged in relief. This he could deal with. You said I couldn't speak to her. I haven't said 2 words to her since last autumn. Fred scowled. You've been writing to her, he accused. Harry shrugged. I didn't realize that wasn't allowed. Besides, your mum doesn't seem to have a problem with it. Whatever the twins had been expecting him to say, it hadn't been that. They shared a look of trepidation, and when Fred spoke next, Harry was pleased to hear the uncertainty in his voice. Our mum. But before Harry could respond, the woman in question was bustling towards them, shouting her son's names. Oh, Harry, dear, lovely to meet you at last, she said, reaching down to pat his cheek. Harry shot a smug look at Fred and George, relishing in the twin looks of horror as the realization dawned on their faces. The pleasure is all mine, Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley gave him a fond smile. You'll come round this summer, of course, she all but demanded, ignoring her son's spluttering of protests. Ginny will be thrilled to see you. I look forward to it, Harry agreed. Perhaps Ron and my brother can finally meet. I know John would like to have a friend before starting Hogwarts next term. As long as your father is comfortable with it, Mrs. Weasley said. Now off you go. You must be excited to see your family. Harry nodded and accepted a hug from the rotund woman before slipping back into the crowd of students and guardians. He stood on his toes, searching for his father's familiar mop of dark hair, which was significantly easier than it had been the previous year. He found his family, sans John and Uncle Remus, with the Diggorys and made his way towards them. Uncle Sirius spotted him before his father did, and had scooped him up in a bear hug before Harry had the chance to call out a greeting. Harry smiled and buried his face in his uncle's shoulder, murmuring a soft, hello. It was too soft to be heard over the din of the platform, but Uncle Sirius had no issue in understanding him. Did you say something, love? He asked with a grin. Oi, Prongs, your kid said, hello. Mr. Potter approached and ripped Harry out of Sirius' arms for a hug of his own. Then he'll have no issue explaining how on earth Cedric beat him on their transfiguration exam, he teased. He ruffled Harry's hair good-naturedly and pressed a kiss to his forehead. Did you have a good term? Harry grinned and allowed himself to bask in his father's undivided attention. Yes, he whispered. Warmth danced in his father's hazel eyes and he pressed another kiss to Harry's scruffy hair. After a long moment, they separated from their embrace and joined in on Uncle Sirius' conversation with the Diggorys. After the fiasco on the platform last year, John was conspicuously absent, a fact Mr. Diggory, in particular, seemed to take notice of. Mr. Potter dismissed his questions with practiced ease and redirected the conversation. Cedric rolled his eyes behind his father's back. Harry shrugged, an amused grin playing at his lips, before looking out over the platform. He made brief eye contact with Nettles and offered him a kind smile. Whilst they would never be friends, Harry couldn't find it in him to harbor any animosity towards the boy. Nettles, however, seemed keen to act like Harry no longer existed, and would often turn white when they were forced to acknowledge each other. This time was no different, and Nettles hid behind a portly man that could only be his father. He didn't have long to reflect on this, as Grace was pushing her way towards them, dragging a petite woman behind her. Her mother, he guessed, though the two didn't look very much alike. Dr. Cooper, though short like her daughter, had long dark curls and a round face. Although she wasn't dressed overtly like a muggle in her calf-length skirt and sensible green cardigan, the wide-eye stare she wore gave her away. They pulled to a halt at Mrs. Diggory's side, and Grace took it upon herself to make the introductions. This is my mother, she introduced. That's Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, and Cedric, he's the one without the pet snake. And that's Harry, the one with the snake, and his uncle, Sirius, and that's Lord Potter. The effect was instantaneous. Harry's father went a delightful shade of Arlet and looked highly uncomfortable. Mr. Potter will do, dear, he stammered over Uncle Sirius' barks of laughter. Make way for Lord Potter, one of England's finest minds. Uncle Sirius called, attracting the attention of everyone within a 20-foot radius. He's got important research to conduct. Somehow, James blushed harder. Sirius, shush, stop. Does anyone have any questions about Transfiguration? Lord Potter can answer them for why. The end of Sirius' sentence was cut off due to James vanishing his mouth. Sirius restored it easily but was laughing too hard at that point to cause any further disturbance. James rolled his eyes before turning back to Grace with an abashed smile. In fact, call me James. Mr. Potter was my father. Grace gave a stunned nod. Harry said, she stammered before whipping around to glare at Harry. You jackass. Harry, who was laughing so hard he could barely stand, was saved from replying when none other than Percy Weasley approached. He stuck his hand out to Mr. Potter and introduced himself with a pompous air before launching into several questions regarding James's most recent essay. Mr. Potter shot Harry an serious and unimpressed look but answered the questions about the efficacy of emeralds over rubies in golem creation with grace. Oh, I did miss you, Harry, Uncle Sirius said between chortles, pulling Harry in for a side hug. Harry beamed up at his uncle. That's not all. Grace and I found last night. Without waiting for a response, Harry dug around in his rucksack and pulled out the Marauder's map. It was blank, but Uncle Sirius recognized it right away. He let out a colorful oath, earning him a stern chastisement from every adult within a 5-foot radius. Uncle Sirius paid them no mind and reached for the map, which Harry proudly gave him. Where did you find it? This caught James's attention and cut off his conversation with Percy Weasley to see what the fuss was about. He let out a similarly beep exclamation and rounded on the map as well. Pulling out his wand, he began to cast a series of diagnostic charms on it. Looks like the impermeable charm held, he muttered. Though it's damaged, it won't survive another trip through. Hydrochloric acid. Hydrobromic acid, Sirius corrected, casting diagnostic charms of his own. Remus will be thrilled. James hummed in agreement. Filch must have gotten desperate. Tried to burn it with Greek fire too. Where did you say you found this? Sirius asked again, peeking over the edge of the map. Harry and Grace shared a furtive look. Around, he replied vaguely. Stole it then. Uncle Sirius translated. Good for you. Cedric cleared his throat in a disapproving manner, which Harry and Grace ignored. How can we add to it? She asked. Uncle Sirius looked down at her in amusement. Did you find something we didn't know about? Grace gave him a haughty look that might have been more impressive if she wasn't 4.5 feet tall. Perhaps. I'm sure we can find our old notes, James said, his attention still diverted. We can work on it later. Does that mean I can keep my wand this summer? Harry asked with excitement. That caught his father's attention. James let out a boisterous laugh and ruffled Harry's hair. Absolutely not. They bade Harry's friends and their parents goodbye before apparating back to Potter Manor with a crack. John was already waiting for them inside the entrance hall and pounced on Harry the moment he stepped into view. Acorn whisked his trunk away whilst he was distracted, and by the time John had dragged him up to his bedroom, Harry saw that his possessions were already put away. All that was left to do was tell John of his year at Hogwarts, who hung on to every word with excited envy. As promised, his father took his wand the moment he sat down for dinner that evening. He felt beepedy without it, but the object that he received in return almost made up for its loss, a journal filled with his father's and uncle's notes about the Marauder's map. It was a duplicate of the original, his father explained, with some of their more dangerous findings removed. When Harry flipped through, there were indeed large portions of notes that had been erased, leaving nothing but clean empty parchment in its place. It would be more than adequate, though, to add to the map. Once he made sense of the complicated writings, of course. Harry would have sat down and begun poring over it right then and there, but Uncle Sirius snatched it back with a cheeky grin. No reading at the table, he said. Now tell your loving family about your year. It was odd, being home, but not in a bad way. At Hogwarts, people were always moving and creating distractions. The castle itself bustled with life, from portraits chattering to each other, to the suits of armor on the 3rd floor that the Weasley twins charmed to swear at passers-by. It was difficult to find somewhere quiet and undisturbed. Home was still by comparison, even with John bouncing through his bedroom or the funny bangs that came out of his father's study. With the minimal disturbances, Harry managed to get through all of his holiday work within the first week. He spent most of his free time much as he had the previous summer, with the only major difference being he had several more friends to write to. Hedwig was gone 4 days a week, delivering letters to Cedric and Ginny in Devon. A crow bearing a roll of parchment from Grace arrived once a week, regaling her adventures in Vietnam. I'd prefer an owl, of course, but they're considered unlucky here. She complained in her most recent note. Even several members from the Quidditch team wrote to him, which was a welcome surprise. The most notable of these was Flint, who reminded him at least once a week that he was welcome to fly with the rest of the team. The prospect of being invited to meet with the older students was an exciting one. Normally, the older Slytherins didn't pay much mind to the first and second years. Despite being on the team last year, Pemberley rarely looked in his direction, and Harry wasn't sure if Mulciber knew his first name. Harry figured he had been extended the invitation because of his position on the team, rather than an offer of friendship, but he wasn't about to look a gift Abraxan in the mouth. All he had to do was get his father's permission to go. Unlike last summer, Harry's father was much more relaxed about letting him out of Potter Manor. He had been allowed to visit Cedric, and by extension, Ginny, several times since returning home. Even John had been granted supervised trips to the Weasleys' house, where Ron and John quickly became fast friends. Harry suspected, however, his father wouldn't view hanging out with a bunch of Slytherins to be quite the same. "Dad," Harry hedged, sitting down at breakfast one morning in early July. "You know how I'm on the Quidditch team at school, right?" Mr. Potter peered over the top of Transfiguration today, his teacup paused halfway to his lips. "Minerva complained bitterly about it in her last letter," he said, a smile playing at the edge of his lips. "Something about your talent being wasted on Slytherin." Harry felt his cheeks warm with pride, but pushed on, undeterred. "The team is meeting tomorrow, and I've been invited to join." The smile on his father's lips froze, looking strained. "I see," he said, placing his teacup back in its saucer. "Who will be there?" Harry pulled out Flint's letter that Hedwig had delivered earlier that morning. It invited him, yet again, to join the other players for an informal practice. Informal, because Pemberley had graduated from Hogwarts and Bletchley had been accepted to a summer intensive in Belgium. Apparently, the Slytherin keeper was quite the talented harpist. It wouldn't be much of a practice with 3 chasers, a beater, and a seeker, Flint admitted, but rigorous flying was better than lazing about the summer holidays reading books. "And this Flint boy," his father said, scanning over the letter Harry had handed him. "He lives with his uncle." The question brought Harry up short, and he racked his brains for any mention Flint had made of his family. He wasn't surprised to realize that he didn't know anything. Flint was fiercely private. Plus, neither he nor Harry were the most loquacious of individuals. He shrugged. He didn't see why it would matter, anyway. His father let out a little hum and handed back the letter. "I'll think about it." It wasn't a yes, but it wasn't a flat-out refusal either, which was more than Harry could dare hope for. He finished his breakfast and flowed over to Cedric's house, spending the majority of the day flying over the Diggory's farm. Ginny made an appearance after lunch and demanded to join, and Harry all but forgot about Flint's letter. At least until the next letter came several days later. According to Flint, flying in circles above sheep didn't constitute as real flying. It took several more letters and a conversation with Uncle Sirius for his father to relent. His father insisted on attending, and nothing Harry could say would dissuade him. When Harry wrote back to Flint about this, the Quidditch captain assured him that it was fine. "Most of the team's mums stay for tea," Flint wrote. "Uncle Marius will be thrilled to have someone to talk to." Harry found himself stumbling out of the Flint's fireplace a week later, his wand tucked in his pocket. Harry had rolled his eyes when his father had returned it to him that morning, but he couldn't deny that he enjoyed having it back in his possession. Whilst he hardly expected to be attacked at Flint's house, ignoring the implications that his father seemed to think he would be, he felt more in control with his wand in his hand. Harry landed hard on the floor in the drawing room. Naturally, he did this in full view of the entire team and their families. Someone rushed to help him to his feet, but he waved them off with burning cheeks and scrambled to his feet. He stepped to the side, moving in time for his father to step through the flow as well. His father took one look at him, rolled his eyes, and siphoned the soot off Harry's robes with a flick of his wand. "Don't use the flow much," a deep voice asked in his ear. Harry jumped in surprise and spun around. He found himself face to face with Frank Churchill, the sole remaining beater left on the team. Like many of the other players, Churchill was tall and brawny, with biceps thicker than Harry's head. Harry had never exchanged more than a few words with the older boy and found that being the center of his attention was a little unnerving. He shook his head in reply, eliciting a chuckle from Churchill, who patted him on the head before returning to his conversation with Pusey. Pusey, for his part, didn't acknowledge Harry's blunder and settled for granting him a brief nod. Harry returned it before turning and taking in the Flint's drawing room, which somehow managed to be both gloomy and elegant in its decor. The westernmost wall was comprised of narrow floor-to-ceiling windows and glass double doors that opened onto a well-manicured garden. The wall opposite was covered in silvery mirrors, their edges blackened with age, made the relatively narrow room appear to be twice the size. The furnishings were dark wood and plum-colored velvet, hand-painted coffee tables and parquet floors, embroidered cushions and bird skeletons in crystal cloches. If there was any place that Harry could imagine Marcus Flint growing up, it would be this room. Flint himself was lingering off to the side, caught up in a conversation with a man who vaguely resembled him, his uncle no doubt. They shared the same aquiline nose and broad jaw, Harry thought. And height. Flint had somehow gotten even bigger over the summer, though he was dwarfed by his uncle. Mr. Flint was the tallest human, excluding Hagrid, of course, Harry had ever seen. Next to his uncle, Flint looked like a gangly newborn giraffe. As if feeling his gaze, Flint looked up and made eye contact with him. He raised an eyebrow and beckoned him over, and Harry approached with a small degree of trepidation. Mr. Flint was even bigger and imposing up close. 6 foot, 10 inches, Mr. Flint said in lieu of a greeting. His voice rumbled like thunder and an easy smile played on his lips. To get the inevitable question out the way. Harry nodded lamely, a feat made considerably more difficult as his neck was already craned back as far as it could go. 5 foot, 5 inches, he responded for lack of a better thing to say. Mr. Flint nodded sagely. Continue to eat your fruits and vegetables, and perhaps you too will get to be this big. And with a pat on the head, he waltzed off with surprising grace for a man his size. The adults adjourned to the conservatory for tea, with Mrs. Flint pushing them onto the terrace and demanding they not return before lunch. Harry tried not to laugh and watched his father get swept away, looking overwhelmed by Mr. Flint's rapid-fire questions regarding his research. Diminutive Mrs. Pusey gave her son a stern look and reminded him to behave before linking arms with Mrs. Churchill and floating away. It was then Harry realized that someone was missing. He glanced around at the other boys, he noticed that Mulciber was missing. But as he opened his mouth to ask, Flint waved them down the sloping hill of the garden. Pusey and Churchill pulled ahead, obviously familiar with where they were going, their brooms slung over their shoulders. I'm glad you could make it, Flint said, falling into step next to Harry. Harry grinned up at him, his neck straining as he did. Thank you for inviting me. Flint grunted. He continued to lumber down the slope and Harry had to jog to keep up. I'm making you all try out again next term, he said. To make it seem fair. To replace Pemberley. Flint nodded. And Mulciber. He paused as if choosing his next words carefully. Not that Mulciber knows, so don't go spreading that around. I won't. Flint looked down at him as if realizing who he had just said that to. He grinned, the expression uncharacteristically boyish, and ruffled Harry's hair. No, I suppose you wouldn't. The smile slipped from his face and returned to his usual deadpan expression. I don't suppose you heard what happened. Harry shook his head. Did you and Mulciber have a row? Flint let out a dry, humorless laugh. That's one way of putting it. His lips pursed as he collected his thoughts. What do you know about Mulciber? The question seemed out of place and Harry couldn't figure out its relevance. Not much, he admitted after a moment. He ignored me last year. That's because he hates you, Flint stated. Mulciber, his parents are Death Eaters. You know what those are, don't you? Harry nodded, an icy feeling clutching at his heart. Mulciber is a bad sort. I'm not saying every Death Eater's kid is bad, but he believes all that pureblood supremacy nonsense. Flint was rambling, which Harry might have found funny if he didn't sound so serious. He was saying some things about you and your family. Pemberley and I caught wind of it and were able to shut him up, but. Harry stopped in his tracks, forcing Flint to stop as well. Churchill and Pusey continued to lumber ahead, shoving each other and joking, unaware of the serious conversation taking place behind them. I'm used to people saying things about my family, Harry said. Many Slytherins had taken exception to Harry's sorting, and he'd put up with their harassment for the better part of 2 years. You didn't need to kick Mulciber off the team because of it. Of course I did, he said, a touch aggressively. Flint crouched in front of Harry, though considering his height, he didn't have to look up very far. He grabbed him by the elbows in a surprisingly familiar gesture. Harry, it's obvious you're different. And that's not a bad thing. But it can be a dangerous thing. I'm nothing special, Harry disagreed. Harry was just Harry. He was shy and introverted and hated drawing attention to himself. It's my brother who. You're the one who can do nonverbal magic at 12. You're the one who gets to learn healing from Madame Pomfrey. You're the one the professors watch, Flint said, punctuating his statements by giving Harry little shakes. Not the boy who lived. You. And people are starting to notice that. Especially in Slytherin, where this kind of talent is sought after. He closed his eyes and took a calming breath. You could make a powerful ally or a dangerous enemy. Some circles are watching you. Harry glanced over Flint's shoulder. Churchill and Pusey had disappeared into the forest, leaving them quite alone. Still, Flint kept his voice low as if he was afraid of being overheard. It was clear that he didn't want to be overheard, but by whom? Were there other people on the team like Mulciber? His mind instantly went to Pusey, who had taken part in bullying Harry in their first year. He had been decent since they joined the Quidditch team, but what if it was some sort of trick to lull him into a false sense of security? Am I in danger? Harry asked, feeling thoroughly confused. Why couldn't Flint just say what he wanted to say? The whole beating around the bush thing was exhausting to decipher. Flint looked almost angry by the question. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, he said vehemently. There have been rumors. I don't want to scare you, but you need to know. He was almost afraid to ask what that meant. Just whispers, Flint elaborated. There's been talk of the Dark Lord, that he's still alive. And he's coming for John, Harry guessed, his mind racing. It would make sense. John would be starting Hogwarts in a few weeks. The Daily Prophet was already speculating what house he would be sorted into. If Voldemort was still out there, he would have heard about John. Maybe he wanted to defeat John before he was a fully trained wizard. Even if Voldemort didn't have the strength to do it, he could always send a Death Eater to finish the job. But Flint scowled at this and forced Harry to look him in the eye, interrupting his thoughts. No, he said. He might be coming for you. Something painful twinged in Harry's chest, and he fought the overwhelming urge to curl in on himself and disappear. Because of my brother? He asked, his voice suddenly very small. Flint looked more annoyed than he usually did. No, because of yourself. But why? Flint didn't have an answer for this, which seemed to frustrate him. I can only guess, he said before rising until he towered over Harry once more. He placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. None of them can be good. You need to be careful. Not knowing how to respond, Harry settled for a hesitant nod. This seemed to be enough for Flint, who nodded to and chucked Harry's chin. Let's fly then. John received his first Hogwarts letter, prompting much celebration in the Potter household. As a reward, Mr. Potter allowed John to pick out a pet to take with him, just as Harry had. Whilst Harry had made a sensible choice in purchasing Hedwig, John walked out of Magical Menagerie in Diagon Alley with a three-legged ragdoll he proudly called Wobbles. It was fortunate that Wobbles was a pretty cat because it certainly wasn't smart. Within the first day of owning it, Wobbles walked into 9 walls, fell off 3 tables, and tried to play with Medusa. His snake was understandably furious about the situation and spent the rest of the summer coiled around Harry's neck. The 1st of September, Medusa decided, couldn't come fast enough. But come it did. All too soon. Trunks were packed, animals were ushered into cages, and a teary-eyed acorn was shoving tins of homemade biscuits into their hands. They arrived at platform 9 3/4 an hour before the Hogwarts Express was to depart, beating all but the most exuberant students. And, fortunately, the press. Mr. Potter ushered John onto the train and helped him get settled into a compartment before turning to Harry. I'm not sitting with him. Harry yelped, recognizing the expectant look his father was giving him. It always preceded the request that Harry babysit his brother for whatever task his father deemed too dangerous for John. And, Unfortunately for Harry, his father considered many things to be too dangerous for John. But his brother was 11 years old and didn't need Harry to hold his hand for him anymore. Harry certainly didn't have anybody to hold his hand when he started Hogwarts. "I'm not going to argue with you," Mr. Potter said with a heavy sigh. "Just for this one trip. I don't want him sitting alone." Harry glared at his brother, who shifted from foot to foot and stared at the ground. "He won't be," Harry snapped. "Ron will be with him. Besides, I've got my friends, and I don't want to sit with." "Enough," his father said in an even tone that belied his annoyance. "I won't ask you again. Sit with your brother, or we'll have to rethink about you visiting Hogsmeade this term." Fuming, Harry snapped his jaw shut and stomped off the train without another word. He found Uncle Sirius lingering on the platform, who was busy shooting Confundus charms at anyone who looked like a reporter. This happened to include Adrian Pusey, who had been taking a picture of Cordelia Gamp when the charm hit him. He stumbled away with a dazed expression after congratulating Harry for winning the Quidditch World Cup. Uncle Sirius at least had the decency to look embarrassed about that. He turned to Harry with a sheepish smile. "Can't be too careful," he said. Harry grunted in response and glared across the platform. "Let me guess," Uncle Sirius said, tossing an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Your dad wants you to sit with John, and you don't because that's not cool. He told you then, did he?" Uncle Sirius laughed. "Nah, but it wasn't too hard to guess. My mum made me do the same thing when Reg started." Harry froze at this revelation. Uncle Sirius was notoriously tight-lipped about his upbringing. From what Harry could gather, he hadn't had a happy childhood. Any mentions of his family were made with scowls or wistful expressions. This particular comment accompanied a sad look up at the Hogwarts Express, and Harry shuffled closer to hug his uncle. "Go easy on your dad, okay?" Uncle Sirius said, pulling away to look down at his face. "This is a hard day for him." Harry pursed his lips. "Why? We're only going to school." Uncle Sirius's face grew pensive. "We miss you when you're gone, James especially. You know how he is. He likes having you boys close." He sighed heavily before kissing Harry's forehead. "It's difficult to explain if you aren't a parent." Harry had never considered that sending him to Hogwarts would be difficult for his father. In hindsight, perhaps he should have. Before starting school, he had seldom been permitted to leave the grounds of Potter Manor. Harry was educated by private tutors that his father trusted, namely, Uncle Remus. Trips to Diagon Alley were few and far between, and visits anywhere else were out of the question. Harry had always attributed this behavior to his father's overprotectiveness, though he never understood where the desire came from. The war was over, after all. Voldemort was gone. But maybe it wasn't as simple as that. Perhaps it was like Harry losing his voice when he was scared or stressed or was reminded of his mother's death. Harry was certain that his father knew that the war was over, and the danger was minimal. But understanding something in your head wasn't the same as believing it in your heart. The world was safer than it was 10 years ago, but maybe it didn't feel like it for his father. Perhaps he never got over the fear that Voldemort would walk through his front door again. And if that was true, Harry couldn't blame him for being overprotective, even if it was annoying. Not when Harry himself felt the same fear. Harry looked up at his uncle and gave him a solemn nod. Uncle Sirius smiled and carded his fingers through Harry's hair. "You're a good boy, Harry," he said. "Not like your friend Grace. She's scary." "I resent that," came Grace's familiar posh drawl. Harry turned to face his friend, who was looking up her nose at him with a distinctly unimpressed look. If it wasn't for her borderline muggle clothing, he might have mistaken her for one of the pureblood Slytherins she pretended to be. Although, unlike most Slytherin girls, Grace was well tanned and heavily freckled after her holiday abroad. And, unlike the other girls, the only thing about Grace that had grown over the summer was her hair, which fell in sun-bleached ringlets down her back. "No, you don't," Harry laughed before catching sight of Cedric. He waved his friend over before continuing, "You like it that people think you're scary." Grace tilted her head as she considered his words. "It does have its benefits, I suppose," she agreed. "People won't bother you if they think you're going to bite them," Cedric added, finally making it through the growing crowd. He dropped his trunk and wrapped his arms around Grace, lifting her off the ground. Grace endured the treatment with an air of great suffering, earning chuckles from Uncle Sirius and Dr. Cooper. Speaking of which, Harry said, "You'll never guess who was made a Gryffindor prefect this year." Grace looked puzzled for a brief moment before realization struck, and all of the blood drained out of her face. "No." Harry grinned and nodded. As if on cue, a gaggle of redheads burst through the barrier. Percy Weasley strutted onto the platform, a gleaming silver badge pinned to his puffed-out chest. To make matters worse, at least for Grace, the Weasleys were heading straight towards them. "Oh God," she muttered, ducking behind Cedric. "Mummy, I'll see you at Christmas. Don't forget to write," she said, glancing around the station. Her gaze landed on Flint, who was lumbering in their general direction, a bored sort of scowl on his face. "Oh, Marcus, you can help me with my trunk," Grace declared, gesturing needlessly to the pastel pink trunk by her feet. Marcus lifted an eyebrow as he approached, his face otherwise impassive. "Can I? I'd be delighted," Grace chirped. Marcus rolled his eyes but swung her trunk up onto his shoulder nonetheless. "Is this the only reason you keep me around?" "Of course not," Grace said. "Sometimes I need you to reach books on high shelves too." Marcus huffed in response and waded through the crowd. Grace planted a swift kiss on her mother's cheek and took off after him. They were swallowed by the mass of students and parents by the time the Weasleys made it to them. Ginny launched herself into Harry's arms and began to complain about not being permitted to join him at Hogwarts. Between her, Mrs. Weasley shouting at the twins to behave, and Percy boasting about his prefect badge to anyone who would listen, Harry almost missed his brother slipping into the fray. The latter bade a quick farewell to Uncle Sirius before absconding with Ron. Harry knew his father wasn't far behind with John's appearance, and sure enough, a hand landed on his shoulder. His father extracted Harry from Ginny's embrace and pulled him into a hug of his own. Harry went willingly, his anger long since having melted away. No words were exchanged, but none were needed, really. The moment lasted perhaps a minute before the whistle was blowing, and he found himself being ushered towards the Express, off for his third year at Hogwarts. It was a surprise to no one that both John and Ron went to Gryffindor. After all, what would you expect from a Potter and a Weasley? Besides, John would never be accepted in Slytherin, even with Harry there to help him. Still, Harry watched with a wistful sort of sadness as his little brother was absorbed into the rambunctious Arlette-clad table. The welcome feast commenced without issue. Grace squeezed herself in between Harry and Flint rather than sit with her fellow second years. Harry didn't pay much attention to the new Slytherins, busy as he listened to Bletchley recounting his time in Belgium, though perhaps he should have. At least then, he wouldn't have been so surprised by a voice clearing itself behind him, and when he failed to notice that, a finger tapping on his shoulder. Harry craned around in his seat and looked down at the tiny, pointed face of some newly minted Slytherin. The boy thrust out his hand for Harry to shake. Harry, whose own hands were busy with a fork and knife, settled for a confused nod. "Can I help you?" he asked when it became clear that the boy wasn't going to leave. He shot a look at Flint, who was watching the event with thinly veiled interest. "You're Harry Potter," the boy said, hand still extended. He raised a pale blonde eyebrow as if he were judging Harry for being incredibly rude. For what? Harry wasn't sure. He wasn't the one who had just interrupted someone's dinner, after all. "I'm aware," he said slowly. "Is there something you need?" "You're the first Potter sorted into Slytherin in 13 generations, the boy began. "As such, I believe." "Malfoy, get to the point," Pusey drawled before taking a lazy sip of his pumpkin juice. "You're interrupting our meal." Malfoy's pale face turned pink. "I was just introducing myself." Grace let out a tittering, icy laugh. "Quite poorly, considering you've yet to provide us with your name." Malfoy scowled but finally dropped his hand. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he ground out, shooting Grace a nasty glare. Harry gave him a smile he hoped was more kind than awkward and nodded. When it became clear that Malfoy wasn't going to say anything more, Harry returned to his meal and continued eating. This was not the reaction Malfoy was hoping for, and he spluttered for a moment before stomping away. Across from him, Pusey coughed into his pumpkin juice. Feeling like he had committed a major faux pas, Harry glanced over at Marcus in confusion. Did I do something wrong? You snubbed him, Grace explained, a predatory grin on her lips. Marcus ignored her and shook his head. Malfoy needs to learn manners. Even more confused than before, Harry looked away and tried to find another topic of conversation. He nodded up at the high table, to where a man in a purple turban sat next to a grumpy Professor Snape. Is that Professor Quirrell? Harry asked. He vaguely remembered the former Muggle Studies professor. He had been too young to take his class back then, so he didn't have many memories of the man. Marcus glanced up and gave a slow nod. The turban's new. Reckon he's back to teach Muggle Studies? Pusey asked. Can't be, Grace said. Burbage is still here. With the way Snape is glaring at him, Churchill said, nodding in their head of house's direction, he's our new defense professor. It was no secret that Snape coveted the defense against the dark arts position. Harry wasn't sure why. The job was rumored to be cursed, after all. Also, brilliant as he was at potions, Snape was terrible at teaching. It was difficult to understand why Snape would trade one teaching job for another. Still, every year, Snape would put his name in for the position after the previous professor invariably left. And, every year, Dumbledore would find another person to hire. This year, that person was the trembling Quirinus Quirrell. The feast passed without further interruptions, and Harry found himself growing sleepy. It was a relief when Dumbledore rose at last to deliver the start of term notices. Harry listened with half an ear, assuming that it would be the same as the previous years. And it was, until he mentioned dying a painful death in a corridor on the 3rd floor. Harry glanced around, wondering if he had heard that correctly. Judging by Marcus's grim expression, he had. However, there wasn't much time to dwell on it because Dumbledore was coaxing them into a rousing rendition of the school song. Harry sent a wave in John's direction after Dumbledore dismissed them, but he doubted he saw it. Percy Weasley was busy ushering the new Gryffindors out of the Great Hall with the eagerness of an Australian shepherd dog. Resolving to find him in the morning, Harry joined the horde of students trudging towards the dungeons. Professor Snape was already in the common room when they arrived. He beckoned Harry over with a single skeletal finger and looked down at him with an analytical expression. You will once again be in your own room, he said in a softy, silky voice. I needn't remind you that this is a privilege afforded to very few. If it comes to my attention that you have been abusing these accommodations, I will be most displeased. Do you understand? Harry gave him a shaky nod. When it became clear Snape would say nothing more, Harry fled up the staircase leading to the private rooms. His trunk was waiting for him in his chambers. A flick of his wand sent his belongings zooming to their homes. A cursory glance showed that the fireplace was already lit, and Harry placed a sleepy Medusa on the hearth. He paused to stroke her soft scales for a moment before slipping out of his room. He wandered down the corridor, reading the bronze plaques affixed to the front of the doors, stopping only when he found the one embossed with, Marcus Flint, Quidditch Captain. Muffled movements were audible from inside, and Harry raised a tentative fist to knock on the door. There was a pause before Marcus grunted for him to enter. Harry slipped inside, finding Marcus at the wardrobe, hanging up his clothes. Extracting his wand from his pocket, Harry gave it a wave and watched as Marcus's school robes hung themselves. What was that spell? Marcus asked, squinting at his empty hands and then at the robes hanging neatly in the wardrobe. Harry shrugged. It wasn't one, he stated. What happened at dinner? Marcus gestured for Harry to sit in one of the chairs by the fire. A power play, he explained. And a poorly done one at that. Harry frowned at the melodramatic description. He's 11. He's a Malfoy, Marcus explained. Do you know who his father is? When Harry shook his head, Marcus continued. I'm sure the kid will tell you soon enough. But essentially, Lucius Malfoy is one of the most powerful men in Britain. Marcus paused for a moment to collect his thoughts. He's also a former Death Eater. Harry tilted his head, trying to decide how the two pieces of information connected. The gravity with which Marcus spoke reminded him of another conversation they had had not too long ago. Does this have to do with what we talked about over the summer? Marcus was glaring, though Harry got the impression that it wasn't directed towards him. Mr. Malfoy will no doubt have instructed his son to introduce himself. Malfoy was the first, but he won't be the last. The first to what, exactly? Harry hedged, almost afraid to ask. Befriend me. Collect you, Marcus corrected. Their children won't see it that way, of course, they're their parents' pawns. But if the children can befriend you, then the parents can influence you. A cold, tingly sensation pricked at Harry's fingertips. What do I do? Hours into the term and Harry already felt isolated and overwhelmed. He wasn't raised to see the insidious plots brewing or to partake in social politicking. He wanted nothing to do with the cloak and dagger nonsense that seemed to prevail in the Slytherin common room. He felt like a small child wandering through a dark hellscape without a map to guide him. Marcus watched Harry for a long moment, an unreadable expression on his face. When you are in your room, try to keep the door open as much as possible. Whatever Harry had been expecting him to say, it wasn't that. His brow furrowed, and he tried to puzzle out Marcus's reasoning. Hadn't he just instructed Harry to be careful? Why? Marcus gave him a look that was equal parts amused and exasperated. So that people can visit you. Remind me, why are you taking ancient ruins? Cedric asked as he compared their schedules the following day over breakfast. You already know most of them. Exactly, Harry replied. It's an easy well, at least we'll have another class together, Cedric said, reaching forward to steal a slice of toast off Harry's plate. Pity we don't have care of magical creatures at the same time, though. Are you sure I can't convince you to drop your private study hour for arithmancy? Harry stabbed his fork at his friend's hand. Madame Pomfrey requested that it be added to my schedule. She said that I could help her this year. Cedric gave him an overdramatic eye roll. I suppose that is rather important, he conceded. But try not to be selected for any more special lessons in the future. You make the rest of us look bad. Your opinion has been noted, Harry teased. But enough about me. What's this I hear about you trying out for the Quidditch team? A light blush appeared across the bridge of Cedric's nose. Speaking of making the rest of us look bad, he began, looking around. Where is Gracie? Sleeping. Most likely, Harry said. Don't change the subject. Cedric rose quickly from his seat, his long legs banging on the table as he did so. I should go look for her, he declared. I'd hate for her to be late for her first class. She's got a free period, Harry called after him, trying not to laugh at his friend. Undeterred, Cedric continued towards the door. That's no excuse to have a lie-in. He called over his shoulder. Harry shook his head and rose to his feet as well, though for a different reason. John had finally wandered into the Great Hall. His brother looked a little harried and nervous, but his skin was flushed as he chatted to Ron. Harry made his way towards them, dodging an agitated Fred Weasley as he did so. I can't wait for Transfiguration, Harry overheard John saying. That's what my dad does. Matchsticks into needles, Harry said, slipping into the empty seat next to John. He reached for a nearby pot of tea and poured his brother and himself a cup. That will be your first lesson with McGonagall. John accepted the teacup with pursed lips. That's it. Harry couldn't help but smile at John's disappointed tone. Withdrawing his wand, he tapped the table and watched with satisfaction as the wood became gleaming steel. Ron swore colorfully at the display, as did several other unsuspecting Gryffindors sitting close by. It has its benefits, Harry explained. He waved his wand, and the table returned to its original state. We all have to start somewhere, I suppose. You did that without a spell, a high-pitched, bossy voice interjected. Harry glanced over at the speaker, a girl with long, bushy brown hair and prominent front teeth. She was watching him with a shrewd expression that didn't quite mask the sense of wonder in her eyes. A Muggle born, then. Harry nodded to her before turning back to his brother. Don't forget to write to Dad. He'll want to hear about your sorting. John shook his head as if to clear away his surprise. Can I use Hedwig? Harry shrugged. Let me know when you do, he said. Find me if you need anything. Fraternal duties complete for the morning, Harry rose to his feet and departed from the Great Hall. Harry trudged up to the first class of his third year, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Whilst he didn't personally have anything against the subject, he didn't hold much hope that this year would be interesting after 2 years of lackluster professors. It had been somewhat of a relief when the scatter-brained Professor Brandon went on maternity leave the previous term. Although, compared to first year's elderly Professor Bennett, who spent more time snoozing at his desk than teaching, he learned loads. But perhaps this year would be different, Harry thought, as he settled himself into an empty desk and waited for the lesson to begin. His peers filtered in slowly, paying no mind to Harry, who had ensconced himself in the back row. Nobody bothered to sit in the chair beside him, which had ceased to bother him years ago. The class was still chattering, catching up with their friends after several months apart when Professor Quirrell entered the room. He trembled down the aisle, accompanied by the rank stench of garlic. Harry glanced up from his textbook as his professor passed, taking in his ill-fitting teaching robes and ludicrous purple turban. The man had lost some weight recently, he noted. A sharp pain jolted through Harry's head, eliciting a hiss of surprise. He slapped a hand against his forehead though the pain was already receding. Confused, he massaged the skin above his right eye. If he didn't know any better, he might have thought the pain came from the scar above his eyebrow, the one from the attack. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Harry P. Potter. Professor Quirrell called out. Harry glanced up, a reply on the tip of his tongue. And froze. It was like the air had been sucked out of the room, and every hair on his body stood on end. Panic blossomed in his chest, and Harry found himself swallowing down a wave of nausea. Every instinct in his brain was warning him that something was very, very wrong. Harry Potter. Professor Quirrell called out again, looking around the classroom with a frown. Is he present? If it had been any other student, his peers would have been confused. But after 2 years of schooling, they were all familiar with Harry's taciturn episodes. As if rehearsed, every student spun around and pointed at him, each wearing varying degrees of amusement. Why yes, Professor Quirrell said with what was probably supposed to be a reassuring smile. Professor Snape told me about your condition. Harry remained silent and focused on willing away the black spot that danced in front of his eyes. His lips had grown numb, and he wondered if he was even breathing. He tried to inhale, but his lungs gave an odd sort of spasm and buzzed as if they were filled with bees. Perhaps in the future, he continued, undeterred, why you may raise your hand. It was a reasonable request and one that was extremely accommodating. Harry knew somewhere in the back of his mind that their new defense professor was being incredibly kind. So why couldn't he even nod in agreement? Professor Quirrell watched Harry with a calculating expression for several excruciating moments. His eyes narrowed, and he titled his head as if he were listening to someone whispering in his ear. I see. Very well, he said, at last, turning back to his attendance list. Harry had no recollection of the lecture that followed, only the vague sense of dread and panic that churned in his stomach. The moment class was dismissed, Harry sprinted out of the room. He barely made it to the lavatory before he emptied the contents of his stomach into the nearest toilet. To his surprise, Pusey was waiting outside the stall. His teammate extended a vial of a glowing purple potion. Harry accepted it and pulled off the stopper, catching the faint scent of apples. A stomach soother, he noted idly. It will neutralize the bile, Pusey explained needlessly. Even if Harry didn't spend several hours a week in the hospital wing helping Madame Pomfrey with patients, they had studied the potion last term. Harry nodded and gave Pusey a weak smile before downing the potion. Within seconds, the burning in his throat had ceased. He rolled the crystal vial between his fingers while he waited for the potion to hit his stomach, noting the initials, AP, etched into the side. Raising an eyebrow, he returned the vial to Pusey, who tucked it into a leather case filled with identical potion-filled vials. I have a weak stomach, Pusey explained, catching his line of sight. It's easier to brew a cauldron once a week than to visit Madame Pomfrey. Speaking of, he continued, taking in Harry's gray face. Maybe you should pay her a visit. Harry shook his head. He had charms with Cedric next, and his friend would worry if he didn't show. Pusey gave a little hum of disapproval but accepted his decision. The rest of the morning continued without further issues. Cedric didn't comment on Harry's drawn, pasty complexion, nor did he try to press him for details about what had happened in defense. Instead, he chattered away about his arithmancy class whilst they reviewed the previous year's charms. Grace was already sitting at the Slytherin table when they entered the Great Hall an hour later, cutting up her turkey sandwich with a fork and knife. "You look terrible," was her only comment on the matter. She recounted her morning, describing the horrors Professor Sprout subjected her to during her lesson in great detail. "Dragon dung. Seed. She made me touch dragon dung." Harry exchanged an amused glance with Cedric before letting his eyes wander around the Great Hall. He caught sight of Ron's brilliant red hair, and next to him, John was telling an enthusiastic tale to a group of boys. Cho Chang was practicing levitating a pear and slicing it with a cutting spell. At the Slytherin table, Churchill had his nose buried deep in a Transfiguration text while he tried to feed himself tomato soup. A little further down the table, Cordelia Gamp was attempting to convince Pusey to let her braid his hair. The blonde Faraday first year that had tried to introduce himself the previous night was holding court amongst a group of enraptured first years. Well, at least some of them were enraptured. There was a dark-haired girl with an upturned nose that looked like every word out of the blonde's mouth was coming from Merlin himself, but she was more or less the only one. On either side of the blonde, two thick-necked boys were shoveling food into their mouth as if it were their last meal. Across the table, a dark-skinned boy watched the blonde wax poetic with an expression that fluctuated between vague politeness and barely concealed disdain. On the outskirts of the first year's group was a reedy-looking boy with ashy brown hair that didn't entirely cover his protruding ears. This boy, however, made no attempt to hide the fact that he was ignoring the blonde, instead choosing to read the open book in his lap. Lips pursing in thought, Harry flicked a grape at Churchill's head and beckoned him over. The seventh year gave him a genial smile and abandoned his book with a celerity that would have made Professor McGonagall scowl. After his teammate had slipped into the bench next to him, Harry jerked his chin towards the reedy boy. "That's Theodore Nott," Churchill explained. "His dad invites us to a stuffy Christmas party every year. Ma makes us go because we're family. I think he's my second cousin or something." Harry attempted to hum in understanding but only managed an odd hissing sound from the back of his throat. He watched Nott for a moment before turning back to Churchill, frowning. Churchill nodded. "He's had a rough time of it. His ma died a few months ago." Having realized that Harry was no longer listening to her, Grace shifted in her seat, rising slightly to see what had captured his attention. "Dear Lord, he's like the living embodiment of Eeyore." Cedric tilted his head and gave her a concerned look. "What's that?" She sighed heavily and waved him off. "Don't worry about it." Cedric shrugged and also began to not so subtly gawk at the first year. "You want to give him a hug, don't you?" he asked Harry. Harry looked over at his best friend, his brow furrowing in confusion. Slowly, he shook his head. Though now that he mentioned it, there was a pathetic, lonely quality that hung over Theodore, not like a gloomy black thundercloud. Cedric shrugged this off too. "Well, I do. He looks like he needs one." "You say that about Professor Snape," Grace commented, her lips twitching while she tried to suppress her smile. "He needs a hug too. You Slytherins need a daily dose of sunshine in your life. And as your designated Hufflepuff friend, I'm obligated to make that happen," Cedric declared. "And with that, I take my leave," Churchill said, rising from the bench and dashing away. "You should bring this up during your next potions lesson," Grace agreed with a solemn nod. "I'm certain Professor Snape will agree." Cedric let out a boisterous laugh. Once upon a time, such an occurrence would have garnered several head turns from the surrounding Slytherins. After 2 years, however, they had grown used to Harry Potter's noisy companion. "I'll let him know it was your idea, dearest." Harry listened to his two friends dissolve into playful banter, which chased away the lingering numbness in his body. He still felt unsettled by what had happened that morning, but there was something else brewing in his chest: purpose. In his mind, a plan blossomed, filled with hope and longing. It was a plan that could backfire spectacularly on him. But if it succeeded, he didn't have time to waste. Now all he needed was to get his voice back. As it always happened, Harry's time at Hogwarts seemed to fly by. Between his 9 courses, Flint's insane Quidditch practices, and his lessons with Madame Pomfrey, Harry found that he barely had time to speak with his brother, let alone forge a relationship with the reclusive Theodore Nott. Despite his hectic schedule, Harry found that he enjoyed his lessons, even with the growing workload. Ancient runes was as easy as he expected it to be, quickly earning him the admiration of Professor Babbling. Care of magical creatures, despite reluctantly enrolling in the elective. Indeed, it had been Professor Snape's idea, who had dryly reminded Harry that he was fond of animals, also proved to be an excellent choice, even if he did find the gnarled Professor Kettleburn to be rather intimidating. His private study with Madame Pomfrey was by far his favorite, however. Having learned the basics of first aid, Harry had been promoted from his previous role of errand boy to mending broken bones and administering potions under Madame Pomfrey's watchful eye. Flint's assumptions also proved to be correct. It wasn't uncommon for someone to poke their head into Harry's private chambers or join him in the extra armchair by the fire. Most of these visitors were members of the Quidditch team. Pusey, being the closest in age, often asked for assistance with classwork. Bletchley, who enjoyed playing his harp for anyone who would listen, greatly appreciated having a subject who did not, and could not, object. And Flint, who Harry decided was more or less his friend. Others were more surprising. However, the very pretty Cordelia Gamp would wander into chat, leaving Harry feeling thoroughly confused and flustered after she departed. Homesick first years who wanted hugs and quiet, sympathetic ears, and several housemates who required healing that didn't warrant a trip to Madame Pomfrey. When Harry did find himself with a spare moment, he practiced the meditation exercises that Madame Pomfrey had taught him. They were supposed to help him relax when he was anxious, but Harry wasn't sure how effective they were. While he hadn't fallen totally silent, Harry never knew exactly when his voice would cooperate. Speaking in lessons was out of the question, but when he was alone or in the company of one of his friends, Harry sometimes managed to get a few words in. The panic that he felt during that first defense lesson always lingered at the back of his mind, but by the end of October, he had managed to quell the desire to empty his stomach after sitting through one of Professor Quirrell's lectures. It was a small victory, Harry conceded, but a victory nonetheless. Harry was still relieved when Halloween arrived, marking the arrival of a long-awaited trip to Hogsmeade. Being their first visit to the village, the third years had been able to talk about little else since it had been announced. It was a chance to stock up on sweets, go on dates, and drink butterbeer with friends. Harry was only interested in two of those activities if he was completely honest. Still, he was no less excited to leave Hogwarts for the day. In fact, the only thing that could have made the day perfect was if Grace could have come with them. As it was, second years weren't granted the privilege of visiting Hogsmeade, leading Grace to extract several promises to bring her back presents. She somehow managed to convince not only himself and Cedric to buy her sweets but Flint, Churchill, and a sixth-year Ravenclaw prefect called Baggins as well. They still didn't understand how she managed that last one. John likewise begged him for a slab of Honeydukes fudge, giving him the sad, kicked puppy look he knew Harry was unable to resist. It was with this in mind that he departed from the Great Hall on Halloween morning, a bag of gold jingling in his pocket, and Cedric chatting his ear off about the Shrieking Shack. He waved to John from across the hall, who watched him go with a mixture of longing and jealousy. Harry would have felt more guilty about leaving him behind had his brother not been surrounded by several friends. As it was, with John being infinitely more sociable and likable than himself, Harry just grinned and kept walking. There was one person Harry pitied, however. Harry had watched Theodore Nott for several months, noticing how the boy lingered on the outskirts of groups, neither welcomed nor shunned by his peers. It was as if they were indifferent to his presence, or perhaps they forgot that he existed. Harry was intimately familiar with that feeling. Perhaps that was why he paused on his way out of the Great Hall, leaving the still-talking Cedric to continue several paces without him. "Do you want anything from Honeydukes?" Harry asked Nott, who flinched so violently that he spilt tea down the front of his robes. Harry siphoned the mess away with a flick of his wand and an apologetic smile before repeating his query. "Are you speaking to me?" Nott asked, glancing around as if looking for one of Harry's friends. Harry didn't know if he should feel amused or sad by the confused look on Nott's face. Obviously. Nott shook his head after a long, awkward pause. Harry couldn't blame him. If the situations had been reversed, Harry would have been suspicious of the older student's motives. So instead of explaining himself, Harry nodded and caught up with Cedric, who was staring at him as if he had grown a second head. Cedric latched onto Harry's elbow and all but dragged him out of the Great Hall. "What was that about?" he asked. Harry shrugged, unsure how to phrase his thoughts. There was no logical reason for a third year to notice an unrelated first year. Or at least, that's how it was in Slytherin. Harry knew firsthand isolating that was, especially for someone as lonely as not, as Harry himself had been. He remembered wishing for the other boys to talk to him. Not to mock him or bully him, but to include him in things. He remembered the joy he felt when he found that belonging with Cedric and later Grace. Flint had told him that people were watching him, waiting to see what great things he would accomplish. But did that greatness come only from magical talent or social influence? Why couldn't he be known for his great kindness? For his empathy? That seemed far more important than how many spells he could cast. After all, what was the point of greatness if you were all alone? "He needs a friend," he said at last. Whether or not Cedric understood his reasoning, he accepted Harry's answer and didn't bring it up again. Instead, they spent a lovely day strolling through Hogsmeade, spending far more galleons than either boy cared to admit. And when they arrived back at school several hours later, they enjoyed a splendid feast created by the Hogwarts elves. He listened attentively as Grace regaled him with tales of her day spent with Hagrid, reporting with excitement that Ebony was expecting a foal in May. It was a shame Professor Quirrell had to ruin it. Okay. Perhaps that was uncharitable. The man hardly ruined the Halloween feast. It wasn't like he was the one that let the troll into the castle, after all. He simply informed them that a troll roamed the dungeons before fainting on the Great Hall floor. Either way, however, the feast was over, and Professor Dumbledore ordered them back to their dormitories, excluding the Slytherins, of course. They did, after all, live in said dungeons. There was no reason for Harry to assume that John wouldn't go back to Gryffindor Tower. Why on earth would he think that his little brother would seek out a fully grown mountain troll? He certainly didn't believe that Professor McGonagall, after finding them standing in a destroyed girls' lavatory with a troll at their feet, would give them house points rather than detention. Though perhaps if he had imagined this, it would have set the tone for John's time at Hogwarts. And then Harry would not have been so surprised 2 days later when he stepped onto the Quidditch pitch for the first match of the season and found himself face to face with John. For a moment, Harry thought he was hallucinating. After all, John was only a first year. He wasn't even allowed to have a broom at Hogwarts, let alone play on the Quidditch team. So why was his brother grinning at him like the Kneazle who caught the canary? He blinked once, twice, a third time, before tilting his head up to look at Flint. His captain was scowling more fiercely than usual, his dark eyes surveying the smug Gryffindors. This revelation seemed to catch Flint by surprise as much as it had Harry. Without looking away from the other team, Flint dropped one of his massive hands on Harry's shoulder and leaned down to whisper into his ear. "I don't care if he's your brother," he growled in a voice so low, Harry could barely hear him over the roar of the crowd. "Do not disappoint me." A hot, sickly feeling settled in the pit of his stomach at the order, but he nodded nonetheless. He would deal with his brother later. Right then, he had a snitch to catch. Without sparing another glance towards John, Harry mounted his broom and took to the sky. He soared up, high above the pitch, his brain filtering out the game below. He listened with half an ear to Lee Jordan's hilariously biased commentary, if only to keep track of the score. It was the first game of the season, but Flint wanted to start strong. Harry had been instructed to catch the snitch only after they were 100 points up. If he saw the snitch before that, he was to watch it or stop the other seeker from catching it. Of course, those instructions were given before Harry learned that Gryffindor's new seeker was his little brother. A wave of nausea came over Harry when he realized he might have to knock his brother off his broom. But no, it wouldn't come to that, surely. John was a good flyer, no doubt, but he'd never show any inclination towards seeking. When they played at home, John tended to favor chaser over any other position. Then again, there were only so many options with only the two of them. Perhaps he had missed this piece of information about John. The idea left a sour taste in his mouth. After all, if Harry didn't know something as basic as John's favorite Quidditch position, what else didn't he know about his brother? A wave of boos took over the stadium as Pusey scored, jolting Harry back to the present. It didn't matter, he knew. Worrying about it wouldn't help him win the game. He continued to circle above the pitch, keeping an eye out for the snitch. At the other end of the pitch, Harry saw his brother doing the same. At least they were both relatively out of harm's way. The game had descended into barely contained chaos as players on both sides grew more aggressive, and the plays grew dirtier. In 5 minutes, both teams accrued a combined 32 fouls, resulting in several dozen penalty shots. And then he saw it. A glint of gold, fluttering halfway between himself and John. He glanced at his brother, who was performing a celebratory loop-de-loop after Gryffindor scored. John was utterly oblivious to the snitch. Unfortunately, Lee Jordan wasn't and felt the need to announce the snitch's presence to the entire stadium. Left with no other choice, Harry took off, rocketing straight downwards. The wind was roaring in his ears as he gained speed, drowning out the screaming of the spectators. He dodged a well-aimed bludger, courtesy of one of the Weasley twins, his gaze trained on the little golden ball, flittering 10 yards away. John must have been closing in as well, but Harry couldn't tell. He was so close to the snitch that he could reach out and grab it. The snitch hovered, seemingly oblivious to the two brothers hurtling towards it. He was mere feet from the ground when he gave the handle of his broomstick a mighty yank to pull out of his dive. And his broom lurched downwards. For one weightless moment, Harry flew through the air, unsupported by his broom. The world whirled past in a blur of blue, then green, then blue again and then, wham! Harry's back collided with the ground, knocking the wind out of his lungs. He skidded, leaving a 30-foot gouge in the Quidditch pitch. He watched the game above, dazed, as he took a mental inventory of his body. There was a shrill sound that might have been Madame Hooch's whistle, or perhaps it was just the ringing in his ears, and a muffled voice shouting words he couldn't quite understand. Flint's grim face appeared above him, his lips moving soundlessly. He tried to sit up but was roughly pushed back down to the ground by several of his teammates. "My broom," he slurred. "I'm more concerned about you," Flint grunted. "You must have been going 100 miles an hour." "My broom," Harry began again. Flint grunted in annoyance, his scowl deepening even further. "It's fine," he snapped. "You could have broken your neck. What were you thinking? A Wronski feint, honestly. You're 13. You don't play for England." "I pulled out of it," Harry insisted, pushing off Churchill. He blinked away the black dots that appeared and caught sight of a pale-faced Pusey, lingering several feet behind Flint. "But my broom." "Forget your fucking broom." It jerked down. Harry continued, his voice rising too. "I had already pulled out of the dive. But my broom, it was like something pulled it out of my hands." Everything had happened so fast, but of that, he was certain. He hadn't lost control of his broom. Flint regarded him coolly, his dark eyes flicking between him and where Harry's broom lay innocently several yards away. "You're sure?" "Yes," Harry replied emphatically. "Frank," Flint grunted after a moment of contemplation. "Get Potter's broom." Churchill looked at Flint like he had grown a second head. "I'm not flying that thing. It could be jinxed." "Who said you would be flying it?" Flint growled. He jutted his chin towards the broomstick again, refusing to issue a command twice. Churchill gave him a wary look but complied. "Do you think you can still fly?" Flint asked in a low voice. Harry rolled his shoulders, which felt bruised but otherwise unharmed. Well, there was the probable concussion, but he didn't use his head to fly. "Right. Change of plans," Flint grunted. "You'll take my broom, and I'll take yours." Harry could see several things wrong with this plan despite the knock to his head and the lingering confusion. "But if mine is jinxed?" "Let me worry about that," Flint replied. "You catch the snitch and end the game." "Points be damned." Harry nodded slowly and allowed Flint to heft him to his feet. When Churchill arrived, Flint swapped Harry's Comet 260 with his Clean Sweep 7 before ordering the team back into the air. The game resumed with a savage ferocity that made Harry very glad that he wasn't a chaser. Especially after watching Gryffindor's Johnson take Pusey's elbow to the face. Harry resumed his search for the snitch, ignoring John's attempts to catch his attention. The sooner the game was over, the better, in his opinion. Unfortunately, the snitch didn't seem to agree with him because it took nearly an hour to make an appearance. When it did reappear, however, Harry didn't hesitate. He took off like a bat out of hell, chasing the golden ball across the pitch, around the Gryffindor's goalposts, and towards the stands. The snitch hovered a foot from the ground before shooting up, racing towards the spectators above. Harry flattened himself against his broom and shot upwards at a 90-degree angle, the world fading around him as his vision focused on the snitch alone. He was several meters away, feet away, mere inches away, his arm outstretched. The borrowed clean sweep twitched once, twice, and then Harry found himself airborne for the second time that day as Flint's broom bucked him off. Harry made a wild swipe for the snitch as he passed it, his fingers closing around it, its wings beating frantically against the palm of his hand. Then he was falling down, 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 the air leaving his lungs in a rush of adrenaline. And then he collided, not with the ground, but with something hard and moving very fast perpendicular to him. He felt his shoulder dislocate with a sickening pop as someone grabbed him by his still outstretched arm. A moment later, Harry found himself swung like a rag doll onto the back of someone's broom. Flint had caught him, he belatedly realized. They landed on the ground to thunderous applause. Regardless of house loyalties, both he and Flint had made spectacular catches, and just like that, the game was over. Slytherin had won the match 210-20. The team joined them, wearing expressions that ranged from excitement to horror. Pusey took one look at Harry's dislocated shoulder and promptly vomited. However, Harry had no time to enjoy his victory because he was quickly whisked away by an irate Madame Pomfrey. She was able to set him right with a wave of her wand, but she still made Harry listen to an hour-long rant about putting himself in unnecessary danger, and his airborne idiocy. When Harry returned to the common room sometime later, he discovered a raucous party. As it always happened after winning a Quidditch match, Harry found himself at the center of a great deal of attention. Part of him enjoyed it, knowing that he was receiving praise for something he had rightly earned. Another part of him felt like dashing to the nearest fireplace and hiding in Slytherin's study. Most of this discomfort was caused by 6th and 7th years, who generally wanted nothing to do with him, coming up and talking to him as if they were old friends. But this year, something even more confusing happened. Several third-year girls also came up to congratulate him, led by a giggly Cordelia Gamp. He was saved by Churchill, who swooped out of thin air and wrapped his beefy arm around Harry's neck. "I apologize, ladies," he said, giving them a charming smile that sent them into blushing titters. "I have to steal Pretty Boy for a tick." Harry allowed himself to be dragged into the throng of partiers, content to use Churchill's sizable bulk as a battering ram. He led Harry towards the fireplace, where the rest of the team had assembled. Flint lounged in one of the velvet wingback chairs, a leg draped over one arm. Curiously, Grace was perched on the chair's other arm and was muttering in Flint's ear, her expression pinched. "Sorry about the wait," Churchill announced. Lover here was surrounded by his many admirers. The boys on the team chuckled at Churchill's remark, causing a flush to creep up Harry's neck. He opened his mouth to defend himself and explain that Churchill had the wrong idea when Pusey, of all people, nodded sagely. "Was Cordelia among them?" Pusey asked with a serious expression. He leaned towards Harry and whispered, "She thinks you're dishy." Despite the lump of embarrassment burning in his throat, Harry managed to choke out, "You've been gossiping again, Adrian." Pusey shrugged, unbothered by the chuckles from the rest of the team. "I wouldn't say gossiping so much as being forced to listen to her every morning, loudly discussing how cute she finds the bird's nest you call hair." "So when are you going to ask her to Hogsmeade?" Bletchley asked, swirling around a goblet of something Harry was fairly sure wasn't pumpkin juice. Harry was spared from answering by Flint, whose deep voice cut through the team's jeering. "Your broom was jinxed." "Wow, Marcus," Churchill drawled. "Way to kill the mood." "Considering someone tried to kill him today, I think the mood was already dead," Grace snapped before Flint could reply. Churchill raised his hands in surrender and sat back in his seat. Thankful for the change of subject, Harry leaned forward and gave Flint his full attention. Will it be safe to fly it again? Grace scoffed at his response. You would ask that. Flint ignored her. Professor Snape checked your broom, he explained. He didn't find anything wrong with it. But I thought you said it was jinxed. It was, Flint agreed. Mine was too, once you got on it. Harry's heart sank. Had he ruined Flint's broom, as well as his own? Seeing the concerned look on Harry's face, Flint waved him off. As I said, Professor Snape couldn't find anything. It should be fine. But I don't want you flying alone anymore. Not until we find out who jinxed it. Harry glanced around the rest of the team. They were each sporting equally somber expressions. I don't understand. Why would someone want to jinx my broom? That, Flint began, his lips pursing. As an excellent question. The term continued without any further murder attempts, which came as a relief for Harry. Life at Hogwarts was busy enough without adding, escape death, to his schedule. He barely had time to breathe when he wasn't at Quidditch practice or in lessons or helping Madame Pomfrey around the hospital wing. All of these responsibilities left little time for his extracurricular, and very much not school-sanctioned, activities, namely recreating and expanding upon the Marauders map. Harry even found that he had little time to browse Slytherin's vast collection of books and tomes, which vexed him to no end. If it wasn't for his friends, Harry doubted he would have any sort of social life worth mentioning. Grace, who had never been one for studying, was the chief instigator for dragging Harry out of his pile of books. She had the uncanny ability to appear precisely when Harry was ready to chuck his book across the room and enlist him in some sort of troublemaking scheme that was always ending with them narrowly avoiding detention. Cedric, bless him, remained the voice of reason in their friendship and managed to redirect Grace's more disruptive impulses by suggesting activities that would appeal to both Harry's need to relax and Grace's desire to move. It was on one such occasion in early December that found Harry transfiguring his goblet into a thermos and filling it with tea during breakfast. Cedric had been vague about what he had planned for the day but had given the instructions to dress warmly and wear sturdy shoes. It had stormed overnight, covering the Hogwarts grounds with a thick layer of snow, which generated an excited buzz amongst the students. Judging from the chatter at the breakfast table, the first years were planning on laying a snowball siege on all of the Gryffindors. Harry had to roll his eyes at Malfoy's insistence that the Gryffindors would be too stupid to defend themselves against them. Really, how was a horde of 11-year-olds expecting to win against the likes of Fred and George Weasley? Cedric appeared at his shoulder, his yellow and black striped scarf wound tightly around his neck. Ready. Harry nodded and stood, offering his hand for Grace to help her out of her set. She smacked his hand away and stalked off with her nose in the air, pausing at the entrance of the Great Hall, where she tapped her foot in irritation. Harry and Cedric shared a grin before setting off after their friend. Any hints about what you have planned? Harry asked. Cedric gave him a cheeky grin. Let's just say, I hope you and Grace aren't too clumsy. That was decidedly unhelpful, but Harry didn't push it further. He scanned the Great Hall for a moment, taking a mental note of where his brother was. As expected, John was surrounded by his dorm mates, and surprisingly, a bushy-haired girl. He managed to catch his brother's eye and gave him a stiff nod, which went unreturned. Is John still mad at you for winning the Quidditch game? Harry rolled his eyes. He wished a jealous John was the most he had to deal with. He's being a brat. He didn't elaborate further, and thankfully Cedric didn't press him. Instead, he focused his attention on another first year. Not, he greeted with a slight incline of his voice. Like every other time Harry had greeted Not, the boy jumped in surprise and slopped his tea down the front of his robes. A distant part of Harry's consciousness wondered what had to be so interesting about Not's tea that he was always catching the boy off guard. Harry grimaced in apology and siphoned the mess away before continuing. We're going out. Would you care to join us? Not looked at Harry as if he had grown a second head. Malfoy won't like it, he murmured, eyes flicking to the boy in question. Malfoy was busy holding court, as he was wont to do, and hadn't taken notice of their conversation. Harry hummed, his head tilting as he considered Not. You need his permission, Harry asked mildly, his lips pursed. Pity. He continued without another word, leaving a confused Cedric to scramble after him. They exited the great hall together and found Grace waiting for them, her foot tapping against the stone floors with impatience. So, Cedric began, bounding forward and wrapping an arm around Grace's shoulders. He dragged her out massive oak front doors and onto the grounds. What great adventure do you have planned for this holiday? Adventure. Grace repeated, trying and failing to extract herself from Cedric's grasp. Harry grinned at the disgruntled expression on Grace's face and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, too, effectively sandwiching her between them. Last Christmas, it was India, and you went to Vietnam over the summer. And last year, you spent the whole summer in America, Cedric said. You're the globe-trotter of the group, and we live vicariously through your travels. So we want to know, where are you going this holiday? Scotland, she replied coolly. There's this massive castle I was going to explore. I might even sleep in its dungeons. Who knows, though? Harry almost stopped in surprise. You're staying at Hogwarts for Christmas. Grace gave an affirmative hum. Mum's being sent to a war zone, she explained, her voice simultaneously hard and brittle. She's hoping she'll get time off this summer, but there are no guarantees. When Cedric leaned down to kiss the top of her head, she let out a shaky laugh. She's doing important things, she explained, answering a question nobody had asked. I'm proud of her. She said it in a way that sounded like she was trying to convince herself, more than them. You shouldn't spend Christmas alone, Cedric murmured. Grace shrugged, though the movement was too jerky to be considered nonchalant. You can come home with me, Harry offered. I'll write to my father tonight, but I'm positive he'll agree. Grace's scowl didn't quite disguise the glimmer of hope in her eyes. I'll be fine. You'll be doing me a favor, Harry insisted. John's not coming home. He's not, Cedric exclaimed, his eyebrows disappearing behind his fringe. Why not? Harry couldn't keep the scowl off his face. Apparently, he began, his voice taking on a bitter drawl, Ron Weasley is staying for the holiday because his parents are going to Romania. My brother decided that he would stay at Hogwarts in solidarity. Cedric didn't quite know what to make of this. That's rather selfish of him, Harry finished. I was going to say loyal, Cedric said slowly. But yours works too, I guess. Harry rolled his eyes and scoffed. Yeah, really loyal of him. I told him that he was hurting Dad's feelings by staying for Christmas. It's his first year without one of us with him, and you know what John said to me. That's your overreacting. Grace guessed in an airy, disinterested tone. To stop telling him what to do, Harry corrected. As if I had that ability. I wish I did. He wouldn't have been on the Quidditch team, to start with. Is that what this is about? Grace asked. Good Lord, I thought it was something important. Harry glowered at his friend but didn't respond. Grace rolled her eyes. Listen, she drawled, finally succeeding in wiggling out of their grasp. Just because you're angry that John's first year isn't as miserable as yours was, doesn't mean you have to be a little bi.ch. Get over yourself. Some of us have real problems to deal with. Gracie, just because you're suffering right now doesn't negate what Harry is feeling, Cedric chastised in a gentle voice. His feelings are just as valid as yours. Grace huffed and rolled her eyes. Whatever, she snapped before stomping ahead of them. Harry resisted the urge to throw a snowball at her. Let me guess, Harry growled when she was out of earshot. You think I'm melodramatic too? Cedric gave him an unimpressed look at his tone. Not at all. I'd be furious if I were in your shoes. Harry huffed but didn't respond. They continued to walk for a few moments in silence, and Harry waited for Cedric to resume with his Hufflepuff peacekeeping tendencies. Sure enough, he continued. But if I may offer an alternative point of view. That John's getting special treatment because he's the boy who lived. No, there's no doubt about that, Cedric said in a pacifying tone. But I do think you're directing your anger towards the wrong person. Come off it, Harry groaned. When I was mute last year, McGonagall punished me to hell and back for something I couldn't control. In her defense, Cedric interjected, I do think it was a misguided effort to help you. Harry continued as if he hadn't spoken. John explicitly breaks the rules, and he gets rewarded for them. He goes after a mountain troll instead of going to his common room. 5 points to Gryffindor. He flies against Madame Hooch's direct order to stay on the ground. He's made Gryffindor's bloody seeker. Cedric nodded. It is unfair, he said. If you had pulled that stunt, I think Professor Snape would have turned you into potion ingredients. But Harry, what are you hoping to gain from this? All he has to do is tell McGonagall that he shouldn't play on the Quidditch team. Cedric laughed out loud at that. He's 11, Harry. No sane, Quidditch-obsessed first year is going to pass up the opportunity to play his favorite sport. Especially not with his older brother, who he greatly admires. Harry felt a flush creeping up his neck, either from annoyance or embarrassment, he couldn't decide. While it flattered him to hear that his brother looked up to him, he was far too angry with John to particularly care. He can't control how people treat him, Cedric reminded him. And he probably feels like this is something he earned for being a good flyer, rather than it being handed to him because of who he is. I guarantee you that John doesn't see it as blatant favoritism like the rest of us do. Don't ruin your relationship with your brother over something he can't control. Getting mad at John is just like Grace being angry that her mother can't come home for Christmas. That isn't the same thing, Harry said. Besides, she isn't angry. Yes, she is, Cedric corrected him firmly. She's furious. And she's furious with herself because she's angry. After all, she knows that none of this is her mum's fault. He linked his arm with Harry and began to pull him along at a steady pace. I think it's easier to be angry with our family when something like this happens, he said after a thoughtful silence. Because they're an easier target. Grace isn't mad at her mum. She is mad that her mum is being sent to work in a war zone. And you aren't mad at John. You're angry with Professor McGonagall because of her favoritism. Harry wanted nothing more than to snap back at his friend, but he held his tongue and considered his words. Cedric had a very good point that John had earned his spot on the Gryffindor team. He was an excellent flyer, after all. 2. John was always uncomfortable with the attention people paid him, especially for his role in defeating Voldemort. If John had truly believed McGonagall was offering him the spot for that reason, he would have been humiliated and refused. Clearly, John had thought he had fairly earned it, even if it probably wouldn't have been offered to him had he not been the boy who lived. The longer he remained silent, the less angry he felt. Slowly, he felt the fight drain out of him, and he gave Cedric a sullen nod. His friend responded with a dazzling, self-satisfied smile. They continued their walk around the lake, finally encountering Grace, who was sitting on a fallen tree. She stood as they approached, her eyes red-rimmed and doleful. Can I come home with you for Christmas, Harry? She asked in a quiet voice. I don't want to be alone. Harry held out his arms and pulled her into a hug. Grace buried her face in his cloak, and they all pretended she was shaking because of the cold. We can write the letter tonight, Harry murmured, pressing a kiss into the crown of her curly hair. Cedric clapped his hands in excitement. Excellent. Now that we all like each other again, I hope one of you knows how to ice skate. I've never tried, but I found an excellent pond nearby that I think would be fun to try to learn on. Harry and Grace shared an exasperated look, and Harry silently accepted that he would have to be healing at least one broken wrist. So much for a day off. As he suspected, his father had no issues with Grace joining them for the Christmas holidays. He made no mention of Grace's request nor John's absence but offered them his arms and apparated them promptly to Potter Manor. You've brought a girl home, Acorn noted in her squeaky voice. Her voice was somehow both amused and stern, and the observation caused a blush to grace the tips of Mr. Potter's ears. Acorn has been waiting for this day for many years, Master Potter. Mr. Potter stammered for a moment before taking his leave without another word. Acorn let him go, a look of exasperated fondness overtaking her face. Grace didn't seem to know if she should be embarrassed by what had transpired but settled for looking confused. I'm Grace, she stated, stepping forward and thrusting out her hand for the house elf to shake. Acorn nodded gravely but didn't take Grace's offered hand. She snapped her fingers, and their trunks disappeared. Acorn has cared for Master Potter since he was a babe, she intoned. And cared for his young. Only boys. Never a girl. Grace shared a look with Harry, who was just as confused by this conversation as she was. Well, I doubt that we're all that different. Acorn gave Grace a critical look. Will Miss Grace allow Acorn to braid her hair? Grace touched the wild mass of curls on her head. If you'd like. Acorn nodded gravely and reached to take Grace by the hand. And Acorn has many dresses she'd like to make for Miss Grace, she explained, leading a baffled Grace away from Harry. Masters Harry and John no longer allow Acorn to make them dresses. They complain too much, even though Acorn thinks they look very pretty in ruffles. After such a mortifying revelation, Harry had no problems letting the family house elf steal his friend. He sought solace in the parlor, where he encountered a wan Uncle Remus playing wizard chess with a smug Uncle Sirius. Uncle Remus was too intent on his next move and to take notice of Harry's arrival, but Uncle Sirius grinned and lazily waved him over. I'm winning, he explained, pulling Harry down next to him on the settee. Harry studied the board, taking note of each piece's position. Checkmate in 3 moves, Harry declared. Uncle Sirius whooped in delight and ruffled his hair. Go on then, he said. Show us how it's done. Harry exchanged a look with Uncle Remus, who cheerfully yielded to him. Harry took Uncle Remus' position and proceeded to trounce his godfather. I believe that will be a galleon, Padfoot, Uncle Remus said with a wolfish grin. If you beat me, Uncle Sirius argued, looking at Harry in utter betrayal. Not letting Harry do your dirty work. My godson, used against me. They ignored Uncle Sirius whinging, and Harry spent the afternoon catching up with his uncles. Uncle Remus, who had tutored both himself and John before they attended Hogwarts, had taken up employment as a tutor for a magical family near his home in Wales. Uncle Sirius, on the other hand, was still working as a freelance curse breaker. I still think you should take that fellowship in Egypt, Mr. Potter interjected as he wandered into the room. Harry turned his head so fast he felt his neck crack. You were offered a fellowship. Was it with Gringotts? Why haven't you taken it? Uncle Sirius pursed his lips and tried not to scowl. It's in Egypt, for one. Harry exchanged glances with his exasperated father and Uncle Remus. This, apparently, was a conversation they had discussed several times. What's wrong with Egypt? Nothing, Uncle Sirius admitted. It's just far away. So is China, but you've visited there before, Harry pointed out. I visited, he emphasized. The fellowship program is for 2 years. Harry was still failing to see the problem with this. That's brilliant, though. Think of all the things you could study. Are you sure you aren't a Ravenclaw? Uncle Sirius asked. You're changing the subject, Uncle Remus pointed out. Indeed I am, Uncle Sirius agreed. Now, where is Grace? I haven't seen her since September. Has she grown any? He was referring to the fact that, at the start of her 2nd year, Grace had been noticeably shorter than not just her peers, but several of the new first years as well. It was a sore subject for her, especially after Cedric hit a growth spurt in October and towered over her. Harry shook his head. Don't bring it up. And Acorn stole her, Harry replied. I'll get her, Uncle Sirius volunteered. He promptly changed into a dog and sped out of the room. A galleon says she throws something at him, Uncle Remus said as he rose to his feet, his knees popping. Harry tilted his head as he considered Grace's reaction. No, I think she'll be too excited. Sure enough, after the high-pitched scream that echoed throughout Potter Manor, Grace appeared wide-eyed at the dinner table, her cheeks flushed with breathless delight. Your uncle can turn into a dog, Grace said, throwing herself down onto the bench next to him at dinner. Acorn had evidently had a grand time decorating Grace, whose strawberry bee-owned curls seemed to glow in the firelight and contrasted very prettily with the sapphire velvet dress she was wearing. Is this normal? For him to turn into a dog or for people in general? Harry asked in a mild tone, reaching forward to help himself to the broccoli. He hoped that encouraging her questions would distract her from the revelation that Acorn used to treat him as an oversized doll. Grace tilted her head to the side as she considered his question. Both. Most wizards don't turn into dogs, no. Uncle Sirius is an animagus. He can turn himself into a dog at will. That sounds incredible. It's a tricky bit of magic. Most people don't bother. Well, I will, she declared, her chin jutting out with defiance. I think it would be brilliant to turn into a cat. You don't get to choose your form, Harry said. Uncle Sirius is a dog, which is mundane enough, but Dad is a stag. The antlers are a bit intrusive, so he rarely uses it. Grace was watching him with wide eyes. Magic is so cool. Harry felt his heart swell at the sight of her astonished look. There was something so genuine, so innocent, about her reaction that made Harry want to wrap her in a hug and hand her the entire world on a silver platter. We can talk to my father if you'd like, he found himself saying. He might be able to point you in the right direction. She beamed and resumed speculating what animal she would turn into, pausing only to breathe. When it became evident that she was too excited to eat, Harry took her plate and began to fill it up for her. Harry had to roll his eyes at Grace's behavior. The irony that he had two chatterboxes for friends was not lost on him. Harry and I are going to become animagi, Grace proclaimed when Mr. Potter joined them at the dinner table. Harry looked up at this proclamation, his brow furrowing as he mentally replayed their previous conversation. Who said anything about me becoming one? I did. Just now, she said before returning her attention to Mr. Potter, who watched them with mild amusement. Why would I want to undertake a dangerous transformation with limited practical usages? Harry asked, a teasing lip to his voice. Grace looked no less discouraged. It will look impressive for your transfiguration exam if nothing else. Harry nodded sarcastically. When you put it like that, he said. I can't think of any reasons not to. Grace chose to ignore the sarcasm and nodded. Precisely my thinking. So how do we become one? Mr. Potter filled his goblet with wine, his lips twitching in amusement. Well, first, you'll need to have a registered animagus to supervise you. That would be you and Uncle Sirius, Grace said in a way that left no room for disagreement. I assume we'll have to do some reading. Mr. Potter's lips quirked in amusement, which he tried to hide behind his goblet of wine. Just a little. But Mr. Potter's definition of a little seemed to be vastly different from Harry's or Grace's. As in, 17 thick tomes ranging from transfiguration to potions to herbology. Grace looked particularly put out by the amount of herbology and potions texts she would have to read. It was no secret that those were Grace's worst subjects. When the dejected look shuddered over her face, Harry pressed a soft kiss to her temple and pulled the nearest book off the stack. Well, he murmured, flipping to the first page of So You Want to Be an Animagus. And settling into a chair by the fire. These books won't read themselves. There's no way I can do this, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. She hadn't moved from the book-laden table, nor had she even touched one of the many books she had demanded. Harry pursed his lips and considered his words for a moment before setting the book down on his lap. Grace, in the 2 years I have known you, I have discovered there are very few things you cannot do when you put your mind to it. I'm dyslexic. When it became evident that Harry had no clue what that meant, she brought her knees up to her chest and continued in a soft voice. When I read words, they look wrong. Harry considered this for a moment, still not able to comprehend what she was describing. Do you need glasses? Grace shook her head, an annoyed huff slipping through her lips. Harry wasn't sure if it was with him or herself. My vision is fine. It's my brain that's broken. When I try to read, letters get flipped around or rearranged on the page, and it takes me 10 times longer to read something than everyone else. Her description did little to clarify her issue, but Harry found himself nodding anyway. Regardless if he could sympathize with her struggles, he could hear the anger and frustration in her voice that he could certainly empathize with. Sure, he had no issue reading, Merlin knows he could, considering he did little else with his spare time, but her admission brought back memories of hiding behind a suit of armor and the numbness in his fingers as he listened to his dorm mates gossip. He remembered the feelings of shame, inadequacy, and like he was some sort of freak because of something he couldn't control. He wondered if that was how Grace felt, too, looking at a stack of books filled with knowledge she desperately wanted but didn't know how to access. He placed So You Want to Be an Animagus on the table next to his chair and rose, crossing the library to take a seat next to his friend. I couldn't speak for a very long time, he reminded her. And when I came to Hogwarts, a lot of people said I would never amount to anything because of it. They said that, because my voice didn't work, I was half the wizard that they were, or perhaps I wasn't even a wizard at all. But that doesn't make any sense, she exclaimed, her brow furrowed in confusion. You do magic all of the time. Now I do, Harry conceded. But when I was a first year, I couldn't speak, never mind being able to cast spells. But you never use incantations, Grace argued, looking frustrated. Harry had to laugh. No, but that's not the norm. Most qualified adults struggle with non-verbal spell casting. Grace flopped back into her chair with a fierce scowl. Yeah, I get it. Harry Potter is a genius. Alert the Daily Prophet because we've got another Merlin on our hands. Harry rolled his eyes but resisted the urge to rise to her baiting. I think there is greatness inside of you, he murmured. You wouldn't be in Slytherin otherwise. But I think that the greatest limitations you face are the ones you place on yourself. He raised a hand when she began to protest. There are many ways to learn if we are desperate enough, just like there is more than one way to cast spells. My question for you is, how badly do you want it? Grace let out a puff of air, and her muscles relaxed as the fight drained out of her. So what you're saying is I need to stop complaining and making excuses. Not at all, Harry replied. I think that you need the reminder that the only person who can decide what you are capable of is yourself. Few people in this world will believe in you, Gracie. Don't sabotage yourself by not being one of them. Grace was silent for a long time, so long that Harry was afraid that he had offended her, and she was giving him the silent treatment. His heart leapt to his throat when she rose from her seat, and he was positive he had said the wrong thing. But then she was returning, and so you want to be an animagus. Was in her hands. She held it out to him, a peace offering. Will you read it to me? She asked. Harry accepted it with a nod and flipped to the first page, pausing long enough for Grace to snuggle under his arm, her head on his shoulder. So you have foolishly decided to undertake the dangerous endeavor of turning yourself into an animal, he began. That means you are either a madman or incredibly bored. Either way, I salute you. Within these pages, you will find. Mr. Potter pushed away from the library doors, a self-satisfied grin on his face. He had no illusions that he was the perfect father. He was paranoid and overprotective, and often he was too lenient with discipline, especially Harry, who would look up with those bright green eyes, Lily's eyes, and he'd cave faster than a paper cauldron. But if there was one thing he'd managed to instill in his boys was a certain disregard for the rules. Sure, that sometimes seemed to bite him in the ass, especially with the dangerous situations John had managed to land himself in. But it also meant they had the confidence to forge their own paths in life, even if their way looked radically different from the norm. And for a shy, introverted child like Harry, that felt like a win. He silently backed away from the library, not wanting to let the teens know that he had witnessed such a vulnerable moment. Slytherins were touchy like that, from what he understood. He found himself wandering back to the parlor, where his brothers in all but blood were engaged in yet another chess match. By the looks of it, Sirius was losing once again. Are the kids appropriately terrified, then, Prongs? Sirius asked before swearing colorfully as Remus stole his queen. James shook his head, his heart squeezing with pride for the man his son was becoming. I think they'll be just fine. Cedric was predictably enthusiastic about their plans to become animagi. He spent the entire month after the Christmas holiday alternating between daydreaming about what animals they would become and studying every related transfiguration text he could find. Given your proclivity for talking, Harry interrupted during breakfast in mid-March. You'll be a parrot. He raised his wand just in time to deflect the remaining portion of Cedric's bacon buddy. You'll be a snake, no doubt, Cedric retorted. Harry grinned and let out a hiss, flicking his tongue at his friend. Cedric gave him a look of mock indignation. What did you just call my mother? Who's to say? He replied airily before draining his teacup. Are you going to walk me to defense? Cedric hummed and tapped his chin in contemplation. What's in it for me? You get to spend time in my presence that you otherwise wouldn't have. Cedric pursed his lips and nodded gravely. You drive a hard bargain, he conceded before rising from his seat and grandly gesturing for Harry to follow him out of the great hall. Harry slipped into his seat sometime later, pulling out his defense textbook and his essay about kappas, and quietly waited for the rest of his classmates to arrive. Pusey appeared just before class began and claimed the seat next to him but thankfully didn't draw Harry into his conversation with Graham Montague. "UCCC can put your BBB books away," Professor Quirrell stuttered as he drifted into the room, closing the door behind him with a flick of his wand. "We shall be doing a practical lesson this morning." Excited murmurs filled the room. Because of Professor Quirrell's notoriously fragile nerves, they had yet to cast as much as a knockback jinx all year. The fact that they were doing a practical lesson was a big deal, and Harry had no trouble reading between the lines as to what this implied. Whatever they were doing today was so important that Quirrell couldn't think of a non-confrontational option to teach them. He shared a grin with Pusey, who was already gripping his wand and bouncing on the balls of his feet. Professor Quirrell waved his wand a second time, and their desks zoomed to the side of the room, leaving ample space for them to assemble in the center of the classroom. They watched on bated breath as he placed a battered suitcase down at the front of the room. It gave a sudden lurch, prompting Cordelia Gamp to squeak in alarm and clutch onto Harry's arm. Harry glanced down at her, only to grow more bemused when she buried her face in his shoulder. "I would compose yourself, Miss Gamp," Professor Quirrell said in a grave tone. "Your fear will only feed it." The pronouncement certainly dampened the excitement in the room, and the third years shared confused and uneasy looks. "Today," Professor Quirrell said, his voice low, almost hypnotic, "we will be learning about boggarts." An icy chill ran down Harry's spine, and he fought the urge to sprint out of the room. To say he had a lousy track record with boggarts was an understatement. Just last year, Terence Higgs, and other accomplices he refused to name, had sent him a boggart disguised as a care package, which Harry had unknowingly opened at breakfast. Naturally, the boggart took the form of Lord Voldemort himself, which sent the student body into a panic and Harry into a nearly catatonic state. He also vaguely remembered blowing up the Great Hall. Suffice to say, Harry had no desire to face a boggart today. And judging by the nervous looks he was getting from his classmates, they didn't want him to face a boggart either. Pusey cleared his throat. "Professor, is this a good idea?" Professor Quirrell gave Pusey a curious look, his light green eyes narrowing. "Why wouldn't it be?" Pusey's eyes darted over to Harry for the briefest of moments. "Well, it's just that there are a lot of people in here, isn't there?" Professor Quirrell nodded. "It's best to face boggarts in a large group. It confuses them." Pusey grimaced. "Yes, well, we don't want Potter to blow us up," Aurora Dodderidge interjected, somehow managing to sound disinterested and terrified. "That's not how I would have phrased it," Pusey hedged, breaking the awkward silence that had fallen over the room. "I just think that it's a bit cruel to make us face our worst fears in front of a group." "But also Potter," Dodderidge began. "Yes, thank you for your input," Gamp snapped, surprising Harry. She looked up at him through her eyelashes. "You won't blow us up, right, Harry?" His mouth grew very dry, and his tongue felt 3 sizes too big for his mouth. He nodded dumbly. Gamp smiled up at him prettily before glaring at Dodderidge. "See, it's no issue." Despite Gamp's words, a palpable tension hung in the air as Professor Quirrell walked them through the boggart banishing charm. When it was time to face the boggart, Harry kept finding himself pushed towards the back of the class. Harry couldn't bring himself to feel anything other than relief at his classmates' actions. He wasn't too keen on confronting Lord Voldemort this year. He lingered in the back and watched as Pusey faced a Grim, then Gamp, a massive snake, and Dodderidge, a man in a hockey mask brandishing a machete. His heart clenched painfully when Atticus Nettles stepped forward, and the boggart transformed into his older brother. They had never discussed Harry witnessing Nettles' brother's abuse, and afterwards, Nettles seemed all too determined to act like Harry had ceased to exist. Still, Harry always wondered if the older boy had exacted his revenge on Nettles. Judging by Nettles' poor reaction to his boggart, Harry assumed he had. "Ridiculous!" Nettles cried. There was a crack, and the boggart split in two, a new apparition joining Nettles' brother. They advanced on Nettles, wands raised, with nasty smirks on their lips. "Ridiculous!" Crack. Another boy joined the group. From the back of the classroom, Harry could hear Nettles whimper. Rage burned through Harry's veins at the sound. Pusey was right. This was cruel. Harry knew firsthand how humiliating it was to have your worst fear put on display for everyone to gawk at, and he wouldn't wish the experience on anyone. Even Atticus Nettles, who had harassed him for years. Safety in numbers or not, it was wrong of Professor Quirrell to force them to face a boggart like this. Harry pushed his way through the crowd until he stood shoulder to shoulder with Nettles, who looked ready to faint. The boggart turned its collective heads and stared at Harry for a split second before it began to swirl. Harry steeled his nerves and raised his wand, ready for Lord Voldemort to make an appearance. Only he didn't. There was a sharp crack. And Harry found himself staring at a small child, no older than 3, carrying a bundle of fabric in his arm. A gash marred the child's brow, oozing blood down his face and dripping onto the fabric he carried. "Mummy's dead," the child whimpered, clutching the fabric closer to his chest. With a jolt, Harry realized that a baby was swaddled in the fabric. "I couldn't save her." A dull roar sounded in his ears. He knew that voice. Looking into the child's emerald green eyes, he realized he knew those too. "Daddy's dead," toddler Harry cried. "Why didn't you stop the scary man?" It was as if the air had been sucked out of the room. Harry felt lightheaded. "He's going to kill John," Boggart Harry explained. "Because you're too weak." A dim part of Harry's mind recognized that this speech was too advanced for a toddler, and he latched onto the thought. What he was witnessing wasn't real. But he wondered if maybe there was a kernel of truth to the Boggart's words. It was his fault, after all, that his mother was dead. If it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. And he had been weak that night. He couldn't stop Voldemort from killing his mother, he couldn't protect John, and he certainly couldn't protect himself. After all, was this not the second time he had faced a boggart in a year and had fallen prey to it? He was useless. He was weak. He was nothing. But that wasn't true, his mind desperately tried to remind him. Cedric didn't think he was useless. Grace didn't think he was weak. And John was somewhere in this castle right that very moment, alive and well. Because Harry had protected him the night Voldemort had tried to annihilate their family. It was Harry who swaddled John in a blanket, stepped over his mother's cooling body, and fled their collapsing home. If it weren't for Harry, John would be dead. And that didn't feel like nothing at all. Through the icy numbness came the fury. How dare this boggart make him feel so powerless? He wasn't a sniveling child anymore, nor was he a cowering second year. Harry raised his holly and phoenix feather wand and pointed it at the younger version of himself. He didn't open his mouth or have a conscious thought to cast a spell. Instead, he poured all of his rage into his magic in a moment of savage frenzy. The resulting boom shook the castle, and when the dust cleared, Harry saw a crater where the boggart and floor used to be. He stared blankly at the hole in the floor for a moment before dropping his arm down to his side. He could hear his classmates recovering from their shock over the buzzing in his chest. No, not buzzing. Those rattles he heard was his breath, coming out in short, labored huffs. Harry spun on his heel and made his way towards the door, summoning his bag as he went. His classmates parted for him, giving him a clear path. It took every remaining ounce of self-control not to break out in a sprint. No one tried to stop him from leaving the classroom, not even Professor Quirrell. Harry wandered without a destination in mind, only to put himself as far away from the defense classroom as possible. He ended up in an empty corridor on the second floor and dropped down on a stone bench nestled between 2 suits of armor, across from a particularly ugly painting of a goblin wrestling a hippogriff. As he watched, the goblin attempted to put the hippogriff in a headlock, only for it to be bucked off and launched, screeching, into an adjacent painting. "Well," Pusey said, dropping onto the bench beside him. "At least you didn't blow us up. Was anyone hurt?" Pusey shook his head. "You did scare the hell out of a house elf in the room below, though." Harry sighed and dropped his head into his hands. Pusey patted him on the back. "They think I'm unhinged, I'm sure," he mumbled. Pusey chuckled. "Cassius is right terrified, but if you want my opinion, this only helped your reputation." Harry peeked around his fingers. "How do you figure?" Cordelia was waxing poetic about how your dark and dangerous aura adds to your attractiveness. "Adrian, you really are a terrible gossip." "It isn't gossip." She was all but shouting it in the middle of the corridor. Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't quite keep the smile off his face. He was about to reply when the sound of footsteps caught his attention. Nettles was standing at the end of the corridor, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Potter. Harry and Pusey shared a look, and Harry shook his head. Pusey pursed his lips and nodded. I'll see you in charms, then, he said, patting Harry's shoulder one more time before rising from the bench. He nodded towards Nettles as he passed and rounded the corner, the echo of his footsteps slowly fading. Curious, Harry waved Nettles closer and gestured for him to join him on the bench. Nettles approached hesitantly and stopped several feet away. He didn't say anything for a long, tense moment, and neither did Harry. I'm sorry. Harry tilted his head in confusion. For what? Nettles grit his teeth as if the conversation was causing him physical pain. For the boggart. Harry shook his head. It wasn't your fault that Professor. I meant last year. Nettles snapped, cutting Harry off. I had Terence send you that boggart in second year. Harry stilled at the confession, his fingertips growing cold. He wasn't sure what to say, other than ask, why? Nettles shrugged. We thought it would be a laugh, seeing you scared. We hated you. It was no real revelation to Harry, but the admission hurt nonetheless. He hadn't done anything to deserve Nettles' hatred or become a target. But it wasn't a laugh, Nettles continued. And it's not funny now. It was cruel to make you face your worst fear, especially in front of the entire school. It was wrong of me to ever think it okay to do what we did to you, and I'm sorry. Harry almost responded, that's okay, but he stopped himself at the last moment. Because how Nettles treated him wasn't okay. He shouldn't have been bitten by a snake his dorm mates set on him, or had his belongings destroyed, or have to be moved into a private room for his safety. He should have felt safe at Hogwarts, and Atticus Nettles was the reason that he hadn't for so long. A small, vindictive part of Harry wanted to scoff and storm off, perhaps toss a jinx over his shoulder for good measure. After all that Nettles had done to him, sorry, was a very poor way of atoning for his crimes. But at the same time, Harry recognized that Nettles wasn't the same person he was last year. The boy in front of him wouldn't have apologized for breaking his nose last April or hexing him so that he spent a week vomiting slugs in their first year. Whether it was because of what Harry had witnessed between Nettles and his older brother or a result of Nettles simply growing up, the end outcome was the same. He had apologized. And although it couldn't right the wrongs Harry had endured, the apology was still appreciated. Thank you, Atticus, Harry replied at last. It occurred to Harry that this was the first conversation he had ever shared with his former dorm mate. The words were somehow simultaneously ironic and fitting when he considered the history between them. Nettles cleared his throat and nodded before shuffling away, leaving Harry in the abandoned corridor with nothing but his thoughts for company. There was an odd tension in Slytherin after the defense incident that had Harry spending even less of his limited free time avoiding the common room. The number of people visiting his room for homework help or just to chat had dwindled to almost nothing, leaving Harry feeling at once both relieved at the lack of attention and very lonely. It was like first year all over again, where people would whisper to their friends and not even bother to hide the fact that they were staring at him. Unlike then, however, Harry had several friends and allies this time around that made the restless atmosphere slightly more bearable. For instance, whilst not the most comforting presence at Hogwarts, or in all of Scotland, for that matter, Marcus kept the most malicious attention at bay and scared off a vast majority of the nosy gossips. Pusey, meanwhile, reminded him that the mysterious, batty aura he exuded was doing wonders for his popularity, and would you like to see the register for your fan club? On the other hand, Grace thought the entire affair was hilarious and treated the matter as if it was some sort of elaborate practical joke. Harry, she explained one day in May after Harry had. You knitted a jumper last night for your pet snake. There is nothing remotely scary about you. I crocheted it, and the stones hurt her scales, he corrected. Yeah, she agreed. I can see what everyone is talking about. You do have the future makings of a Dark Lord. At least Cedric was sympathetic to his plight. Oh, stop teasing him, Gracie, he interjected before she could make another quip. Harry can't help it that he has a naturally broody expression. That's what is so attractive about him. Piss off. Harry's grumbles went unheard over Grace and Cedric's raucous laughter. Oh, has Pusey recruited you too? She asked. I heard he makes a killing on membership fees. Who do you think leads the meetings? Okay, Cedric was sometimes sympathetic to his struggles. But seriously, Harry, Grace continued through her giggles. If you dropped the whole, woe is me, act and stopped taking yourself seriously, people would probably find you more approachable. Cedric hummed in consideration. I'm not sure Gamp would agree with you on that. I think it's part of his appeal. The two burst into laughter once more, Grace needing Cedric to support her weight when her knees gave out. I need new friends, Harry snapped, speeding up and leaving them in a giggling pile on the floor. He stomped through the castle, returning books to the library and trying not to scowl when he watched a group of first-year Ravenclaws dive out of his path. Maybe his friends were on to something, Harry admitted to himself. It didn't mean he had to like it, though. Still, he took a steadying breath, which turned into 2, then 10, and allowed his heart to relax the furious beat it was pounding against his rib cage. He could be friendly and approachable, he thought. He didn't have to have the face that could cause 11-year-olds to wet themselves. That was Marcus's thing, anyway. He relaxed the stiff muscles in his face and arranged his features into something more open and relaxed. Approachable. He could do approachable. Harry resumed his walk through the castle, nodding to familiar faces and offering quiet greetings to his peers. He doubted it did anything to help his reputation, judging by the confused and slightly alarmed responses he received, but after so many months of scowling, he had to concede that he had a lot of work to heal his public image. His resolve was commendable, but he should have known that it wouldn't last. Especially when he saw John shuffling down the corridor with Ron and the frizzy-haired girl they often ran around with. Hermione Granger, Harry thought she was called. Harry wasn't entirely sure how their friendship came about. School rumors mentioned something about fighting a troll, but from what he knew about Granger, the girl was a stickler for the rules and incredibly bossy. In other words, she was not the type of person Harry could imagine his brother befriending. But then again, she was also single-handedly dragging John through the first-year curriculum, so she couldn't be that unbearable. They didn't see him approach, and Harry watched with a mixture of amusement and concern when they jumped at his greeting. Hello, John. What are you up to? Harry asked, giving his brother a pleasant smile. Ron shot John a look, causing his brother to adopt an impudent expression. I don't see how that's any of your business, John replied, giving Harry what was probably intended to be a haughty look but really gave him the appearance of an aloof kitten. Alarm bells went off in Harry's head, and the genial smile that he had worked so hard to craft slipped off his face. John Potter, I'm going to pretend that your rudeness was an ill attempt at humor, he said in a low tone. He watched with satisfaction as his brother and friends began to shift in discomfort and gave each of them an unimpressed look. Now, let's try this again. What are you up to? John muttered something under his breath and shuffled his feet. I'm sorry, Harry said, bending down. I didn't catch that. When he still didn't reply, Harry turned to the weakest link in the ragtag group. Hermione, would you care to explain? The girl looked ready to faint, and when she spoke, her voice came out in a shrill, panicked rush. Hagrid has a dragon in his hut. The two boys groaned. Harry felt like groaning with them, though for very different reasons. It would be very much like Hagrid to keep a dragon in his wooden house. I see. And how big is this dragon? With the Kneazle out of the bag, the first years began spilling the horrifying details of Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. Harry hissed in anger when Ron reluctantly showed him the infected wound he had sustained the day before, which had already turned a nasty green. He whipped out his wand and began casting a flurry of diagnostic charms over the injury, growing more furious by the moment. This is beyond my capabilities, he declared. You'll need to see Madame Pomfrey. I'm not going, Ron declared, backing away. I'll be fine. Harry scowled. You will if you want to keep that hand, he snapped before ushering the three towards the grand staircase. There was much grumbling, but they relented and trotted after him. I knew you shouldn't have told him, Ron muttered. Harry paused and slowly turned to face Ron, who blushed spectacularly. You shouldn't have had to tell me anything because this should never have happened. Hagrid is a grown man and should know better than to keep a dragon on school property. He certainly shouldn't have confided this in you, and it was wrong of him to ask 3 first years to cover for him, he said in a calm, unimpressed tone. He spun on his heel and took off again, leaving them to scramble after him. After Madame Pomfrey sees to Ron, John, you and Hermione will go tell Professor McGonagall what you told me. No, we won't, John snapped. I'm not dobbing Hagrid in. You can, and you will, Harry replied. And don't think I won't be following up with her tomorrow. If I find out that you neglected to tell her, I won't be pleased. John grabbed hold of Harry's robes, forcing them to stop on the staircase. You're not Dad, he accused, glaring up at him. You can't tell me what to do. Harry leaned down so that his nose was inches from John's. No, I'm just your elder brother, someone who also happens to have a vested interest in keeping you alive. But if you have an issue with it, feel free to write Dad a letter. I'm sure he'll be most interested in this little adventure you've landed yourself in. John ground his teeth and looked like he was about to retort. Instead, Harry was saved from having to listen to his brother's adolescent whinging by Professor Snape, who was sweeping towards them. Is there a problem, Mr. Potter? He asked Harry, ignoring the fuming first years. Heart pounding in fury, Harry shot his brother a nasty look before turning towards his head of house. Not at all, sir, he said. I was just sending my brother and Miss Granger to see Professor McGonagall now. They have information that I think she'll be interested to hear. In fact, he said, raising his voice to speak over Ron and John's protests. Would you mind accompanying them? It's rather urgent. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow, the only outward sign that displayed his excitement at ruining the day of 3 Gryffindors. Indeed, if the situation is as dire as you think, perhaps you should tell me now. It would save me the trip. Harry, John yelped, his voice wobbling with distress and frustration. Harry sighed internally, some of the anger draining out of his body. It was no secret that John and Professor Snape despised each other. As angry as he was, Harry knew nothing good would come out of forcing John into a situation where Snape would inevitably lose his temper. It's one of those noble Gryffindor things, I fear. Professor Snape looked down at him in what could only be described as amusement. He most likely assumed that their argument resulted from some sibling squabble, and Harry wasn't about to disabuse him of the notion. She is quite adept in dealing with their melodrama, he agreed. Very well. Will Mr. Weasley be joining us? Crisis averted, Harry shook his head. No, he's joining me on my trip to the hospital wing. Right, Ron. Ron's face turned an impressive shade of red, but he didn't respond. With very little else to be done about it, John stomped after Professor Snape, though not before sending the nastiest look he could muster at Harry. Harry tried not to let it bother him. An angry John was infinitely better than his little brother being devoured by a dragon. Harry sighed and rubbed his forehead, trying to fend off the growing headache. Today wasn't his day. Come on then, he muttered, pushing Ron down the stairs. They walked in awkward silence, a result of their argument and the fact that neither boy knew the other very well. Madame Pomfrey, Harry called as he ushered Ron into the hospital wing. I have a Kappa 3. Madame Pomfrey's head poked out from around a curtain. Not for yourself, surely. When Harry shook his head, she sighed heavily. I'm treating a Delta 6. Process him, and I'll be along shortly. Harry nodded. A Delta 6 classification meant she was treating a highly infectious disease such as dragon pox or the dancing plague. Ron might have allowed his bite wound to fester, but it wasn't that serious. He helped his brother's friend onto a bed and drew the privacy screen around them. You're not treating me, are you? He asked dubiously, eyeing the patient file Harry had summoned. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Hadn't he already said that he had no idea how to heal the bite? I'm not a healer, he reminded Ron. Then, before the boy could argue or question him further, Harry flicked his wand, casting a series of diagnostic charms to measure Ron's height, weight, and blood pressure. Do you have any allergies to any common potion's ingredients, such as mandrake leaf or boomslang skin? Ron looked uncomfortable with the question. I don't know. Harry hummed and reminded himself that Ron was only 12. He would have been more surprised if he had known. Have you ever reacted poorly to a potion before? Ron shrugged, which wasn't very helpful. I don't get sick very often, Ron explained, without actually clarifying anything. Are there any potions your parents won't let you take? Harry asked, rephrasing his question for the third time. A light finally turned on behind Ron's eyes, and he nodded vigorously. Mum says I'm not allowed to take sleep potions. Harry paused and looked up, his quill hovering over the file. The sleeping draft or dreamless sleep potion. Ron shrugged again. Does it matter? Oh, it's only the difference between dosing you with a potion filled with one of the most common allergens in Wizarding Britain or trapping you in eternal sleep, he wanted to snark. He didn't, of course. Harry liked to think he had better bedside manners than that. Yes. Ron looked a little taken aback by Harry's vehement insistence. I think it's dreamless sleep. Harry pursed his lips and wondered if it would be faster just to write to Mrs. Weasley. Do Sears run in your family? Harry hedged. He was unsurprised when Ron didn't know. Merlin, was this boy as dense in his classes too? He rubbed his forehead as if it would somehow massage away the splitting headache that was forming. Have you had dreams come true before? Or made offhand comments that later proved correct? Harry asked. Ron obviously had never uttered a prophecy before, or else they wouldn't have been having this conversation. The ministry kept too close track of registered seers. But if Mrs. Weasley wouldn't let Ron take dreamless sleep, Harry made a note at the top of Ron's patient file, just to be on the safe side. He didn't linger long after that excruciating conversation. He passed his file off to Madame Pomfrey and staggered over to the potions cabinet, sorting through vials of potions until he found what he was looking for. He wasted no time in pouring himself an adequate dose, barely even wincing when the cold, bitter potion hit the back of his throat. Harry Potter, I know I didn't just watch you dose yourself with a headache cure. He wasn't all that surprised when Madame Pomfrey shot a light stinging jinx at him. Of course not, he replied smoothly. That would be a gross abuse of the faith you have placed in me. She bustled up beside him, looking down at him with something that was both amused and distinctly unimpressed. Do you have a headache? Not anymore. In a bed. Now. Harry knew better than to argue and did as she asked. He tried not to flinch when she pointed her wand in his face. When did it start? This one started at breakfast, he admitted. But now that he thought about it, he'd had at least 3 headaches a week since returning from the Christmas holidays. He had attributed it to his busy schedule and his ongoing fight with John. And then there was the whole Boggart incident. Again. Madame Pomfrey hummed. Yes, I imagine your fan club is quite troublesome. It took a moment for her words to register, but when they did, Harry felt the blood drain out of his face. How? Your professors aren't stupid, Harry, she chuckled. Watching adolescent drama unfold is the highlight of our nightly staffroom discussions. I'm leaving, Harry declared, attempting to slip out of bed. Madame Pomfrey laughed again before pushing him back down onto the bed. You're too precious, she replied, raising her free hand to brush Harry's fringe off his forehead. This scar. Harry leaned away from her touch and combed his hair back in place, his lips pursing. Your file says you got it the night. My mother was murdered. Yes, he ground out. He didn't like to think about it much. Not only was it a painful reminder of that horrible night, but it was an ugly, twisted, raw-looking thing too. The jagged, lightning-shaped scar garnered attention as if it was the main attraction at a circus, which Harry neither welcomed nor appreciated. If Madame Pomfrey was offended by his brusque tone, she didn't show it. It's cursed, she gently informed him. That's why it won't heal properly. She waited for Harry to make some sort of comment, but when he remained silent, she continued. Does it ever pain you? Harry shrugged but didn't otherwise reply. It did sometimes hurt him, though only very recently, within the last few months, in fact, around the time the headaches started. It had started as an itch that couldn't quite be scratched and slowly evolved into a stinging, twinging sensation. I won't ask you to talk about what happened that night, Madame Pomfrey said after a moment of silence. She waved her wand and summoned a bottle of headache cure, which she pressed into his hands. But if you ever want to discuss it, I'm willing to listen. It took every ounce of self-control to not fold into himself at the softness of her tone. He hated it when adults talked to him like that, as if he was a delicate, wild animal that needed to be pacified and tamed. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey seemed to sense his discomfort and allowed him to leave after extracting a promise to return if the headaches worsened. After the fiasco of the Slytherin vs. Gryffindor match, Harry didn't think his relationship with his brother could get any worse. At least before, the two had acknowledged each other at meals, and John would sometimes seek him out in the library for homework help. Now, Harry was often met with nothing but glares from John and his friends. Harry tried not to let the opinions of 3 first years upset him, but it hurt him whenever John stuck his nose up in the air and ignored all of Harry's greetings. The only bright spot in all of this was that Hagrid's dragon was removed from his hut and sent to live on a reserve in Romania. Though, according to Grace, who often visited the gamekeeper when Harry and Cedric were in lessons, Hagrid had turned desolate and mopey. I even volunteered to help him in his garden, and you know how much I hate doing that. But then he burst into tears and sat on his pumpkins, squashing them all, Grace reported several weeks later over dinner. And then there's the thing with the unicorns. Unicorns. Grace looked genuinely surprised at his question. Haven't I told you? When he shook his head, she leaned forward, her strawberry bee-owned hair dangling dangerously close to a boat of gravy. Something's been killing the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Harry froze, his fork hanging midway between his mouth and his roast chicken. The same Forbidden Forest we're sneaking in tonight. When she nodded, Harry set his fork down on his plate. Then why in the hell are we going? Because Hagrid says Ebony will have her foal tonight. Grace replied, looking at him as if he was the unreasonable one. And how many times do you get to see a Thestral being born? Grace replied. Professor Kettleburn says that unicorns don't have any natural predators. If something is killing unicorns, it stands to reason that venturing into the Forbidden Forest would be a stupid idea. Grace waved away his concern. We'll be with Hagrid, she said as if that settled the matter. Harry was spared from replying, or perhaps more accurately, Grace was spared from having to listen, by someone clearing their throat. He spun around, surprised to find Theodore not shifting his weight from foot to foot and staring at the cup of tea clutched tightly in his hands. Is there a problem? Not. Harry asked, not unkindly. The weedy first year glanced up at him for a brief moment before settling his gaze somewhere over Harry's left shoulder. May I sit with you? The answer was no, simply because they were already finished with their meal, and Cedric was coming to collect them for their, apparently incredibly dangerous, adventure. He couldn't say that to not, though. Not when the boy was willingly approaching him for the first time all year. Are you asking me? He replied mildly, curious to hear what Nott would say. Nott's gaze shot back down to his teacup, which Harry noticed was empty, save for a pile of soggy leaves at the bottom. At least the boy hadn't spilt tea on himself this time. Yes. Harry hummed in thought, ignoring Cedric, who had bounded up to the Slytherin table full of enthusiasm and restlessness. You need me to tell you what to do, he murmured before rising from his seat, swatting away Cedric's grabbing hands. Nott didn't seem to know what to do with this response and gave Harry a lost, mournful look that pulled painfully at his heartstrings. Unable to help himself, Harry reached forward, smoothed Nott's hair down, and chucked him under the chin. Enjoy your dinner. Harry managed to get out before Cedric lost his patience and dragged him bodily from the Great Hall. You can mother him later, Cedric said as they strode into the entrance hall. I don't mother. Fine, big brother. Him, Cedric huffed. But we've got Thestrals to see. You can't even see them, Harry reminded him. This fact didn't seem to bother Cedric in the slightest. Well, no, he agreed. But I've always wanted to sneak into the Forbidden Forest at night. Harry didn't reply, more so out of confusion at his friend's response rather than an inability to find a fault in the logic. They trudged down the sloping front lawn of the grounds, with Grace conveniently interrupting Harry every time he tried to inform Cedric of the potential dangers lurking in the forest. Hagrid met them outside of his hut, a massive crossbow strapped to his back and Fang the boarhound sitting at his heels. Twilight was beginning to fall as they entered into the forest, the shadows elongating as they ventured in until not even the faintest tint of the livid sky above could penetrate the darkness. There was a stillness to the forest that prevailed despite Cedric's best efforts to fill the air with his constant chatter. They walked for some time, far deeper into the forest than they had ever gone before, passing the grassy clearing they often found the Thestrals loitering in. There, Hagrid muttered, pointing through a bramble patch, where Harry could just make out the dark shape of Ebony, her pitch-black coat seemingly absorbing the remaining light in the forest. Her belly was swollen and pulsing, the muscles contracting and relaxing in a fascinatingly grotesque way that had to be painful, though she never made a sound of discomfort. Do we help her? Grace asked, her eyes wide. Nah, Hagrid replied. She knows what to do. Sure enough, a small black body soon landed on the forest floor, its leathery body slick with amniotic fluid. It let out a pitiful shriek that was equal parts haunting and adorable, and it took everything in Harry's willpower not to coo at the sight of it. What's wrong with its feet? Grace hissed in disgust. Harry peeled his eyes away from the baby Thestral to its feet and nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw the dark gray tentacle-like appendages in place of hooves. Fairy fingers, most likely, Cedric interjected before Hagrid could speak. It's a protective covering, so the mother isn't injured during gestation and birth. They'll fall off when it stands up. Quote. Hagrid gave Cedric an impressed look and nodded in agreement. Thanks, farm boy, Grace replied after a moment of silence. What will you name it? Harry whispered, almost afraid of ruining the stillness that had settled over the clearing. Depends, Hagrid replied. Know the gender fair a few weeks, I reckon. Ebony is protective o' her babies. I doubt I'll be able to get closer than this. Catherine is a lovely name, Grace offered. He's not giving the Thestral your middle name, Harry replied. Grace gave him an unimpressed look. It was just a suggestion. They didn't linger for long after that. Curfew had already come and passed as they picked their way back through the forest, and the three friends quietly made plans regarding how best to sneak back into the castle. Grace was all for stealing brooms from the broom shed and flying up to the astronomy tower and was undeterred even when Cedric pointed out that she didn't know how to fly. A sharp pain throbbed through Harry's forehead, eliciting a pained hiss and stopped him dead in his tracks. He clapped his hands over his head and screwed his eyes shut as if that would somehow lessen the blinding pain. Harry. He could hear Cedric's panicked voice but was too afraid he might be sick if he opened his mouth to reply. Many things happened next that Harry couldn't see. Fang yelping and taking off into the underbrush. Hagrid swearing colorfully as he fumbled with his crossbow. Cedric's gasp of terror. Grace's panicked shouts of, "Incendio!" And an inhuman screech as her spell hit its target. When it was all over, Harry realized he had fallen to his knees sometime during the ordeal and struggled to rise. Cedric put his superior height to good use and hoisted him to his feet. When Harry finally opened his eyes, the smell of burnt flesh lingered in the air, though that wasn't what caught his attention. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the small, quicksilver droplets that seemed to glow in the light of Cedric's wand. Ruddy hell, Hagrid muttered, pushing away a branch and revealing even more of the silvery liquid. Not again. Hagrid didn't explain what he meant, not that he really had to. The gleaming unicorn glowed pearly white not too far from where they were standing. It was laying on its side, legs twisted at awkward angles, covered in a mess of silvery blood. They had obviously disturbed whatever had been attacking the unicorn, and Harry was suddenly very aware of how lucky they were to still be alive. Grace let out a sob and rushed to the dying unicorn before Hagrid could stop her, her hair looking a sickly yellow next to the unicorn's mane. Harry, do something. Harry drifted towards them as if he were floating, his legs somehow gelatinous and filled with lead. He dropped down beside her and reached out a tentative hand, placing it on the unicorn's sinewy neck. I study human healing, Grace, he reminded her gently. There isn't anything. Please. The innocent, tear-filled eyes combined with the tragic sight of such a majestic creature, what or who would want to harm such beauty, proved to be too much for him. Harry ran a gentle hand along the unicorn's neck, studying the jagged wound pumping out silvery blood at an alarming rate. But the unicorn was already dying, he recognized. There was little he could do to make it worse. He just hoped it didn't feel too much pain. Episki, he intoned. He wasn't surprised when nothing happened, though whether it was because the wound was too severe or the spell wasn't designed to heal unicorns, Harry couldn't be certain. Vulnera Sananter. It might have been his imagination, or perhaps his desperate desire to save the unicorn, but he thought that he saw the blood flow slow for the briefest of moments. Or maybe it was because the unicorn's heart was giving out. He racked his brain, desperately trying to think of any sort of spell that might help, only to come up blank. He raised his wand, debating for a moment what else to do. This injury was far beyond anything he had seen or been permitted to heal. He didn't know any other spells that could help. Then, the unicorn locked eyes with him, its dark eyes wide with anguish and fear, twisting his heart. Unbidden tears slipped down Harry's cheeks as he watched the agony unfold before him as he was powerless to stop it. If only he studied a little harder, memorized a few more spells, but hadn't Harry done magic without spells before? Without really thinking about what he was doing, Harry leaned forward and pressed a kiss to the soft swell of the unicorn's jaw, relishing in the silky hairs that covered its hide. His fingers combed the lustrous mane as if he were brushing through John's hair after a nightmare before running them feather light across the gaping wound. The unicorn's blood scalded his fingertips, coating his hands in a silvery glow. Someone nearby gasped. Harry sat back, lightheaded, and watched with a dim fascination as the wound slowly began to knit itself shut until nothing was left but a faint scar. Satisfied, Harry drew his wand once more and began to set the unicorn's broken and twisted legs, which proved to be a much simpler task. It was familiar, soothing even, and made quick work of it before drawing away to give the wild animal space. "If you're able, Hagrid," Harry said in a faint, weary voice. "Keep an eye on it. It's lost a lot of blood." "Harry," Hagrid whispered, his voice trailing off in stunned silence. Harry glanced back at him and felt a blush creep up his neck at the awe covering Hagrid's bearded face. Harry rose unsteadily to his feet, accepting Cedric's arm when it was offered to him. "Do you think the house elves will be able to get the blood out of my robes?" he asked, realizing that it was a ridiculous thing to fixate on. Cedric took the question in stride and began to lead him out of the forest at a snail's pace. "You might want to burn them," he replied. "Unicorn blood is cursed, isn't it? I thought that was only if you drank it. You want to find out?" Harry hummed and rested his head on Cedric's shoulder, too exhausted to keep it upright. "I suppose not. But that sounds like a tomorrow problem. Right now, I think 20 hours of uninterrupted sleep is just what the healer ordered." "You would know," Cedric said. The delirious giggles that followed didn't stop as they sneaked back into the castle, making it rather tricky to avoid Filch and Mrs. Norris. Fortunately, Harry had more than one trick up his sleeve that night, and the three friends slipped through the nearest fireplace to Slytherin's study. They spent the night on the velvet-covered settees, too exhausted to even change in pajamas. They didn't speak again about what they had witnessed in the forest, which suited Harry just fine. He'd be happy if nobody ever talked about it again. He just hoped Hagrid would be able to keep his mouth shut. Final exams approached far too quickly, as they so often did, and Harry found himself overwhelmed. Between revision, homework, and a hospital wing full of panicked owl students, the headache that had plagued him for months was now his constant companion. On top of that, Madame Pomfrey decided that the 4th of June was a fantastic time to test him on everything she had taught him that year. Perhaps he wouldn't have been so irritated had he not suffered through his astronomy exam the previous night. But as he had fallen into his bed at 4 in the morning, he was less than thrilled to be answering questions such as compare and contrast blood replenishing potion dosages for females and males and explain how to treat a wizard whose wife has turned him into a newt. He gave an audible sigh of relief when Madame Pomfrey summoned his parchment, which she sealed with a tap of her wand. He promptly groaned when they moved on to the practical portion of the impromptu exam, which included brewing a cauldron of Skele-Gro and reversing a 6th year's botched Transfiguration final. He thought for sure it would be over when a panicked message from Professor Quirrell arrived, but she ushered him up to the 3rd floor and instructed him to help the ill student within the defense classroom. Harry pushed the heavy oak door open with a shaking hand, his eyes scanning the class of assembled students as he searched for the patient. It wasn't difficult to spot him, as he was standing in the center of the room, attempting to struggle out of Professor Quirrell's grasp. With a jolt, he realized it was Theodore Nott. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed down any sort of fondness he had for the introverted first year and conjured a set of privacy screens to block the view of the nosy Slytherins, setting up a silencing spell for good measure. He then approached Nott and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Theodore, I understand you aren't feeling well," he began, conjuring a chair for Nott to sit upon. "May I be of assistance?" Nott flinched at his touch, his wild, dilated eyes focusing on Harry. "Not you," Nott gasped. Harry nodded in understanding, unoffended. Many students balked when he offered to heal him, which made perfect sense considering he was 13. Madame Pomfrey is here, he explained in the same calm voice. Would you prefer to see her instead? But Nott shook his head and pushed Harry away with a surprising amount of strength for such a scrawny child. You need to go, he said, his breath coming in panicked gasps. Please, not now. Harry glanced back at Madame Pomfrey, who seemed just as confused as he was. I don't understand, Theodore, Harry said, casting a series of diagnostic charms around the boy. Do you not want me to heal you? Nott's respiration rate was understandably high, but it was his heart rate that particularly concerned him. Whilst Nott was distressed, and on the verge of hyperventilation, a panic attack was an unlikely diagnosis for someone whose heart was beating 250 beats a minute. Harry was surprised that Nott was still conscious. Nott shuddered but didn't reply, nor did he fight Harry when he helped him sit down. Theodore, Harry began again, hoping to keep the boy talking. It was always easier to learn information from conscious patients. When did you begin to feel poorly? Harry hadn't noticed anything at lunch, but then again, he had been too busy studying for his upcoming Rune final. Nott shook his head and wrapped his arms around his waist but didn't otherwise reply. Harry wondered idly if the boy was about to vomit. He conjured a basin to be on the safe side. I don't think we'll be able to do anything for him here, Harry murmured to Madame Pomfrey. We'll be of more use in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey nodded her head in agreement. Stabilize him and prepare him for transit, she instructed. Harry nodded and conjured a stretcher, which he guided Nott onto. He waved his wand again, and a golden matrix formed around Nott, which served the dual purpose of monitoring Nott's vital signs and ensuring the boy didn't roll off the stretcher. He banished the conjured screens and stool and levitated the stretcher, all the while keeping up a steady stream of comforting words to Nott, who had begun to moan. I need to go, he said as a mighty shudder racked his body. Please, let me go. We're going to the hospital wing, Harry replied. We'll get you sorted there. No, Nott shouted, sitting up on the stretcher, only to sway dangerously. It's not safe. I need to go. Harry exchanged a worried look with Madame Pomfrey. They weren't sure what they had stumbled across, but it was becoming increasingly evident that this was not a simple case of test anxiety. I assure you, you will be quite safe with us. I need to go, Nott repeated, trying and failing to get off the stretcher. I need. And then, much to Harry's alarm, Nott's eyes rolled back in his head, only he didn't faint. Instead, he reached out, impossibly fast, and grabbed onto Harry's wrist, his nails digging in so deep they drew blood. And then came the voice that somehow sounded like 10 Notts were speaking at once, yet simultaneously sounded as if he were possessed by a demon. The hour approaches when he will rise, the silenced and the forgotten, healer and harmer, the shadowed one consumed with flames, but from the fire, he shall be reborn, the hour approaches when he will rise. Nott promptly fainted, his hand growing limp and falling away from Harry's bleeding wrist. A prophecy. An honest to Merlin, motherfucking prophecy, given to him from Theodore Nott. Morgana's tits. It was Madame Pomfrey who pulled Harry out of his stunned reverie. We need to get him to the hospital wing, she reminded him in her usual firm, no-nonsense voice. Harry nodded, dazed but pushed the floating stretcher towards the door. He listened with half an ear to Madame Pomfrey as they walked, who instructed him to gather Nott's patient information whilst she informed Professor Dumbledore what had transpired. I will teach you how to heal him, she continued. This won't be the last time you'll have to deal with this. They arrived at the hospital wing, with Madame Pomfrey bustling off to her office to contact the headmaster and Harry transferring Nott into a bed. Nott was already starting to stir when Harry returned with his file, and he rushed to help the boy sit up. Was this your first prophecy? Harry asked quietly, already guessing the answer. His suspicions were confirmed when Nott shook his head, avoiding eye contact in favor of watching his fidgeting hands. When do you recall the first one? I was 7, he admitted after a long silence. Harry kept his face carefully blank as he recorded the answer into Nott's file. How often do they happen? Nott shrugged. A few times a month. He estimated. I make sure to hide when they come. And you've never sought out a healer after, Harry guessed, judging by the lack of entries in Nott's file. When Nott confirmed this, Harry pursed his lips. Why? Nott grew silent once more, his fingers worrying the crisp white bed linens. I don't want them to take me away. It took Harry a moment to realize that Nott wasn't referring to healers. The Department of Mysteries. At this, Nott let out a sob and wrapped his arms around his waist. Harry watched the pathetic attempt at self-soothing before setting down his quill and parchment, and apparently, any sense of boundaries. Harry drew him into a hug, tucking Nott's head under his chin. Nobody is going to hurt you, Harry murmured, carding his fingers through Nott's hair. Nott shook his head and pulled away, his fist scrubbing at his eyes. Draco said that the Ministry steals seers like they do metamorphmagie and forces them to work for them, he said through gasping, panicked sobs. Harry frowned. It was true that metamorphmagie had a fast track in the Auror Academy, but he had never heard of them being conscripted. At least not in this century. And as for seers, the Ministry keeps track of seers, he agreed, laying a gentle hand on Nott's shoulder. But they don't snatch them away from their homes. They record the prophecies. Nott looked like he didn't quite believe him, which was to be expected. After living in terror for so long, it must be rather difficult to drop your guard. The main issue, Harry continued, is the fact you haven't seen a healer about this. I don't need help, Nott snapped, drawing further into himself. I'm fine. Harry hummed. Prophecies can be rather taxing on the body, he said, carefully choosing his words. I'm sure you feel exhausted for days after you utter a prophecy. Harry took Nott's silence as confirmation. Your heart beats faster than it would if you sprinted to the top of the grand staircase, and your body channels an obscene amount of magic. It isn't uncommon for seers to experience blindness, either temporary or permanent. He watched Nott flinch at this and sighed. I don't say this to scare you, he explained. But I want to stress how important it is for you to be seen by someone after this happens. My house elf knows, Nott admitted after a moment of silence. That's good, Harry said, although he didn't really agree with it. Healers and house elves practiced very different magic. He almost launched into a lecture about the dangers of hiding vital information from healers, but he could see that it wouldn't have any effect on Nott. The boy was already scared to seek help, and berating him would only ensure that he wouldn't seek help in the future. Instead, Harry reconsidered his words, rephrasing them in a way that seemed more helpful. In the future, make sure that every healer that tends to you knows that you are a seer. Additionally, make sure you never take Dreamless Sleep Potion. If you were to have a vision while under its influence, there is no way to wake you up. Nott nodded but didn't say anything. Unwilling to upset him further, Harry continued the screening before calling Madame Pomfrey to inspect the patient. She slipped behind the privacy screens and began casting advanced diagnostic charms that monitored Nott's heart health, brain functions, and eye pressure. She spoke in the same soothing voice she always used when Harry was having one of his silent episodes, explaining the role of the spells and how to perform them. Nott was in surprisingly fair health for someone who had been giving unmonitored prophecies for over 4 years. After proclaiming him in working order, Nott all but flew off the hospital bed and ducked around the privacy screens. He didn't get very far, however. Professor Snape swooped out of seemingly nowhere and grabbed Nott by the shoulder, freezing him in place. Harry knew from experience how painful that hold was, and another wave of sympathy rolled through him. Professor Dumbledore has requested your presence, Professor Snape intoned in a bland voice. Nott blanched. What for? Professor Snape gave him a bored look. You already know. Seeing the panic beginning to overcome Nott's face, Harry stepped forward and rested his hand on Nott's free shoulder. It will be an unspeakable, he explained. They'll just want to speak with you and record the prophecy. It won't hurt. Which one? Nott asked, his voice painfully small. There is more than one. Professor Snape asked, the carefully arranged mask slipping into something that almost resembled surprise. Nott bit his lip but ignored Professor Snape. Will you come with me? Nott asked Harry. Harry looked to Madame Pomfrey, who nodded. Of course, he replied, placing his hand between Nott's shoulder blades and guiding him away from Professor Snape's grasp. He led the first year back up to the 3rd floor and through the twisting corridors, only pausing for Professor Snape to give the password to the stone gargoyle that concealed the headmaster's office. If Professor Dumbledore looked surprised to see Harry accompanying Nott, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his wand and conjured a plush armchair for Harry to occupy. Mr. Nott, Professor Dumbledore greeted easily. He lifted his hand and swept it out to his side. This is Unspeakable Pythia, from the Department of Mysteries. Harry followed the headmaster's gesture and nearly jumped at the sight of the willowy stranger, draped in billowing navy robes that concealed the shape of their body. A thick veil was draped over their head, obscuring their face and adding to the mysterious aura around them. When they spoke, their voice was flat and devoid of any identifying features, to the point Harry wasn't sure what gender the unspeakable even was. I have come to record the prophecy you gave, they intoned. Nott shivered and shrunk in on himself but didn't recoil when the unspeakable knelt down before him. They extracted their wand with a gloved hand and held it to Nott's temple. Nott flinched at the contact, his hand shooting out to grab hold of Harry's, holding on so tightly that the bones shifted. Harry grimaced at the pain but didn't say anything. He instead averted his gaze, affording Nott what little privacy he could during such a vulnerable moment. For many moments, nothing seemed to happen. Then the unspeakable pulled their wand away, drawing out a silvery thread from Nott's temple, which they deposited in a glass orb they pulled from their pocket. There are more, the unspeakable said in the same dull, lifeless tone. Harry squeezed Nott's hand. Yes, Nott admitted. The unspeakable rose to their feet, pocketing the glass orb. You will need to come with me. This proved to be the wrong thing to say. Nott wrenched his hand from Harry's and leapt out of his seat, backing away with wild eyes. No. He turned to bolt, only to find his path blocked by Professor Snape. Sit down, Mr. Nott, Professor Snape said, unimpressed with the terrified boy's behavior. Nott responded by kicking him in the shin and diving for the door. Professor Snape grunted in pain but managed to catch Nott by the arm, lifting him off his feet. He carried the screaming, flailing Nott back to his abandoned chair, depositing him none too gently, and cast a sticking charm for good measure. That's enough, he growled. Harry rose to his feet too and glared at his head of house. You're scaring him, he snapped. He nudged Professor Snape out of the way and crouched down before Nott, who had begun to hyperventilate. Put your head between your knees, he instructed, rubbing Nott's back when he complied. Breath with me, Theodore. It was several tense minutes before Nott's hiccups subsided, and he was able to sit back up. He kept his eyes focused down in his lap, avoiding everyone's gaze. Harry cast a privacy charm around them before beginning to speak. Do you know how I had to bring you to the hospital wing earlier? When Nott nodded, he continued. I did it because I couldn't help you in the defense classroom. I didn't have any of the tools or resources I needed to learn what was making you ill or how to treat you. He reached forward and took Nott's hands, which had twisted together so tightly the knuckles were white. That's all the unspeakable is doing. They're just shite at explaining themselves. A wet laugh bubbled out Nott, whose shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. Taking it as a good sign, Harry lifted Nott's chin up so he could look him in the eye. I swear to you, that is all that is going to happen, he murmured. They just need to extract the prophecies, and then they will bring you back. Nott bit his lip, looking very much like he didn't believe him. But at last, he nodded. Harry smiled and chucked his chin before sitting back and canceling the privacy charms. He then rose to his feet and retook his chair, offering the adults in the room a shy smile. The unspeakable remained taciturn and motionless, giving Harry no clue what they thought about the situation. Snape rolled his eyes but didn't otherwise react. It was Professor Dumbledore, however, that had the oddest reaction. The headmaster surveyed him with a piercing stare, and Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that he was being X-rayed. His face was a stony mask that somehow didn't give away the headmaster's emotions yet still gave off the distinct impression that he wasn't impressed with what he witnessed. Discomforted, Harry bowed his head and stared at his hands, which rested in his lap. It was rather late when Harry was finally dismissed, his growling stomach informing him that he had missed dinner. Professor Snape instructed him back to his room, though not before telling him that he would send a house elf along with food. Harry trudged back to the Slytherin common room alone, his mind miles away in London, where Nott had no doubt already arrived. Harry was ambushed the moment he entered, and he waved off curious peers and nosy gossips alike. He escaped up to his chambers, unsurprised to find Grace lounging in the wingback chair by the fireplace. "Is it true?" she asked in lieu of a greeting. Harry didn't reply, crossing to the fire and hissing the password to the study. Grace followed him through the flames and launched herself onto a nearby couch. Harry hissed again, and the fireplace opened once more, this time into the Hufflepuff common room, where Cedric was already waiting for him. Cedric dove through before anyone noticed what had happened. "Is it true your Slytherin pet is a seer?" "His name is Theodore Nott," Harry reminded him, collapsing down onto a couch with a weary sigh. "And you know I can't discuss patient details with you." "So, that's a yes, then," Grace translated. Cedric whistled and dropped down beside him. "Dumbledore's gone with him to the Ministry," Harry said. "I don't know when they'll be back, but I'd like to greet him when he does." Cedric nodded and sprang to his feet, dashing over to a table where the Marauders' map lay open. Ever since finding, and subsequently stealing, the map last year, the three friends had been attempting to improve it. It was slow going, however, and not because they didn't understand what they were doing. No, it was entirely the result of Uncle Remus, magic embedded into the map, which seemed to take great offense to any attempts to change it. So far, they had been called yellow-bellied sapsuckers, blithering sapheads, and had an impressive amount of ink spat into their faces. "We can watch for him together," Cedric declared. "That could take all night," Harry pointed out. Grace pulled a large bag of jelly slugs from her robes. "Good thing I have snacks. For myself," she added. "I'm not sharing." And so they settled in for the evening, Harry briefly leaving only to accept the tray of food from the house elf and grab his Ancient Runes textbooks. They periodically checked on the map between studying for final exams, with Cedric calling out things of interest and narrating what he thought might be happening. "Cho Chang is out late," he said, checking his watch. "Looks like she's leaving the library. What do you reckon she fell asleep studying? Percy Weasley is prowling around the prefect's bath. It's a bit late for a soak, don't you think? I bet he's meeting someone. Who'd want to meet up with a tosser like him?" Grace asked. "Penelope Clearwater, by the looks of it." Grace pantomimed vomiting. "Your brother is out of bed," Cedric said sometime around midnight. Harry looked up from his notes and blinked owlishly. "Come again." Cedric didn't reply right away and watched the map intently. "He's leaving the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione." Harry reached for the map, all but ripping it out of Cedric's hands. He watched as his brother traipsed his way down the grand staircase, wondering if they were heading towards the hospital wing. Had one of them fallen ill? But no, they stopped on the third floor, and Harry watched with growing horror as they made a beeline for the third-floor corridor that was forbidden for students to enter. Harry didn't think it could get any worse, but naturally, John and company had to disappear off the map entirely. Harry leapt to his feet and dove for the fireplace, his eyes glued to the spot where John's dot had vanished. "Open. Where are you going?" Cedric asked, scrambling after him. "To find my idiot brother," Harry said. At least he hoped he would. His stomach hurt as he tried not to think of the alternative reason his brother could have disappeared. Harry stepped out into someone's chambers, Cedric and Grace close behind. They didn't stick around long enough to figure out who it belonged to. They were just happy to note that it was empty and on the third floor. They sprinted through the dark corridors, unwilling to light their wands, lest they draw someone's attention. No alarms went off as they slipped into the forbidden corridor, which was already unlocked. In fact, it was eerily still as they crept down the dark corridor, save for the soft taps of their shoes against the stone floors and their ragging breathing. Harry glanced at the map as they approached John's last known location, which stood behind an innocuous door. Grace pulled out her wand and pointed it at the lock. Alohomora. There was a soft click. And the door swung inwards. They inched forwards, wands aloft, and peeked their heads around the door. And screamed. They pulled back just in time as a massive three-headed dog dove for them, ramming its snarling, snapping heads at the door. "Lock it," Grace screeched. "No," Harry snapped. "John's in there." "Fine. Any other ideas, Harry?" "Why me? He's your brother," Cedric reminded him. "And you take care of magical creatures," Grace added, her voice growing shriller by the second. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry snapped back. I must have missed the lesson where we covered murderous three-headed dogs. I think it's a Cerberus, Cedric said. My dad saw them when he visited Greece a few years ago for work. I don't really care what it's called, Seed, Harry replied. Wait, that's a Cerberus? Grace asked. They exist. I think the fact that one just tried to eat us proves that they do, Harry said. Why does it matter? Seriously? Grace asked. You don't know this. No, but any time you feel like sharing, we'd greatly appreciate it, Cedric said, yelping when the monster body slammed the door. Hold on a moment, she said, grinning. I just want to savor the fact that I know something you two don't. A massive crack filled the corridor, and splinters rained down on their heads. The Cerberus was going to tear down the door any moment. They were running out of time. We really don't have time for this. Harry snapped. It's a Cerberus. From Greek mythology. Heracles is famous for defeating one, she explained. Fantastic. Cedric jumped and crashed into Harry when the Cerberus gave another pound against the door. How'd he do it? Doubt flashed across Grace's face. He grabbed it by its three necks and dragged it out of the underworld. There was a vicious snarl from the other side of the door before the Cerberus rammed the door again. Another crack filled the corridor, and a foot-long fracture appeared on the wood. It wouldn't hold for much longer. Grace whimpered and skittered further away from the door. Do you have anything that might be more useful? Cedric said, his voice cracking with panic. No pressure, dearest, but we really don't. Orpheus, she cried. He played his lyre for Cerberus and put him to sleep. Oh right, Harry said. I forgot about my pocket lyre. Good thing I carry one of those around. Cerberus' weakness is music, you idiot. Grace snapped. And then Grace did something neither boy was expecting. She started to sing. I've got a cauldron full of hot, strong love. And it's bubbling for you. Say incendio, but that spells not hot. As my special witch's brew. Harry wasn't sure if he was more surprised that the song was working, the fact that Grace knew anything by Celestina Warbeck, or that Grace was actually a terrific singer. Within seconds, the pounding ceased. Harry waved for Grace to continue before poking his head into the chamber. I don't believe it, he gasped. It's asleep. They crept into the room, Grace continuing to serenade the slumbering beast, and looked around. Harry was simultaneously relieved and concerned when he didn't see his brother anywhere in the room. Cedric nudged him and pointed at a hole in the ground. It appeared to once have been covered by the trap door, laying in splinters across the room. You reckon they went down there? Harry shrugged and leaned over the hole, which was so deep that his wand light couldn't reach the bottom. Grace, Cedric said after a moment of silence. I think you should stay here. What? She said, keeping singing. The boys yelped when the Cerberus began to stir. Grace reluctantly continued her song and glared at Cedric. Think about it, Gracie, Cedric said. Neither of us know how to sing. Especially not Harry. Thanks, mate. You need to stay here so we can get back out. I should come too, Grace sang, which didn't sound nearly as annoyed as she probably wanted it to. I don't think I can sing for that long. If something happens to you when we're all down there, we'll all be stuck, Cedric explained. Grace opened her mouth to argue, but Harry cut her off. We're wasting time, he said. He's right. Grace, stay here. We shouldn't be gone for long. He didn't give her a chance to reply as he jumped down the hole. He landed on something surprisingly soft and squishy, and a few seconds later, Cedric did too. If Harry listened carefully, he could still faintly hear a cauldron full of hot, strong love above him. Cedric swore colorfully next to him. This is Devil's Snare. Suddenly very glad they had left Grace behind, the boys attempted to scramble to their feet, only to find themselves entangled, tripping in the writhing vines. It was only after several terrifying seconds that they remembered how to deal with the plant, and they promptly set it on fire. Harry wasn't sure what to feel when John and his friends were still nowhere to be found. Cedric pointed to a door across the room, which was emitting a soft buzzing sound. A quick inspection showed that the next room was empty, save for several thousand flying keys, a couple of brooms, and another locked door. I think we're supposed to catch the key, Cedric said. I'm not doing that, Harry growled. Whoever set this up is toying with us. And here I thought you didn't want to go head to head with me on a broom. I already beat you in Quidditch, Harry reminded him before raising his wand. Accio. A heavy silver key slapped into Harry's outstretched hand, which he shoved into the keyhole and opened the door with ease. Does this feel too easy to you? Cedric muttered as they entered the next room. Somewhere at the back of his mind, between the blind panic and annoyance with his brother, Harry found himself agreeing. This was too easy. So easy. In fact, 3 first years could probably make it through. They found their first year lying on a chessboard. Ron Weasley's brilliant hair was dark and matted as he lay surrounded by broken and whole chess pieces alike. Harry approached him, waiting for the remaining pieces to spring to life and try to kill him. They didn't, to his utmost relief, and Harry dropped to his knees and began casting diagnostic spells. How is he? Cedric asked, his gray eyes scanning through the dark, smoky air. Not good, Harry admitted. He's fractured his skull, and his brain is bleeding. I'll need to repair it before we can move him. Cedric nodded. I'll go find the other two. But as it turned out, he didn't have to. Hermione Granger stepped through the door opposite them, her robes grimy and her face tear-stained. She let out a sob of relief at the sight of them and all but threw herself into Cedric's arms. Harry listened with half an ear as he worked to stabilize Ron, sure he missed some vital piece of information. After all, why would Hermione think that John had gone to confront Professor Snape? Cedric, send Hermione up to Grace, Harry instructed, cutting off Hermione's babble. Cedric didn't question the command and grabbed Hermione by the arm. I'll come back for you. They left, leaving Harry with a gravely injured Ron and his own panicked thoughts. The air had taken on an oppressive atmosphere, and Harry's hands shook as he worked. Every moment he was here was one more moment his brother was off doing who knows what. But what was the other option? To let Ron die. Because he certainly would if Harry didn't stop the hemorrhage in his brain. He still might, Harry recognized. He wasn't afraid to admit he knew very little about the healing arts. How is he? Cedric asked again sometime later, reappearing next to Harry. I think I've bought us 20 minutes, he hoped. But he needs Madame Pomfrey. I'll get him there, Cedric promised. Go find your brother. Harry was about to argue. What if something went wrong, and he wasn't there to fix it? But he recognized the wisdom in the plan. Cedric was considerably larger than Harry and stronger too. He'd be able to get Ron to the hospital wing faster than Harry could. If Cedric went after John and John was injured, Cedric wouldn't know how to help. It had to be Harry. Good luck, Harry said as he transferred Ron into a floating stretcher. I'm not the one who needs it, Cedric replied, his face grim. There were no other words spoken between the friends as they parted ways. Cedric, to safety, and Harry, towards his brother. Seeing Professor Quirrell standing in the final room made about as much sense as thinking Professor Snape would be there. The delirious part of Harry's brain didn't question what was happening. He was simply relieved to see his brother, alive and well, next to their defense teacher. Well, that was until John was thrown backwards, his body hitting the opposite wall with enough force to knock him out cold. Quirrell paid John no mind and continued to stare into an ornate gold mirror. I still see myself with the stone, he muttered. But how do I get it? Harry sneaked into the room and crept towards his brother, a diagnostic charm on his tongue. And what would you see, Harry Potter? Harry froze, his gaze darting towards Quirrell. They made eye contact through the mirror, which Harry was clearly visible in. No answer. Quirrell asked. I know you can talk. I heard you today. Harry didn't respond and continued towards his brother. Come over here, Mr. Potter. Harry shook his head. I said come here. Something wrapped around his ankle and pulled. His wand clattered to the ground as he fell, landing next to John, and Harry found himself being dragged across the room by an invisible force. Tell us what you see. Terrified, Harry rose and stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. Only, it wasn't just his reflection. John was there, and his father too. And Uncle Remus and Uncle Sirius and Cedric and Grace and Ginny and Marcus and Madame Pomfrey and Not. And his mother. They were all there, standing around him, smiling. It was a pretty picture, Harry thought. Everyone he loved and admired surrounding him, happy. He felt loved, just looking at it. Harry jumped and looked behind him, finding only Professor Quirrell and an unconscious John. Where were all of the people coming from? This is the Mirror of Arised, Quirrell explained as if they were in class and he was giving a lesson on fairies. A magical artifact that shows the viewer the deepest, most desperate desire of their hearts. And what do you see? Harry asked quietly. He speaks. Quirrell mocked. We were beginning to think your brain was scrambled after my master tried to kill you. Kill John, Harry corrected. Foolish boy, Quirrell said in a high, cruel voice that didn't sound like Quirrell at all. I know who I tried to kill. He reached up and began to remove his ridiculous turban, dropping the meters of fabric to the ground, which pooled at his feet like a snake. Then Quirrell turned around so that the back of his exposed head faced Harry. It took everything in Harry not to cower at the sight of the face growing out the back of Quirrell's head. It was lumpy and ill-formed as if it had been carved out of wax, and the chalk-white skin stretched taut across the jutting, gaunt bones. There was no nose, but snake-like slitted nostrils, which flared grotesquely as the face breathed. But it was the eyes that were the worst, and not because they were a glaring red. It was because he recognized them, even after 10 years. There was no doubt in his mind that he was facing Lord Voldemort. I have watched you all year, Harry Potter, Voldemort said, voice grating like fingernails on a chalkboard. Such raw power. We do not have to be enemies. A memory of acid green light flashed behind his eyes. You should have considered that before you murdered my mother. You could be great, you know. I can help you achieve that greatness. I can give you anything you could possibly dream of. Harry frowned. He never wanted to be great or powerful. The mirror proved that much. He wanted to be happy and safe and loved, surrounded by his friends and family. He turned to face Voldemort. I want my mother back, you son of -a by.ch. And then he punched Voldemort in the face. The face collapsed beneath his fist, and a burning radiated through Harry's wrist. For a moment, he was afraid he had broken his hand. But then he noticed the large welts appearing not just on his skin, but Voldemort's too. Somehow, Harry had managed to burn Voldemort and himself in the process. Seize him! Voldemort cried. Quirrell lunged towards him, arms outstretched, groping the air blindly for Harry. He danced out of the way, but with every evasion, Quirrell grew more precise. There was a sickening popping sound as Voldemort dislocated Quirrell's shoulders, taking full possession of his body. The fact that his hands were inverted made little difference to Voldemort, who lunged at Harry, grabbing him by the throat. He slammed Harry to the ground, pinning him against the stone floor and began to strangle him. If he had been able to make a sound, Harry would have screamed in agony. A fire burned in his neck, and not because of the pressure on his windpipe or the lack of air. It was as if a literal fire was spreading through his veins, consuming him and reducing him to ash. It was like the night in the Forbidden Forest, only 1,000 times more excruciating. But if the pain was terrible for him, it was somehow even worse for Quirrell. His defense teacher screamed and attempted to pull his hands away from Harry's throat but was overpowered by Voldemort. Instead, he was forced to watch as his skin blackened and began to disintegrate. Panic pooled in Harry's gut. Was the same happening to him? His muscles tensed as black dots began to color his vision. Flipendo! Cried a voice that was neither Harry's nor Quirrell's nor Voldemort's. It was soft and sweet, the bell-like timbre of an unbroken voice. John's knockback jinx caught Quirrell, sending his body soaring across the room. It crashed into the Mirror of Arised, shattering it into a million pieces. He did not rise again. A moment later, John's pale, sweaty face appeared above Harry's. Blood trickled from a gash on his hairline, and his pupils were different sizes, but otherwise, John looked unharmed. Harry accepted his wand from his brother and struggled to sit up, the world spinning dangerously as he did. He tapped his wand against John's head and watched with satisfaction as the cut knitted itself back together. Is he dead? John asked. His tone was surprisingly calm for the situation, which Harry attributed to shock. A diagnostic charm showed that Quirrell was alive but likely wouldn't be for long. Harry debated the merits of trying to save him but ultimately decided against it. He had his brother to protect, after all. Yes, Harry croaked before launching into a coughing fit that produced blood. He ushered his brother out of the chamber, keeping his body between him and their defense professor as they went. They encountered Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall halfway across the room with the giant chess game, which had reset itself sometime during his fight with Voldemort. Harry watched with dull interest as the pieces leapt out of McGonagall's way. She let out a yelp of surprise at the sight of them. "Explain yourselves," she demanded. Harry, who still had no clue what was really happening, pointed at his brother, who glared at him, but complied. Professor Snape approached, taking Harry's chin in his hand and tilted his head back, exposing his neck. "What have you done?" He cast a series of diagnostic charms Harry didn't recognize, his frown growing. An odd croaking sound was the only reply Harry was able to formulate. He settled on jabbing his thumb back in the direction he had come before pantomiming being strangled. Professor Snape looked like he didn't believe him. And where do the second-degree burns fit in with it? Harry didn't like the implication that he was lying. Again, he jabbed his finger behind him. This also didn't seem like a satisfactory answer for Snape, whose scowl deepened. They didn't linger for long after that. Harry and his brother were ushered to the hospital wing by their heads of house whilst Professor Dumbledore continued on to clean up the mess. Before they departed, John handed Dumbledore a small red stone, which glinted innocently in the wandlight. The next several hours were a blur for Harry. He vaguely recalled being reunited with his friends, and his father arrived sometime around sunrise, but a vast majority of the day was spent drifting in and out of sleep. When Harry awoke for the final time, the sun was much lower, painting the sky with a portrait of pinks and golds. Someone had changed him into a set of pajamas and removed his glasses, which sat on the table beside his bed. As he reached for them, he noticed something tight around his neck. "Madame Pomfrey was able to heal your injuries," a deep voice said from his left. Harry flinched and squinted at the speaker, recognizing the blurry outline of Professor Snape. His professor sat on the wooden chair beside his bed with the same elegance a king might sit on a throne. Harry quickly jammed his glasses on his face and tried to sit up. "You are fortunate to still be alive," Professor Snape said. "You had significant damage to your trachea, and the burns will fade within the week. Mr. Weasley, too, is alive and on the mend." Professor Snape watched him for several long moments, although Harry wasn't sure if it was because he was gathering his thoughts or waiting for him to reply. "Why did you not come to me last night when you knew your brother was in danger?" "I don't know," he admitted quietly. "I wasn't thinking." "Yes, that much is obvious," Professor Snape agreed. "Nor were any of your friends. I still don't understand why you brought them with you." "I didn't," Harry replied. "They followed me. They wanted to help. And how were they supposed to do that?" Professor Snape asked. "Mr. Diggory is a third year. It was fortunate that you decided to leave Miss Cooper behind." He leaned forward and grabbed Harry's chin, and forced him to look into his eyes. "If you were to look around you, outside of your little, self-centered microcosm, you will find that there are a great deal of people who are more than willing to help you, if only you were to ask. People who are far more qualified to deal with whatever perceived catastrophe you often find yourself in. You had several other options to choose from, none of which would have landed you in a hospital bed." Harry understood Professor Snape's words on some level. That didn't mean he had to agree with them. "There wasn't time, Professor. My brother was going to get himself killed and." "There was time," Professor Snape said in a firm but not unkind tone. He squeezed Harry's jaw, his cold fingertips pressing into his skin. "You simply value your life too little to consider the other options." The observation brought Harry up short. Value his life too little. What was that supposed to mean? He opened his mouth to argue, but Professor Snape cut him off. "There is a difference, Mr. Potter, between bravery and martyrdom," Snape said. "Between cowardice and running so that you may fight another day. A Slytherin should know the distinction." He dropped Harry's chin and sat back in his chair. "But my brother ran off with a half-cocked plan straight into danger." "Yes, we've established this. It is not your responsibility to keep your brother alive. That is the responsibility of the fully trained wizards and witches employed by Hogwarts," Professor Snape said. "But regardless of what he may or may not have done, it doesn't change the fact that you willingly put yourself in a dangerous situation. And not only that, but you endangered Ms. Cooper and Mr. Diggory too. The rebuke stole the words out of Harry's chest, and he found himself studying the starched sheet stretched across his lap. He had acted recklessly, he recognized. He had known he wasn't the most qualified person to handle the situation. In his panic and his hubris, he had put his two best friends in a dangerous situation. It was nothing short of a miracle that they were all alive. Harry nodded slowly, his gaze dropping down to his hands. I understand, sir. What will my punishment be? Professor Snape was silent for a long time. When Harry snuck a peek through his fringe, he saw that Professor Snape was watching him with a calculating expression. You'll hand in the map. That was not the response Harry had been expecting. How did Snape even know about the map? The map, sir. Yes, that infernal map that your foolhardy father and his merry band of delinquent friends created, Professor Snape huffed, the nostrils on his large, hooked nose flaring. The one you used to circumvent curfew to engage in this mission. Harry almost corrected his professor that they had used Slytherin's network of fireplaces but stopped himself at the last minute. The very last thing Harry wanted to do was admit that they had found Slytherin's study. It was their sanctuary within the school, a safe place to study and relax. The map was a small price to pay to keep the study. Besides, it wasn't like Harry couldn't figure out how to make a new one. They did, after all, have access to his father's notes. Harry nodded, trying to look penitent and desolate at the idea of relinquishing the Marauder's map. Professor Snape either wasn't paying close enough attention or didn't think that Harry was capable of any sort of deception. He rose from his seat with a flourish. I expect it on my desk by the end of today, he commanded. He didn't wait for a reply before swanning off with a dramatic swish of his robes. Harry let out a sigh of relief when the door to the hospital wing slammed shut behind him. He sank into the pillows and tossed his arm over his eyes. Tears pricked at his eyes, though he wasn't sure if they were from relief or embarrassment at his own stupidity. Despite his reckless behavior, everyone was safe and alive. At least there was that. Harry. He dropped his arm and looked over at the edge of the privacy screens around his bed, where John loitering. Harry waved his brother closer and shifted in his bed to allow John to clamber up, which he did after a moment of hesitation. John laid his head on Harry's shoulder like they used to do before Harry left for Hogwarts, and John deemed himself too old for cuddles. For a long time, they lay in silence and listened to the sounds of the hospital wing. Thank you for coming for me, John said eventually. Harry tilted his head down and placed a kiss on the crown of John's scruffy head. What else are big brothers for? John cuddled in closer and wrapped his arms around Harry's waist. I'm sorry I've been such a prat to you. What else are little brothers for? He laughed when John punched him in the ribs. Things weren't perfect between them, but then again, what siblings had perfect relationships? They were together and alive, and at the end of the day, that was more than enough. The end of term arrived faster than Harry thought was possible. He finished his final exams and received his marks, pleased to see he had passed with flying colors. Although there was one exam on his report that he didn't remember taking. It says I got an outstanding in my introductory to healing course. Harry asked Madame Pomfrey on the last day of term. Congratulations, she replied, setting Cormac McLagan's 18th broken wrist of the year. Not that I had any doubts, of course. But I haven't taken a healing course, Harry pointed out. And I didn't sit for an exam. She gave him an exasperated look. Harry, what on earth do you think you've been doing here all year? Hanging out with you. She patted him on the cheek. You mentioned you wished to study healing. That's why I requested you have a block of time worked into your schedule. Which reminds me. She waved for him to follow her into her office, where she pulled a squashy parcel from her desk. Harry accepted it and pulled away the brown paper covering it, finding a set of white wool robes lined with acid green. They're apprentice robes, Madame Pomfrey explained. You passed your apprenticeship entrance exam. If you are still serious about becoming a healer, of course. At a loss for words, Harry tossed his arms around Madame Pomfrey's neck and nodded. She patted him on the head with a soft laugh. Then I will see you next term. Now go on, or you'll miss the closing feast. Harry nodded and left the hospital wing in a daze, feeling as if he were floating on air. Apprentice robes. For him. He was still grinning and clutching his new robes to his chest when he sat down in the great hall and took a seat across from Grace at the Slytherin table. Marcus and Pusey joined them too, and Marcus patted him on the head with a fond smile after Harry shared his news. The feast began shortly thereafter, and Harry dug into his meal. His good mood couldn't be dampened by the fact that Ravenclaw had won the House Cup. "Can we help you with something?" Grace drawled, shocking Harry out of his conversation with Marcus about flying together over the summer. His gaze found a pale Nott sitting in the seat beside Grace, folding his napkin neatly into his lap. "Pass the mashed potatoes, please." Harry complied, and they watched the younger boy as he began to fill his plate. His movements were precise and well rehearsed, though Harry could still see Nott's fingers tremble. "Is something the matter?" Harry asked, trying not to draw attention to the flighty boy. Nott had avoided him like the plague ever since returning from the ministry, and Harry was starting to wonder if his attempts to reach out throughout the year had been for naught. Nott poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice, feigning nonchalance. "Should there be? You're not sitting with your friends," Grace noted, having recovered from her shock of being joined by the 11-year-old interloper. "Do I need someone's permission to sit here?" Harry watched Nott for a moment before returning to his meal. "No," he agreed. "I suppose not." There was no more mention of Nott joining them, and Pusey wasted no time drawing him into a conversation about Quidditch. "Another year gone," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "And what a year it has been. Hopefully, your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand as thus. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 312 points. In third, Slytherin, with 426. Hufflepuff has 452 and Ravenclaw, 472. However, recent events must be taken into account. I have a few last-minute points to dish out. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, I award Gryffindor House 50 points for the use of cool logic in the face of fire. Third, to Mr. John Potter, I award Gryffindor House 60 points for pure nerve and outstanding courage. And to Mr. Neville Longbottom, for his bravery in standing up to his friends, I award Gryffindor House 10 points. They're ahead of Ravenclaw, Grace muttered. They just won the House Cup. But Dumbledore wasn't done. He raised his hands to quell the growing din, clearing his throat in amusement. Next, to Miss Grace Cooper, for her beautiful rendition of Celestina Warbeck's Cauldron A Full of Hot, Strong Love, I award Slytherin House 50 points. The annoyed expression on Grace's face morphed into one of shock, and her cheeks stained crimson. Mr. Harry Potter, for his dedication to healing magic that saved the life of another student, I award Slytherin House 60 points. The great hall went berserk. Harry looked around, wide-eyed and confused, trying not to wince when Marcus thumped him so hard on the back that his teeth rattled. Slytherin was now in the lead. But it seemed that Professor Dumbledore, his eyes glinting in the candlelight, had a final trick up his sleeve. And finally, for his steadfast loyalty and his desire to see all students, regardless of age or house, stranger or friend, to safety. For acknowledging and admitting that it is okay to ask for help when you are scared and out of your depths, I award 100 points, to Mr. Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff House. A deafening roar rose from the Hufflepuff table, and Harry briefly caught sight of a shell-shocked Cedric before he was swamped by the members of his house. Which means, Dumbledore called out over the storm of applause, we need a change of decoration. He waved his wand, and the blue and bronze banners that hung from the ceiling fluttered, the colors shifting until they replaced with yellow and black. Congratulations, Hufflepuff. For the first time in his life, Harry found himself grounded. The moment he stepped off the Hogwarts Express, his father confiscated both his and John's wands, their brooms, and in Harry's case, a vast majority of his books. They weren't permitted to leave Potter Manor to visit their friends, nor were their friends allowed to visit them. Instead, Harry and his brother spent the remainder of June and several weeks of July completing their summer homework. When that was completed, they assisted Acorn in cleaning the entirety of their home. The punishment probably would have gone on for the entire summer had the house elf not complained vehemently about Harry and John getting in her way. Even after their lockdown had been lifted, Harry spent an inordinate amount of time reading in the Manor's library. Some time was spent taking notes for Grace and studying the Animagus transformation, while many hours were dedicated to reading healing books Madame Pomfrey had mentioned. But the books that he spent the most time with were not for his special interests, but future years at Hogwarts. On his first day of freedom, Harry gained permission to visit Flint Manor, where, after several hours of flying with the Slytherin Quidditch team, Harry was gifted Marcus's old school books. Marcus, who had plans to fly for England, had little use for his old books and notes and gladly donated them to Harry. Whenever Harry wasn't flying or visiting Cedric, and, by extension, Ginny Weasley, he was slowly teaching himself the fourth-year curriculum. His father was more than happy to answer any transfiguration questions he had, and Uncle Remus, who had tutored him as a child, was always helpful with charms and defense against the dark arts. They were pleased with Harry's dedication to his studies and left him to his own devices. His father had even returned his wand so that he could practice what he was learning, with supervision, of course. Only Uncle Sirius seemed to take issue with it. Whenever he visited, he did everything in his power to pry Harry out of the library and take a break. You do know that you won't sit for your OWLs for 2 more years, don't you? Uncle Sirius asked after trying, and failing, to cajole Harry into a game of wizard chess. I need to be ready, Harry murmured. He acknowledged that part of his newfound drive was primarily due to what had happened at the end of the spring term. The terror and helplessness that plagued him as he faced Voldemort were still palpable weeks later, sitting at home. But how could he explain it to Uncle Sirius? Doing so would force him to recount the conversation with Voldemort, which was about something Harry had been actively repressing for 10 years ago. For 4th year, Uncle Sirius asked incredulously, Harry, that's what your professors are for. It's their job to teach you this stuff. Harry shrugged. I want to learn it now. His reply seemed logical at the time, though Uncle Sirius apparently disagreed. Harry overheard him complaining to his father about it several days later. They had holed themselves up in Mr. Potter's office to talk about what Harry could only assume was boring adult things, and Harry had wanted to ask his father for help regarding the Animagus transformation. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but when he heard his name, he paused, lingering outside the door. James, you need to talk to Harry, Uncle Sirius said. This constant reading is bizarre. He's always been studious, his father pointed out. Harry could imagine Uncle Sirius shaking his head. I caught him performing a disillusionment charm. Silently. At 14. That's an NEWT spell, his father replied, impressed. I'm not saying Harry's not brilliant because he is. But, James, I think something's wrong. He's not learning this out mere of curiosity. He had this look in his eyes the other day. He trailed off as he gathered his thoughts. He looked like he was a soldier, preparing for war. Harry was unsurprised when his father called him into his study that night. Once upon a time, his father would have scooped Harry up into his lap and cuddled him in his desk chair. But at almost 14, Harry was much too big for such treatment. Instead, his father waved him over to the loveseat next to the fireplace and tossed an arm around his shoulder. His father, ever the bold Gryffindor, didn't dance around the topic. As a parent, I know I shouldn't discourage you from studying, he began. He carded his fingers through Harry's hair, and Harry found himself relaxing into his father's side. But Sirius did make some good points today, don't you think? I don't know what you're talking about. Bullshit, his father said with a laugh. If you're going to eavesdrop, at least check for perimeter charms. Harry blushed but didn't reply. His father continued to play with his hair. I'm not angry, Harry. But I am concerned. How many of the textbooks have you gotten through? I've finished 4th year charms and most of defense through 5th year, he admitted. Transfiguration has been harder to find the necessary materials. I've only just finished the first half of 4th year. And the rest of your courses? Madame Pomfrey has already taught me 4th year potions, Harry explained. The other classes didn't seem relevant. Relevant for what, exactly? Harry bit his lip and pulled away from his father's embrace. It would be so easy to tell his father about what had happened with Quirrell. So why couldn't he open his mouth? Why couldn't he repeat what Quirrell, what Voldemort, had said? Harry had never told anyone about what happened the night Voldemort tried to murder his family. Not the Aurors who questioned him, nor the mind healers who wanted to talk. Not even his father. Eventually, people assumed that he had been too young at the time, or perhaps he had repressed the traumatic memory, and they stopped asking him about that night. But Harry remembered. He'd always remembered, even before his confrontation with Voldemort. Even before his second year, when Terence Higgs and Atticus Nettles sent him that boggart. He never forgot about what happened, no matter how hard he tried. His memories of his mother's body falling, of Voldemort's cruel face, of the flash of the killing curse, were just as vivid as the night they happened. How did I get my scar? He had never told a soul about how he got the scar on his forehead, either, though everyone had their theories. A falling piece of masonry as the nursery crumbled around him. A fall from his bed during the attack, or perhaps even a protective rune his mother had carved into his flesh during the last moments of her life. Harry neither confirmed nor denied their assumptions. After all, why would they think that it was from the curse Voldemort aimed at him? The killing curse never left a mark. If his father was confused by the non sequitur, he didn't show it. He reached over and brushed away Harry's fringe, exposing the twisted, jagged wound that had never quite healed. I don't know, his father admitted. I've always thought it was some sort of magical backlash after Voldemort. Madame Pomfrey says it's cursed, Harry admitted in a whisper. His father's face remained impassive. I know. Is that what this is all about? He watched Harry for a long moment as if he were waiting for him to respond. When he didn't, he continued. What do you remember? Love. Burning emotion built up in his chest, and Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to scream or sob. He wrapped his arms around himself, as it would somehow keep him from falling to pieces. Why is John called the boy who lived? Disappointment flared in James's chest as Harry dodged yet another of his questions. Still, he kept his face impassive and allowed for the change in topic. Discomfort was a trigger for Harry's silent moods, and he could see that he was already towing the line. It was better to let him change the subject and continue talking than cause a shutdown. Because he survived when Lord Voldemort tried to kill him. So did we. James shook his head. It's different for John. He survived after being hit with something called the killing curse. The green light that killed Mum. A chill ran down James's spine. You remember that? When Harry nodded, James pulled him tightly to his chest, dislodging his son's glasses. He cradled Harry's head to his chest like he had done when Harry was a baby, stroking his wild hair and peppering his crown with kisses. He missed the days where he could solve all of his child's problems with kisses. Even if those days had been few and far between ever since Lily died. What else do you remember? He said he killed you. How did you survive? James debated the wisdom of telling his 13-year-old about the killing curse. Though, if Harry were to be believed, if he remembered Lily's murder, he had as much a right to know as anyone, right? Thank God Lily wasn't around to witness this. She would have his head. The killing curse is pure, destructive magical energy. When it hits a living creature, it rips the soul from the body, killing it. It's instantaneous, and there is no stopping it. When the curse hits something that isn't alive, such as a wall or an object that has been moved in its path, it can cause explosions or fires. When Sirius found me, the wall behind me was destroyed. We think Voldemort's spell missed me, and the rubble knocked me out. I don't think he realized that I wasn't dead. Or maybe he didn't care. He said he didn't want to kill me, just John. Give me the boy, Voldemort had said. We needn't spill any more magical blood tonight. The hair rose on James's neck at the memory. Even 10 years later, he had no trouble recalling the memory. It haunted every waking moment and appeared in each nightmare. He cradled Harry a little tighter in his arms, though James wasn't ashamed to admit that it was more for his own comfort than his son's. They're alive, James had to remind himself. His beautiful, perfect boys are still alive. Harry didn't linger long after that, and James let him go. He wasn't going to press Harry and risk him not speaking for the rest of the summer. Besides, it looked like he had a letter to write. It was high time he found out what really happened at the end of the school year. Despite his constant desire to study, Harry made an effort to spend more time outside the library. His father and uncle still gave him concerned looks wherever he so much as touched a book, so any reading was done in his bedroom, long after the rest of the household had gone to sleep. His days changed dramatically, with him taking frequent trips to Diagon Alley, visiting friends, and accompanying his brother to the Burrow on more than one occasion. A day spent at the Weasleys' home was always an odd affair. Whilst he immensely enjoyed spending time with Ginny and helping Mrs. Weasley around the kitchen, he could do without the glares from Fred and George or the suspicious looks from Percy. Cedric had little to offer in ways of advice, and though Grace's ideas to get the older brothers off his back were humorous, he sincerely doubted biting them would enamor himself with Mrs. Weasley. John, meanwhile, disappeared for hours with Ron, appearing only for lunch or to return home to Potter Manor. Harry wasn't entirely sure what the two boys were up to, but he suspected they were doing a fair bit of flying, given how distraught Ginny was when Ron banned her from following them. As if I'd want to spend my time with them, she said with a sneer that didn't quite hide the hurt in her voice. Why are boys so dumb? The comment amused Harry more than it annoyed him. I couldn't tell you, Gin, he replied, smoothing down her rumpled hair. And I am one. She rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away. Yeah, but you're you. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley sighed in exasperation. You don't even know how to fly. Now come set the table for me. Ginny looked like she very much wanted to disagree with her mother's statement, but she held her tongue and went to the cupboard to pull out a stack of mismatched dishes. Harry followed and helped her lift them down. She snatched them out of his hands with a haughty look before stomping off towards the kitchen table, which Mrs. Weasley was filling with a variety of sandwiches. I'll bring my broom next time I visit, Harry murmured to his friend when Mrs. Weasley stuck her head out the back door and hollered for her children. Ginny gifted him with a grateful, albeit slightly watery smile and continued setting out the lunch table. Her brothers thundered into the kitchen from all directions, with Percy wandering down the stairs with his nose stuck in a book and the twins galloping in from the garden, which they had just finished denoueming. Mrs. Weasley was about to call again when Ron staggered in, dragging John, who was holding his arm at a funny angle. Harry leapt to his feet and descended on his brother, ignoring Ron, who was shouting to anybody who would listen about madhouse elves and falling tree branches. John didn't fight Harry when he scooped him up and set him on the worktop, only hissing in pain when his torn robe sleeve jostled his injured arm. Mrs. Weasley bustled over as Harry palpated his brother's clearly broken arm, tutting in concern. Percy, fetch me the Lockhart book, she commanded as she extracted her wand and tried to nudge Harry out of the way. It will be all right, John dear. We'll have you fixed up in a tick. Harry pursed his lips and pulled his own wand out, ignoring Mrs. Weasley's squawks of protest as he began casting diagnostic charms around his brother. Fortunately, the break was clean and wouldn't require Skele-Gro, which was fortunate because Harry doubted that the Weasleys kept any on hand. He waved his wand in a complex pattern until he felt his brother's bones knit themselves back together. No flying until tomorrow, Harry murmured. Make sure you drink milk with lunch and dinner. John grimaced at the instructions but nodded. He allowed Harry to help him off the bench, granting Harry a hug he suspected was given less out of gratitude and more because he wanted to discreetly dry his eyes. Mrs. Weasley looked torn between wanting to praise Harry and scold him for using magic outside of school. Ron mentioned you spend a lot of time in the hospital wing, she settled on. Harry nodded and bowed his head. Madame Pomfrey has taken me as an apprentice, he admitted before turning to face Ron. What's this about a mad elf? Ron and John launched into an explanation at the same time, their overlapping voices making it rather difficult to parse together an accurate sequence of events. He did manage to pick out the name. Dobby, who was stealing letters, and being chased off by an angry house elf every time he tried to reach John. Acorn is rather possessive, Harry agreed when John said that Dobby hadn't been able to reach him at Potter Manor. She doesn't like it when other house elves try to visit. Well, Dobby doesn't want me to return to Hogwarts, John explained, plopping down in the chair next to Ginny and reaching for a turkey sandwich. He says that there's great and terrible danger to the great John Potter, Ron added with a snicker. John blushed and resolutely ignored his best friend. Anyway, when I said I was going back, he dropped a tree branch on me. Mrs. Weasley tutted and resumed fussing over John, who looked equally embarrassed and pleased by the attention. Lunch commenced without any more drama, apart from Fred accidentally spilling a flagon of pumpkin juice on Percy's book. Harry watched the Weasleys eat with a detached sense of reality, his brain whirring faster than a bludger in a Quidditch match. Trouble at Hogwarts. Harry didn't like the sound of that. His father didn't like the sound of it either when Harry told him about it later that evening. John protested and glared when Harry brought the incident up over dinner, though Harry wasn't sure why. Maybe it was one of those Gryffindor bravado things he didn't understand, but it seemed silly to not do everything in your power to protect yourself from danger. But I was going to visit Ron on Friday, John whined when their father decided that he wasn't allowed to leave the house without supervision. Mr. Potter was unmoved by this. He's more than welcome to visit here, he pointed out. But Harry's allowed to visit Diagon Alley with his friends. Harry is older and doesn't have a mad elf after him, his father sighed in exasperation. And Harry doesn't visit Diagon Alley. John flinched when Harry kicked his shin but looked at their father with indignation. He went last week with Cedric. Mr. Potter looked over at Harry with wide eyes. You what? Harry shot his brother a venomous look. Mrs. Diggory needed something and sent us, he admitted. We were there for less than an hour. He also met with Cordelia Gamp, John added. Their father only looked more bewildered. Who? This was, unfortunately, a semi-accurate recollection of events. Harry and Cedric had indeed run into Gamp and her posse of friends, but Harry hardly went out of his way to find the girl. How the hell do you know that? John jutted his chin up. I have my sources. Yeah, well, snitches get stitches, Harry grumbled, ignoring his father's incredulous look. The dark tone didn't faze John. What does that even mean? He asked, tilting his head like a confused Krupp. Harry, who still wasn't sure what Grace's odd muggle phrase meant, ignored his brother and turned to his father. May I be excused? After a moment, his father arranged his expression into something that looked less shell-shocked. Why? Do you have a letter to write to your girlfriend? Harry huffed in disgust and pushed away from the table before storming out of the dining room, his father and brother's guffaws ringing in his ears. It was no small miracle that his father didn't ground him again for sneaking out, though he did treat Harry to a lecture about the dangers of disappearing without telling him. The summer continued on in a lazy fashion, with only Harry and John's birthday and the arrival of their Hogwarts letters being anything of note. Grace returned from her holiday in Japan in mid-August, and before he knew it, Harry was flowing to Diagon Alley for their yearly school supplies shopping. Shopping with John was always a production, and Harry was sent ahead with Uncle Remus and Uncle Sirius whilst his father transfigured John's hair to a dark red. They would be meeting the Diggorys and the Coopers, as well as John's friends at the Leaky Cauldron, in the hope to attract as little attention to John as possible. Harry didn't know how successful the plan would be, but he had to concede that a red-headed John would more likely be assumed as another Weasley than the boy who lived. Cedric and Grace were already waiting for him when he stumbled out of the fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron, talking to Hermione Granger of all people. Their parents lingered nearby, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Mr. and Mrs. Granger seemed about ready to faint from fright when Mr. Weasley appeared and began interrogating them about all things Muggle. Grace managed to pull her mother away before Mr. Weasley turned his attention towards her too, and they slipped out of the pub and into Diagon Alley. After a quick stop at Gringotts, Mr. Potter ordered Harry to Madame Malkin's for new robes, his school robes being far too short after a summer of growth. Whilst he was nowhere near as tall as Cedric, who had sprouted up like a weed over the summer, Harry now towered over Grace, who still was as diminutive as she had been her first year. I'll take him, Prongs, Uncle Sirius declared, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. I give better fashion advice, anyways. Their school robes, Uncle Remus sighed. There's nothing fashionable about them. That's because I haven't given my input yet. Well, Grace interjected, at least Gamp thinks you look fit in them. Harry ground his teeth in an effort to keep his expression neutral. I have no idea what you're talking about. No. Grace drawled, a predatory grin splitting her face. Should we ask her? She's coming this way. And to Harry's horror, she was telling the truth. Harry swore softly and tried to duck under his godfather's arm, only for Uncle Sirius' grip to tighten, holding him in place. Harry was forced to watch as Gamp approached, her pale owned hair swaying as she twisted her hips in an exaggerated manner. "Hi, Harry," she called as she approached, either uncaring about or oblivious to his family's presence. "I didn't think you'd be here today." That was a lie, Harry thought, catching sight of Pusey loitering nearby, looking all too invested in the outcome of their conversation. The only people outside his friends and family who knew he would be at Diagon Alley was the Slytherin Quidditch team, of which Pusey was a member. He was also a terrible gossip, and Harry had no doubt that Pusey had told Gamp where Harry would be. It had been going on all summer, and Harry was at his wits' end. He gave Gamp a tight-lipped smile and nodded. He didn't really have anything against his classmate, though he did find her increased desire to speak to him a little odd. She had, after all, spent their first 2 years at Hogwarts treating him like a social leper. "May I introduce my father, Lord Potter?" Harry said, gesturing to his father. The amused grin evaporated off his father's face at this and, flustered, greeted Gamp, who dropped into a low curtsy. Harry took advantage of everyone's distraction and slipped out of Uncle Sirius' hold and beating a hasty retreat towards Madame Malkin's. "You were supposed to ask her to Hogsmeade, mate," Pusey informed him, slipping up to his side. "Why are you so invested in this?" Harry snapped. Pusey shrugged. "I spend too much time around Cordelia. Her excitement is starting to rub off on me." Harry almost made a crude comment about what else Pusey could go rub off but was interrupted by Cedric and Grace jogging up to them. "Your dad called you a sneaky bastard," Grace informed him. Harry considered this. "I mean, technically, he isn't wrong." Cedric frowned. "That's a bit harsh," he said. "You're not that bad." Harry waved away his concern. "No, I mean, I am literally a bastard. I was born before my parents got married." Cedric craned his neck to look at Mr. Potter. "But that would mean you were, before they even graduated." His friend looked scandalized. Harry wasn't surprised. Like most who had grown up in the wizarding world, Cedric was a bit of a prude. "Mum loved a good Halloween party, apparently," Harry explained, holding open the door to Madame Malkin's. "Try not to think too much about my parents having say. It's weird." Harry spent the better part of the following hour being fitted for robes and trying not to fidget as the seamstress took his measurements. From there, they visited amanuensis quills so that Cedric could purchase several new quills and the apothecary to restock their potions kits. Grace suggested stopping Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where they stopped and chatted with Marcus and several of his friends for a while. "Have you been to Flourish and Blots yet?" Marcus asked in a low voice. Harry shook his head. "We're heading there next." Marcus's ever-present scowl deepened. "Best of luck, then. There's a book signing all afternoon." "For whom?" Pusey asked, plopping down next to Marcus and attempting to swipe some of his limo and poppy seed ice cream. He yelped when Marcus whacked him upside the head. "Gilderoy Lockhart." Grace hummed in thought and helped herself to Marcus's ice cream. "He's the bloke who wrote half of our book list, isn't he?" When Marcus grunted in affirmation, she continued. "He's got horse teeth." None of them were sure what she meant by that statement, but they all agreed that it was oddly accurate. With that in mind, Harry, Cedric, and Grace bid Marcus a farewell, leaving Pusey behind as they waded through streets towards Flourish and Blots, which was already teeming with giggling witches. Grace had no compunctions using Harry and Cedric's advanced heights to her advantage and pushed them in front of her to act as human battering rams. At one point, Harry was grabbed by the neck of his robes and pulled into the line by a flushed Mrs. Weasley, who was juggling a stack of books and trying to keep hold of Ginny's hand. Harry relieved her of the heavy pile with a smile. "Have you seen my father?" Harry asked, having to shout over the din. Mrs. Weasley shook her head, but a pained yelp came from ahead before she could formulate a proper reply. Harry stood on his tiptoes to see over the line of pointed witches' hats to pinpoint the sound. Gilderoy Lockhart was massaging his fingers, looking rather shocked. "Merciful Merlin, man," Lockhart said in a carrying voice. "There is no need for violence." "I think you'll find," Harry heard his father snarl. Mr. Potter stood between Lockhart and a flustered John. He was brandishing his wand, a furious expression contorting his face. That laying your hands on my child is a perfectly adequate reason. It was a picture for the Daily. I don't care, his father snapped, cutting Lockhart off. If you touch my child again, I'll hex your fingers into feathers. He spun on his heel and stalked off, dragging John behind him as he went. Harry sighed and turned to face Mrs. Weasley. I should probably go, he sighed, knowing his father would want to return home. Harry summoned Cedric over and shoved Mrs. Weasley's books into his arms before dashing after his father. Later, Cedric would tell Harry how he left at either the best possible moment or the worst. Seconds after they left the shop, Draco Malfoy picked a fight with Ron, and whilst they didn't dissolve into a muggle brawl, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy did. Ginny's cauldron had been sent flying, and when they were finally pulled away from each other, Mr. Weasley was sporting a bleeding lip. However, Mr. Malfoy wasn't faring any better if his rapidly swelling eye was anything to go by. All in all, it was a successful trip to Diagon Alley, Harry thought. Well, at least nobody was seriously injured. The rest of the summer passed quickly compared to the beginning. Ron visited Potter Manor several days a week, something which irritated Harry greatly. Not because he had anything against the youngest Weasley son, of course, but because the two boys somehow made more noise than a dragon reserve. Harry desperately wanted to seek refuge at a friend's house, but after the revelation that there was a house elf trying to do John in, his father had effectively ended all unaccompanied outings from Potter Manor. That wasn't to say that Harry's own friends were permitted to visit him, though the list of them that had been approved by his father was admittedly small. Of them, only Grace, Ginny, and Cedric could visit Potter Manor. Grace, however, lived in a muggle home in Surrey and had no means to travel halfway across the country for an afternoon visit. Mrs. Weasley, meanwhile, flat out refused to let Ginny visit without giving a proper reason. Only Cedric was able to visit and was the sole reason Harry hadn't returned to his semi-reclusive habits and holed himself up in the library. Fortunately, Cedric was not present when Mr. Weasley stepped out of the parlor fireplace, interrupting Harry and Mr. Potter's discussion on the animagus transformation. The conversation that followed was awkward enough that Harry was glad to spare his best friend from the second-hand embarrassment. Lord Potter, Mr. Weasley greeted, inclining his head towards Harry's father. Just the man I wanted to talk to. Harry's father gave him a tight-lipped smile and gestured for Mr. Weasley to take a seat. Harry didn't know Mr. Weasley very well, despite spending most of his summer at the man's house. He knew that Mr. Weasley worked for the ministry and that his work pertained to muggles, but Harry wasn't sure what his job entailed beyond that. How may I assist you? Mr. Potter asked when it was evident Mr. Weasley wasn't going to start the conversation. Mr. Weasley fiddled with his wizard's hat, but when he spoke, his voice was clear and even. You are an influential man, he began. Well respected in the community, a devoted father, and a public supporter of the Mugwump Party. Harry watched as his father's face hardened ever so slightly. It wasn't unheard of for ministry officials to visit his father, Harry knew, and ask for his support for some bill or public policy. It was an undiscussed condition of receiving a CROWN. People flocked to you to get your opinion on their research or ask for their intercession. Harry never really understood why. After all, his father was a pioneer in the transfiguration and geomancy fields. Why people thought that he knew anything, or cared, about politics was beyond him. The wizarding world seemed to equate scholastic achievements to magical prowess and power. It didn't help that the select few who obtained CROWNs tended to have both. Mr. Potter, like many of the lords and ladies, few that there were, was no different. Just last month, a toad-like woman wearing garishly pink robes asked for Mr. Potter to support her anti-werewolf legislation. She was rebuffed, of course, as she would have been regardless of her horrifically prejudiced policies. James Potter was known to be fiercely private and rarely endorsed anything, no matter what political party put forth the legislation. In fact, he had gained something of a reputation amongst the ministry for doing so. People knew that you didn't ask James Potter for his support. The fact that Mr. Weasley was doing so made things very awkward indeed. I am seeking to put forth legislation with the Wizengamot regarding the protected status of Muggle-borns, Mr. Weasley said in an official-sounding tone that reminded Harry terribly of his son, Percy. The purpose of this bill is to register Muggle-borns at the first incident of accidental magic. Why? Harry's father said, his tone frosty. The sound sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Whenever his father used that voice, Harry knew he was in deep trouble. It set off his fight-or-flight instincts, and Harry wanted nothing more than to duck for cover. Mr. Weasley didn't seem to recognize the danger he was in and smiled jovially. For two reasons. The first and foremost is to help Muggle-borns integrate into Wizarding society. Research shows that 38% of Muggle-borns return to the Muggle world after the completion of their education because of struggles and discrimination they face in the Wizarding world, he explained. With this bill, Muggle-borns will be introduced into our society sooner and integrated long before they enter Hogwarts. Studies show that the retention rate of Muggle-borns is much higher for those who learned of our world before receiving their Hogwarts letter, opposed to the ones who didn't. The secondary goal, Mr. Weasley continued, is to help protect the Statute of Secrecy. Muggle-born children are the biggest threat against the Statute of Secrecy simply because they don't know that they are doing magic. By introducing them to the Wizarding world, they will find a community that understands their powers and can teach them to control them, even before they enter Hogwarts. Control how, exactly? Harry interrupted, dreadfully curious about Mr. Weasley's proposal. The man gave a little start, clearly having forgotten that they weren't alone. A recently ministry-funded study has shown that children can channel their accidental magic in focused magical-raised children. His father cut off at once. The paper in question doesn't study Muggle-raised children. I would know because I authored it. Harry pursed his lips as he considered this before cutting into the conversation. That sounds incredibly dangerous, he said after collecting his thoughts. Magical education starts at 11 because of Muggle-borns. Because they didn't grow up in a magical household, their body isn't accustomed to the presence of large amounts of magic. Introducing them to magic too soon before the onset of puberty can lead to magical overexposure. Unless you're proposing that Muggle-borns should be taken as infants, your proposal is ill-conceived, if not downright dangerous. The two men stared at him as if he had grown a second head. Harry swallowed down the lump in his throat that threatened to choke out his voice. That's what Madame Pomfrey says, at least. His father looked impressed and nodded. Hogwarts was built on a ley line for that reason, he explained. They siphon off excess magical outbursts. He then turned to Mr. Weasley, who looked dumbfounded. Besides my 14-year-old's salient points, there are other fallacies with your argument. The tips of Mr. Weasley's ears turned S. Arlette. Oh, he croaked. Mr. Potter took a sip of tea and studied Mr. Weasley over the top of his cup. You claim that Muggle-borns face discrimination. This is true, of course, unfortunate as it is. However, I don't understand why the onus to conform must be placed on them, rather than the Wizarding world. Well, they're a much smaller population, aren't they? Mr. Weasley explained, confusion evident in his voice. It only makes sense for them to. Does it? Mr. Potter interrupted. Why must they conform at all? If they plan to live in our world. Mr. Potter shook his head, cutting him off before he could continue. There is nothing wrong with being a Muggle-born, he said, his tone stern. Mr. Weasley swelled, affronted. I never said that there was. And yet you want them to conform to our culture. Mr. Potter asked, his words deceptively light. That's what you are implying. You want to introduce Muggle-borns to the Wizarding world to integrate them more effectively into our culture. But doing so deprives them of the ability to partake in the culture in which they were raised. A culture which is just as valid as ours. You're twisting my words, Mr. Weasley accused. Mr. Potter raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. Am I? He asked. If Harry didn't know his father, he would have missed the mocking tone to his words. I'm only pointing out the obvious flaw in your plan, which I will admit is well-meaning, but ultimately a waste of time. Is it now? Mr. Weasley asked, his face flushed. So, what do you propose we do to amend this problem? We're losing qualified witches and wizards. Well, I wouldn't suggest cultural genocide, for one, Mr. Potter drawled. Instead, We should be developing curriculum to help our children understand Muggle-borns. And I don't mean offering an outdated elective on Muggles from an outsider's perspective. The Muggle Studies curriculum is woefully out of date and inaccurate and has been since I took it in the 80s. I agree that the Muggle Studies course needs to be updated, Mr. Weasley conceded, though he didn't look very pleased to do so. But that still doesn't help Muggle-borns integrate. Mr. Potter scowled. Have you not been listening? They shouldn't need to integrate at all. But yes, an introduction to wizarding culture sounds like a great way to help them learn the intricacies of the new world they have been tossed into. In return, our children should be taught about Muggle culture so that they can understand their Muggle-raised peers. Only tolerance and education on both sides will make our world more habitable for Muggle-borns. But I have other issues with your proposal, said Mr. Potter. First and foremost, the Ministry has no business in tracking Muggle-borns any more than it does a child living in magical France. They fall under the jurisdiction of the Muggle government until they begin schooling at 11. Frankly, as an employee of the Ministry, you should know this. Furthermore, do you know how easy it would be for the likes of Voldemort to gain access to those records? A nasty flush had risen on Mr. Weasley's face, and the dark, glowering look he gave Mr. Potter reminded Harry instantly that this was the father of Fred and George Weasley. He knew, even before Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, that whatever the man said next would greatly upset his father. The war is over, James. It's time you start to realize that. Harry sucked in a breath between his teeth. It was no secret that his father was insanely protective of Harry and John. In fact, he was infamous throughout magical Britain for the lengths he went to keep his sons safe and out of the spotlight. I'm perfectly aware there is no active war, his father replied coolly, drawing himself up to his full height. Harry knew that tone of voice and thought that Mr. Weasley was either very brave or very foolish to continue on. Your wife was a Muggle-born, Mr. Weasley exclaimed. Think of children like her, who grow up in the dark, alone and misunderstood, because of their magic. I'm perfectly aware of the struggles that Muggle-borns face. My point still stands. All it takes is for one megalomaniac to take advantage of those files. I cannot, in good conscience, endorse this bill. Even if you could guarantee the safety of every Muggle-born you track down, which is impossible, doing so is outside the jurisdiction of the Ministry. To circumvent this would be a breach of the Statute of Secrecy, the very thing you claim you are seeking to protect. Mr. Potter then turned towards Harry, and Harry could see the tightness in the corners of his father's eyes. Harry, go find Ron and tell him his father is here, he said in a light, deceptively pleasant tone. Knowing when he was being dismissed and frankly, rather relieved that he was, Harry fled the parlor without a backwards glance. Harry should have known that the day would be an odd one when the barrier to the platform sealed itself shut. Fortunately, his father had been able to apparate him and John onto platform 9 3/4 before the train departed, but the event seemed to set a tone for the beginning of his 4th year at Hogwarts. So, who are you collecting this year? Grace asked, taking the seat to Harry's right as students trampled into the great hall before the opening feast began. Harry, who had been trying to wave Marcus over, froze and frowned down at her. Collecting. Grace hummed and nodded as if she had just said something entirely rational and made sense. Last year it was Teddy and the year before it was me. So, which poor little firstie will you adopt this year? Who's Teddy? Nod asked, looking around in confusion, as if expecting someone to appear and oust him from his spot across from Harry. Grace raised an unimpressed eyebrow. You are, dumbass. My name is Theodore, and I'm not calling you that, she said slowly like she was talking to a particularly unintelligent toddler. Teddy is cuter. Not pulled a face, clearly not pleased with the rebranding. Nobody calls me Teddy. No, Grace asked. She craned her neck up at Marcus, who had just dropped onto the bench to Harry's left. Marcus, what's the name of Harry's most recently acquired friend? Teddy, isn't it? He grunted before turning to Pusey and starting a conversation about Quidditch. Grace flourished her hand in a, there you have it, gesture. Big brother Marcus hath spoken. So mote it be. Grace, lay off Teddy, Harry rebuked gently, trying to hide his smile. He had to admit, Teddy did fit not a lot more than Theodore. It was the eyes, Harry thought, which reminded him of a baby mooncalf. A triumphant smirk was the only response Grace managed before the new first years filed into the room for the sorting ceremony. Harry waved to Ginny, who was leading the pack with an excited look in her eyes, but other than her, he really didn't have an interest in the sorting. Naturally, Ginny was the last student to be sorted, and Harry was relieved when she finally bounded up to the rickety stool and Professor McGonagall dropped the sorting hat on her head. The student body didn't pay her much attention, too consumed with the impending feast. If Harry hadn't considered her one of his dearest friends, he probably would have agreed. At least Ginny's sorting would be a quick one. Only it wasn't. Instead of promptly declaring Ginny a Gryffindor like it had Ron, Fred, George, and presumably every Weasley to sit under it, the sorting hat remained silent for a minute, then 2, then 5. It was by far the longest sorting of the night, and the hall began to fill with confused whispers and more than a few grumbles as students took notice. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. This had to be the longest hat stall in history, a girl a little way down the Slytherin table murmured. Her friend wasn't nearly as interested in this and demanded that the hat hurry up so they could eat supper. And then the ripped brim of the hat's mouth opened, and it declared its verdict. Hufflepuff. Silence filled the hall as people tried to comprehend a Weasley going somewhere that wasn't Gryffindor. Even Ginny herself didn't quite seem to understand what had happened, and remained on the stool, even after Professor McGonagall had taken the sorting hat off her head. Woohoo! We got a Weasley. Harry wasn't even surprised that the cheer had come from Cedric, who was standing on his seat. His best friend cheered again and did an exaggerated wave, motioning for Ginny to join him. His other Hufflepuff friends slowly began to join in, and soon, the Hufflepuff table was roaring with excitement at their newest acquisition. Cedric slotted a pale-faced Ginny onto the bench between him and Keith Whitmore before nodding to Harry. The message was clear: Ginny would be safe with the Hufflepuffs. Cedric would see to it personally. That still didn't stop Harry from worrying though. He remained in a pensive silence all throughout dinner. He didn't even laugh when, after Professor Dumbledore introduced Gilderoy Lockhart as the new defense professor, Grace grimaced and muttered, horse teeth, under her breath. In fact, he spoke very little for the rest of the evening. It was only when Cedric slid onto the bench next to him the following morning, did he finally get the chance to ask what was on his mind. How is she? Cedric pursed his lips and reached for the plate of toast as he considered Harry's question. Worried, he settled on. She was too afraid to write to her parents last night. You'd think she'd been chucked into Slytherin, Grace said over her cup of tea. At least if she had, Harry would be able to smother her, Cedric replied as he slathered an obscene amount of jam onto his toast. But I don't actually know her that well. It will be a hard adjustment for her. And before you ask, yes, I'll keep an eye out for her. Harry nodded and watched as a great grey owl crash landed in front of Ginny. Even across the great hall, Harry could see her pale and her fingers tremble as she untied the letter from one of its legs. She skimmed through the letter's contents before tucking it into a journal and stashing it away in her school bag. She then stood and dashed out of the great hall. Heart sinking, Harry rose to follow her, only to collide with Professor Snape, who had descended on the Slytherin table to deliver their course schedules. He gave Harry an unimpressed look but didn't snap at him as he would have in previous years. It was a little progress, Harry thought blandly as he dropped back into his seat. Mr. Diggory, Professor Snape said, looking down his long nose with an air of distinct distaste. What are you doing here? Cedric grinned up at their potions master. I'm here to wish my favorite Slytherins a good morning, he explained. So good morning, Professor. Professor Snape continued to stare down at Cedric, whose smile only grew as the silence went on. When it seemed Cedric's face would split from how wide his smile was, Professor Snape finally sighed. Good morning, Mr. Diggory. Cedric let out a whoop of excitement and leapt to his feet. I'll see you later, Professor. I'm going to be late for herbology. He swiped one last piece of toast from the table, planted a noisy kiss on Grace's cheek, and dashed out of the great hall. His greatest wish is to get you to smile at him, Grace informed Professor Snape, who looked as if he had just bit into a limo. How very ambitious of him, Professor Snape drawled before handing Grace her schedule. He then turned to Harry and handed him his schedule. You will notice that Madame Pomfrey has altered your schedule this year to accommodate your apprenticeship. This is an honor that has been afforded to very few and is to be taken seriously. If you are unable to keep up with your coursework, you will be removed from the apprenticeship program and your schedule will revert to align with your peers. It took about 2 seconds for Harry to understand what this meant. While he still had care of magical creatures, astronomy, and ancient runes at their regular times, every other class on his schedule had been removed. In its place, Harry was to report to the hospital wing for healing lessons. What about my owls, sir? Harry asked with a frown. They were next year, but it still seemed odd that he would be allowed to miss lessons for his core classes. Do you find Madame Pomfrey's instructions lacking? Professor Snape asked, raising a single eyebrow. It was true that she had been teaching the potions necessary for the healing arts, but she hadn't exactly been teaching him things that would help him pass his classes. After all, whilst he might know how to diagnose and mend a broken arm, Professor Flitwick was hardly going to put it on his final exam. Still, he knew better than to question the wisdom of his head of house, so he nodded dutifully, collected his belongings, and headed back to his dormitory to change into his apprentice robes. He allowed himself the briefest of moments to admire his appearance in the stark white wool, the single lime green band around his cuffs signifying that he was a first-year apprentice, before beginning the trek up to the hospital wing for his first lesson of the year. It was fortunate, Harry decided, that he had decided to study so much over the summer holidays because Madame Pomfrey cared very little about spells to turn hedgehogs into pincushions or the theory behind hex deflection. She didn't even mention anything related to history of magic, and he was keenly aware that unless he did significant self-study in history of magic, he would undoubtedly fail any exam he sat for the subject. But despite these challenges, Harry wouldn't have traded the apprenticeship for anything. It was hard to articulate why he loved the long hours spent practicing his wound-mending charms or brewing poison antidotes, and he wasn't sure why learning how to fix self-transfigurations gone wrong or badly botched hexes was so satisfying. There was just something so right about donning his apprentice robes every morning and showing up in the hospital wing for a day of chaotic learning. Before he knew it, September had passed and the Quidditch season began in earnest, eating up even more of Harry's limited free time. He was always the last of his friends to leave Slytherin's study, staying up far into the night to make up homework, which he still had to do, or research tricky problems he had encountered in the hospital wing. As it turned out, the study was an excellent resource for this latter problem, if you could read ancient Greek. And not just the typical type of ancient Greek, these books were written in a completely different dialect than what Uncle Remus had taught him. So, on top of all that he had to do, he spent more of his precious free time learning a new language. From what Harry could gather, Salazar Slytherin had had a particular interest in the healing arts, because the vast majority of his books pertained to them. This was both excellent and annoying, because whilst some of the thick tomes held the answer to his problems, others, having been written thousands of years ago, were hideously out of date. The trick was figuring out which was which, and the distinction wasn't necessarily obvious. For instance, according to a baffled Madame Pomfrey, no healer worth their wand believed in bloodletting. She said this, of course, as she slapped several dozen leeches on a fifth-year Ravenclaw with a contagious blood infection. With such a hectic and demanding schedule, Harry wasn't surprised to find that he had very little time to spend with his friends. Indeed, it seemed like he only ever got to see his friends at meals. Or, more specifically, he only saw Teddy at meals. He also saw Marcus at Quidditch practice, but that was hardly the time or place to socialize. Cedric and Grace benefited from access to the study, but his other friends, not so much. That was why he asked Cedric in mid-October if he should invite Marcus and Teddy to join them in the study. "I'm surprised you haven't already," he replied as he reached forward to nudge Grace awake. She sat up with a jolt and nearly upended her goblet of pumpkin juice, which Harry steadied with a flick of his wand. Harry drummed his fingers on the table in thought. "I don't want it to. Not be our thing," Cedric guessed. When Harry shrugged sheepishly, Cedric smiled. "It will always be our thing, Harry. It can be their thing with you, too. As long as they don't go spreading it around, I really don't mind." "That does present sort of a problem, Though, Grace said in a surprisingly clear voice for someone who had just woken up. It's easy enough letting the two of us in, but two other people seems a bit of a hassle. 3. Teddy said, sitting down next to Grace and grabbing the half-empty pitcher of pumpkin juice. He spun it around as he surveyed the reflections in the crystal with a thoughtful expression. What are you planning on showing us anyway? Some sort of hidden room, I gather, but it's too dark for me to see much. Bloody Sears, Grace grumbled, going back to her breakfast. I ruin Christmas gifts too, Teddy quipped. So, what are you showing us? Who is the third person? Cedric asked curiously, glancing between him and Harry. That mystery was solved not 20 minutes later when Harry was leaving the Great Hall. A fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect descended on him and pulled him aside, a harried look in her eyes. Harry thought she might have been called Canavan. I know you only collect Slytherins, but I was wondering if you'd be willing to make an exception, she said in a rush, pushing her dark curls out of her face. Harry, who had never spoken to the girl before in his life, thought this was a rather rude way to start a conversation. What on earth are you talking about? She seemed annoyed that he had no idea what was going on. We've got a Weon this year. Doesn't fit in, the poor lamb. She needs someone to help her. Would you be willing to take her? What? The girl huffed, looking like she thought he was being deliberately dense. Your group, Potter. You collect the misfits. I've got one I think who could use you. Was that how other people saw him? You mean my friends? She waved her hand like this crucial detail was unimportant. You've got away with the Weons, Potter, she said. Like John Potter. That would be my brother, Harry snapped, his annoyance rising. He doesn't shut up about you. And neither does his little friends. All the Weons know about you because of him. Yes, well, he is quite famous. Harry wasn't entirely sure how his brother connected to all of this, but he didn't appreciate this stranger throwing his name around, hoping that just because she reminded him of his connection to the boy who lived, Harry would drop everything to adopt a lonely first year. That's not what I mean, and you know it, she said, her temper rising as well. They want to impress you. Just being seen talking to this girl would help her. Harry highly doubted this statement, but he really didn't have time to argue. A quick check of his watch told him that he'd have to take several secret passageways if he wanted to make it to the hospital wing on time. He rubbed his forehead in exhaustion, which was impressive considering breakfast had only just ended. Fine, I'll talk to her. The prefect seemed to take this to mean, right now. She grabbed Harry's arm again and dragged him down the Ravenclaw table to where a skinny bee-owned girl was sitting by herself. The closest student was several seats away, and he watched the girl as she hummed quietly and used a spoon to spread Marmite on a banana. Luna, the prefect said, bending down next to the waif-like bee-owned. This is your Harry Potter, Luna interrupted, surveying him with her silvery eyes. I know I am, he said, inching forward, surveying her in return. She was painfully thin, and her robes seemed to hang off her. Her hair was limp and dull, and her face had a smudge of dirt on it. Harry drew his wand and magicked the spot away, resisting the urge to cast additional diagnostic spells on the girl, who he suspected was malnourished. Ginny told me about you. She says you have pretty eyes. Is that why you wear glasses? Harry hummed and took the seat beside her, trying not to gag at the smell that emanated from her. I'm afraid my vision isn't very good. Why else would I wear them? So the Oculitans don't steal your eyes, of course, she explained in a voice that was somehow dreamy and matter of fact. They are blind and have to steal eyes so they can see, you see. The prettier the eyes, the better they can see. They like to hide in dark caves, but I suppose a dungeon would do in a pinch. Unable to resist, he cast a cleaning charm on the girl's hair, improving the greasiness, but doing little to help dullness. Definitely malnourished, Harry thought. Then why don't you have to wear glasses? She gave him a serene smile. They're afraid of heights. I'm quite safe living in Ravenclaw Tower. Harry nodded as if he thought this was a perfectly rational observation. What is your first class today, Luna? Charms, she said after a moment of consideration. Harry rose. She was not going to charms if he had anything to say about it. He stuck out his hand and pulled her to her feet before waving his wand and collecting her school bag, which he slung over his shoulder. Why don't you hang out with me this morning? He said, pulling on her hand firmly. He phrased his words as if they were a request, but they very much were not. Luna seemed to pick up on this. Are we going to the hospital wing? She asked in that same dreamy voice. Her protuberant eyes stared up at him with an expression that he couldn't quite decipher. We are, he confirmed. And doing a full medical evaluation if they had the time. By the looks of it, Luna hadn't had one in quite a while. His friends had mixed reactions to the revelation that Luna would be joining their group. Cedric grinned. Apparently, he didn't live too far from the Lovegood family, while Grace merely shrugged. Looks like Teddy does know a thing or two, she drawled, going back to her transfiguration essay. It was Teddy, however, who looked upset about the prospect. She smells funny, he said, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Cedric fixed the second year with a stern look. She can't help it. She can't help that she doesn't know how to take a bath. Theodore, Cedric said softly. Has it occurred to you that nobody has ever taught her how? It appeared that the thought very much hadn't occurred to him. How does someone not know how to clean themselves? We aren't born with this knowledge. Our parents teach us these things. And not everyone has the best parents, Harry said. He didn't think that Mr. Lovegood was a bad man, of course. From what he gathered during his conversations with Luna, he was a loving and doting father. Who just so happened to be a bit barmy, especially after the death of his wife. Considering Luna's poor state, Harry was almost afraid to see the man's appearance. Cedric nodded. We need to be compassionate and patient while she learns. And so Luna began to orbit their group. Harry wasn't sure if she considered them friends, but it wasn't uncommon for her to wander up to them in the Great Hall or join them in the library. She didn't talk much, preferring to keep her own counsel, and mainly hummed to herself when she sat with them. Cedric seemed more or less accustomed to her unique brand of oddness and treated Luna like he would any other person he encountered, mainly with an outpouring of exuberance and kindness. Teddy, on the other hand, took Cedric's admonishment to heart and set out to teach her how to be a fully functioning member of society. Grace just seemed relieved to have another girl in the friend group and spent hours braiding Luna's hair. This new change was a pleasant one, especially because Harry was reconsidering his friendship with Marcus. You're putting Malfoy on the team? Harry asked, bursting into Marcus's room approximately 20 minutes after the results from Quidditch tryouts were posted on the common room notice board. Do you knock? Marcus grunted, not even bothering to look up from the essay he was writing. Harry huffed and knocked on the door before turning to glare at his Quidditch captain. Malfoy. Seriously. He's good, Marcus pointed out, albeit reluctantly. And we needed to replace a lot of players this year. This was true, Harry acknowledged grudgingly. Churchill hadn't been the only seventh year on the team last year. 2 beaters and a chaser weren't easy to replace. Fiona Bradshaw outflew him, Harry pointed out. And she has the benefit of not being an insufferable prick. Fiona Bradshaw's father didn't offer to buy the Team Nimbus 2001s, he explained. Harry felt his eyebrows shoot up. You were bribed. If you want to look at it like that, yeah, Marcus replied. I believe it was phrased as a generously well-timed gift, though. Well, I'm not using it. You're refusing to use a vastly superior broom simply because you don't like the gifter. Marcus drawled, raising a sardonic brow. How noble of you. My comet isn't that bad, Harry grumbled. It's no Nimbus 2001, Marcus pointed out. He sighed. I can't make you use it, Harry. But consider it, please. It wouldn't look good for you if you were the only player not to use it. Why should I care what Lucius Malfoy thinks? He holds a lot of sway in the ministry, Marcus explained. He could make your life difficult in the future. Well, fortunately, I don't plan to work for the ministry, Harry sniffed. And your father? He's an independent researcher, Harry explained. Who receives grants from the British ministry? And the French ministry? And the German? And the Ethiopian? Marcus closed his eyes and sighed again. Just consider it, won't you? No, he really wouldn't. He could get by just fine on his own, thank you very much. Not that he would say so to Marcus's face, of course. He had to be a pragmatic Slytherin. To keep from saying something he'd regret, he decided it was time to change the topic. Are you busy right now? Finally deciding that he wasn't going to get any more work done, Marcus tossed down his quill at last and turned to give Harry his full attention. Apparently not. He waved his wand and collected Marcus's belongings into his school bag, which slowly drifted towards Harry. Good. I want to show you something. Marcus caught his bag from the air and rose with a sigh. This better be good. Depends if you can keep a secret, Harry replied before moving to the fireplace in Marcus's room. Stooping down, he whispered the command for the secret passageway to open before stepping aside and motioning for Marcus to step through. Dumbstruck and fascinated, Marcus ducked through the hole in the back of the fireplace without another word. When Harry stepped through after him, he found Marcus looking around the study in awe. What is this place? Our super secret clubhouse, Grace drawled from a nearby chair. Marcus jumped, finally registering that other people were already in the room. I'll bring Luna sometime this weekend, Harry said, stepping around the still stunned Marcus and curling up on a leather Chesterfield. If I can find her. She's a hard one to locate, Cedric agreed from a table. It would be a lot easier if we had a working map. Too bad our fearless leader gave it away, Grace drawled. What was I supposed to do? Harry asked, wrapping the blanket around his shoulders before joining Cedric. He peered over the complex notes his father had given him, trying to decipher them. Although Harry had never been bad at transfiguration, it wasn't his forte like it was Cedric's. They're making a map of Hogwarts, Teddy explained to a confused Marcus. He had already made himself at home behind Slytherin's desk and was rifling through the desk drawers, seemingly unconcerned that he was messing with extremely valuable historical artifacts. Harry lost the old one. Snape confiscated it, Harry corrected. And to answer your question, Marcus, this is Slytherin's study. Slytherin, as in the founder of Slytherin House. Marcus in a faint voice, craning his neck around. Grace hummed in confirmation. It's also a secret. Marcus nodded and began to prowl around the room. How did you find it? Medusa found it for us, actually, Cedric explained. Who is? Before Marcus could finish his question, the snake in question slithered into view. She coiled around Harry's leg, complaining loudly about the lack of heat in the castle until Harry picked her up and draped her around his neck. Marcus took one look at Medusa, let out a high-pitched scream, and jumped onto the nearest table, swearing profusely. That's a snake, he pointed out needlessly. Harry nodded slowly, stroking the soft scales on Medusa's head. She won't bite. Marcus, Grace drawled, a slow smile tugging at her lips. Are you afraid of snakes? Oh, be nice, Grace, Cedric said. Though I suppose it is a bit ironic for a Slytherin. She's quite nice, Harry reassured his captain, trying not to smile at the sight of a 6.5-foot man cowering in fear from a tiny snake. Who just so happened to be venomous and nearing 5 feet in length, which, admittedly, was twice the length she should be. But other than that, she really was lovely. Can you control it? I mean, she's my friend. I don't really tell her what to do. It can understand you. I've taught her some English, Harry said slowly, shooting a nervous look at Cedric. Oh, for goodness sake, Grace grumbled. Marcus, Teddy, Harry is a parselmouth. There was a pregnant pause. That makes so much sense, Teddy said after a moment. I was wondering why you hissed so much in my visions. It's also how he gets us in here. If you have a problem with Harry, I'm afraid this will be the only time you'll be joining us. Cedric said this in his customary jovial voice, but Harry could hear a hard edge to his friend's words. So, what will it be? Teddy hummed in consideration before reaching for the giant crystal ball perched on Slytherin's desk and peered into for several moments. I don't see you becoming a Dark Lord anytime soon, he said after a moment of thought. I think we're safe for now. Your confidence flatters me, Harry said, at last, choking over his words. He turned to face Marcus, who was regarding him with a thoughtful look. Et tu, Mars. Marcus didn't reply for a long time, but he slowly got off the table, only flinching when Medusa raised her head to watch his approach. He grabbed a chair and dragged it next to Cedric, keeping an eye on Medusa the entire time. Tell me about this map. I've got an order of fudge for Teddy, several boxes of Bertie Bott's for John, and a new quill for Luna, Harry listed off, tossing the gifts to their intended recipient. And jelly slugs for me, Grace reminded him. Harry sighed and extracted said jelly slugs. I don't know why I had to buy you some. You came to Hogsmeade with us today. For the same reason Marcus and Cedric bought me some. Because you're an insufferable freeloader. Because you all love me, she corrected, reaching into the bag and pulling out a red slug, which she promptly bit into, a feral grin on her lips. Do I? Harry pondered before turning his back on Grace. Have any of you seen Ginny? I got her exploding bonbons. She hadn't asked for them, but they were her favorite sweet. She's been quite lonely lately, Luna said bluntly, not quite answering the question. Guilt squirmed in his stomach. Harry had been so busy this year that he'd barely seen Ginny, let alone manage to talk with her. He hoped that the sweets were a sufficient offering so that he could plead for forgiveness about being such a rubbish friend. I meant today, Harry elaborated. When they shook their heads, he bid them farewell and went to find Cedric, who was holding court at the Hufflepuff table. Cedric shrugged. She's been withdrawn lately, he explained in a voice low enough that his friends couldn't overhear. I don't think she's been fitting in well with her year mates. This only served to make Harry feel more guilty. Checking his watch and noticing that he had a few minutes before the Halloween feast started, Harry left the Great Hall searching for Ginny. He found her wandering morosely on the first floor, her hair a vivid scarlet in the darkening corridor. I've been looking for you, he said in a soft voice. Ginny froze and looked up at him with a blank expression. Why? Harry smiled and pulled the exploding bonbons out of his bag and presented it to her. I got you a present. She stared at them for a moment before looking back up at him. Why? She repeated. He managed to keep the smile on his face, but it was a near thing. I've been rubbish to you lately, he admitted sheepishly. I've been so busy with my apprenticeship that I've neglected you. When she continued to stare up at him, he felt his stomach squirm. How has your first year been? Are you enjoying your classes? She shrugged. They're fine. And you classmates? How have they been? Are they treating you well? Another shrug. They're fine. Harry let out a slow breath. This was going to be more challenging than he thought. Ginny, I'm sorry for treating you so poorly. It was wrong of me to not make time for you. But I promise I will in the future. I've missed you. You don't even like me. I'm just some stupid little girl who follows you around and. His heart plummeted to his feet. Reaching out, Harry guided her to sit on a nearby stone bench before dropping to his knees before her. He wrapped her tiny, ice-cold hands in his and looked her straight into her brown eyes, which were devoid of their usual spark of warmth. Ginny, I swear to you that I love you very much, and I never think you are a burden. I think you are the smartest, bravest, kindest, funniest, most genuine person I know, so I would appreciate it if you stopped being so mean to yourself. Ginny continued to scowl, avoiding eye contact. At a total loss, Harry rose to sit beside Ginny on the bench. What's wrong, Ginny? He wasn't sure what had Ginny in such a foul mood, but he was beginning to think that he wasn't the cause of it, or at least he wasn't the root of the issue. He was sure that his thoughtlessness played some contributing factor, but he began to wonder if there was a bigger problem. What was it that Luna had said? That Ginny had been lonely lately. Perhaps she wasn't fitting in with her peers. It would make sense, especially since she had more or less lost her support system when she had been sorted into Hufflepuff instead of Gryffindor. Harry's heart went out to her. He knew what that was like. How can I help you? He asked, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. There was a split second where Harry thought she might have squeezed his hand back. But then she wrenched it away and stood up, the box of exploding bonbons falling to the ground. Leave me alone, she snapped. She didn't even look at him as she stomped away. If Harry thought his evening couldn't get even worse, a petrified Mrs. Norris hanging next to a threatening message on the wall certainly proved him wrong. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware, Grace read aloud, frowning. What does that mean? It took every ounce of self-control not to hex Draco Malfoy when he gleefully proclaimed, "You'll be next, mudbloods." Grace curled in on herself at this pronouncement and huddled closer to Harry. As Malfoy had just so eloquently exhibited, it was no secret that there were blood purists in Slytherin. If there were Muggle-borns in Slytherin, they were wise enough not to broadcast the fact, and Grace was no different. Other than Harry and Cedric, nobody knew that Grace wasn't the consummate pure-blood princess she pretended to be. Still, she'd be foolish not to be scared by the literal threat written on the wall. Reaching down, he twisted his fingers through hers. He led her away, weaving through the crowd of morbidly fascinated onlookers, down several flights of stairs, until they reached the Slytherin common room. Nobody was in the common room when they entered, so nobody witnessed Harry leading Grace up into his private chambers. He was sure it would have been the talk of the house otherwise. It probably wasn't the wisest decision either, as far as his head of house was concerned. Professor Snape would surely consider this an abuse of his private accommodations. Still, Harry wasn't about to let her out of his sight, at least not that night. He transfigured a cot for her to sleep in and sighed when he turned around to find that she had already stolen his bed. Too exhausted to argue, Harry flicked his wand, turned off the lights, and then crawled into the fully clothed cot. They didn't talk, which was fine because Harry wasn't sure if he was capable. Instead, he cuddled a softly hissing Medusa and stroked her scales as he drifted off to sleep. The first Quidditch match of the season was unseasonably warm and unbearably muggy. He was honestly surprised that there were any spectators in the stand. Not even taking his comet to the sky brought any relief to the oppressively humid air. Marcus would later snark that he would have been far more comfortable if he could fly faster, like the rest of the team on their nimbuses. Still, not even the threat of heatstroke was enough to accept an expensive broomstick from Draco Malfoy. Not all of the team approved of Harry's decision to ride his own broom. Still, they all agreed that Harry's subtle, "fuck you," was better than Harry outwardly hexing the Ponzi second year. That being said, it would look really bad if Harry didn't catch the snitch on his outdated broomstick, so there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders as he took to the sky. He drowned out any and all stimuli that wasn't a flash of gold, and he circled the pitch with the obsessive ferocity of a niffler let loose in Gringotts. It was only after he had caught the snitch that he learned that John had been stalked and attacked by a rogue bludger. Harry landed next to gray-faced John with an apology on his lips and knelt down to see the damage. It was a testament to how bad the pain was that John didn't even complain about Harry's coddling. He pulled back John's sleeve to reveal the mangled remains of his right arm, prompting gasps from the other players, who had congregated around the commotion. "Adrian, why don't you go fetch me my wand?" Harry called out after hearing Pusey become violently sick at the sight of John's arm. Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, hovered over them. "How bad is it?" "I don't think I can fix this," Harry admitted. He wouldn't know for sure, of course, until he could cast some diagnostic charms, but Harry was reasonably confident that this was above his level of expertise. "This needs a qualified healer." "You fixed his arm over the summer," one of the Weasley twins pointed out. Harry nodded grimly. "That was a simple break. This is," he trailed off, at a loss for words. One of the Gryffindor chasers dropped to her knees and began to rub John's back. "You know, magic really is amazing," she said. "If you were a Muggle, we'd have to cut off your arm." "It's not that serious," Harry explained to a panicked John. Wood let out a sigh of relief. "But you're going to be in the hospital wing overnight at the very least," he continued. This was confirmed when Pusey appeared moments later, eyes screwed shut as he lobbed Harry's wand in his general direction. Harry took no time casting various charms, hissing in annoyance at what he saw. "Is it bad?" the girl asked, looking at the gold array that hovered over John's arm. She leaned in to get a closer look, and Harry caught a whiff of her sweet-smelling perfume. He blinked and cleared his throat, finding that his brain had gone strangely blank. "The bone is shattered," he explained, pointing out the relevant ruins that wove through the diagnostic charm. "Pieces have embedded themselves in his muscle. A mending charm won't be enough to fix this, not without further damage to the muscles. The bones will need to be vanished completely and regrown." "Huh," she said, her brow furrowed. "You can tell all of that with a spell." Not knowing what else to say, Harry simply nodded. The girl looked up at him and grinned. "Magic is so cool." Clearing his throat, Harry bowed his head and focused on John, hoping that his face didn't look as red as it felt. I'm going to put you to sleep, he said. I don't have a pain reliever, and you don't want to be awake for what I need to do. When John nodded, Harry cast a hypnose charm and went to work stabilizing the remains of John's arm. It was only when Harry was levitating his brother into a conjured stretcher that he realized that he had missed some sort of drama. Across the pitch, Professors McGonagall and Snape were sprinting towards them, whilst Marcus and Wood looked like they were about to trade blows with the defense against the dark arts teacher. Harry didn't have Professor Lockhart's class, but he had heard enough horror stories about his incompetence to know that it was very fortunate the two Quidditch captains had intercepted the man. Now, see here, boys, Lockhart exclaimed, brandishing his wand as he tried to step around Marcus's considerable frame. It's nothing to worry about. I've done this thousands of times before. It's just a simple spell, of course. I learned it when I was in Greece, you see, from a priestess at the Asclepion. I have no clue what you're babbling about, Wood snapped, reaching forward to grab Lockhart's wrist and force his wand down. But you're about to put someone's eye out. I assure you, Mr. Wood, that I am a talented healer. Harry rolled his eyes and levitated the stretcher off the pitch before Lockhart could catch him. To his surprise, the Gryffindor chaser tagged along. I'm Katie Bell, by the way, she said as they made their way up to the castle. Harry nodded in greeting, any hope of responding dying in his throat when he glanced over at the pretty girl. His silence didn't seem to bother her, and she chattered away as they walked across the Hogwarts grounds. In fact, if his brother hadn't been lying unconscious between them, Harry might have even found the experience enjoyable. Less enjoyable was Madame Pomfrey's rants about the dangers of Quidditch and her attempts to kick them out of the hospital wing. Bell went without a fight, but Harry argued that he should be allowed to watch, citing the injury as a learning experience. After all, Harry had never seen Bones vanished before, and it was unlikely he would in the near future. Never treat your family members if you can help it, Madame Pomfrey cautioned as Harry absorbed the incantation she used. He watched with fascination as John's arm deflated and became oddly rubbery as the bones disappeared. The more dire the situation, the harder it becomes to think rationally. You must always keep a level head when you're healing. I fixed John's arm over the summer, Harry admitted bashfully, pouring the correct dosage of Skele-Gro for Madame Pomfrey. She magicked the potion into John's stomach and sighed. What were you doing? Practicing magic over the summer holidays. Healing John's arm. Madame Pomfrey closed her eyes and sighed again. You know, it's times like this that I remember you're your father's son. Harry tilted his head and gave her a confused smile. After all, most people remarked on how similar he looked to his father. Do I remind you of my mum? Merlin? No, Madame Pomfrey replied, a slight chuckle slipping from her lips. Lily was a firecracker, Harry supplied. That's how Uncle Sirius described her. Madame Pomfrey offered him a smile that was equal parts sad and fond. Lily was lively. She commanded attention wherever she went. You've got a quieter sort of charisma about you, she reached up to pat his cheek. You remind me of Euphemia, actually. It took a moment for Harry to register her words. You knew my grandmother. I was her apprentice, actually, Madame Pomfrey explained, putting the cap back on the bottle off Skele-Gro and banishing it back to the potions cabinet. The last one she took before she retired. She'd be proud to know you've inherited her talent for healing. Harry blushed and looked down at his feet. He didn't remember much about his paternal grandmother. From the stories he had heard, particularly from Uncle Sirius, it was a great compliment to be compared to the woman. She had died from dragon pox when Harry was 2, but he could distinctly remember how well attended her funeral had been, especially considering it had occurred in the middle of the war. Where did she go to healing school? Harry asked. Beauxbatons, Madame Pomfrey replied. The admission brought Harry up short. She was Greek, though. Dad said she went to Durmstrang. Madame Pomfrey chuckled. For her schooling, yes. But one doesn't go to Durmstrang for healing. At least not if you're serious about it. No, Beauxbatons is the school you want, she said, fixing Harry with a knowing look. That's where you'll want to apply for your fellowship. Fellowships were societies that licensed healers could apply to after graduating from healing programs and finishing their internship. They offered additional courses that allowed healers to keep up to date on emerging medical research. Enrollment into a fellowship wasn't required by any means, but it was foolish not to, not just from a professional standpoint but a social one too. There was a hierarchy to fellowships, and healers all over the world fought for acceptance to the most prestigious ones. I don't speak French, Harry said, panic growing in his chest. He hadn't really considered what might come after all of this. He still had to complete his apprenticeship, after all. You'd best start, she all but demanded. Don't get me wrong, St. Mungo's is an excellent institution, and you will no doubt flourish there. But the research they publish each year at Beauxbatons is what St. Mungo's can do in 5. Are they the best in the world? Madame Pomfrey considered his question before nodding slowly. Certainly in Europe. Mongolia and America have similarly excellent programs. If you're really worried about learning a new language, I'd consider Ilvermorny. This seemed like a frightfully small number of schools to monopolize healing. Harry shuddered to think about how difficult it was to get into the programs. When Harry said as much, Madame Pomfrey laughed. Believe me, Harry, they're not nearly as exclusive as the Asklepion. You'll have no problems getting into Beauxbatons or Ilvermorny. What's the Asklepion? He asked. That was the second time that day he had heard the name. Lockhart had been shouting about it, of course, but he hadn't thought much about it at the time. Madame Pomfrey sighed. It is the best school of healing in the world, she admitted. That's where I'm going then, Harry declared before she could continue. It's incredibly exclusive, she explained patiently. I speak Greek, Harry said. Both ancient and modern. It wouldn't be difficult. They won't take you, Harry, she said before he could finish. She gave him a stern look, as if she were hoping to put an end to his dream. Still, there was an undercurrent of pity, like she hated to be the one to do it. Do you have to be Greek? Harry asked, refusing to drop the subject. Oh no, she said, her voice dropping to a murmur. You have to prove, well, that you are a Parselmouth. Harry blinked in surprise. Whatever he had been expecting, it wasn't that. Why? Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips. The Asklepion was founded by Asclepius, she explained. He was the father of Western healing and a famous Parselmouth. He only taught fellow Parselmouths, and it is the Asclepion's tradition to only admit the same. Harry's heart was pounding so hard in his throat that he was surprised he managed to speak. Feeling numb and lightheaded, he heard himself ask, do they only speak Parseltongue? Or Greek too? It took a moment for Madame Pomfrey to follow his train of thought. Parseltongue, I would imagine, she said slowly. They take students from around the world if they meet the qualifications. But it is the best school for healing. By Western standards, yes. It's said that Parseltongue enhances healing spells, she reluctantly explained. But as you have seen, we can conduct ourselves just fine in English, so I wouldn't feel like you will be missing out on learning. Beauxbatons is still a prestigious school. I want to go to the Asklepion, Harry stated firmly. His mind was made up. He would go there, and nothing would dissuade him. Madame Pomfrey looked both exasperated and pitying at his pronouncement. Harry got the impression that this wasn't the first time she had heard an apprentice declare such a desire. Harry, they only take Parselmouths, she reminded him. I am a Parselmouth, Harry admitted in a rushed whisper. The words hung in the air, and for a desperate moment, Harry wished he could take them back. He stared at his shoes, afraid to see the horror that was no doubt twisting Madame Pomfrey's face. Please don't tell anyone. My father doesn't know. He had told his friends out of necessity, but Harry would never have dared tell his father. As loving and patient as he was, Harry highly doubted that his father would react well to learning that Harry had such a taboo gift. The same gift, if rumors were to be believed, that Voldemort had possessed. When I learned first year, he explained. The snake bite, she murmured, her voice sounding distant. Oh, Harry. In the next moment, Harry found himself drawn into a hug. When she pulled away, she took his face with gentle hands. You're certain about this then? She asked. There is no coming back from this once you have declared your intentions to the Asklepion. Heart pounding in his chest, he nodded. She nodded. I would tell your father as soon as you can, then, she said. I know the Asklepion hosts a summer intensive. They generally only take fully trained healers, but seeing as you are an apprentice, they might make an exception. I'll look into it for you. Thank you, he murmured. She gave him a wan smile and patted his cheek. It seems we both have a letter to write. Harry nodded at the dismissal and, after checking on a still sleeping John, left the hospital wing. A letter to write, indeed. Harry considered writing a letter to his father, but after an evening of agonizing, he decided that telling your father that you were a Parselmouth was a conversation best left in person. Instead, he wrote a politely vague letter informing his father that there was something he would like to discuss with him over the Christmas holidays and left it at that. Was he stalling? Absolutely. But he reasoned that it was hardly a pressing matter. And after the Gryffindor Colin Creevey was found petrified, telling his father that he could talk to snakes was the last thing on his mind. Do you think the heir of Slytherin did it? Grace asked late one night after Harry had finally returned to his chamber. She was curled up in his armchair by the fireplace, a book titled Unlocking Your Inner Animal, The Animagus Transformation, and you perched on her knees. Harry pursed his lips and stiffly nodded. Madame Pomfrey disagrees with me, of course. She says that no student in the school would be capable of such magic, but, he waved his hands in a vague sort of gesture before helping Medusa out of his school bag and placing her near the fire. Madame Pomfrey had set Harry to work, researching possible causes of Creevey's petrification. So far, they had been able to rule out poisons, communicable diseases, and, no matter how much Professor Lockhart insisted, dark curses. Harry was left with the monumental task of combing through the library for clues on this mystery ailment. He had even been granted unlimited access to the restricted section for his research. Not that he had uncovered anything substantial yet. A teacher then. Harry had a flashback to Professor Quirrell, which he promptly banished from his mind. I'm disinclined to think so, he admitted. Barring Lockhart, they've all had ample opportunities to attack students over the years and have so far. Even Snape has managed to restrain himself. Besides, I doubt Lockhart could, even if he wanted to. Harry scowled as he said this last part. The man was quickly becoming a thorn in Harry's side. When Lockhart wasn't teaching lessons or harassing John about fame management, he offered advice in areas he had no expertise. So far, Lockhart had given Harry a bogus lesson on how to reverse a girl's nose that had been transfigured into an elephant trunk, ruined a difficult and very expensive potion Harry had been brewing, and managed to reduce a first year to tears after incorrectly diagnosing the boy with vanishing sickness. However, all of this could have been forgivable if not for the conversation Lockhart had subjected Harry to in late November. It was lunchtime, an hour the defense master should have been in the Great Hall, but for whatever reason, the man had decided to bother Harry as he tried to update patient files. Madame Pomfrey was on her lunch break and had left Harry in charge of the hospital wing for an hour. This show of trust typically brought Harry a lot of pride, but at the moment, he desperately wished his mentor was around to run interference with the pompous man. You know who you remind me of, Harry? Lockhart asked, dropping a hand on Harry's shoulder and giving him a little shake. He waited a moment for Harry to reply, but when he didn't, Lockhart continued as if he had. Myself. Harry raised his eyebrows and gave a sarcastic nod but didn't respond. This fact didn't seem to bother Lockhart. I, too, was an ambitious student. Sorted into Ravenclaw, you know. Again, Harry remained silent. Always reading, always studying. You and I are a lot alike, I think. This was hardly the compliment Lockhart seemed to think it was. That's why, Harry, it pains me that you are skipping my lessons. I have been excused from all core subjects, Harry explained. Madame Pomfrey has been teaching me what is required for healing. Lockhart gave him a patronizing smile that showed far too many teeth. And if it were for something as simple as charms or potions, I would understand. But when it comes to the defense against the dark arts, you need to learn from the experts. Harry desperately wished that Professor Snape was present to hear Lockhart refer to potions as simple. He refrained from giving a snarky comment and gave a non-committal hum, returning to the patient file on his desk and resuming his work. Any socially adept person would have understood that this was a dismissal. Lockhart, for all of his self-purported intelligence, was not one of those people. I know that Poppy is an adequate healer, Lockhart said, bulldozing on, even when the doors to the hospital wing opened, and an ill student stumbled in. But Harry, that is no excuse for missing out on my lessons. Harry's temper flared at the insult to his mentor. Madame Pomfrey is the premier pediatric healer of Great Britain, he snapped, tossing his quill down and raising to his feet. He gave Lockhart a reproachful glare, pleased to see the man blink stupidly in shock. Adequate is a poor adjective to assign her. Now, Harry. Harry slammed his file shut and reached for his wand. You presume too much of our relationship, Professor. I would prefer you address me with less familiarity. Now, if you excuse me, I have a patient to attend to. Oh, I can help with that, Lockhart boasted, evidently recovered from his shock. I received training from a priestess at the Asclepion. Now, you might never have heard of it, but it happens to be the best healing. I am fully aware of what the Asclepion is, Professor Lockhart, he snapped. Enough to know that you would never qualify for the school. Unless you are a Parselmouth, of course. Lockhart stumbled over his own feet, his face growing pale. Of course not. What sort of man do you take me for? A liar, evidently, he snapped in a clipped, no-nonsense way he had heard Madame Pomfrey take with unruly visitors. Now, I suggest you remove yourself from the hospital wing. I have better things to do than entertain your vanity. Lockhart flushed to the roots of his golden blonde hair. Now see here, Mr. Potter. Unable to contain his disgust, Harry sneered, spun on his heel, and strode towards his patient. The sixth-year Ravenclaw had already collapsed into one of the beds, his face white as the sheets he laid on. A soft hiss paused his dramatic retreat. Glancing around, Harry was surprised to find Medusa beneath the boy's bed, her head raised in interest, tongue flicking through the air. Do not taste his air, she instructed softly, her red eyes locked on his. He has the rot. Harry cut himself off, remembering where he was. Lips pursed in thought, Harry cast a bubble head charm on himself before turning to do the same to Professor Lockhart. Get in the bed, he instructed. You've just been exposed to a highly contagious disease. You aren't leaving until Madame Pomfrey clears you. I have a class to teach in 10 minutes. Privately, Harry thought describing what Lockhart did in his class as teaching was rather charitable but managed to refrain from saying so. You should have thought about that before you decided to waltz into the hospital wing. Bed now. After locking the door to the hospital wing, Harry approached the sixth year's bed. Name. Robert Hilliard, he said between labored breaths. Harry nodded and summoned Hilliard's file. What brings you in today? I don't feel right, he said. That much was obvious, Harry thought as he began to cast diagnostic charms. When did you begin to feel poorly? I woke up like this, he explained. Overslept. Missed my morning classes. Harry nodded and began to scribble down Hilliard's vitals. He noted that his respiratory rate was elevated, although the oxygen consumption was low. But even more concerning, Harry noted, was Roger's muscle reactivity. It was so low that Harry was surprised the sixth year had been able to get out of bed. How he made the trek to the hospital wing from Ravenclaw Tower was nothing short of remarkable. Frowning, Harry cast a heart-mirroring charm, and a ghostly image of Hilliard's heart appeared above his chest, thudding sluggishly. He has the rot, Medusa said again, hissing much louder this time. Harry tried not to jump as she snaked her way up his leg, moving to balance in the armpit of Harry's robes, half dangling down his side, half down his left sleeve. Harry had no more idea what this meant the second time she said it, nor did he know how she knew this information. He racked his brain, trying to remember such a disease, only to come up blank. Would you like me to bite him? Medusa offered. Absolutely not, Harry replied without thinking. It was fortunate that Hilliard wasn't conscious enough to register Harry's use of Parseltongue. Medusa hissed with displeasure. I can help. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey chose that moment to return from lunch. Why did you lock the doors? She asked, bustling over to him after giving Professor Lockhart a cursory glance. Not sure what was going on, Harry pointed to Hilliard's vitals. He has the rot, he said, hoping that this would make more sense to a qualified healer than it did to a first-year apprentice. The rot? She asked, leaning in to get a closer look at the readings. What on earth are you? She froze, evidently seeing something Harry had missed. Drawing her wand, she vanished Hilliard's robes, exposing his chest, which was covered in a web of sickly black veins. Good Lord, she murmured. Gilderoy, get back in that bed this instant. Harry craned his head around, only to see Lockhart halfway to the doors. He let out a strangled yelp and scurried back to his bed like a scolded dog. Madame Pomfrey locked the hospital wing doors once more before turning to cast a diagnostic charm on Harry. Whatever she saw had her sighing in relief. Go take a shower and do not remove the bubble-headed charm, she instructed in a severe tone. Then use my office to flow to Professor Snape's office. Tell him we have a student with wasting sickness. Wasting sickness. A highly contagious disease, she explained. It feeds off a wizard's magic. If left untreated, wasting sickness is fatal. He'll need to be transferred to St. Mungo's. It isn't safe for him to remain in a school of children. Harry desperately wanted to ask why but recognized that now was not the best time. Nodding, he excused himself for the bathroom, pausing only to drop Medusa off in Madame Pomfrey's office. After scrubbing himself down and changing into a clean pair of robes, Harry took the flow to Professor Snape's office. The man was not pleased to see Harry stepping out of his fireplace and even less pleased when Harry explained the situation. Snape summoned a book before motioning for him to follow, flipping through it as they strode down the hall. We will need to brew the immunization potion, which will be administered to every occupant of the school above the age of 15. They entered one of the potion laboratories. Professor Snape swung his wand around, summoning a massive cauldron and jars of ingredients. After thrusting the book into Harry's hands, he instructed Harry to begin. I will return momentarily. I will need to cancel my afternoon classes. If you have any questions, you will ask me before proceeding. This is not a potion where close enough is acceptable. It will be perfect, or students will die. Do you understand? His words, whilst brusque and intense, were not unkind. It seemed that Professor Snape was capable of giving a damn about his students, after all. You will maintain the bubble head charm at all times. The fumes of this potion are toxic to children. Harry nodded and took a seat on the little wooden stool Snape had conjured and began to read through the instructions. It was, by far, the trickiest potion Harry had ever seen, and he tried not to panic as he read through the 82 steps. Or, perhaps only 50. By the looks of it, Professor Snape had gone through the book and changed the entire potion, sometimes changing how ingredients were prepared, sometimes circumventing entire sections of instructions. Curious, Harry filled his cauldron with mineral water, not spring water, like the text originally instructed, and reached for the jar of Runaspore eggs. Professor Snape finally returned, and together they worked for several hours, speaking only when necessary. Had Harry not been working on such a critical potion with the meanest teacher at Hogwarts, he might have even enjoyed himself. When they finally emerged from the dungeon several hours later, the inoculation potion was a pale lavender that Professor Snape seemed pleased with. After portioning the draft into several hundred doses, they levitated the crates up to the Great Hall, where the rest of the school was finishing up dinner. Or, more accurately, where students older than 14 years old were finishing dinner. The younger students were conspicuously absent from the Great Hall, having been quarantined in their dormitories for the entire afternoon. Harry helped the heads of houses pass out vials and ensure that the students finished the potion. Cedric, who had turned 15 back in October, toasted him with his potion from across the room, only to gag at the taste. This wasn't an uncommon reaction, it appeared, and Marcus made sure to tell him that the potion tasted like fermented unicorn droppings. Spoken like someone who consumes a lot of fermented unicorn droppings, Harry replied mildly, accepting Marcus's empty vial. Marcus, unable to speak, groaned and made a rude hand gesture. Harry patted Marcus's back. If you develop a fever or notice that you glow in the dark, come to the hospital wing. The hiccups are a normal side effect and will stop by morning. What hiccups? Marcus asked, only to let out a high-pitched hiccup. That sounded like it hurt, Harry hummed, handing a vial to an apprehensive sixth-year prefect, Gemma Farley. When the dizziness subsides, you're free to go. Avoid contact with younger students for the rest of the evening. He slowly continued down the Slytherin table, grimacing in sympathy at the reactions of the older students. For the most part, they took the potion without too much complaint, and there had only been 2 students who had fainted. Pusey proved to be a problem when he vomited when he smelled the potion, leading Harry to magic it directly into his teammate's stomach. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been an issue, but Pusey promptly began to exhale iridescent bubbles. Professor Snape attributed this reaction to the stomach soother that Pusey had consumed after watching the older students become ill. It wasn't likely to be serious, but Harry was ordered to take him to Madame Pomfrey to be safe. He hauled the groaning, green-faced Pusey towards the doors, struggling under his weight. When he offered to conjure a stretcher, however, Pusey waved him off. "My dignity is already in shreds," Pusey said, eyes half closed. "Let me walk out of here with what little I have left still intact." He shuddered like he might be sick, and Harry tried to lean as far from the splash zone as possible. Harry smiled gratefully at Percy Weasley, who hurried to open the doors to the Great Hall for them. "I didn't realize you had any dignity, to begin with. And if you vomit on me, I'm going to hex your thumbs up your ass." Pusey let out something that was halfway between a laugh and a groan, slumping further onto Harry's shoulder. They stumbled about 2 steps into the entrance hall when they were met with a small crowd of students huddled near the base of the marble staircase. Harry could easily pick out Marcus in the group, gray-faced and stunned as he watched over the spectacle. Harry felt ice pool in the pit of his stomach as Weasley bossily began to push his way through the crowd, demanding to be let through. "I'm a prefect, Summerby," he snapped at a Ravenclaw 5th year who tried to block Weasley's path. "Move aside before I, Penny." His holier-than-thou tone switched in an instant, his voice breaking in a strangled, high-pitched squeak. Harry watched as he dropped to his knees next to a willowy girl with a mane of curly black hair that was sprawled out on the cold stone floor. Harry followed, muscling his way through the crowd and shoving Pusey into Marcus's arms as he went. His first thought was that the girl had fainted, but as he approached, he saw that her blue eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Heart pounding in his chest, he began casting diagnostic charms before he even reached her. "What's wrong with her?" Weasley asked, continued to shake the stiff-limbed and unresponsive girl. "Was this the potion?" Someone in the crowd asked, hysteria coloring their voice. "Is this supposed to happen? Didn't Potter brew the potion?" asked another. "What have you done to us?" a girl shrieked in alarm. A wave of panic replaced the confused air in the room. Soon, voices were shouting over each other, creating an uproar of indiscernible protests, all directed at him. He tried to tune them out as he worked, but when someone pierced his bubble-headed charm, he had no choice but to abandon Penny and defend himself. Unlike in his first year at Hogwarts, it wasn't him against much older, more experienced students. Nor was he alone. With a shout, Marcus surged forward, wand drawn, hexing anyone who pointed a wand at Harry. Even Pusey, still swaying and belching bubbles, leapt to his defense. They covered Harry as he reapplied his bubble-head charm, pushing back the swarm of irate and terrified students who tried to do him harm. Spells flew through the hall. Harry did his best to protect himself and Clearwater from the buffeting mob, which was a difficult task when chaos reigned around him. Weasley was kind enough to cast a shield charm around him as he worked on Clearwater, but even he wasn't a match for 30 determined students. He took a stunner to the back and slumped forward, almost landing on Clearwater in the process. Pusey was similarly outclassed and was sporting lobster claws instead of hands, making him fumble and drop his wand. Fortunately, as soon as it had started, it was over. Several loud bangs filled the hall, distracting the older students from their single-minded pursuit to attack Harry. He squinted up through the hazy smoke that filled the air, able to make out a white-lipped Professor McGonagall and a bored-looking Snape. Behind them, a small crowd of curious students tried to peek into the entrance hall, only to be pushed back by Professor Flitwick. "What the devil is going on here?" Snape asked quietly in a silky voice that every student knew preceded a massive loss in house points. "Potter's going to kill us all," one particularly brave, or perhaps foolish, boy shouted. Snape quirked an eyebrow, his head tilting. "Truly. Do tell me how he has undertaken such an ambitious feat, Mr. Whittaker." Whittaker, seemingly oblivious to the danger he was in, continued. "That potion he gave us killed Penelope Clearwater." Harry scowled at this. "She isn't dead, you." Snape raised a hand, and Harry fell silent. The potion Potter gave you was brewed under my direction. Are you suggesting that I, too, have attempted to murder you? After Whitaker's mouth opened and shut several times without voicing a reply, Snape gave him a sardonic, twisted smile. An inspiring display of logic. I think a month's detention and 100 points from Ravenclaw will be an adequate reward. No one dared to disagree. Someone removed Harry's bubble head charm. Professor, Marcus grunted, shooting Harry what could only be described as a concerned look. Snape's piercing gaze landed on Harry, who was still crouched beside Clearwater. Now, that was the murder attempt that should have been mentioned. Potter, to the hospital wing with you. The rest of you will submit your wands for inspection immediately. Without waiting for a reply, Marcus grabbed Harry by the scruff of his neck, hoisted him to his feet, and began to drag him through the crowd. Pusey tottered after them, pausing only to vomit on Whitaker, which he swore up and down was an accident. Oh, and Mr. Potter. Professor Snape called out as they walked away. When Harry glanced over his shoulder, he found Snape crouched beside Clearwater. Rest assured that it wasn't your substandard brewing abilities that did this to her. She's merely been petrified. The petrification of Penelope Clearwater sent shockwaves through Hogwarts. Not only was Penelope a talented witch and a prefect, but she was also a pure blood. Whilst Harry couldn't be bothered with that sort of thing, it appeared many of his housemates, who had been so assured that they were safe from Slytherin's monster, were deeply unsettled. Suddenly, nobody felt safe. Students began to travel in packs as they moved through the corridors, jumping at loud sounds and glaring distrustfully at anybody they didn't know. The list to stay at Hogwarts for the Christmas holidays emptied overnight, and even John had been persuaded to come home. Naturally, there were many ideas about how the petrification had happened. One of the prevailing theories was that Slytherin's monster had attacked Clearwater. However, there was still a small faction of students that seemed to think that Harry was somehow involved. To make matters worse, this line of thinking somehow devolved into some particularly brilliant students to pronounce Harry the heir of Slytherin. It didn't seem to matter to them that about 100 witnesses placed Harry in the Great Hall during the time of the attack. They were looking for a scapegoat, and Harry had been chosen. Harry rolled his eyes and didn't react, knowing that defending himself would only feed the flames. But even if Harry had an interest in defending himself, he soon would be unable to. Harry, Cedric, and Grace finally felt confident enough in their transfiguration and charm skills to proceed to the next step of the animagus transformation. This entailed keeping a mandrake leaf pressed to the roof of their mouths for a month. Unfortunately, the only way to accomplish this was to remain silent for the entire month. Cedric had suggested using a sticking charm to circumvent this, but Harry, who had seen far too many instances of spells gone awry, shot down the suggestion immediately. The mandrake leaf is too delicate anyway, Grace said. They were all sitting at the end of the Slytherin table, their heads bowed together as they plotted. You risk tearing the leaf when it comes time to remove it, and it needs to be whole for the potion to work. Cheer up. If all goes according to plan, we'll be done before summer, Harry reminded Cedric, who sulked over his morning cup of tea. You said Professor Sprout would supply us with a few leaves. Cedric nodded. She can't spare many, of course, because she needs the mandrakes to cooperate for the restorative draft. Apparently, they get quite fussy if you take too many of their leaves. And they need to be from a live mandrake, Harry agreed with a hum. Maybe we should wait. I hate to think we mucked things up because Grace wants to turn into an animal. Grace already is an animal, Cedric replied, shooting a cheeky grin at the girl in question. She flicked a piece of sausage at his head. It sounds to me that you're just looking for excuses. I doubt you'll even be able to shut up for a month. Harry chuckled because there was an element of truth to the statement. Cedric was known for his chattiness. Maybe we should hold off until the summer holidays, then. There will be fewer temptations for Cedric to talk. Arms wrapped around Harry's neck as somebody jumped on his back, nearly flattening him into his breakfast plate. He felt a tug on his head, ripping out several hairs. Hissing in pain, Harry drew his wand, ready to hex whoever had accosted him. Sorry, John yelped, pulling away. My glasses got stuck in your hair. No surprises there, Grace drawled. Have you heard of a comb, Harry? Harry scowled. They don't work, he defended, massaging his sore scalp. It grows like this. Dad says that the Potter hair is practically sentient, John explained helpfully, only to pause in thought. What does sentient mean? Harry rolled his eyes. Did you need something? Can't I hug my brother? John asked. On anyone else, the wide, innocent hazel eyes might have worked. Still, Harry liked to think he knew his brother well enough to know when something was afoot. He spun around on the bench to face his brother, noticing that Ron and Hermione lingered behind him. Harry pulled John's face down and began to pepper it with kisses. When his brother yelped in disgust, Harry gave him an innocent smile. What? Can't I give my little brother kisses? He laughed as John scrubbed at his face with the sleeve of his robe. What sort of mischief are you three up to? Predictably, Hermione's face twisted with panic. Ron saw this and slapped one of his massive hands over her mouth before she could reply. I was wondering if Grace is staying with us over the holidays this year, John said in a rush, pretending he hadn't noticed his friend's odd behavior. Mum and I are going to Barbados, Grace explained, leaning her chin on her hand as she studied the 3 years with interest. Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement, and she pushed away Ron's hands. She's a doctor, right? Does she really travel the world when you're at Hogwarts? Grace gave Hermione a tight smile. She's a healer, she replied. This was a lie, of course, but announcing that you had a Muggle parent at breakfast was hardly a wise decision for a Slytherin. This was evidently lost on Hermione, who looked around in confusion. I thought you were a Muggle born. Harry blinked in surprise, at a loss of words. He turned to face his friends, who all looked equally as stunned. They had never told anyone that Grace was a Muggle born. Harry had never even shared this fact with John. How Hermione Granger figured it out was beyond any of them. How crass. They all jumped and turned to face the speaker, finding Teddy, who sneered in disgust at Hermione. Grace is a Cooper. Everyone knows they're a magical family. Hermione lifted her chin imperiously. Cooper is a common name in the Muggle world, she said with a haughty tone. Teddy let out a cold laugh. Well, Grace isn't one of your kind. You should watch how you talk to your betters, Mudblood. Theodore. Harry shouted, leaping to his feet. Without realizing it, his wand out and clenched in his shaking fist. Teddy blinked at him in confusion. Well, am I wrong? The rational part of Harry's brain recognized that Teddy was parroting the pureblood rot that his father undoubtedly spewed. It was no secret that Teddy's father, Lord Nott, had been a Death Eater. Something that Harry had overlooked. Teddy wasn't his father, nor could he help who his father was. Still, it took every ounce of self-control not to hex Teddy into oblivion. Yes, Harry insisted through gritted teeth. Teddy frowned and shot a glance at Grace, who still had yet to say anything in her own defense. Not that she had anything to defend herself for, Harry thought, but he doubted Teddy would share the sentiment. You're a mudblood? He asked Grace, a look of disgusted fascination twisting his features. For once in her life, Grace's sharp tongue seemed to fail her. She rose without responding, dodging Cedric's hands as she sprinted out of the great hall. Cedric bolted after her, leaving Harry to deal with the shitshow they had left behind. Don't ever let me hear you say that word again, Theodore, Harry said, his voice squeezing in his throat, making him feel as if he might choke. Hurt flashed across Teddy's face at this. But that's what she is, isn't she? Why are you friends with her? It was evident that he had no clue why Harry was angry with him, which only made Harry angrier. He wished Cedric hadn't run after Grace, if only because he knew his best friend was better at these sorts of things. Cedric was the patient voice of reason, whereas Harry always tended to choke on his words when his emotions got the better of him. Grace is a witch, Harry managed to say, the tips of his ears burning. Regardless of who her parents are, she is a witch. There is no difference between a Muggle born or a pure blood. It was clumsy and inelegant and certainly not the most persuasive speech he had ever given. Still, with his temper rising and his throat squeezing shut, it was the best he could do. Fortunately, Professor Snape swooped down at that moment, rescuing Harry for the second time in as many weeks. Is there a problem? Professor Snape asked, towering over them, his face twisted with annoyance at having his breakfast interrupted. Unfortunately, none other than Draco Malfoy decided to join in on the conversation. Harry hadn't even realized that he had been within earshot, though considering John was still loitering behind him, perhaps he should have. Malfoy was weirdly obsessed with John. Cooper is a, you know what, Malfoy said with scandalized glee. Snape shot Harry an indecipherable look before refocusing on Malfoy. I do not know what. This reply was clearly not what Malfoy had hoped for, and he seemed to deflate. She's a muggle born. He at least had the sensibility not to shout a slur at their head of house, but he still had the delicacy of an enraged erumpent. Snape continued to watch Malfoy for a moment longer. I see, he drawled, his voice even. Mr. Nott, come with me. And Potter, do Poppy the curtsy and inform her wherever you're about to skive off to. He marched off with a swirl of his cloak, a skeletal hand clutching Nott's shoulder as he steered the boy out of the great hall. Harry followed without a backwards glance. After stopping off at the hospital wing to inform Madame Pomfrey of the situation, Harry began searching for his two friends. He thought he had located them in a second-floor loo, but the crying he heard inside turned out to be moaning Myrtle, who chased him down 4 corridors and up 2 flights of stairs after he startled her. He encountered Cedric a few times, who also was having difficulties locating their friend, but after several hours, Harry had to admit he was losing hope. He was in the process of lamenting the loss of the Marauders map and cursing Snape for stealing it when someone shouted his name. He turned to find Katie Bell, the pretty Gryffindor chaser, jogging towards him. If he weren't so distressed, he probably would have tried to think of something cool to impress her, but being clever was the last thing on his mind at the moment. He nodded in greeting and tried to arrange his features into something more polite than the scowl etched into his face. She's in Greenhouse 8, Katie said in a rush. When Harry stared at her uncomprehendingly, she titled her head and gave him a nervous smile. Your friend Cooper. You're looking for her, aren't you? He nodded slowly. What the hell is she doing in there? But even as he asked this aloud, he knew the answer. Grace hated anything to do with dirt and often informed him that herbology was the bane of her existence. Anybody who knew her knew that she wouldn't be caught dead in the greenhouses outside of lessons. A greenhouse was literally the last place Harry would have looked for her, an essential factor when choosing a hiding place. Relief bloomed in his chest. Thank you, he said, smiling gratefully at Katie. Unable to help himself, he stooped to press a quick kiss to her cheek. Katie blushed spectacularly, stammered a nonsensical reply, and scampered off. If Harry had the time, he might have spared a moment to dissect what had happened, but as it was, he was already sprinting down the corridor, trying to figure out what he would say when he finally found Grace. Sure enough, Grace was huddled next to a pod of honking daffodils Greenhouse 8, just as Katie had told him. Her knees were beneath her chin, arms wrapped tightly around her legs as if doing so might keep her from breaking down. She wasn't crying, but her red, splotchy face told him that she had at some point, and Harry's stomach twisted painfully at the sight. Grace gave no indication that she knew he was there as he slipped into the greenhouse, but when Harry dropped onto the ground next to her, she leaned her head against his shoulder. I'm not ashamed of who I am, she said after a long silence. Her voice was croaky with unshed tears. Harry took her hand and wove his fingers through hers. I know you aren't. She sniffed. I'm not ashamed of my parents, either. I don't want to lie about who they are. I'm just so scared. Harry guessed. He flicked his wand, conjured a handkerchief, and handed it to her. Her face screwed up, tears filling her eyes. And I hate that I am. I'm such a fucking coward that I can't even admit that they're muggles, as if they're some sort of dirty little secret that I keep. They're good people, and a sob tore through her body, and she buried her face in her hands. Harry wrapped his arms around her and pulled her to his chest, running his finger through her hair. He didn't have the right words to offer her comfort, not that he ever did, but then again, maybe there wasn't anything to say. Instead, he did her the one thing he could do, pour all of his love and support into his hug. They sat like that for who knew how long, Harry breathing deeply, steadily, as he waited for her tears to subside. Why can't I be like you? Harry smiled ruefully. You don't want to be like me. Grace shrugged and pulled out of his embrace, shifting until her head was resting on his lap. How do you do it? She asked. You're a parcelmouth. Aren't you ever afraid that people will find out? Of course, I am, he admitted, continuing to card his finger through her hair. He let out a heavy, shuddering sigh. I'm terrified every day of my life. And not just about the snake thing, either. He fell silent as his thoughts tumbled around in his mind, jockeying to be released from his mouth all at once, damming his throat and stealing his voice. There were always so many things Harry wanted he could say, secrets he desperately wished he could share. Sitting on the floor of that abandoned greenhouse, he could have very easily told Grace his secrets and unburdened himself from the heavy load. But this wasn't about him. Grace didn't need him to add to her worries and fears. I think everyone is scared about something. That doesn't make them a coward. If anything, I think the bravest thing is living despite your fear. He paused and pursed his lips as he collected his thoughts. I think bravery is a choice. Bravery is who you are when you choose to face your fear. So, I guess you need to ask yourself, how will you deal with this? Are you going to hide? Will you deny who your parents are? Or will you face this head on, knowing that people will despise you for who you are? I don't think you've been a coward for not mentioning your blood status. But I think how you react to this will define who you are. I can't make that decision for you, Grace. He leaned down to press a kiss to her forehead. Just know that I'll support you no matter what you choose. The door to the greenhouse opened before she could respond, bringing in a gust of cold wind that kicked up the dead leaves strewn across the floor. A tall hooded figure slipped inside, slamming the door shut as quickly as they opened it. Under any other circumstances, a mysterious cloaked man cornering them would have been a bad thing, but there was precisely one student at Hogwarts that tall. Hello, Marcus, Harry greeted. It's cold as a Dementor's tits out here. Can't you have hidden someplace warmer? The house elves wouldn't let me hide in their ovens, Grace drawled. Glad to see your sense of humor is intact. Marcus wove his way through the narrow rows of plants, pausing to shoot a freezing charm at a begonia that tried to light him on fire. He dropped down in front of them and attempted to fold his large frame in what little remained of the floor space. Want to talk about it? About the fact that I'm a mudblood or the fact that I've been lying for the last 2.5 years? She said this with a hard edge to her voice, defying him to insult her for her blood status. Marcus growled and reached forward to grab hold of Grace's chin, forcing her to look at him. Call yourself that one more time. I fucking dare you. Grace tried to jerk her head away and gave him an acidic, defiant look. It's what I am, isn't it? I can call myself whatever I like. Marcus quirked an eyebrow before diving for one of her hands. In the next moment, he had pointed his wand at it and uttered, Defendo. Blood spurted from the deep gash, covering their robes within seconds. Harry shouted and drew his own wand, but Marcus paid him no mind as he turned his wand on his own hand and repeated the spell. There's no difference, Marcus growled, lifting their bleeding hands and shoving them in Grace's face. Blood is blood. Naturally, it was at that exact moment Cedric decided to join them. He burst into Greenhouse 8, out of breath and windswept, and paused in the doorway. Grace was more concerned that he was letting the cold air in rather than the jagged wound Marcus had inflicted. She shouted at him to close the door. Cedric closed the door behind him, not taking his eyes off the dark red blood pooling on the floor. What in the name of Merlin's ball sack? Just a little lesson on blood purity, Marcus replied. You didn't have to maim her, you melodramatic lunatic, Harry snapped, healing the cuts on their hands with a tap of his wand. Cedric tilted his head as he considered this, a look of doubt twisting his features. Evidently, he seemed to decide that it wasn't worth arguing because he shook his head to clear it. So, I'm guessing you don't want lunch? Cedric asked. He pulled back his cloak to reveal a wicker hamper. Harry checked his watch, surprised that it was indeed time for lunch. He scooched over to allow Cedric to take the remaining floor space, and they dug into the hamper the house elves prepared. It was good to know that no matter how upset his friends were, at least their appetites remained intact. Teenagers were still teenagers, after all. How did you find us? Grace asked, picking at her turkey sandwich. Harry's girlfriend, Cedric replied. You finally asked Gamp out? Marcus asked. No, the other one, Cedric continued before Harry could reply. Katie Bell. Marcus slammed down his goblet of pumpkin juice, sloshing its contents all over the floor. "You're dating the Gryffindor chaser?" he asked, horrified. Harry jumped in alarm at the ferocity of the question. "No. He just wishes," Grace explained. "Though if you asked her out, I know she'd say yes. She was talking to her friends about it in Charms last week." Flustered, Harry changed the subject to the first thing that crossed his mind. "Why don't we discuss what we're going to do about Teddy?" Cedric frowned and put down his sandwich. "Wow, okay. I was hoping to keep the mood light, but if you insist." "I know Snape is talking to him," Marcus said. "Do you honestly think it will help?" Cedric asked. Marcus considered this. "I can't say I know him as well as you all do. My uncle refuses to associate with his father because of his political leanings. Not that Lord Knott would want anything to do with us, of course. But aren't you all pure bloods?" Grace asked. "My aunt is a Muggle born," Marcus replied succinctly. "We don't get invited to many of their parties. If it makes you feel any better, we don't either," Harry supplied. Cedric pursed his lips in feigned contemplation. "I think that has more to do with the fact that your brother offed their boss." "Oh yeah." They dissolved into giggles and resumed their meal, and the topic of Teddy was shelved for the time being. They remained huddled in the greenhouse for the entire lunch hour, but they knew that their moment of peace was coming to an end. Soon enough, the bell sounded through the grounds, signaling the beginning of the afternoon classes. They collected their dirty dishes and placed them in the wicker hamper, which vanished when they closed the lid. "I think I earned a free pass to sleep for the rest of the day," Grace said, rising to her feet. "I have transfiguration," Marcus grunted, looking none too pleased with the fact. "I have history of magic, which I'm more than willing to skip," Cedric offered with a gallant bow. "Shall I walk the fair lady back to her common room?" Harry needed to return to the hospital wing, but he figured there was no harm in missing a few more minutes and agreed to accompany them. Grace accepted Cedric's arm, and together they made the trek back up to the castle. They bid Marcus farewell in the entrance hall and continued down to the dungeons, chatting about inane, inconsequential topics. The password was changed. The three turned to face the speaker, surprised to find Malfoy looking up at them with a haughty expression. Behind him, his two hulking friends loomed, snickering. "When?" Grace asked, exchanging a confused glance with Harry. The password wasn't due to be set for another fortnight at the very least, nor had they seen any sort of special announcement on the common room notice board. Malfoy gave Grace a scathing look, sticking his nose up in the air. "Do you not know it?" Harry asked dryly. "Of course, I know it," Malfoy snapped. "It's not me we're trying to keep out." Something squirmed in the pit of Harry's stomach at these words. Malfoy didn't seem to expect a reply, however. He strut past, his friends plodding behind him, and walked up to the blank stretch of wall that hid the entrance to the common room. After checking to ensure they were watching, he smirked and said, "Mudblood." The wall vanished, allowing Malfoy and his giggling friends into the common room. Harry, Grace, and Cedric stood in the corridor for so long that the entrance sealed itself, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Cedric finally broke the awful silence by swearing colorfully. Grace let out a shaky breath and rubbed Cedric's arm. "That's fine. It's just a word." "It's not, and you know it," Cedric snapped, looking ready to hex the stone wall. "It's a targeted attack on you." "I don't mind," she murmured, although even as she spoke, tears began to collect on her eyelashes. "Well, I'm not saying it," Harry said. "I'll sleep in the corridor if I have to." Sure, Harry could easily circumvent the password by using the shortcut between the study and his chambers, but he knew that it would look bad. His peers didn't know about the shortcut and would assume that Harry had used the disgusting slur. Cedric swore again. "You can't let them get away with this. Surely Snape can change the password." Grace nodded, looking defeated. "His office hours are coming up. I'll talk to him then." Cedric looped his arm around Grace's shoulders and pressed a kiss to her temple. "Come on. You can hang out in the Hufflepuff common room with me while you wait." He began to lead her away, only to pause when he realized that Harry wasn't following them. "What's up?" Harry pursed his lips and stepped closer to where the common room entrance was concealed. He raised his hand and traced his fingers along an indent in the wall. There's something engraved here, he murmured, pulling out his wand and lighting the end of it. In the low lighting of the dungeons, it was no surprise that Harry had missed the small snake that had been etched into the stone wall. It was around his eye level and carved in the same rudimentary style as the snakes that marked the fireplaces, Slytherin's mark. Cedric moved to stand beside him to survey the mark. Do you think you could change the password? A smile pulled at Harry's lips. Oh, I think I can do more than that. It took Snape, Flitwick, and Dumbledore 3 days to call the Curse Breakers. It took the Curse Breakers another day to finally unlock the Slytherin common room. Harry might have felt guilty about his part in sealing the entrance, especially when several Newt students had meltdowns when they realized that they couldn't get their books. But then again, they were willing to use a slur, so maybe not. Besides, his actions exposed the prefect who changed the password in the first place, and the 7th year was stripped of her badge for abuse of power. Snape searched in vain for whoever sealed the common room and even went so far as to check their wands. Fortunately, Harry hadn't needed his wand. A simple, polite request was all the snake needed. It wasn't his fault that the snake only responded to Parseltongue and was more than happy to seal the entrance when he asked. No password change was even needed. The event was so dramatic that by the time everyone had been able to move back into their dormitories, it seemed that they had forgotten that Grace was a Muggle born. By the time they finally remembered, Grace had already been moved into a private room equipped with a series of protective enchantments. This wasn't to say that things were easy in Slytherin House. Indeed, everywhere Grace went, she was sneered at, spat at, hexed, and cursed, much like Harry had been in his first year. Harry and Marcus did everything in their power to protect their friend from the abuse, but they learned very quickly that Grace did not appreciate their coddling. You'd tell us if you needed help, though? Cedric asked one evening as they hid in the study. Harry had just finished healing a nasty collection of burns Warrington had gifted Grace, distracting her whilst Marcus quietly slipped away to deal with Warrington. Grace fixed him with a long look before flinging herself over the back of a sofa, her hand pressed to her forehead like a swooning Victorian. Oh, Cedric, the other girls are ever so horrible to me. Pansy Parkinson said my robes were smelly, and my nose was flat. Pansy Parkinson doesn't have a lot of room to criticize flat noses, Harry interjected mildly as he screwed on the lid of his pot of burn paste. Grace snickered as she righted herself and crossed the room to where Cedric was curled up in a chair. Leaning down, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. You're sweet, Seed, but I can handle it. She flounced away, her mass of strawberry bee-owned curls gleaming gold in candlelight, completely missing the look of awe that crossed Cedric's face. A moment later, she disappeared through the fireplace. Cedric blinked rapidly and took a shuddering breath as if he had finally remembered that he still needed to breathe. Turning towards Harry, he fixed him with a serious look. I'm going to marry her one day, Cedric said with the utmost certainty. Harry bit his lips and tried not to grin. Just invite me to the wedding, he replied. Are you joking? You'll be my best man. Harry was glad that the study was perpetually dim because it hid the flush that covered his cheeks. No matter how long they'd been friends, Harry didn't think he would ever get over the fact that Cedric, who was so popular and well-liked, considered Harry his best friend. Are you going to ask her to Hogsmeade? Harry asked, changing the subject. He rose from his seat and began collecting his study materials into his bag. Cedric stood and began to do the same. Maybe I can take her to Madame Puddifoot's, he mused. There's a trip around Valentine's Day. What do you reckon? Harry paused and gave Cedric an incredulous look. Good point. She'd hate that, Cedric agreed. We'll have to think this over. Harry merely chuckled in response and shooed Cedric towards the fireplace. His friend disappeared through the flames, a pensive look still etched on his face. Harry followed after, stepping into his room. He nearly had a heart attack when he realized that he wasn't alone. A clone of himself was standing by his desk, arms crossed and wearing a sullen and grouchy expression. With a strangled shout, Harry drew his wand and prepared to send a stunner at his doppelganger. The clone also shouted in alarm and hit the floor just in time to miss the spell, pulling down Teddy with him as he went. This, of course, only confused Harry more. After all, he hadn't spoken to the second year in almost a week. And how did he even get into Harry's room? He was positive that he had locked it when he left. Harry pointed his wand at not him and Teddy, ready to hex them both when a shield charm blossomed between them. I thought it wasn't you, Marcus said, twirling his wand between his fingers, watching the scene with curiosity. He was leaning against the bedroom door, his intimidating size no doubt enough to deter the two intruders from escaping. It took a second for Harry to calm his heart enough to speak. What the hell is going on? Marcus nodded towards the intruders, who were still huddled on the floor. I saw you talking to Teddy. Even if I hadn't seen you earlier in the study, I knew something was wrong. Harry watched his doppelganger, revulsion twisting in his stomach. There was something deeply unsettling about looking at yourself outside of a mirror or a photograph. What is going on? Harry repeated through gritted teeth, this time directing his question to the two intruders. Who are you? Not him and Teddy looked at each other, panic twisting their features, but didn't respond. Is it some sort of enchantment? Harry asked, slowly approaching and crouching down before them. The two strangers flinched when he pointed his wand at them. He ignored their reactions and began to cast a series of detection charms. To his surprise, he could detect no enchantments or concealment spells. I think they've taken Polyjuice Potion, Marcus supplied. I can't think of a person who is both skilled enough in human transformation and knows your face well enough to pull this off. My dad, Harry offered. But he's got better things to do than pretend to be me. I can't think of a reason anyone would want to be you, Marcus said. You're the worst. My ego will remember that when we play Ravenclaw next term, Harry shot back, still surveying the intruders. So, who are you, then? He asked them softly. Polyjuice isn't brewed before 6th year, Marcus said. He crossed the room and tossed himself in the wingback chair next to the fireplace. I doubt anyone before that could brew it. The intruders shared a look that looked almost smug. They were younger then, Harry thought, noting their reactions. His mind raced as he tried to figure out who had access to his DNA. The answer came to him all at once, and a phantom pain blossomed at the back of his skull, or maybe it was a real headache forming. But he could easily think of one instance where someone had ripped his hair out. Damn it, John! Harry shouted, leaping to his feet and striding to the far side of the room, trying to put enough distance between his brother and himself, lest he gave in to the urge to throttle him. He pointed at the Teddy lookalike. And let me guess. You're Ron. They didn't respond, but judging by the uncomfortable looks on their faces, Harry had guessed correctly. Where's the other one? He asked with a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. The other one? John asked, his voice a perfect replica of Harry's. Harry tried not to shiver at the sound. Granger. Where is she? You lot always come in threes. Knowing that they were caught, John and Ron began to spill their entire plot, from tricking Lockhart into signing a pass for the restricted section to stealing potion ingredients from Snape to brewing the Polyjuice Potion in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The longer they spoke, the more a headache began to pound in Harry's temples. At least Marcus found the whole situation funny. His friend lounged in Harry's chair, long legs tossed over the arm, and watched the idiot second years babble on. They talked for so long that the Polyjuice Potion wore off, leaving Ron in Teddy's two short robes while John swam in Harry's. Why did you feel the need to do this? Harry asked when they paused to breathe. John fixed him with a serious look. We needed to question Malfoy about the Chamber of Secrets. This was not what Harry had been expecting him to say. He looked over at Marcus to make sure he had heard that correctly, finding him just as confused. Malfoy, Harry repeated. Why him? You heard him on Halloween, John said, tilting his chin up, almost daring him to disagree. You be next. He glanced around as if he thought their father might pop up and stare at him disapprovingly. Muggle-borns. He edited, finishing in a whisper. Despite the situation, a chuckle slipped its way out of his lips, which was curling into a smile. Please, I'm surprised Malfoy can tie his shoes in the morning. There is no way he's petrifying students. What about you? Ron asked, narrowing his eyes at Harry. What about me? We've heard whispers about you, Ron began, a flush creeping its way up his neck. And these books. He gestured to the stacks of texts perched on Harry's desk. Even across the room, Titles such as 1001 Curses and How to Cast Them, and The Art of Petrification were visible. They're rather damning evidence, don't you think? It took a moment to process what Ron was saying. You think I'm the heir of Slytherin? The idea was ludicrous. So why did his voice shake when he spoke? He looked over at his brother, who was steadfastly refusing to meet his gaze. Not that I have to explain myself to a 12-year-old, Harry snarled, focusing on the anger rather than the hurt that was welling up in his throat, but Madame Pomfrey assigned me those. I've been trying to figure out how to fix the petrified victims. That's what the mandrakes are for, Ron replied. The mandrakes are the last resort, Harry corrected. They won't be ready until the end of the year. The sooner we can restore Creevy and Clearwater, the better. Long-term petrification isn't good for the body. And that's not even considering that they're missing lessons. So why not read a book about a counter curse? John asked quietly. Because I have to know how the curse works, to reverse it. That is if I could figure out what the curse even is. Ron scoffed. A likely story. How on earth would I find the time? Harry asked, throwing his hands up in the air. I'm in the hospital wing 10 hours a day. Are you really, though? Ron asked. Nobody sees you in classes. Because I'm in the hospital wing, Harry repeated. You're friends with a blood supremacist. Not. John spat the name out like he was spitting out poison. They haven't spoken in a week, Marcus interjected. They all jumped at the growl of his voice, having completely forgotten that he was even in the room. Which is how I knew you weren't your brother. Harry hasn't given Teddy the time of day since that came out. Ron scoffed again. Coming from somebody who doesn't support the Muggle-Born Protection Act, I find it hard to believe you're not mates. The Muggle-Born Protection Act is a dangerous, he trailed off, fixing Ron with a curious look. How do you know that? My dad told me, Ron said, jutting his chin in the air. My father also doesn't support the Muggle-Born Protection Act, Harry said. Are you calling him a blood supremacist too? While he was busy sticking his foot in his mouth, it seemed that Ron had conveniently forgotten that Harry and John shared the same father. His eyes widened like a deer's caught in wandlight, and he turned, mouth agape to John. John, what are your opinions on the matter? Harry asked, a hard edge to his voice. Do you think Dad and I support the people who killed Mum? Harry. A massive hand landed on Harry's shoulder, and Marcus leaned down to speak in his ear. Take a walk. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to throw off Marcus's hand and shout at his brother until his throat ached. He wanted to lash out and hurt his brother as his brother had hurt him. Maybe if he did, he'd be able to ignore the throbbing in his chest and the twisting of his stomach at the realization that his brother thought he was a bad person. Untrustworthy. Evil. Marcus's fingers dug into his shoulder, the heat of his palm providing the last remaining warmth in his body. And just like that, something broke. Harry bowed his head and pulled away from Marcus. Sticking out his hand, he summoned his apprentice robes from his wardrobe, the white bundle flying across the room like a ghost. He snatched them out of the air and donned them without a word. I think it's time for you to leave, Harry said quietly, keeping his voice even. He waved the stunned and guilty second years out of his chamber, locking it behind him. Marcus, don't help them. When Ron and John began to protest, Harry raised a hand, cutting them off. I see you have everything figured out. You don't need my help. He didn't wait to listen to John and Ron's shouts of protests nor their desperate pleas to help. Numb, he slipped past them and down the stairs. At least the two Gryffindors had the sense not to follow him into the crowded common room. Under normal circumstances, fourth years and below weren't permitted to leave their common rooms after 8 o'clock, but Harry's apprentice robes were essentially a free pass to roam the halls whenever he pleased, so long as he had a good reason. And this was an excellent reason, Harry soon learned as he made his way to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It took Harry all of 20 seconds to find Hermione. All he had to do was follow the hiccuping sobs of a distressed 13-year-old. Hermione. It's Harry Potter, he called out as he approached the single locked toilet stall. I understand there's a problem. Hermione's only response was to sob harder. Pursing his lips, Harry unlocked the stall door and pushed it open. Hermione's back was to him, but he knew right away that something must have gone terribly wrong with the Polyjuice potion. The ears sprouting out of Hermione's unruly mane of hair was a dead giveaway. I understand you've taken some polyjuice tonight, Harry said. Indeed, a glance around showed a cauldron bubbling in the toilet, half full of the mud-like potion. In any other situation, he might have been impressed that a second year had managed to brew the tricky concoction. Merlin knew that Harry would never have attempted it. Did you finish your dosage? Hermione nodded but didn't speak. Lovely. I need you to turn around so I can assess the situation, he explained. She seemed to sense that his patience was running thin because she slowly turned around, her head bowed as if it would somehow stop him from seeing that her face was covered in thick black fur. It was supposed to be Millicent Bulstrode's hair, she said between sniffles. Clearly, it wasn't, Harry said. Under normal circumstances, he would have found the whole situation hilarious. But with Ron's accusations ringing in his ears and John's refusal to defend him, he felt nothing at all. My guess it was Binks's. Who's that? Her cat. That was how Hermione Granger landed in the hospital wing, whilst Harry spent every waking moment attempting to reverse her mistake. Fortunately for him, he would be going home for the Christmas holidays, which Harry decided couldn't come fast enough. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.